Yo, what's up? We're here. Just waiting for people to join.
Well, if it ain't Dr. Kelsom himself, who the hell are you? Who the hell is Dr. Kelsom?
From this day forth, you and your friends, Potter, shall put your faith in me. I am the Dark Lord. The number of the beast, 666. There's one for you and me. Abracadabra.
That's pretty good. I don't know what that's supposed to be, but that's pretty scary.
That's my Lord Voldemort voice, Potter.
Ron Tittle.
Mixed with Dr. Kelson. Come, Samson, let me inject you with my Semonite fluid, and I will make you become docile, and you can hit me with your big wang. It's some strange shit. Big old brown dude running around with his extra large Las Plagas schlong. But just become one with the civils,
All
and
right.
you'll be okay.
Oh shit.
You know, Neurojack, you know what the secret is to being like a good YouTuber?
Showing my titties?
You know, being unavailable to the riffraff. Yo. Neurojack.
What's up?
What's going on, man?
Yo, man. Yeah, sorry. I didn't have audio. I didn't even realize anybody was talking.
Oh,
My
you're
bad.
fine. You're fine. You're fine. Yeah, listen. Like, yo, listen. The secret to being a good YouTuber is being unavailable to riffraff.
Yeah, well, this one is a special kind of riffraff. He's my riffraff, so. But otherwise, I agree.
Yo, look, I got a dude named the Retarded Genius, right? You know what I'm saying? He is the most positive human being you will ever meet in your entire life. Right? Like he's fucking great. Just a super nice, awesome guy, you know, who just builds shit and does stuff. And he's useful. Right? Like his YouTube channel is filled with him like rebuilding the camper he lives in. Right? Because he lives on disability because like he's all like fucked up mentally and shit. Like he has like cerebral palsy and stuff. Right?
That's nice. Let me go out here and hand out all the black people a blunt and a 211 and see if they will accept me into their society.
Again, riffraff, Neurojack. Riffraff.
I hear you. All right, riffraff, you need to behave.
I'm
okay?
not a riffraff penoid. I'm just waiting to get a Andrew Wilson position so I can get paid more than you to lie to people like you while you LARP to think you're better than me. But anyway, Dr. Kelson.
Yeah, again.
Well, if you really believe that, you should listen to Appalachian Gorilla. I mean, he knows how to like actually get an audience and shit. So.
Yeah, well, I'm not actually trying to like sell my soul or get Charlie Kirk while doing it. Thanks. I know what it takes to get high status. Why do you think? Why do you think I LARP? Why do you think I LARP like a retard, like Pinoy calls me? Because it's not worth going big.
Then why say anything at all? You just want attention at that point.
Maybe attention from my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
I mean, you can get that. You just gotta go like pray. You know what I mean? Go talk to him directly.
Yeah.
Right? Like, no, you're looking for man's attention. You want attention from men. right? Is the issue.
That's right. I'm super gay because I'm Dr. Kelson.
No one's saying you're gay. I'm saying you want attention from men, right? You don't want attention
Yeah.
from like
From God.
Jesus.
I came here on a panel to LARP and eat my food to feel attention from gorilla men. Yes.
No, yes, literally.
Or
like
maybe,
you're
or
on a
maybe,
YouTube
or
channel.
maybe, or maybe I'm just here to waste your time like everyone does mine. So I don't get your
Well,
point.
maybe you should stop wasting like actually valuable people's time though. Maybe you should like respect people who are actually giving you their time too, right? Like
I
you're
mean,
giving
why?
your time, he's
I
giving
didn't
his time.
ask.
I mean,
I didn't ask for his. He
shit.
just came in and automatically started assaulting me. Yet didn't even say a word
I
to
mean,
ask
I don't
anything
think he's
else.
assaulting you. I mean, if that you know, if he was assaulting
I
you,
mean,
you
he
know,
kind of came
you'd be
in and
fighting with a
immediately
group.
I mean,
called me
it
a
would be
name.
awesome. That
I
would
mean,
be
you want me?
awesome if I could assault
I
him.
can take
Like,
it.
that
I
would be
can.
great.
I can turn on my camera and take a shit on it, and then that would be shitting on him. But you know, I'm not petty, so.
I swear to God. Like, listen, again,
All right,
riffraff, son.
so
Riffraff.
yeah, so
Riff
what's on you?
raff. I
What's on you
don't
guys'
buy
mind?
that. What am I, fucking Aladdin? What am I, a little street rat?
Urchin. Yes. Now shut your mouth.
Good. Good thing I don't give a fuck, and I'm selling my soul to Satan so that way I can depopulate the planet. What's your point?
All right, well, just mute your camera, mute your microphone while you're eating. At least, I mean, we don't
Oh,
need to hear
I'm
the
sorry.
crunchy.
It's only a problem when I goddamn annoy people.
Nobody said that. I just said, you know, just
Yeah, I
do
agree.
your LARPing better. That's all. You know, just do your LARPing better. That's all.
There
We're
we
going
go.
for higher level
Oh,
LARPs now. Okay.
You mean like how Hyperborean told me how I LARP is gay, but yet he LARPs better than me and told me I should join the better LARPers, like, you know, people that we LARP about that are bad people, you know, people that you claim Neurojack are bad people, but he told me I should join people like that, you know,
No,
sell
you
you
can
people
use
out.
Mike on your side. You know, listen, yo, Neurojack, like you have the authority. It's your stream. This is your business, right? That you're
That's
running
right.
right now. Right? You know what I mean? Like, you could just go, yeah, shut the fuck up. Right? And it's okay to do that, dog. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's important to do for yourself. Like, to have self-respect is to just shut them the fuck up when you want to, or shut me up. Either way it goes, you shut anybody up because it's your channel. You know what
Yeah,
I
I
mean?
agree. Well, I definitely have been too soft on people in the past, and you know, and I had it. My excuse was, you know, I just wasn't paying attention. But yeah, I do want to take it more, you know, in a more, you know, seriously funny direction. But the serious lead part is still important,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I got you.
But you know, but yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Lorp is okay. You know, he's a little retarded, but he's our kind of retarded. You know.
He's not my kind of retarded. He's just retarded. Like, listen, don't put me in that fucking like category.
No, I don't mean like that.
Don't
I
put
mean,
me in that category, dog. Like, yo, no. He's not my type of retarded. He's not even my people type of retarded. Like, I got retards, but like they're cool retards and like idiot savants. Like the niggas will like come up with like crazy shit or like awesome art or like cool memes or you know what I mean, like bring new information to the table. Right? This guy just like bitches about nonsense.
So
that everybody's
basically
heard for
they're
30 years.
clones. Basically they're clones and have no self-identity and they're a bunch of trans homosexuals. Got it. Anyway, next LARP.
well, some trans people have utility. Okay.
Yes, I'm sure they do.
I mean, like, yo, fat people can give blubber to make oil. You know.
Well, I'm not fat, so I wouldn't know.
Aren't you a fan of Negan, Lorp? I mean, come on now. People are a resource.
100%. So I've been reading this book, Neurojack, right? I had a guy, this author stopped by my Substack, and he dropped me a message. He said, hey, listen, the things you're talking about, the exact things I talk about in my book, right? And, like, this book is basically about, like, this spy agency that, you ever heard of the movie, the Bureau of Ungentlemanly Warfare?
No. I've heard of the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, though.
No, this is the Ungentlemanly Warfare. Basically, they were the guys who hunted the Nazis who weren't worth putting on like full trial, right?
Okay, interesting. I never heard of that before.
Yeah. Like, they were kind of like, God, like a like a fucking black ops team, but like a spy agency black ops team. You know what I mean? Like JSOC type of motherfuckers. But like they were like James Bond if James Bond was like way more brutal and less like go fuck bitches and drive Aston Martins.
Okay, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, and like this book is really about like the contrast between a society full of like technocrats and systems and a society full of like great men. Right?
And is this a true story or is this a fiction or mix?
Mix. I think it's a mix, to be honest with you. Right? But like basically the premise is that like there's the argument that I make all the time, which is like this is us, the managerial elite. You know what I mean? Like the competent motherfuckers versus the managerial motherfuckers. Right? And like managers don't like competent people.
Well, yeah, that's usually the case in most organizations, right? Like if you're competent, then they see you as making them look bad or something, right?
Yes, congratulations.
No.
What's your point? That describes every Dollar General manager I've ever worked for who got away with sexual harassment or stealing and never got, in trouble for it. What's your point?
Who cares? That's dumb. Shut the fuck up. You're not making any real points. Right? But like so it's not really about like the manager's not liking that. It's the war between like the process driven and the competence driven society. So like I'll give you a good example of this. When I used to work at the mill, there was this guy. He was this black dude, and he ran what was known as a UNO press. It's this giant fucking machine, right? Which required massive amounts of like knowledge on the like shims and the sizes and the like the technical aspects and micrometer readings. And we went back through and set all this back up, right? And he created a book, right? You know what I mean? Where like he wrote down all the tolerances and like all the like specs of what needed to be like put in, right? For like each individual like wall size and like fucking diameter pipe. It went from like 42 down to like 28 inches, right? For like a different diameters of the wall or for different diameters of the pipes. And then you had between like 0.33, I think was like the smallest wall we ever ran, to like 0.75 or 0.84s, right? Like 84th of an inch of like motherfucking like a wall size for a pipe, or even like an inch and a half or inch and a quarter, right? And each of these require different shimming and different pressures and different motherfucking like different dyes and like different ways of doing all this shit to make it turn out to where like number one, it wouldn't blow up the machine, and number two, it would turn out to be like a perfect pipe after you took it from a flat plate. And then I crimped the end of it on my machine. Then he would U it and then O it, right? And then put it in like a U, which would press it down with like a big, like fucking die, which would press in the middle, and like these pieces would come up and wrap around, and then it would move into an O press, which would come down with two different like fucking half circles, and then press it down into a circle through pressure, and it would like pop it out as like a circle. It wasn't completely perfect, but like it was good enough to weld, and then it went through the hydraulic expansion to make it into a perfect circle, get all regular dents out and shit. Right? Now, this guy set all this shit up and spent time, you know what I mean, and like fucking wrote everything down and went above and beyond. And the bosses asked for the book that he wrote, right? And he said, no, right? He said, pay me, right? And they're like, no, we're not gonna pay you, right? You're just gonna give us the fucking book. It's our property. He said, no, I made it. It's mine, right? You know what I mean? Like I bought the book. I bought the pen, right? This is my knowledge, right? I've been doing this. It's like we had to reopen the pipe, open the mill after it was closed down for like 20 years from like early 90s until like the late 2000s. And like fucking, he's like, no, I'm not giving it to you. Fuck you, right? And like there was this massive fucking like intervention that ensued, and like all these police had to show up, and like fucking he ended up trying to fight the fucking like management and all this type of stuff. But the basic premise was that the managers didn't like the fact that this guy said, I have value, right? And they don't want to deal with people who have value. they want a whole bunch of motherfucking drones. And the average
Congratulations!
person
I had to
that's
go
drone-
through. I had to tell you how to build a rocket before I told you that I was building a rocket. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for like saying nothing. Right. Anyway, right. So like, they want drones, right?
Yeah.
That'll fucking stand here and just do shit every day and shut the fuck up and show up and be thankful for their job. Then there are those of us who are just really competent at what we do, right? Like I was the only one. Like after he got back, I was the only one left in the entire mill that knew how to do like the process to change over from different size walls and shit and different size diameters. Like, and they got pissed off at me because like I was like, I'm not working with this fucking bitch. Right. And they're like, they moved me down to a different part of the mill and they bring me up just to do changeover. Right. They pay me extra to come and do fucking changeover. And they hated that they had to do that. And they like had a whole bunch of people come and watch what I did. Right. You know what I mean? And I'd like try to do it in secret just to maintain my fucking value because they wanted to take that away from me. They don't like that shit. They don't want you to be valuable. Right. They want you interchangeable at all costs. And that's something
Right.
that
Yeah, I
American
agree.
exception, like that American exceptionalism is fake as fuck. Like it's not real. It's just we have massive amounts of like fucking.
Well, I guess a lot of people argue that like, well, the ability to fail as a business is like what makes people do it. But then that's like only the people that are willing to do what you're saying are the ones that are getting the capital to keep experimenting on how to like screw over the stupidest people possible. Or the most valuable. Oh shit, he's gone. Dr. Kelson, are you still there?
Unfortunately,
I guess he dropped out. Wait, I can't hear you either. What the hell? Hold on. I can't hear you talking. If you're talking, I can't hear you. Hold on.
Hello, this is your daily dose of Satan. I hear
Say something,
nothing.
Dr. Kelson. I can't hear you. Or if you're talking, I can't hear you. Try again.
The number of the beast. And hear this, motherfucker.
beep beep.
Okay, but yeah, no, I wanted to go on that subject. Now, you know what you're saying too, Lorp. The idea of it's like you said, like well, think about it like this. Like, why do you think that the Dollar General manager got that job? Like, what do you think his function is?
I mean, speaking from personal experience, from how I know that certain ones got away with what I know that they got away with, they definitely had to have some type of influence because they got away with multiple sexual harassments, and they were acquainted with another Dollar general manager who was caught stealing $3,000 worth of merchandise from the store, and no one got caught for it. So. And when the guy was reported for the sexual harassments, he made all the women from the store leave the store. So I'm just saying that I know that certain people, even in the hospital up here, there was a lot of doctors who were getting away with sketchy medical
Well, but see,
things
here's
that
the
they
thing
weren't
is
supposed
like,
to be doing.
I think what Appalachian Gorilla is saying is like the reason why those people are getting those positions is because they're willing to do what's
Oh, I know.
necessary
Trust
to
me.
screw people over.
I know. Yes. Trust me. I know. I'm not retarded.
Right.
He just thinks I am. I just like to play retard, but I don't get paid to play
like
smart.
Yeah,
the
but
sexual,
there's a
like
time and
the
a place
sexual
for that.
harassment thing, like the sexual harassment thing. I mean, like, who cares, right? First off,
That's right.
I
Who
mean, like-
cares? But if it was your daughter, you'd be willing to kill the motherfucker. So shut up.
again, yeah, because that's a personal slight to me. It's
Oh,
not
okay,
about like,
exactly. There you go. So
yeah, I
it's
don't,
sexual harassment's okay, but as long as it's not my family, see, that's the kind of world.
yes,
There you go.
yes,
Praise
100%.
be.
Like, I hope somebody sexually harasses your fucking mom or your girlfriend.
His point, Lord, is like you got to look out for your own first instead of worry about like general
I
morality.
mean, I
What do you think?
don't really. I mean, I've already made that very clear that, I just try
the
to keep
point
my
is
own
like, what can you
morality.
do? Well, the point is, what can you do about it? Like, okay, he did it. But the point, and
Oh, I
again, here's
know.
the other point of it. Like, why does that guy have that job in the first place if he's doing all these things that are bad? It's because
Because bad is
the
good.
$3,000. Well, no, the $3,000 he stole is still worth it to the owner because they're like, well, he's keeping drones in the shop who don't want to like change things and ask for more money. So if he scares
That's
away all
right.
the workers, they can get more workers in, then it works for him, right?
Yeah, listen, Dollar General is not like a real business, right? In the end of the day, it's a
Oh,
fucking
I know.
communistic, like fucking like fake, like expansive growth thing. Like it's literally like fucking Uber. It's just not fucking real. Like,
Well, it's like almost all the. Well, it's funny. Like I was driving by an airport a couple weeks ago, and I always see Uber and Lyft and stuff, right? And this is the first time I've ever realized how long the line was. So I guess they
right?
have like some sort of lineup or something. There was literally 400 cars lined up to pick up people from the airport. I mean, it would like wrap
Yeah.
all the way around, in circles around the airport. I was like, what the hell is going on? It's a fake business. I mean, I used to be in like transportation, not Uber and Lyft, but like before Uber and Lyft, right? Like actual transportation businesses. And yeah, it's just totally fake. Like those people don't make money unless they're working like 14 hours a day. And even then it's like, it's always a net negative at the end of the day, they're barely hanging on.
Yeah, I agree. But like, yeah, like Dollar General and like these fucking type of stores, like, listen, I don't even know what like sexual harassment is like, definition to you versus me is two way different fucking things, right? Like, unless he was like walking around like actually like sexually assaulting people, like grabbing titties and asses, I don't care, right? I literally don't fucking care. You know what I mean? Like, in the end of the day, sexual harassment, like, the difference between like being hit on and like fucking like sexual
Getting
harassment, it's about how
arriving
good,
at the
it's
store
about
at
how
six,
good
arriving
the
at the
fucking thing,
store
how good
at
the guy
6 o'clock in the morning and going into the office and putting a bunch of alcohol in your coffee and getting so drunk that when your people call you to the front, even your key holders, that when you come up to the register, not only are you baby faced from how red your face is from all the drinking, you smell like the alcohol, and then the only beautiful women who are working in the store, you come and stand up right behind them and put your dick up across their ass. And then when they go and act offended and ask what you just did, they want to go and act like you didn't do it. And then, if you want to hear the other story, it got even worse than that. But still, the point he was a drunk guy who had connections, obviously, with other people.
But this is why they shouldn't even have been in the workplace in the first place, right? This is the whole point.
Yeah, I mean, him being drunk's an issue just as a whole. But again, right, you're listing like small exceptions.
Well,
right?
no,
Doctors
I mean,
are like,
I can
like
list about 10. I can list about 10 right now, Pinoid, in my police department. I can list about 10 right now in my police department.
Right?
But let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that, right?
As well, right? Just as in a general thing. And like, so they hold on to shitty doctors like way longer than they probably should.
Yeah.
But then again, they get pushed out by malpractice insurance like fucking quick as shit.
That's nice. And I've seen police officers literally hide evidence over dead bodies here in my city. Which the point is there's corruption in every level.
But Lord, why are you arguing against him? He's trying to make a bigger point than just like this little thing. Like, let's just get to the point. Let him get to the point he's trying to make, rather than
the entire point is that the system is driven by motherfucking like mediocre motherfuckers. Our whole system's made for mediocre people.
Yeah,
right?
You need slaves. That's right. Even if they don't actually have chains or brown skin. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Again, it's just mediocre. Is as a whole. That's what That's why like your schools, right? Like, so there's a drop off after 130 IQ, where like you go, oh man, the better, like the higher IQ, the better you do. After 130 IQ, it drops like a stone. You had the same amount of like ability to like fucking be successful at 140 IQ as you do with a retard, right? And the reason is because like, once you get to a certain point, the system also throws you out because you're too far past the motherfucking like the norm, the median
Yeah,
of
no,
where you're
no
supposed
shit.
to be.
Now you understand why no one wants to hire me to be a paid psyoper.
It's because you got high IQ. Is that why you think it is? Because you have high IQ?
No, it's because it's hard for me to tell a bold-faced lie unless you're putting a lot of money in my bank account. So it's easy to get on
that's
TV
just-
and lie.
No, that's just being a child.
Oh, I thought it was all about the shekels, Pinoid.
No. Again, like everybody lies, dog.
Oh,
Pinoy
Yeah,
doesn't
but
believe
most-
in working for shekels as
most
the
people
primary
don't get
thing. He's
paid.
against that.
most people don't get paid for their lies, but yeah.
Pinoy wants to Pol Pot the people who are taking shekels to destroy, his people and his family. And
Oh, that's right. The people who share the Jedi curls. That's right. Yeah.
No, again,
No,
I don't really
no.
care about the Jedi girls. It's not even that, dude. Like, I don't like management. Right? I don't like college educated people. I think they're fucking terrible for society. I think the mediocre are ruling over the great is the problem at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's 100% the case for sure. I know for a fact that that's the main problem of economics right now. Is like you have a ruling class that's just being given, well, your article about the Renee Good people, the Renee Goods of the world, about how they're like these managerial overeducated women who basically just get a job and they get paid to like bully other people to go and, toe the line on whatever stupid political football position that they're pushing that week or whatever,
Yeah.
You're saying
Yeah.
like, oh, that's like that's like basically like people in corporations, it's not, they have to have extracurricular activities, just like, just like when you're in high school and college, it's not enough to get good grades. You have to go and like be a part of all the little clubs outside of work, right? That's kind of what you're arguing, I think.
Yeah. I mean, like, you have to be like, it's all right, how do I put this? The management class, right? If they don't have people to manage, right? Number one. And then, like, they're fed these, like, garbage ass bullshit lies constantly by, like, their upper echelon, like, fucking vice presidents and all this type of stuff in their colleges. Like, it's a Ted Kaczynski thing where, like, you're told your whole life that there's that you're rebelling against the system, but the reality is you're enforcing it, right? And they've always been the system's enforcers, right? These Renee Goods people, they're the system's enforcers, right? And the system needs cheap labor to keep it fucking running, right? They need cheap, compliant, fucking mediocre fucking workers to keep this motherfucker operating it the way it needs to operate. Right, and that's why they're out here doing this shit, is because, like, they think they're saving them from, like, the evil, like, fucking terrible racists and shit. But that's just not true.
Yeah. So,
All right, here we go. Listen.
Dr.
Got off the wrong
Kelson
goddamn exit.
says
Got off
there's
the
a
wrong
pill.
fucking exit, and, like, I had to run down fucking 22 and get back on 81.
no. So you're so with the whole Renee Good thing, for example, right? They're paid $300,000 a year because they keep 100 people underneath them making like 40,000 or less, right? So that's kind of what you're
Yes.
saying, right?
Yes.
So whoever the biggest sellout is, they'll get the job because they're willing to just screw over whoever they got to screw over for their pennies on the dollar of what they're actually doing.
Well, no, they're not smart enough to figure out that they're screwing anybody over.
So you're saying that Renee Good is probably like a basically like 91 IQ lady who's just like,
Yes.
I'll just, I like,
Yes.
right. I get you.
Right.
That's
Like,
actually a
she's
very
a-
interesting point. I never thought of it exactly in those terms, but yeah, that's actually pretty accurate, I would say.
Yeah. Like, she's done. Like, she's fucking brain dead. She's like, you see how pretty she was, right? Like she was hot when she was a little smoke show when she was younger. She had 3 fucking kids, right? You know what I mean? She never has been made to think about anything.
Well, and don't you think that's the larger problem? Is like basically like there's this whole thing of like coddling and simping for women, you know, as a general rule, and that's kind of like forcing because now they have some sort of fake political power or whatever. Then it's kind of helping them enforce the BS on everybody else.
But again, there's nothing you can do about that. You know what I mean? Like that, you're not going to solve that problem. You're not going to square that circle.
What's wrong? Don't you want to wear your be good little pendants?
What are you
Well, how
gibbering
could
about?
you solve
Why
that?
do you keep
How could-
talking? I don't understand why you're talking. Like, why? Add something to the conversation that's fucking decent. Add a point.
Unfortunately, Pinoy, the LARP goes beyond your gorilla brain. So
No, again, you don't have a point. Right? You have no fucking point to make.
I mean,
Add
I
in
already know.
something
I already know
positive.
what ICE is. Here's something positive. ICE is most likely a shadow army that's operated to clear on the
You're
soil
fucking
anyway.
retarded. Shut the
Oh,
fuck up. You're
yeah,
dumb.
it's so retarded. Yeah. Okay. Well, have you talked to a few guys in ICE? Because I play a few of them on DMZ, and there's some pretty racist white guys who like to kill some brown people. So shut the fuck up and think that
Who
my
cares?
research thinks that my research doesn't go deeper than what you just fucking think it does, buddy. So
Again,
Dr.
who
Kelson
cares?
says, take a pill and worship the beast.
Again, who
Okay,
cares?
but just what does that have to do with what we're talking about?
because
Exactly.
we're over here talking about what ICE and all this good shit, when if you know it's just another psyop upon the masses. So I mean,
Everything is psyop to
Oh.
you.
oh, welcome to the world of psyops.
No, you need a god, right? And your god is the government. As I
Wow.
said last night.
Give unto Caesar's what is Caesar's. Caesar is
You need-
home.
Your god is the government. This is the fucking problem.
Praise
You and all these other
EBT.
retards who think that like, everything's a conspiracy, right? Your god is the government.
Mm-hmm.
God
Say
is
that-
dead.
Say that
Humans
as we
killed him.
transcend the flesh. Say that as we transcend the flesh and you eat the bugs.
Dr.
Yeah,
That's the thing
Kelson
is like
says we have a pill for that.
We're not really transcending the flesh, though. I mean, that's the thing is like it's not going to look like what you think it is. It's going to be a bunch of like coon pods or something. It's not going to be like
Yeah.
a computer hacking into your ding dong
Okay,
or something.
so
right?
I mean, we're still LARPing until we die. What's the point? Or go in the
I
pod.
mean, that's what some people are doing, but not what all of us are doing.
Yeah, man. Listen, I'm fighting the good fight.
He's trying to be on your side. You're trying to like attack him. That's what I think he's trying to like explain to you that look like the goody two shoes.
I haven't even been arguing with him. That's how it's funny that people think that I'm here to like constantly debate and argue when it's part of the goddamn LARP.
Yeah,
No
I
one
guess-
thinks you're
I
here to
guess
debate and
everyone here is
argue.
still retarded. So
No, we think you're here to derail everything. That's what, because that's what you're doing. You just derail all productive conversations.
yes, all productive conversations that would keep you idiots in a endless Ouroboros loop as they continue doing what they're doing. Yes.
Well, that's what he's saying about you. He's saying that that's what you're in. He's trying to say that you're in a loop too. So let's have the conflict about the loop rather than get into another one, right?
Like you are literally just like fucking standing here throwing in nonsense all the time. Like
Yeah,
you're fucking
sure.
shouting from the like fucking peanut gallery garbage phrases that don't help anyone. Like you're not helping. I'm
Pinoid,
building a map.
if you think you're helping anyone, you might save maybe a dozen, maybe a few dozen people, but people are going to eat
How
till
many
their
have
throat
you
out.
saved?
So I don't know what you're thinking.
How many
But
do
even
you save?
people like you, we eat your own goddamn children when the time comes. So I don't want to hear it.
I won't. And that's
Oh,
the
I'm
thing.
sure you will.
How many will you save? 0. You will save 0 people.
I'm not trying to save anyone because how can you save people when it's already in them?
Again, this is the problem. if you're that nihilistic, then just go kill yourself.
Nihilistic. Take away the internet, take away electricity, take away the ability to go to the store and buy a drink for most people, and you'll see how animalistic most people will become when they become dependent on a society and a system that no longer functions for them. But anyway,
We
LARP
are,
away,
yeah, we are
Pinoy.
literally
LARP away.
talking
That's
about
right.
the system.
That's right. Go and build your little, offset little communities out there in the woods, as if they're not going to have a system that's going to wipe you motherfuckers out. But anyway, go live in the woods, Tarzan.
Again, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm doing political
right.
cartography. I'm building maps of how shit works. Right? I'm trying to go, here's a design. Let's find out where its weaknesses are so that we can attack it here and move it to where we want it to move to a little bit, which I've done. What have you done to make anything better?
Yeah.
Other than just stand here and be a nihilistic little faggot.
Right. Okay.
Well, what he's saying is, if you think there's no hope, what's the point of even talking about anything? Then, like, you're just saying.
I'm just saying anything to defeat the New World Order. What I saw in the sky 3 years ago is going to take more than half of the world's population to stop living their lives like they've been doing and actually walk out their door and do something.
But why obsess over the thing flying in the sky? I mean, you can't do anything about it. That you can do something about the people around you, though, right?
No, fuck you can't. How are you going to stop half a population that will rip out your throat or kill you in the streets and rape your wives and children and smile as they do it?
You're saying that they would, but they're not doing it now. So between now and then, what do you do?
But all it takes is the death of a black man, and all of a sudden riots be. So I don't see your point. The point is everything's a goddamn facade, and the second you take away a little bit of comfortability for somebody,
let him continue with his point until you feel hopeful enough to join the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the problem. You're contributing.
I tell you what, I'll be happy when someone gives me enough money in my bank account that I don't have to LARP about the goddamn society that I don't give a shit about no more, and I wish they would depopulate them. Including all of us. Including all of us.
Rescued. You want rescued.
I want everyone to die. That's what I want. Dr. Kelson has prescribed death.
Why are you letting him fucking hang around? Like, that's what I'm saying, Jack. He contributes nothing. He can absolutely nothing to anything.
Lord, just chill for a second. Let him get his point across. Don't just keep interrupting him.
No. Yeah, right. No, just kick him, dog. Just throw him out because he's worthless. Like, this is the point. If he's not going to contribute, if he doesn't believe in your goals, he doesn't believe in your channel, he doesn't believe in anything you're doing, he just wants to stand here and have attention and be like a fucking, this is what feds do, believe it or not. Feds aren't like guys who are trying to stand here and get you to believe in something. Feds disrupt shit, right? And they interrupt conversations and they fuck up communities by doing this type of shit, making us all squabble. This is Fed behavior right here.
Even though I've never called anyone the N-word. But, okay.
Again, you don't have to.
Oh. Then that means I'm a better psyoper than everyone else.
Right, that's what he's saying. But
so I'm not as retarded as the monkey claims. Or I'm sorry, it's not a monkey, it's an ape.
Well, who said that LARPers or psyopers have to be smart?
Oh, there you go. Put on my little dunce hat and go sit in the corner.
They contribute nothing. This is what feds do.
Yeah. So let's go back to our point. Okay. So Miss Goody Two Shoes over here.
Right.
Is there a way to stop that? Is there a way to stop these kind of people, or and get them to go be what they were meant to be rather than
there is and this is I talked about this a while back, where I talked about actually pricing goods in generational terms, right? So if you price goods out, right, 100 or 200 years ago, okay, well, it's not just what the value of this is to me, right? It's what the value of this is to my grandkids, right? How much does your goods actually cost them? And do these giant companies, are they able to actually operate at scale the way they are if they have to pay for things in these type of terms? Right?
Right. So for example, the natural resources and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, right. If you have to And this is kind of like you have to start thinking differently on like how you break this system, right? So if like all of a sudden your food costs like 30% of your income again, like it did back in the 60s, right? You don't have the spare capital to be able to have these massive conglomerates, right, that live in Minnesota. You know what I mean? So therefore they can't hire all these fucking like midwit workers, you know what I mean, who will stand here and do this type of shit. And you won't be able to have this like, you won't be able to have lower class people be able to order like fucking McDonald's at 3 in the morning, right? You know what I mean, through a fucking app and have it delivered by an immigrant slave. Like that goes away.
Well, see, this is one of the reasons, like, I support Bill Gates in a general sense about not, you know, about his general sense of like, well, if we make people a little bit poorer and appreciate what they have, you know, and they don't have so much upward quote unquote mobility just for the fact of like GDP or something, right? Like, I'm not a degrowth person, but like, I see the utility in what they do, and this is one of the reasons why, like, I understand the whole like one of my theories about why people don't like the Jays is like usury, right? Well, the thing is with usury is like I see usury as like a tax on like greed, right? So like if you're someone who's just trying to grow a business purely for greed, right, and you don't actually care about you know, providing something good, in theory, you should be punished by higher interest rates or something where you're over leveraging just to put more money in your own pocket, right? See what I'm saying? So like I can see that, like, you know, if we're going to have a capitalist society, you'd have to have some sort of you know, checks and balance on that unfettered growth, right? So again, that sounds very complicated and weird, but like this is the kind of thing that I'm trying to figure out. Is like,
oh no, I completely
manipulate
get you, right?
things?
Like, yo, all right, here's like this is very important too, right? Like I completely get it, right? 100%, right? So this mentality, right, that you have right now about this, right? You're on the right track. So like what, you know what I mean, like usury is a tax on future spending, right? So if you're going to stand here and have, you know what I mean, like these fucking people, how do I put this? If you're gonna have these people like try to like use their future earnings, right, in order to buy stuff now, you have to have a tax on that. There's only so much money you can pull from in the future to now. You know what I mean? Like, you get what I'm saying?
Right. And I think that's one of the things where people are blaming inflation, but I think inflation's like a symptom, not a causality, if that makes sense, right? I think that's kind of, I don't know if I'm on track with what you're saying, but yeah, I do understand what I understand what you're getting at, where, but see, here's the thing is like there's not a real consequence of people over leveraging themselves. I mean, there is a consequence, but unintelligent or unsophisticated non-ethical people don't really care about the consequences unless it's very severe, I guess is what I'm saying. Right.
Yeah. Right. Like it's
like, for example, in Saudi Arabia, if you take out a bunch of debt and then you don't pay it back, like you have to go to prison, right? See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like, and you know, that's I don't know whether that's a positive or a negative thing in the end of the day, right? And I mean, like it's a kind of like it's a neutral type of thing. Like I don't agree with workhouses and shit, but like you probably shouldn't be taking out debt that you can't pay the fuck back.
Right. It can go one way or the other depending on like the system itself and the people involved, right? I could go either way depending on the situation, right? But yeah, I don't have like a hard stance either way, because I think it's something where it probably would have to change pretty often depending on like the decisions that people are making within the system, right? And I think this is where people are missing, is like they're not looking at, okay, what are the decisions people are making right now? And kind of what you're saying about populism yesterday, I think is kind of tied to what I'm trying to get at, like you got to rewrite the script as you go, because people are trying to negotiate a better deal, but they don't know what they're actually involved in, right? And so they're just asking for dumb shit because they don't know what to ask for, I guess. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, like you're also supposed to have like debt jubilees, right?
Yeah, I heard about. I heard you and Gio talking about that. Tell Lorp about that, because I don't think he's ever heard of some shit like that. And because I want to integrate that into what I'm trying to get at too.
Yeah, I feel you. You give me if I disappear, I'll be back. You there? No.
Yep. What'd you say? Yeah, I'm here. I didn't hear what you. I didn't catch what you said.
All right, there we go.
You're
Dr. Kelson says, Avada Kedavra.
oh, he dropped out. Hell no. Lord, if you're talking and I can't hear you, let me reset my shit because I don't know.
Dr. Kelson says, don't forget to take your meds and wipe your ass and pray to the Dark Lord. I don't know. I just know there seems to be a lot of alleged Satanists in the world, you know. They sure do seem to like to throw, you know, satanic stuff in your face all the time. And it's just mighty strange, you know. Dr. Kelson has a concoction for you, and it's in my pants. Pata? I don't know, yo.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
What are you smoking today? Because I want some. Whatever it is. Sounds good.
Oh, you know, I wanted to become an actor, but I failed at that too, like everything else. And Gorgio, I don't know, you know. Just a soul floating around, right?
Just be careful you don't get flushed down. All right.
Oh, yeah, all sorts of colors down here, and poo too.
Yeah, well.
Well, the LARP must go on. All right. Well, if nobody wants to join and everything's derailed, I guess I'll just end it now.
I mean, I'm here despite what everyone else does because I care, so, you know. Why I do, I don't know, but, you know, I guess I haven't completely integrated with Dr. Kelson. Even though they seem to want us to.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, I don't know what today's a holiday, whatever. Today's MLK Day, so
Well, how are you going to celebrate it?
by doing nothing. Because, I mean, is it racist if I do it, or is it racist if I don't celebrate it?
Are you? Well, you have to ask yourself, what would MLK do today?
Well, if he was a real man who allegedly cared about his wife, if he had one and children, if he had them, I mean, I would assume he would be spending time with them. But allegedly, who knows? If he were alive today, he probably still would be very active in human rights movements, allegedly, assuming he wasn't, a plant from the begin with. But I'm just retarded, so. Unfortunately, the FBI, the CIA, or no other agency wants to hire pure-hearted LARPers.
Well, I think his point about the whole agency thing is like the agencies are, still people at the end of the day, right? So if you're and the people who
I
manage those people
I know. I've talked to a few of them. I've met a few of them. That's why I say that they don't really care what I talk about, because they know, I am what I am, right? Allegedly. I am that I am, Sam. I am no green eggs and ham. Like I said, you want to be like Johnny Cash and watch your empire turn to dirt, or not build a kingdom and still open up the gates. You know what I mean? I guess when you need to keep out the walkers or the immigrants or the aliens, I don't know, take your pick.
or whatever that voice is. Let's not do that. A little too accurate there.
Yeah, well. No, I know that we all say we all loop. It's just, I guess my point is I like to throw out the urgency all the time. It's the urgency. Not everyone has seen, something in the sky. Not everyone has witnessed, this,
No, I get you. But here's the thing is like, there's already a lot of urgency and not enough people are like taking a breath and being like, okay, so like things are really bad, but like now what's the next step? You know what I'm saying?
I know. We can literally watch the population live on TV and we're still going about eating our bonbon baked beans and going to our jobs. I mean, so
bonbon baked beans. I haven't heard that in a while. But so here's the thing though. It's like, okay, so like for example, okay, I'm gonna give you an example. Like, and I talked to Pinoy about this and some other people. I've said it many times actually. But I'm trying to get a hold of these younger guys. Like, it's like if you're sitting there talking to a younger you, right? Like, what would you tell them to do? Would you tell them to like panic? We're all dead anyways, or would you tell them like, hey, like you got more energy than me. Like, let's get you rolling and get you set up so you can like actually like do something that's gonna help everybody out rather than because like what I see a lot of these guys are doing is they're getting these young guys to think there's no hope. Don't get a wife, don't get a kid, don't get a job, don't try to do anything. Just give up and just go jack off and die.
Well, I mean, I get that, but I mean, I think I've made that very clear to anyone who's heard LARP long enough that that's not my stance. Y'all and everyone else can do the whole go fuck somebody, make babies, and do that, but that's just not my goal. I don't care if you go and repopulate the planet.
So you want a bunch of just disinfect.
Go make more. Go make more children. Go make more children that they can possibly infect with different diseases and turn into little 28 days later rage babies.
I mean, you wouldn't be here without some of that going on, right? So.
And I agree, but maybe my mama should have swallowed me. I mean, I'm not saying I don't appreciate my life, but until someone or something takes me out,
That is kind of what you're saying, though. You're kind of saying, like, well,
don't we all have that nihilistic moment of, God, why did you put me here? What was the purpose? I mean, come on. What was it really to sit here and go and work and break your back and go and make some babies who are going to turn around and have to live in the exact same alleged satanic system as you? Ha, ha, ha. Welcome to the LARP, motherfuckers. And you say, I LARP. I'm just saying, allegedly, with great power comes great responsibility, but yet allegedly, people who could hold great responsibility is never given it. So you don't fucking... there's so many things about the world that I do understand and could change if yet I just had a army of people that actually cared. But, LARP is the, people do what they do. So.
How are you going to have an army of people if you're telling everybody, like, don't have any kids, give up, everything sucks? You're not going to have much of an army, are you?
Well, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to, be in an army or, metaphorically if, you're taking care of children. So just saying.
Well, not. I mean, everybody has a role, right? I mean, if you want to be the best psyoper in the world, right? Like,
I mean, I
like
don't
what's
know.
the point of psyoping if you don't have
Do
people
you
around to
do you really
psyop
want to
anymore?
be like Spike's dad and have to take your son out from the little island out in the water and take him to possibly get ripped apart by the infected just for him to become a man? Yeah, I don't know. You have to look at it even from people from our perspective who have children. You already have 1, 2, 3 children, 4 children. You know, I'm not saying I'm always doom and gloom. I think there's a lot of light side to things, but I mean, let's just face it here. I think we seriously underestimate how far people will devolve when the most basic of necessities that they don't know how to get off of a fucking shelf or have it pre-packaged and stored in a freezer for them. You would be surprised how far people will devolve. So when I sit here and tell people like Pinoy that most people will eat their children, I mean, I don't know. Look at some of the stuff you're hearing about from most of the parents on YouTube, locking their children up in horrible conditions, abusing them, all this other stuff. I mean, I don't think it's really that far to say that people wouldn't put their kid in a stew and cook them if they ain't had something to eat in 4.5, 5 days and they started to go delirious
but
because
why are
they
you worried
don't know
about
what it
something
means to
that's not?
starve.
But why are you worried about something that doesn't affect you and you can't do anything about, and you don't know if
Because
it's happening?
I think in the end, as much as we're gonna sit here and sure you may be able to keep certain things maybe refined and evolve and use them to better things, but if I mean in the ontological sense of how mankind, you understand that mankind in some fashion or form is going to rip itself apart no matter how civilized we try to be, which is what 28 Weeks Later is all about. So you know, again, you tell me why they're sitting here and coming out now with a movie, sitting here making it all about Satan, sitting here basically putting in people's faces, just like with The Walking Dead, that when they pull the plug, if it's not turning into literal infected people, the chaos that's going to ensue whenever they do, I mean, again, it could be in our children's lifetime, it could be in our children's. It's a never ending LARP. That's the point. I'm not here to push people to make them go out here and want to have kids and do this. My whole entire game has always been waking up people beyond just the material sense. You can do whatever you want in your life. The point is there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah,
There's
but see,
nothing you can
thing
do.
is like you don't wake somebody up in a moment. It's a progressive thing that happens over time. Like the amount
And
of
some
progression
people,
that you
and
had
some
at
people,
18
and
is
some
different than at
people,
29
and
or
some
whatever.
people Neo will never wake up, and then they become an agent, and then they're not your friend no more. So, yeah, you have to understand
Right, of
that.
course. I mean, but that's going to happen regardless, though. I mean, that's going to happen regardless,
Oh,
one way or
well,
the other. You can't change
okay,
that.
there you go. So,
You want to play the
I,
game, you're going to have to play the game. I mean, the game is going to happen
well,
regardless.
as soon as
Whether you're here
some
or not, it's
ultra
going to happen.
rich, as soon as some ultra rich Jew wants to pay me to read a script and be paid as a good white devil, then I'm all up for it. But you know, LARP until you die.
Why are you telling people like, oh, I want people to have kids, this, that, the other? It's like, I mean, that's just retarded. It's like, world has always been.
No, I am so saying if you want to, if you have a conversation with a girlfriend or a wife, Al, I want to have kids. Oh, sure, me too. Go for it. I'm just saying, I'm not going to be out there and go out there and have 15 children to create your white kingdom. I'm just
Well, I'm not saying go out and tell like every single person, all like the whole world needs to have more kids. I'm saying like if somebody's like us and interested in things we're talking about, I mean, I want those people to have kids, not like people who are just out to like, yeah, man, I'm trying to make money, or just like Bill Gates of the world, like, yeah, I'd like to make a lot of money so I can like, own more land or something.
I just assume that people always make babies. Dudes want to fuck, girls want to ride usually. So, I mean, usually babies are involved in that. So if you want to, pull off the condom, not use the contraceptives, that's on you. I mean, I'm just not going to sit here and tell people go and fuck. It's just not my kind of LARP.
Yeah, but the problem is like they don't. Yeah, but the thing is like they're telling women like never have kids. Men are evil. Men are rapists, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Et cetera,
That's
right? Like,
nice.
it's not like a
And
neutral
then
thing
and then
where
I
you can
turn
just do
and then I
nothing.
turn around and study where like 30 women who are attractive are getting caught for touching male students at school. So I mean, everyone's weird. I mean, what's your point? The very people we're telling to have kids could lock them up and abuse them. I mean, I'm just saying that I know how ordinary people on the surface are a much more stranger, underneath. So I'm just
But you're saying like, well, bad thing happens, therefore, like, give up. I mean, I'm not like, what the hell? Like, okay, bad shit's always happened. So what?
no, I just know that the only way I remain safe and try my best to stay out of harm's way and to not get involved with shady and bad things and people is to stay in place and not to interact with certain things or people. So, I'm just saying, I'm not, a people person. If you want to go out there and have a bunch of kids and build your white community, go right ahead.
I mean, I'm not even saying it's a white thing or not. I'm saying like, I want good people to have kids, and I want people who don't have good intentions, like maybe second guess. For example,
Well,
like the Renee Good lady, she had 3 kids and everything. She became a lesbian and raised her kids to be like social justice warriors against their own people, against America, against whatever. And again, like, look, the truth is, like, I don't hate immigrants or stuff like that, but I'm like, some point in like pushing immigrants are better people than Americans just because they're immigrants. Like, there are better people that are immigrants too, but still, if we believe in something called America, like, there has to be some sort of standard by which we're like, okay, this is what there has to be some standard essentially, right? So I'm just saying, like, what's the point?
And the same people who look like Renee Goodman and her girlfriend are the same people who are making the AAA games that people like Andy Gaming gets paid thousands of, not millions of dollars to talk about. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're just like a communist, Mark.
Uh-oh. Get the sickle and hammer.
Nah, seriously, I think you're just like you're just counting other niggas' pockets all the time. Like you're just like upset that you're poor.
No.
No, seriously.
I mean,
every time I talk to you,
it would be nice.
It's all about like other people's pockets and money.
It would be nice. Oh, then you obviously only listen to one thing, but I don't expect much from something that allegedly evolved from
I'm
sperm
saying
fluid.
it's like
Anyway.
I'm saying it's like a through line, right, in yourself. Like,
yes, I'm so jealous of the Bentleys and the Ashton Kutchers of the world and the Kevin Darts of the world. Yes, I want to be like, The Rock and get paid while I wear Crocs. Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I think that's like a
well,
an
good
issue.
thing. Good thing I don't base my personality on people's outside observations through a microphone.
Again, don't care.
A good thing I don't care. Imagine feeling mutual.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's an economic zone, Neurotech, right? You know what I mean? Like, all this shit, right, is like, this is just ways of getting cheap labor, right? This is the upper class's way of like promoting cheap labor. That's it. They don't actually believe in anything that they're saying. Like, they don't care about being Americans, right? They
That's
have
right.
no
I want to be a
concept
communist.
of that.
I want to be a paid communist.
Let him
please.
say this.
Please throw him out. Like, he adds nothing to the conversation. He never has. Anyway, right? Like, they don't. These people in the upper class, they don't belong anywhere. Like, they're not Americans, right? They're not anything. They're not Parisians. They're not French. They're not Britons. They're not Britannians, right? They're not fucking Chinese, right? They're not Japanese. They're not Korean, right? They're not anything. They are like, they are, globalists. That's it. That's what that actually means to be a globalist. Like, they're cosmopolitan, which means universal people. Right? Cosmos, universal, motherfucking poly.
Duh!
Right?
See something I don't fucking know.
Right? That's
But
why
you
they're
never
loading
add
you.
anything to the conversation. But you never add anything to. See, it's so fucking stupid.
That's why they're loading everybody up.
You
with,
literally
like, the
just
most
fucking
amount of
said
negative-
something that I already know. You're a fucking idiot. Like, who
Please
doesn't
throw
know what
him
the
out.
is? Who doesn't know what a globalist is, you fucking retard? But no,
Please
I'm
throw him out.
retarded. I'm gonna jack
Anyway.
off the stream and call you a fucking gorilla sperm. How about that?
Did you turn him down?
Jesus.
Yeah.
No, Jack.
Just chill out for a second, Lord. Just please chill off. Christ.
Thank you.
I'm driving, so what's up? I'm just driving, so yeah. All right.
Yeah, I feel like I'm driving too. Like, he's just the most obnoxious retard in the planet for no reason. Anyway, yeah, man, that's why they're loading everybody up with the most negative energy possible, is so that they can stand here and transfuse themselves with our wealth, like the wealth of like the average U.S. citizen, right? Because what they can do is they can expand the monetary pile, right? Take more for themselves, pay us the same, right, and grow their slice of the pie.
Wow, living off the backs of the dead and the young.
Right, fuck him. Anyway, right?
Right. So, yeah. Well, yeah. They're just basically like human farmers. Stefan Molyneux made that point, and even though I don't fully agree with them, I think it's a good like analogy. Like they're basically just trying to farm us as like, wealth extraction cows, and like they just milk us and then throw us in the fucking ditch and throw some lye on top of us and wait for us to disappear essentially.
That's right. So remember
Yeah.
the next time you complain a bunch of
Right. I mean, it's not so much that like they're trying to stand here and like human farm us. They want to farm their fucking like their consumers, right? And this is very important to understand. Like Apple has their consumers, Microsoft has their consumers, Android has their consumers, Samsung has their consumers, right? You know what I mean? Like fucking United Healthcare, Blue Cross Blue Shield, each of them has their own pile of consumers. Right? So it's not universal. It's not like they're like, we want to milk everybody. They're trying to grow their slice. You know what I mean? Like this is the problem, is like everybody thinks that they're just against us. That's not really true. They're actually just trying to grow their shit, and they don't give a fuck what happens after that. They're only focused on their thing. It's like it's that capitalist ideology of like my business, my property, my fucking shit, my profits. Right? Fuck everybody else. Fuck anything else that happens.
Thank you. I already know that thanks to all my corrupt
Do you think that
mayors in my city who are
What?
trying to build
Go ahead, man.
extravagant things that we don't
Go ahead,
need
Neurojack. Talk over him. Fuck him.
crackheads. Well, there's crackheads roaming
Yeah,
the
do you
streets
think
wanna
that,
go to a goddamn casino? What's your point?
do you think that there's a way to make the mechanisms change so that we can actually get a little more like do you think there's any way to change the mechanism so we can actually have more leverage while they're still doing that, or do we just have to stop that first?
Yeah, you have to stop immigration. That's the one step that you really got to get to. You know what I mean? And this is why, like, all right, there's two choices. One is you break off chunks of this bitch for your own, right? That's the whole run to the hills, start your own fucking secondary society. You know what I mean? Do your own like currency thing. That's the Bitcoin digital currency. You know what I mean? All that type of shit, right? That's all that. But like, it's here how do you stop immigration, right? And like, it looks like we're trying to stop immigration. We're trying really fucking hard, but it's not working.
Well, and also but the secondary thing that would have to go beyond those two things, because I agree that one or both of those things have to occur. Secondly, the third thing I think you'd have to do is like get women out of the workforce in some way.
Well, that would naturally happen if you got immigrants out.
Okay, explain that to me, because I'm not sure I follow that one.
Alright. So if you got immigrants out of the fucking workforce, the men's labor is worth way more. Like everybody's labor is worth way more, right? So women naturally would be able to like stay the fuck home, and dudes would be able to support them and their children, right? And the housing would be cheap and affordable. So like all of a sudden, women who actually don't want to work, like most women don't want to actually fucking work, they'd get out of the workforce anyway.
Yeah, I know very few women that want to actually like go work. They only want to work for like utilitarian purposes, like, well, I need to pay this bill, or I want to spend this money, therefore like I'll do a job or something, right? Or I don't want to be married to this guy anymore or whatever, right? Like there's always like some ulterior motive. There's never like I want to provide a service that actually helps people.
Okay.
Usually.
Let me hit you with this, right? Because this is I've had this experience like 6 or 7 or 8 times. So like, I'll start dating a female, right? And she'll be like, boss babe, da 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 da. You know what I mean? She's making all this money. You know what I mean? She has a really decent place and nice car and all this type of shit. And guaranteed, like the second or third night, you know what I mean, that I'm around her, she will break down and start crying her eyeballs out about how tired she is and how much she doesn't want to work any fucking more and how much she hates it. Right? It's not that like, you know, they want to actually like spend all that money and blah 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 blah. Right? It's more like they don't want to like give up the system, right? Without having like a proper support mechanism behind them, right? This is the kind of the problem that we have is like where women would much rather like live or like fucking be supplied to or be like taken care of by a proper man, right? By like a topper end dude, right? Than by the fucking government. But they'd much rather have the government take care of them than be with like a fucking weak chin, soft built, like sickly motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Well, and you know, I know that some people would say that like they're doing this to men on purpose, and you would say like, well, it's just effect. You're saying it's just the effect of capitalism, right? But like there is like somewhat of the system and somewhat the people, right? Like I mean, obviously a lot of us didn't grow up with dads and shit, so I mean that's part of it for sure.
Right.
And
He went out to go get milk and a pack of cigarettes and never came back. But I thought that only happened to black people. So I don't know. Is that
Right.
racist?
Anyway, right? So like the point is that you have like these dudes who you know what I mean, like no woman actually wants to be with is the problem. Right? That's the issue. Right? It's not that like, you know, they don't like all dudes, right? Because Renee Good had 3 kids. You know what I mean? She ended up getting with a lesbian because she was with like a dude who was like a bag. You know what I mean? Because she went and probably followed that liberal ideology of like, oh, you know, like I'm gonna marry, you know what I mean, it's fucking whatever, da da da. And she had a really bad time with it. And I've had that happen. Like, listen, my fucking my fucking ex-wife, my first wife, her mom was a lesbian, right? But she had 3 fucking children. The first guy, you know what I mean, was like just a bag of shit human being, just as an in general thing. But he was like 6'7" or 6'5", you know what I mean, big, strong, broad shoulder, you know what I mean, like solid built motherfucker. Like he looked like he should have been like doing framing for a living, or like 100 or 200, 300 years ago, he'd be building ships in a shipyard somewhere. You know what I mean? Or like fucking 100 years ago, he'd been like doing crew at Harvard. You know what I'm saying? Like he was built like an aristocrat, right? And then she got married to like a guy who earned money, but he was a fat piece of shit, right? Who was a complete drug addict. And then she ended up turning into being like a fucking lesbian, you know? And she got with like a fucking, apparently she got with some female who, you know what I mean, was like much nicer than him.
well, don't you see that? See, this is where I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that, and I think that like this is something that I'm trying to say to like these right wing, like especially Groypers, because honestly, like I think that a lot of Knicks fans are pretty smart young kids. You know what I mean? And I think that like they just don't understand women, and I think that's the big flaw that I see. Right? Like they're being lied to so heavily about women in general, and so I would agree. I think that's one of the things that we have to get ahead of in a lot of ways. And so I guess what I'm saying is like, how do you think that we could do that? So like, if we get the first 2 things, and then the whole women question is going to be a part of that, right? You know, how do we get guys up to speed on like what? I don't know. I'm trying to think of like, how do we hijack the Groyper movement in particular, but also other and I'll tell you this also, like one thing I do like about a lot of black guys I talk to, not all, obviously they have their own problems too, but a lot of black guys do understand women a little bit better than the average like white guy, right? And I think that's part of the reason what's going on right now. And so how do we kind of like reach out to these people and like get them up to speed? Or maybe we shouldn't. I mean, are you saying that people are just going to take themselves out and like
and we should. I mean, because like for me, like I don't really blame women for like being lesbian or even gay guys for being guys. It's like it's kind of irrelevant to me. Like they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do, right? But it's like so much of the right wing is focused on like, oh, we need to get this out of get the gays out of this and the trans out of that. It's like let's get our own priority straight first. Is kind of like my answer. You know what I mean? Like let's get our own shit straight first, then we can go worry about all that shit later. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, all right. So you want to get rid of like the lesbian type of shit? You know, what I mean, you want to get rid of like the trans shit. You have to get rid of the corporate shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the big thing with like, all right. So the trans movement isn't a movement of like actual sexuality, right? What the trans movement is like a movement of corporatism. It's a way for like corporations to have androgynous drones that's never going to cause them any sexual harassment suits, right? That's never going to stand here and like miss any time because they're going to have kids, right? They're always going to need medical treatment. They're going to consume all the fucking goy slop all the fucking time, right? They are going to like, you know what I mean, be happy working in a fucking closet coding all day long, right? Like that's what the trans movement really actually is, right? It has absolutely nothing to do, right, with sexuality. This is a corporate upper class fucking movement. That's why like the management kids are the ones who like fucking end up being trans. Right? You want to get rid of that, you have to get rid of corporatism. You have to get rid of cubicle monkeys. And the way you deal with that is through technology, believe it or not. Right? The work from home shit is how you solve transism. You got to get rid of the office, which is completely doable, but they just don't want to. Right?
I actually totally agree with you on that. I think one of the worst things that's happened because I saw it here in I'll tell you this. I think the reason why they reversed on the work from home thing is that like the Bay Area, like the San Francisco Silicon Valley area got far more conservative because a lot of these people stayed home for 3 years. They fucking got women pregnant and they're like, why the fuck would I do this any other way? See what I'm saying? And they're like,
Yeah.
no, we can't have that. You guys got to come back in the office now, right?
Well, no. Like the big reason why it is that, like, you know, what I mean, you had everybody go back in the office. A lot of it was government, right? Because the government was losing revenue because people weren't frequenting like their local restaurants and like their downtowns and all that fucking like shit they put in to like gain like all those businesses, like all the infrastructure they put in for all that shit was getting fucking eaten alive, right? That's what that's about, right? Like so, because there's one of these. I just saw an article the other day from like my local newspaper that said, "Is Harrisburg's downtown failing because of work from home?" Right? This is 100% a government thing.
Well, so yes, in a sense. So, and I'm not really going to disagree with what you're saying, but I'll say it like this as well. It's also because, and this is kind of what me, you, and Gio were talking about too, where it's like, yes, that's true, but also I would say it's because like the level of service and quality of the goods and services we consume have gone down, largely due to women being in the workplace and immigration. To be 100% honest with you, right? Like,
Right.
I'll give you an example. Okay, as an example, like I like Chinese immigrants, okay, for the most part. But like, I went to go get my hair cut the other day, right? And I went into a Chinese place, and they just looked at me with like a dead ass stare, like not really interested, blah 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 blah. And I was like, you know what, fuck this. And then I went to somewhere else where a Vietnamese woman cut my hair, and she was actually happy to see me and like actually cut my hair right. So my point is that, you know, you know, it's kind of like one of these things where because like if you want to get your hair cut by a man in California and actually like go to like a normal barbershop, it's going to cost you like $50 to $100, right? Which is fucking insane, you know. And
No, man, that's, again, okay. So like, okay, how much was a haircut back in like the 90s? Do you remember?
$10, $15 for me. Where I
Okay,
grew up.
so yeah, I got you. I got you. How much was a car back in the 90s?
Like $8,000 probably or something. I don't know. Like,
Right.
yeah. So like, yeah, you're right. You know, like 5 times the price, basically. Like, yeah, like five. Yeah, everything's gone up by like 5x essentially. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, like, if this is this really, I mean, unnormal?
No, I get you. I get you. Well, and but I'll give you another example. Like, if you go and get your car cleaned by, I mean, who's going to be cleaning your car? It's going to be a bunch of Mexicans, right? Like they hate their job. They don't want to do it. And I mean, again, some of them do really really well. I've actually done car detailing. It's a fucking. It's not. I don't want to say it's hard, but like to do it well, it is a skill. Like there's a skill to it, especially if you need it done very well and quickly, right? Like there's a skill set to it, right? But of course, like they just want like whoever they can hire to come work this job as cheap as possible and like do as shitty of a job that's like just barely good enough so like you'll come back because it's just slightly cheaper than if you actually went to a real you know what I'm saying, like actual detailer, right? Because a real detailer is going to charge you like $150 minimum, you know, to actually like sit there and like detail your car for 3 hours, right?
There you go,
So
boss. I'm bobtailing out because I'm coming back. I'm gonna come. I gotta go grab a load at the Rudders and bring it back over. Sorry. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Here's the thing though, right? So like here, I mean, who's gonna wash your car? Who's gonna wash and detail your car? Oh, it's gonna be somebody from work release. It's gonna be like probably like a black dude from work release, right? Or like it's gonna be like a white dude with a meth addiction.
yeah, that's interesting.
Gotcha.
That's interesting.
Right.
I never seen that, but I believe you. You know what I mean? I'm sure that's a real thing for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, and those people need jobs. You know what I mean? So I mean, I have mixed feelings on that for sure. But at least it's like it is somebody from America. I mean, I really hate drugs. You know what I mean? So like that's a big thing for me. Like I don't like people on drugs. But
Yeah,
you know,
like
I get it.
I've never had a haircut from like an Asian person ever.
Really?
Like, it's always been a white chick. Always a white girl.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've seen like, well, I mean, I guess they have that out here, but like I think, I mean, I don't know. Shit has changed a lot, man. There's very few like white people barbershops or salons out here. Like, I mean, I'm sure they're around, but you know,
Not all
they
of
don't.
ours.
I
All
haven't
of
seen
ours
I
are-
haven't
it's
seen them where I'm
either-
at.
Yeah, it's either that or like it's a black-owned barbershop. One of the two.
Yeah, actually, I've been to I used to go to a black-owned barbershop when I used to live, you know, like 30 miles south of where I live, or well, yeah, about 30 miles south of where I'm at. And that was one of the best barbershops I ever went to in my
Yeah.
life. It was a nice one. But then I don't even have those around where I live at. I mean, again, they're around, but they're usually like in Oakland where you're probably going to get robbed. So like, I don't go to Oakland. So you know, I pretty much avoid Oakland at all costs. But yeah, they're around. You know, but I feel you. So I guess what I'm saying is like,
I don't really go to the black ones here, right? Because like they're in the hood and like it's kind of like it's a club for black people, same as like a Sons of Italy or what I mean, like I don't know, like the Croat Club or the Dutch Club or something.
yeah,
You know
no,
what I
I
mean? Like
get
it's
it.
not it. Like the Sons of
Now
Italy, I can go hang out at if I want to. You know what I mean? Like it's home for me. It's like a home base. It's like it's basically like an Italian what the hell? What are those places you call like embassy? It's an Italian embassy, right? You know, like I can go there like, hey, what up? Right? And they're like, yo, like, what's your last name? You know, and I tell them like, oh, cool, welcome home. You know what I mean? And they'll just roll out the welcome mat for you and hand you a beer, right? Like, you know, and you can ask for favors or whatever the case is that you need. You know, I mean that type of stuff. They have like scholarships for us, all these type of things, right? In the black barbershop, you go in there, get caught up on like a local politics, what I mean, all these type of things, and you know what I mean. And like, if you're from the area, you know what I mean? Like if you grew up there and like these are your people, you know what I mean? Like you're from that neighborhood and everybody knows you, 100%. You can be a white person. Well, I used to have a black barbershop called GQ's that we all used to go to, right? That's where we all used to get fades and shit. You know what I mean? And like, it was nice. I miss going to GQ's. It's been a long
Right.
fucking time, you know?
Yeah, I wish
I
there
think
was
that
shit like
closed down.
that. But then, well, yeah, not well. I think that's the kind of thing that we do need is like a man's barbershop that becomes like a meeting place, exchange of place. A bar. Even though I don't really drink, but something like a bar where it's like
Mm.
if there's you're not it's not like a bunch of like aggressive drunk alcoholic people. Like I don't really like bars that much for that reason, but in theory,
Well,
I mean, I went to a lot of bars. I went to more bars before 21 than after 21. I'll put it that way. So
what you need is a club. You don't need a bar, right? Because like bars are frequented by retards, right? And I mean, like bars are places where like women can come, right? And any like this is what I was talking about, like exclusivity, right? With your YouTube channel, right? You have to learn how to tell motherfuckers no. You know what I mean? Like, no, you're not gonna come ruin my shit. No, you're not gonna come step all over my shit all over it. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with like a club. You have to be able to tell motherfuckers no, right? I'm not interested in having you around, right? And that's the cool thing about having like a private club. You know what I mean? You can choose the fucking membership, right? And it's not about it being a hug box, it's about it being like a safe place for the discussions that you want to be able to have. You know what I mean? And if somebody steps out of line, you can pull their card and go, no, motherfucker, you're not coming back here anymore. You know what I mean? Like if they get too drunk and act like a fucking asshole, you know what I mean, and start like tearing the place up, or I mean, they get all like violent, retarded, whatever. They're not like it's all right if motherfuckers get violent sometimes, but like it's one of them things where it's like, oh,
like
I don't
within
want somebody
bounds.
who's gonna cause real, yeah.
Yeah,
You
within
know,
bounds.
like you had that guy. He's like, hey, you motherfucker, I swear to God, right? And like you love the guy, you know what I mean? Like, all right, listen, we're gonna let him go, you know what I mean? Like it is what it is. You know how you get sometimes, right? But like he's a sharp guy, or he runs like whatever business, and you want to have him around, you know what I mean? That type of thing, right?
Too bad, Pinoid. I'm always
But like,
around here, motherfucker.
yeah, but like what you want to do is you want to have that shit be exclusive, where like you can go, no, you're not going to be around. No, we're not going to tolerate your bullshit. No, you know what I mean? Like, yo, we don't need you derailing things or acting like a fucking asshole, or you know what I mean, like bringing like the riffraff in here, or doing drugs or selling drugs, or you know what I mean, like just trying to fuck bitches or causing like headaches, bringing cops in, or we don't trust you to be able to have these conversations. That's like you got to have clubs, right? It cannot just be, oh, you need a barber shop, right? Because a barber shop is like cool for like day to day shit. You know what I mean?
I'd rather have my gay sex orgy elitists.
But like we're not just needing day to day shit. You need solid long term social bonds in a community with motherfuckers that actually run things. That's why the Masons were always like great, or like the Lions, or like the Moose Lodge, right? Like you had to have a membership, and you could lose it for acting like an asshole or not upholding your obligations.
Well, yeah, I definitely agree. There has to be some sort of standard. Well,
Yeah.
and here's the thing is like I think a lot of guys like
Is that why Freemason lodges are stalking me on my TikTok, Pinoid? Because I'm just a stupid AI.
Yeah, don't stop. Yo, just talk over him. He's retarded.
Oh.
Treat him like the child he is, right? Adults are talking. Just talk over him like he's not there. Eventually, he'll fix his shit or he'll fucking leave. It's up to him.
No, Pinoid. It is my
Well, see,
daily duty
here's the
to
thing.
annoy the fuck out of you.
Here's the thing, though, is like like everybody wants exclusivity, but not everybody wants to do what's necessary to get exclusivity. I guess you say. So I get what you're saying.
agree.
Like,
I agree. LARP's still here.
LARP, like, what's your problem? I mean, just air out whatever your problem is. Like, say your problem. What's your problem, man? What's your problem with Pinoid here? Pinoid's trying to give you some wisdom as a man who's done some shit.
He goes out of his way to attack me, so I don't get your drift. But yeah, like everyone else who's made death threats against me. But yeah, which point?
Yeah,
exactly.
but he's like actually giving some wisdom here. Like, I don't understand what like you don't want some wisdom laid down on you.
I've gotten wisdom from 3 people who have millions of subscribers on their YouTube, and they told me basically, if you're not rich, you won't ever get what I'm getting. So what's your point?
Yeah, but why are you listening to them? They don't care about you, so why would you care? Why would you care about them?
Neither does Pinoid. So
I mean, he's
Damn,
he's trying to tell you some advice that might actually help you.
I haven't heard not a damn piece of advice structured toward me. Just a bunch of people who are supposed to have babies and continue being in the rat race. That's all I've basically heard. I haven't
Then
heard
you're
no
not
personal advice for me.
you're not you're obviously not listening then. Well,
Oh,
Anyway, right. Back to the conversation at hand. Right. So now, where the hell were we? Oh yeah, fucking we were talking
clubs,
about
clubs.
exclusivity. Exclusivity is very important, right? Like the way that they end up like destroying everything that we have is by forcing everybody to be inclusive, right? What you need to be is exclusive. Highly important, right? Being inclusive of everybody is fucking retarded, right? We all know this inherently, right? But we still defend these dogmas like of like liberalism with like the death of us because we get upset when we are excluded. You can't be upset when you're excluded from things. You know what I mean? Like as a man, right? You have to go, okay, well, I'm not welcome here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Right?
do.
Yeah.
I mean,
So that's kind of thing. So as a man, you have to motherfucking like be ready to go. Hey, listen, I'm going to go and you know what I mean, like yo, do what I do, right? And I'm gonna take care of this. And you have to have people around you can trust on that level to be able to do that type of shit.
you need people to watch your back, essentially.
You just need individuals around who are trustworthy, right? And who are valuable. There you go, boss. Thank you, sir. I'll be back. Right? You have to have people around you who are trustworthy, right? And who like, you know, are valuable to you. Right? If nobody offers you, if somebody doesn't offer you any value at all, right? If there's no value proposition in like a relationship, why the fuck are you in it? You know what I mean?
Well, this is one reason. Like, I have a lot of hope for women because women seem to inherently know this way more than men do on average. I
Yeah.
don't know if you know. They women definitely use their social acuity for that purpose. I would say.
Oh. Well, it's not just social acuity. It's more like, you know, women have to like historically and like, you know, just basic understanding of like nature, right? They're looking for, you know what I mean, like the opposite sex people who are capable of giving them provision, protection, and you know what I mean, like the fields, right? So like, you know, like this is all right, women want like three things, right? And like sometimes it's like exclusive and sometimes it's mixed, right? They either want a guy who like makes them feel secure, right? So they want that Billy badass motherfucker who can knock somebody out, right? They want somebody who's able to give provision, right? So they want somebody who actually, you know what I mean, has money and is capable and competent, right? And then they also want somebody who's pretty. You know what I mean? They want a handsome dude who's going to make good offspring, right? And like if you don't offer those three things, like in particular, the big ones are like the looks and the motherfucking protection. And 99.9% of men in this fucking society don't offer the protection aspect, right? They have no ability to fight. They have no ability to protect, right? They have no ability to motherfucking stand, and they're also ugly and they have no chin, right? Because nerds have been breeding forever. For like 100 years, we've let nerds breed, and it's not positive for our society. The mediocre have now taken over like the capable and the competent and the strong.
And do you think that they're aware? Do you think that these nerds are aware of the position that they're in, as far as like that they're gonna try to fuck they're gonna try to fuck us all over in order to keep their position, like
Yes.
overtly, or do you think that like
Yes.
what I mean is like they're okay, so they're hyper aware of it, right?
Yeah.
And do you think that's why? I mean, so you would argue that they're doing all these things against us, particularly using women as like a proxy war against men, right?
Yep.
What do you think is the best defense against that situation, I guess?
I mean, the best defense against like women using, you know, what I mean, like the state is, or these nerds using the state as an attack vector against us. I mean, at
Yeah,
that point,
yeah.
like you just got to conduct warfare against them, right? That's the only answer to that at that point, right? You know, like you got to take away their toys and just like, you know, either destroy them or enslave them.
So for example, though, like, do you think that people like Garvin and Weinstein and Thiel, or any number of these people like JD Vance, do you think that any of them are like actually somewhat on our side, or more like they may be playing their own game, but they've opened the door for us, I guess?
Yarvin is 100% on our side, right? Yarvin's an elite theorist, right? And that's this is the basis of elite theory, right? You know, like yeah, like if you're an Italian school guy, which Yarvin is a patron of, right? If you're a Machiavellian type of dude, you're on this. You know, I mean, this is your wheelhouse. That you understand this inherently, right? And Yarvin wants to be, you know, what I mean, like he wants, you know, what I mean, highly capable, strong men to be fucking ruling, right? You know, I mean, that's his basis for a fucking monarchy. That's what he's asking for. I think JD understands this. I think God, listen, I don't really know him well enough. Like, I don't really understand him well enough to like say what he is or isn't. You know what I mean? Like his general vibe is that of a lower class like bitch, right? And that's what I think he needs to become a strong man, right? He needs to punch. Like I've said it before, he needs to punch somebody in the motherfucking mouth.
Well, I'll tell you this: the first time I've ever respected him is when he came out and said, "Look, Renee Good jumped in front of a cop. Ran over a cop. She got shot. Like, get over it." I mean, that's the first time I've ever really respected that dude. I was like, that takes some balls to come out and say that. You know, like.
I mean, I don't think it takes balls to say that. I think that's just, you know what I mean, like own the libs.
As the vice president of the United States, I think it does somewhat.
I don't.
Really? Interesting.
No.
Why is that?
I mean, because, you know what I mean, like fucking that's literally just his job, right? I would respect him if he punched somebody in the fucking mouth, right? Like, what does he risk by saying what he said?
Well, I mean, political capital. He could be. You could say that he's like squandering whatever political capital he has.
I mean, he doesn't have any political capital.
I mean, if he's trying to become president of the United States and he's like, well, you know, the cop. I mean, like, again, I'm not disagreeing with him, but he's saying like, well, basically, like, if you do something stupid in front of a cop and they shoot you in the face, like, fuck it, like,
Yeah, again,
like,
what?
you know-
Explain to me the political capital he has.
Well, I mean, he's the person who's probably going to be running for president in a couple of years.
Again, explain to me the political capital that he has.
Well, he definitely doesn't have as much as he should if he wants to become president, for sure.
I fucking agree, dog. I fucking agree. So, I'm saying, what is he really risking? You know what I mean? Like, he's not risking anything by like, okay, so, you ever heard that fortune favors the bold thing?
Oh yeah, for sure, I believe it. Yeah.
Right? Like, he gains political capital by being bold. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not
I
risking
agree.
anything. You know what I mean? By standing here saying some wild shit.
Well, what
He's
I mean
actually
is that
gaining he gains by doing this.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, like, he gives the other side like an excuse to say, look how dangerous and evil this guy is. He wants the police executing people. Now, is that true? No, but He's definitely giving them the political capital to like use as whatever excuse for the next bullshit they're doing. They're gonna run, I guess.
I mean, listen, like they're still trying to like pull off this January 6th with some, like, terrible event in our fucking nation's history or whatever, right?
Yeah, I know. I think that's I think that's pretty much bullshit for sure. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, like, no. I mean, like, 100%, it was a protest, right? All it was a protest. Nothing more, nothing less, right? That's all it was. There was no revolution, right? If they like, okay, an insurrection is if motherfuckers bring guns, right? That's it, right? You know what I mean? Like, they didn't have any like ability to hold the Capitol. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you had like a million, like if you had like a million, like leftists there, and they did a sit-in, it would have had the same exact effect. You know what I mean? If they were to like lie down in traffic and, like fucking Pennsylvania Avenue and Washington Circle and shit, or on I-95, right, and shut down the Capitol as a whole, right, on K Street, whatever it is, it would have been the same exact thing. Like, there'd have been no fucking difference at all, right? They had no ability to hold anything. They were just going, kill us in order to move us, right? Or like pick us up and make us move, these type of things. But because there was a guy with like a fucking, like a Viking helmet and, like blue paint on him, all of a sudden this was an insurrection, right? It's nonsense, right? This is all dumb, ridiculous, stupid bullshit that, is absolutely fucking like normal in any country.
I mean, wasn't it staged?
I mean, yes and no, right? I mean, so, okay. There's a difference between staged and like taken advantage of. And the state will take advantage of situations to make them move forward. Like, for instance, the fucking Capitol Police, like leading them into the fucking white, or letting open the doors and letting them go in, right? But like, them, standing here, like having a protest and being upset and like yelling and somebody constructing a gallows out front. This is just, like
right.
normal protest.
Well, see, this is natural. But see, this is the thing is like, here's what I would say, and this is kind of what I'm saying is like, if the police were, or whoever set these people up, because obviously somebody set the Jan 6 people up to fuck them, to fuck over the people who were protesting, right? Whoever that was obviously a Machiavellian in some way. And what I'm saying to people who have these beliefs is like, you have to become more Machiavellian so you don't get fucking, tricked in every stupid little thing every time, right? And again, going and doing a 1 million man march in Washington, D.C. is kind of retarded in my opinion. Like, I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's kind of retarded.
Wait. It's retarded if you don't bring guns.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you remember Adam Kokesh, but he tried that and he went to prison for like a couple of years, right? So.
Well, no, I'm saying like, if you, if you're gonna have 1 million men there, right? If you have, I don't know what it was like, fucking 80,000 people, whatever it is, right? If you have 80,000 people there, you need to bring firearms, right? Like, if you're gonna go with the king, nigga, number one, don't miss. Number two, don't approach him without a sword in your hand. Like, what is wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like, don't go fishing in the Rubicon, son. You know what I mean? Like, that's not how things work.
Right, but my point is like, everybody went there thinking we're just gonna like exercise our rights to be heard, that we don't believe the election or whatever. And like, all I'm saying is like, there are better ways to do that, like, economic things, unions.
There's no better way to do it, right? But again, if you're gonna do this, right, like, don't show up, and not have any force behind you. It's kind of the mental.
Well, yeah. Right? Well, what I'm saying is like, what I'm saying is like, given if I agree with your point and say like, well, yes, that would be the best way to do it. But like, since these people were just basically a bunch of like right wing hippies, like, oh, peace and love, man, we just don't like this thing being fucked over, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's not the smartest move that you can make as a Machiavellian, right? Like, you would actually like
Yeah,
go and
that's
get the shit in
that
order,
is
right?
the dumbest move you can make as a Machiavellian.
Right. And again, this is one of the reasons I lost respect for people like Alex Jones, because he was like out there like, oh, we'll go, we need to go up to the Capitol and this and that. I was just sitting there thinking like, man, like, look, there's a lot of things you could do. That's not one of them that I would think is like the smart move to go and do, right? Like, you're really serious about, like you said, like if you're really serious about this shit, like, like you here's the thing is like, if you want to crack some egg, if you want to make an omelet, you're going to crack some eggs, but it's like everybody's like, let's not crack the eggs, but let's make an omelet. It's like, it's not going to work, you know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, like they're boiling the eggs and then not eating them. You know what I mean? Like if they want to eat the eggs with the shell still on. It doesn't work that way. I agree. That's a good metaphor for this. Right? I like that. That's a very good metaphor for this. I might steal that from you. Right?
Yeah, please do,
Um,
please do. Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm just trying to move the needle, man, because it's like I've been talking about this. I mean, well, I've been talking about it for 3 or 4 years, but I've been really looking at it for like 15 years, right? And it's like it's just so frustrating that the level of the conversation is like it's so retarded. And here's the thing again, like the Groypers, as much as I like have my issues with some of what they say, I think that they're like the greatest hope of like getting some points across. And I'll tell you, like a lot of women, I'm telling you, like I'm noticing a lot of women are they're not totally against what we're talking about or the Groypers or all this stuff. Like I think a big misconception that guys have is they think that like, oh, all these women, they hate conservatives, they hate this, they hate, like I don't think that's true at all personally. Like I just have. I mean, maybe it's because of where I live, but like I have not experienced this in my real life, right? Like I just don't think that this is a real thing.
Oh
That's
no no
happening.
no no no! It is a real thing, right? You know what I mean? It's the same way that like knee jerk wise, my generation hates religious people, right?
Okay, I got you. Okay.
You know what I mean? Like the moment.
Well, what I mean is younger women, like women under 30 or women under 25, is kind of what I'm talking
Oh
about.
no,
Like,
they expect. Yeah, they hate conservative. Yeah, women under 25 hate conservatives, right? Almost all women do, just as a whole. And it's a knee jerk thing. It's one of those like Pavlovian things that we all got trained with back in the day, right? Um, we were all trained in this mentality, right? Where it's like we hate the idea of it instinctively rather than it being like what I mean, a fucking like a natural fucking hatred. You know what I mean? It's an instinctive, ingrained response that was taught to us through propaganda over the years, right? That's what that is. It's like for instance, everybody hates the guy who shows up with a sweater vest and like the white shorts, right? With the pastel shirts. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? With the coiffed hair. You know what I'm talking about? Any idea what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Everybody
yeah, I do.
hates that
Sorry,
guy.
I was in another screen. I couldn't hit my unmute button. Yeah, I do know what you're talking about. I've met these people
Yeah.
for sure.
Well, it's not. You don't even have to hate. You don't even have to meet these people to hate them, right? It's one of those things where it's like you hate them because like you just naturally hate them because you've been taught to hate them through media and propaganda.
Are you describing Tucker Carlson, Butcher?
Not really. I mean, but yes, right. Tucker is one of those guys, right? But you are instinctively trained, right, as a modern human to hate that person, right? Just in general, you are trained, right, through like movies and TV and college shit and all that stuff, to naturally just despise that person.
And are you saying that's a bad thing or a good thing or what, or a little bit of both?
A little bit of both. You know what I mean? Like I naturally hate that person, you know what I mean, because like that's the enemy of me personally.
Well, I
right?
mean, it's kind of like this. Like when women say they don't like conservatives, here's another. I'll use a different analogy. Like your analogy of like a lot of women want to fuck the fry cook more than like a billionaire. See, like this is
Yes.
a hidden truth. Of, like a lot of women say that like, oh like my fantasy is to be with a vampire or a billionaire or a vampire billionaire or something. But most women like they go and see like the dude with tattoos up to his neck and his hands and he's a fry cook and a whatever. Like they're probably going to be more interested in that guy in general than like the billionaire if they actually met the billionaire, for example, right? So that's kind of like this weird thing where people don't they kind of get it twisted and they think like I mean, it's like funny. Like when I walked around in a suit and a tie, or even just like professionally dressed and like was like completely clean shaven and worked out all the time and great shape, etc. I got some attention. You know what I mean? But like but when I was working as a cook in the back of a thing, in the back of a restaurant, I would say like I got 3 times on average more attention doing that than I did like, which is kind of weird. Like people don't understand. Like it's hard to describe if you never experienced it, but it's like it's a weird thing where it's like they just want like I don't know. This it's hard to I don't know what it is, but like you said, it's like they want this like 3 things. And again, this is kind of what I'm saying about men is like a lot of men think that they have to go and be like the super provider, like I need to make $150,000 a year to get a woman or whatever. Like I think a lot of guys have this impression or something, right? And
I mean, like, if you
yeah,
have kids, you want the 150 racks, right? But in order to have the kids, you got to be the fry cook, right? Or you got to be like the ex-con, or you have to be like the mechanic, right? Or like the roofer type of person, right? You got to be like that savage motherfucker who's, drunk and doing coke on the weekends and shit, right? That's the guy that has the kids, that gets the woman that fucking gets the girl pregnant.
and I think that's one of the side outs that a movie like Scarface did, where like first you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the woman or whatever, right? And I think that's kind of backwards in a way.
Yeah.
Like
First you get the power, then you get the women, then you get the money. That's how that shit works, right? And then women don't actually like care about money, right? They just care about the experiences.
right, yeah, and I think that, and that's something that that I had to learn the hard way. I mean, I kind of knew it instinctively, but you definitely learn it more over time the older you get. Where
Yeah,
like you said, the experience. I think the experiences are the one thing, and I think it's why all women say that they love to travel. What they're really saying is like, I love to have like weird, fun experiences that are unique to me that nobody else could have, or something like that. If that makes any sense.
yeah, right. They just want to go do shit all the time, right? They want to have fun. They want to experience life moment by moment and just like be lost in it constantly, right? That's what they want. Like I don't, and you can do this for a female, right? Like this isn't even that fucking hard to do, right? But it just requires you to like, I don't know, be willing to like, fucking. You have to be like the savage and like the romantic at the same time, right? You got
A
to be that
warrior,
gorilla who like,
a
yeah,
warrior poet.
warrior poet. Yeah, you got to be both of those, right? You know, like I bring back like fried chicken from West Virginia, right? Or like last night I brought home cinnamon buns for the kids and my female when they got up for work or got up today, right? And like these are things you do, but on the same point, like I'll still like grab a hold of my female, pick her up and throw her over top my fucking shoulders, and just go bomb her on the bed and like just like savage her. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what up, ma? How you living? All right.
You are an Appalachian gorilla, that's for sure. And but yeah, I think there's something. So you're kind of saying like there's like a practice. So there's like the practicality side of it too. It's like yes, you're willing to work hard and make money, but you're also like practically capable of like speaking some poetry and like punching a dude in the face and like banging her where she shouldn't get banged at or something like that. You get the idea.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know you're probably in public, so you can't really be talking about that.
No,
Mo-
you're fine. You're fine.
White male. What's on your mind?
Not much. Just listening to you guys. Trying to figure out where I can get in. But yeah, I think you guys are doing good. Yeah, I'm just gonna follow what you guys were talking about for a little bit. Yeah, I don't have any.
Well,
I
Browns boy, your skill set and also Dr. Kelson's skill set. I do think you guys have some valuable skill sets. Like I said, I want to bring these younger fellows into the whole panelverse and fuck up the panelverse. I mean, the panelverse is it's destroyed.
Yeah, it's
getting stale.
It's contrived, and the brick walls. They're no longer just. We're not no longer just are there brick walls? No, like we actually found where they are.
Runners.
You know what? I would doubt. Man, I swear I wouldn't go on TikTok ever, but it's been forever.
Yeah, and like they don't.
And I think if it helps out, I would give it a shot. But I'm personally not interested in my own interactions on TikTok, but I would do it for the cause of
yeah, I'm not really interested in it that much either, honestly. Like, I mean, I can go and fuck up channels on there, but really what I'm interested in doing is finding like people who are really interested in the topics we discuss and giving them a place to actually discuss it. That's what I'm saying. Is like, there's not a lot of places you can go and like openly talk about shit, and actually be serious about it, whatsoever, right? Like most places, they're gonna fucking dunk you before you get your first point across, essentially. Like, and there's a lot of people on TikTok that want to actually engage in the stuff that we all talk about and we're interested in. And I think a lot of them are totally unaware that that a lot of these people are actors. Like I talked to a white nationalist today, and I started talking to him, and like the first thing he disagreed with, he just like kicked me off the panel. And he's like, you're a race traitor. You hate white people, and you're a leftist. You're a communist. It's like they're not even interested in like hearing a different opinion. It's just like they're there to basically get their balls licked by some retard or something. And that's basically the whole panelverse. Like with Talcott. Like Talcott just wants somebody to come up and just like play a game, play patty cake with him or whatever, or whatever's going on. I don't know.
Yeah, they want, the way I look at it is they want people to toss them softballs all day. They want easy views. They want to I really don't agree with a lot of extreme positions, I don't think. So like a lot of them come off instantly as like polarized thinkers or whatever, to me. But then I realized a lot of it was contrived and controlled, and before I even got here, there were groups around here of idiots that had a scheme going. They were running a template, covertly together before I even got here. So like that's a huge disadvantage, But yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. I mean, I would check. I haven't even watched anything on TikTok, dude. So like.
Well, I'll give you an example like this. Like here's the thing about Andrew Wilson. Like what I've realized is like Andrew Wilson is not appealing to guys like us because we've actually experienced things in life. But who he appeals to is like 19, 20-year-old guys who don't like the direction of society, and they're like, well, Andrew Wilson has experience. He's a guy who's thought about these things. And look, to his credit, he has some ideas that are like worth exploring and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's like, I don't like the way he treats his audience. He treats his audience like a bunch of stupid people that need to be like talked down to, right? Like I think that we can do better than that personally, right? I want to see something more than that, that like actually build them up and like get them to like get on the right path. Like I don't want to see this like, you're my pay piggy, pay me some money so I can go like yell at women who are prostitutes or something. You see what I'm saying? Like I think that's a really stupid brand, you know, in my opinion, you know. Because what is that teaching man? It's teaching man like, oh, just go beat up on a woman who's a prostitute because you feel like you're superior to her or something, right? Like, and I get like Andrew Wilson's better than that in a lot of ways, you know what I mean? But I think that's the message that a lot of people get from what he's doing. You see what I mean? So like, I'm just saying like, I want to see a better direction for that shit, you know? Like a more not even positive, not even positivity, but just like, you know, I don't know. I don't want to see this bullshit like Talcott, like, oh, well, let's go peace and love, brother, or you know, Andrew Wilson's like, well, you know, let's, you know, go tell women that they're fucking sluts or something or what, you know, whatever. I mean, you know, I think there's something
Yeah.
better than that available, you know, and not to sound like Talcott, like peace is available. I don't believe that either, right? But you know, you get the idea.
Yeah.
Oh, peace is available for the right price.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I agree with all of that. Yeah, I think getting outreach is a great thing. You know, you can't deny that. So, you know, what are the options? You know, let's go through them, and we could test them out. You know, I'm always down for testing things out. But yeah, so the way that I look at like Talcott or basically any actor show is that they're always running a template. So like the template is very simple to understand. What's being presented, if it's not good for the template, it will be ignored, or it'll be rejected, ignored, or flipped on you. And then that's just a gaslight game, and then that's just like I think I'm, you know, that's how they play. That's how they're able to play both sides of whatever people are doing. So it's a template, and once you see like, okay, everyone's running these templates, it really takes like, you can start to see why their moves are happening, and yeah, I don't know.
Hang on.
So I think there's a lot of whack templates out there, and like covert templates, and there's a lot of people that, you know, a lot of people will sell out for like $2,000 a month, dude. You know, like they're
Or
you
for
know,
free or for free if they feel like they're a part of something, or you know.
right. Just like you were saying about Andrew Wilson talking down to his audience, those people who he's talking down to, it's to get them to do shit for free.
Exactly, yeah. And again, like I'm not saying that there's nothing like not everything should be like paid either. Like for example, let me give you an example. Okay, like my vision of this thing that I'm talking about, like, you know, I want you know, Lorp over here to do his funny psyops. I want you to go and like troll people in the comments. I want Appalachian Gorilla to go and like get people's mind right about certain things. I want to do my own little thing that I do where I just try to like deconstruct people's arguments and, you know, maybe give some of my own opinions, but not as much. So, and then someone like Machine who can go and talk about how technology is like a big part of what's going on and nobody ever talks about it. And then inject all that into like the conversations happening on TikTok. So what'll happen is some of those people will come over to our shows here on YouTube and support what we do. But ultimately, what it will do for sure is that all these people who pick up on our arguments will then go and use these things in other conversations because they're active, right? All the people on TikTok, they're panel hoppers, right? It's not like the panels on YouTube where it's the same motherfucking people every fucking day for 5 years, right? Over there, it's a unique set of people that are just interested in the topic mixed in with those panel actors. So my idea is these people are actively talking about stuff on their own, right? And so, like, if we give them a little bit more ammunition, maybe they'll appreciate it and help us do what we're doing. But in the same time, like, then they're going to take the points that we give them and bring that into the panelverse. So, for example, for you, Bronze Boy, you would help them recognize that a lot of these panels are rigged, and they can go in and call that out actively and record that actively and fuck up their shit. See what I'm saying? And then maybe they'll come over to YouTube and help us do that. And then we can actually get something real going out of it. See what I mean? Like then we actually have like a real movement of actual people rather than like a bunch of people pretending like they're actually something or another. You know, it's like with Flow State. Like my biggest problem with Flow State is not whatever he is that his panels are just boring. Like there's never really much like and there's never really that many interesting points being had, right? It's like you know what I mean? And it's like it's just to me it's just like intellectually disrespectful, not even dishonest. It's like you know, because when I first saw Flow State, I tried to go on a show a few times, and look, I'm not saying like I'm good at this, I suck at it, but like I brought some original shit to the table that he's interested in, and he just like immediately is like, let's change the subject, let's go to talk about drama about somebody else, and I'm like, you know, look, the drama brings people in, I get it, but at the same time, it's like if everything's just drama all the time, it's like, you know, let's not say that we care about politics or people or anything else, right? Like it's all about, you know, like he's always like, oh, I'm a libertarian, I believe in like fuck around, find out. It's like that's not really saying anything. It's like, okay, so like you don't give a fuck about anybody else. It's like, okay, so you know, like if that's your whole position, then there's really nothing to talk about, you know. Like that's a very boring position to have, you know.
I agree. I heard him say the other day. Oh no, I read it in a chat that he wrote in a video from like who knows, like over a year ago. I was just watching a video and like Flow State popped up in TML's chat, and dude, he just starts talking about how when he got sentenced, that the judge like yelled at him and said that oh no, it was the prosecutor said that he was a psychopath to the judge. So yeah, those are the type of beings, like low consciousness beings that are.
I mean, wow. I mean, does that really surprise you, Bronze Boy?
Oh, shut
I mean,
the
come
fuck
on.
up! Goddamn, bro, stop! You're retarded. Like, for fuck's sake, everything you say is retarded all the time.
It does that he decided to write it and say that. It does.
It shouldn't, like, yo, bro. It should not surprise you that like psychopaths are the motherfuckers seeking attention on YouTube. Come on, dog. Think about this.
No, but this guy was pretending. This guy was pretending, dude, for multiple years with like silent partners that he would send around to panels and like to fuck up everyone's shit so that he can like cover it on his show for money. Like that took me like probably 6 months to start seeing that. And then it's like, okay, dude, you've been dishonest for multiple years before I've even met you.
Well,
like,
see, here's the thing is like, and again, I'm not going to defend it totally because like I don't know the ins and outs of his particular thing, and I'm not going to pretend to. But what I'll say is like, and like I'm open with what I want. What I want to do is basically I want to have our own troll army, but people who actually give a fuck about the topics, and we go and we disrupt dishonest people or psychopathic people who actually don't give a fuck. That won't be allowed
because Pinoid will call everyone who cares about it retarded. So
no, yo, look. Here's what you do, bro. Like, yo, you do this on Discord, right? You know what I mean? You start a server full of people like this, right? And like, you have to. Well, first off, you have to do battle and like tie down your points first. You know what I mean? So like your shit's tight, and so when you hop on, you're not just hopping on and being fucking like garbage. You know what I mean? Like you have to be able to like have all your points down pat and have your like fucking spiel and your propaganda proper, and then you go to war with these motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like you got to do battle and practice first, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Like I've been doing this for 10 years. You know what I mean? Like I've been on this shit forever, and we've been doing this forever. You know what I mean? Like this is shit that we've been doing for like the longest time. Like my old server had like 500 people in it. And every time we had like a fucking guy who, you know what I mean, would come in and like start like, you know, doing all this troll shit or whatever it is and trying to raid the server, we wouldn't even ban him, right? You know what I mean? We'd stand here and I'd have like a fucking brigade of motherfuckers who would sit here and just run them through their paces. And like we'd like endurance test them. And we had one guy, like these guys would last like 24, 48 hours doing this shit. And like the last one left of the 48 hours, I'm like, bro, you want to be a mod in this server? You know what I mean? Like, yo, listen, we respect your hustle, dog. You know what I mean? Because you give a shit about the craft. And he's like, what? Yeah, and like we put him into the fold, and then we take these guys and we throw them out on fucking Twitter. That's what me and Yoda used to do all the time. Is we'd go on fucking trolling raids on like Twitter or fucking YouTube and YouTube chats. Like I have 40 fucking accounts on YouTube. You know what I mean? So we can just keep trolling and like doing all types of wild shit all the fucking time to people. This is literally what we do.
Right. Well, do you think that there's any use in doing that still, or no? Do you think there's still any use for that, or no?
I mean, yeah, of course. You know what I mean? There's always use in this.
So, I mean, do you think that we could do raiding parties like that again and try to get a bigger, like, thing going, or is that too hard to do at this moment?
I'm not. Again, you just have to, like, have, like, the people on Discord to do it, right? And you gotta, like, you can't just have, like, fucking, like, random retards like LARP involved, right? Because, like, they fuck up the whole shit, right? Brown's Boy's great. Like, Brown's Boy's always been fucking great. Like, since I've known him, he's been fucking great. Motherfucking, like, yo, you're not terrible, but you gotta, like, learn how to not be offended. I'm good at this
Hey,
shit.
Pinoid, please shut the fuck up for a second. I've had little federal agents tell me that I need to shut up. So you can call me retarded all day long, but basically, as long as I'm not revealing national secrets, I can talk about whatever I want. They don't care. So I don't know why. I don't understand why you're so gay for me that you have to constantly, attack me for whatever reason. But anything, it's just proven that you're more gay for someone like me, that you think you have to, like, DK, come out of your way to constantly say you're retarded. He's retarded. Can you drop your gayness for me and, only care about the topic? Because you seem like you care more about your gayness for me than you care about the topic that you complain that I don't know about because I'm too retarded. So can, you care more about the topic?
Yeah, we're talking about the topic. We're talking about the actual, like, object.
That's nice.
You fucking retard. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Nerdjack, you see what I'm saying, bro?
Funny, I didn't talk for like 5 minutes and yet I'm still retarded. So if anything, you're still proving you're gay for me.
Again, so Nerdjack,
do you want Vaseline? Right? Do you want Vaseline?
All right.
You see what I'm saying, dog?
Lord, do you understand? But do you understand what he's saying to you though? He's trying to tell you that, like,
I understand, but all I'm doing is sitting here playing fucking DMZ, listening to the dude talk, and he's over here still attacking me and calling me retarded, and yet I say not even a sentence. So I mean, obviously, it's a lot more than me just being retarded, and people are gay for me. That's why people like Flo attack me when I talk about red and blue. And point out how it was a psyop on the masses.
But see, what he's trying to say is, like, right? You make it about you rather than, like, getting done to accomplish what we're talking about.
How? I'm just sitting here told to come and sit.
Because we're talking about anything. Because we're talking about growing our numbers is what we're talking about. Growing our numbers.
Okay, that's y'all. What does that have to do with me?
Well, that's what we're talking about. So why don't you participate?
I've been quiet for like 5 minutes now.
That's what I'm saying, bro. He doesn't actually want to participate. He just wants attention.
Yes, I want a bunch of people who come to subscribe to my channel because I run a panel for 9 hours straight just for them to turn around and unsubscribe because I don't run a panel every day. Yes, I want a bunch of useless subscribers.
What are you talking about, though? What are you talking about?
The point is that I have made, like, 9 accounts now because you told me to, Neurojack, and there's no point because there's no traction on it if I'm not talking about a bunch of gay shit.
Well, maybe if we got more organized by people who've actually done it, like what Pinoid's done, so like we would actually know what to do.
Okay, but I'm not here to build a brand because the only brand people want is gay trans Satanism.
That's not true.
Obviously not. That was, sarcasm.
See what I'm saying, Nerdjack? Like, it's about him.
Well, I mean, do you want to grow your channel, Lord?
I mean, not really.
I mean, you put all that effort into making videos. You don't want more followers?
Yes. Put effort into what? So that way some gay Jew might pay me to make a bunch of gay AI songs to sign up a bunch of white people. Yeah, make that make sense. What? They're going to pay me so that way I stop being a Christian and become a gay trans Satanist? I doubt that. But, I got Freemason lodges, stuck on my TikTok all of a sudden. So you tell me.
You don't really want fake people to subscribe to your channel anyway.
I mean, I know that. That's why from the people who I know that do interact with me, who have been here from the beginning, are still here. That's all I care about. There are people who care about what I do, and they don't care if I'm making money for it, and I don't care either. Real people will find real people, and they'll stick by real people. I'm not worried about a bunch of fake people who come on here and just personally attack other people and call them retarded. Yet I'm not here to prove
Yeah, but
my dick size to you,
we're talking
Pinoid.
about
Jump, Sambra.
but we're talking
I'm
about
just trying to
growing our channels and growing our brand,
Okay,
right?
then
So
do that. Nobody gives a shit what
okay.
I'm doing. No one gives a shit about my channel, and I don't care if they do.
well, that's
I'm
why we
telling
have
this
you
is a
here
baby
so you can
boomer, bro.
learn.
Yeah, this
We're
nigga
having
is
you
a
here so we
fucking
can all
young
learn.
ass baby
But they
boomer,
don't.
bro.
I've already learned that all the things that I like doing that I won't sell out for, you have to be fake to do it. Like Call of Duty streaming, you have to either be a pedophile or some weird motherfucker, or already be rich or cheat in order to become a full-time paid streamer for that shit. So the stuff I want to do, I already know you have to sell out to become those things. My channel's never going to grow unless I sell my butthole for it. K Reno already told me that. So what's your point?
Well, I mean, how do you know that's the case, though?
Me. Hi.
It's because you like the orgs have sponsors, and in order to contact the actual pros, you need to find out which mediums that they like talk on, and then you try to join them for scrims, and then if they like you or whatever, they'll put you on the team. But like, it's either like he's not even. I don't even think he's worried about getting paid for that. Because it's not like, I don't know, man. Maybe if you wanted to do streaming, like I have a friend who, he's not a big streamer or anything, but he's been my friend forever. He like lives down the street.
How good are you? Wait, how good are you at Call of Duty?
He's got to be pretty good.
No, I mean Lord.
Yeah, he's got to be pretty good.
What?
How do you know he has to be pretty good?
I'm taking a guess, guesstimation.
Yeah, no. This is kind of the point, right? So, like, if you are one of the best in the country, right, you can go get paid to do it, right? But if you're not really great at it, then no one cares.
He's right though. He's right about the cheating, because I found out a few years ago it's pay to play, or you pay to win. Because like now they sell controllers with like Cronus in them, and then there's no way these people at the top aren't using the fuck out of that shit. Like I used to watch a lot of videos of them getting caught using it. It's a very contrived market. You know, there's a lot of backstabbers probably, and it's hard to get into, man. Like yeah. But dude, like Neuro, have you tried dual streaming, or Pinoid dual streaming to Rumble? I hear that's a pretty good idea right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, I used to do dual streaming, like, back in the fucking day, but, like, I don't even really stream anymore, right? So, like, I don't care enough to do it, and I'll be honest with you, like, if you're not, and this is really important to understand, too, like, if you're not willing to do it every fucking day at the same time, right, for the same amount of fucking time, right, and cover new shit every day and have topics lined up and do research and like you gotta put the work in, right, and grind that algorithm out, you're not going to be successful. Right? That's just how the shit works.
I have an idea that I want all of your opinions on, especially Neuro and Pinoid, because you guys have dealt with this. So I came up with this idea the other day. You know, how many shows do you have? How many, like these shows that we're doing, or you guys are doing, or people are involved with doing, so you can take the show's transcript and you can run it through AI. Yep. And then you could possibly just craft articles using the information from the videos that already exist. Like take TML show, for example. There's like 400 videos. That's 400 articles right there. They're already written. You just have to probably run the transcript through, pick the points or whatever that you think are the ones that you want to have talked about, you know, and then just like,
Okay.
doesn't that sound like
All right.
free articles or?
All right, let me throw this at you, right? So okay, here's the thing about like writing, right? And it's the same thing with like YouTube. Nobody wants AI shit, right? Nobody
No,
wants AI slop.
you just use AI to identify the points that were talked about in each show.
I agree that no one likes AI slop, but you know what? My AI slop doesn't get shadow banned like TML, so you know, learn how to beat the system.
And like I get you, but you don't get the views with the AI slop.
No, I
get-
can't.
you're
I
gonna
can.
get
I
what
can
y'all
pay.
get.
I can pay $15 right now, and I get more views than TML on a channel right now, and I don't have nowhere near the subscribers. It's all
Yeah,
about
but
how
you
much
paid
money you put into the
$15.
system.
Okay, so
That's right.
how much?
Exactly.
All
It's
right,
all
shut
about
up.
the
Stop talking a
motherfucking
minute.
money.
Stop talking a minute. Stop talking a minute. How much? Okay, all right. So do you know what the pay is for YouTube per 1,000 views?
It's $1,
$4.
$4.
Yeah, $4 per every 1,000 views. So if you pay $15, right? If you're not getting minimum like fucking what 5,000 views, you're not making any money, right? You're literally like you're fucking going the opposite way. You're making negative money.
Duh.
This is the
What's your
problem.
point?
That is the point. Like, what do you mean? Why would you pay $15 to make less than $15? Like what? What do you mean?
Well, the
Is that
point is,
no math?
well, here's the thing: is like, it all depends on what we're doing it for. Like for myself, like I do want to
Bro
make money, but I don't.
doesn't know how small advertisement works. You know, I can go and get a local advertisement for doing that, and I would make.
But why though? For what purpose? So
I mean, I wouldn't be a lot of money, but you know, by the end of the month, I would have made $50 to $100 just off of local ads. So I mean, it's not stupid if you're doing it right. But I mean, I don't want to support places that don't even go above and beyond when I actually use them. So why would I support them?
What are you talking about?
Point is, it's all about the money. It's all about the money. It's always about the shekel.
What are you talking about?
Natural
Again,
talent doesn't get you anywhere unless you sell
what
your
are
butthole.
you? What are you talking about?
Everything's constructed, Pinoid.
See, all right, listen, bruh. Again, what are you talking about? Local ads?
yeah, we're talking about growing an audience. Like how is that going to grow an audience for what you're doing, right?
I mean, I can grow my audience because while everyone hates AI, a majority of the population around here doesn't. That's why I get some subscribers.
But
From my
look,
own
here's the
city,
thing: is like
so,
unless you're someone like Nick Fuentes
I can
that's
just
doing.
promote. That's why they buy my little AI
right.
CDs down there at the corner store
Neurojack.
for $5.
Neurojack, can you do me a favor, buddy? Oh, actually, you know what? You can't see it. I
I
apologize.
mean,
Wait,
I'm
you
so
can.
retarded. I'm
I
so
sent
retarded.
you. I sent you the
make
thing,
money
right? I
off of
sent you the
black
thing. But like,
people.
here, okay. So, like, all right. Let me tell you like this, Lord. All right. I've never sold my butthole for nothing. Right. I've never sold my
I'm
soul
sure
to
you
nobody.
haven't.
Right. But here's the thing, though. Okay. I have 700 subscribers on Substack. Right. Out of my last 5 articles, 4 of them are over 2,000 fucking views right now. Right. I'm currently gaining subscribers who are paying me to write. Right. I am being paid to write articles every month.
Wow.
I don't have to, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have to stand here, right, and sell my soul to do it because I have talent.
Drive.
Okay, I have talent too. That's why I make shekels off of black people. What's your point?
You ever consider killing yourself? I mean, like,
Yes,
listen,
I have.
You should give it more consideration. Yeah,
I know. Like, I haven't been told that one before.
Yeah, I know. You're just.
You should come up with a better insult because that one gets kind of old. I heard that one like back in middle school.
I mean, if you heard
By
it that
the same
long,
people, by the same people who I make money off of now. So, what's your point?
I don't care. Anyway, right? I don't care what type of drug you're selling. Like, do what you do.
Oh,
right?
It's not money. Don't worry.
Okay. I don't care. anyway. Right? The point is like if you have talent, you can grow your shit, but you got to put the work in. Like with my articles, I have to write one like almost every day. Right? I didn't get a chance to write one today because I was fucking dumbass busy. Right? That means when I get home tonight, I'm gonna have to write an article when I'm done fucking working. Right? I gotta grind out my shit. And if you want to be successful on YouTube, you got to do a show every day at the same fucking time. You have to promote it in different Discords and fucking Twitter feeds, right? And wherever else you can fucking find a place to promote it. You got to cut up fucking shorts and cut up smaller clips and put them up on other channels. You have to promote them in other fucking places.
And lie and
Right.
not be yourself, or talk about real things that matter.
You don't have to fake or lie about anything, right? You don't.
No, you're right. You don't.
You don't. You just have to keep people away from your fucking streams who are going to get them nuked. Which, I mean, a lot of people do that to me, and I understand, right? Like, you have to be able to stand here, and like, just, you got to play the game by the rules that are written. They have like terms of service for being like monetized and shit, right? And you just go through and like grind it out and spend the time doing it. Spend a year building a fucking channel and streaming every fucking day at the same time and putting the work in and putting the background work in and putting the fucking advertisements, getting the thumbnails right, getting the titles right, getting the keywords right. Like all the like fucking little dumbass like tags and shit. You gotta do all that. You have to do all this shit every fucking day. Every fucking stream. You have to have things to talk about, things to experience, shit to have on your shit, like the whole way through. Right? You have to be tight, polished, ready to go, planned, and professional. Right? You can't fuck around. And you will be successful if you do this. But you have to be dedicated to the idea and stick with it.
Just like game streaming. Yeah, I can see that. It's pretty sound advice there for sure.
No,
Same with
I
politics
can
streaming
I
too.
can tell you, as someone who personally sent in their footage, they won't, for whatever reason, Activision would not hire me as a professional DMZ game streamer. They only let people who cheat and ruin people's day on a game because you have no skill and you can't tactically play in a goddamn military video game. So you have to cheat to get all your loot, and that's the only people they support.
No,
Point
you
is
have
real
to set up a
talent. Real
stream and
talent
build a
doesn't
fan
get you
base.
anywhere. They just build a fan base. Yeah, okay. No.
Build a fan base.
Yeah, fan base. So that way, every time I do a live stream, people can DDoS my stream like they used to do when I used to live stream it, which is why I don't live stream DMZ, because people who I would kill in the game would find me live on YouTube and then DDoS me while I was live. Yeah, no.
What does
But
DDoS
funny,
mean?
it's where they go and they would somehow they figure out your internet and your IP, and they will go and flood your internet with like overuse of the internet, or they'll like make your internet drop and will make you drop out while you're live streaming to ruin your stream. Because somebody like me right
Yeah,
now
but I
who's
mean, but
playing
here's the
it, I'm
thing is
building
like, but here's the
talent,
thing
but
is like,
I
here's the thing, if you already had an audience that's dedicated in your Discord, you just say, hey, I got DDoS, I'm like be back up in like 5 minutes. So here's the
no,
link's
they
coming,
would
right?
rather go and watch someone who can go and apparently can kill an entire lobby of people in one go. But someone like me, who like right now is literally fighting two
Yeah,
or three
but
teams at
why do you want to be a
once, so
streamer?
you know
But why
it's
do you
so
want to be
easy.
but you're the one who wants to be a Call of Duty streamer, right? Like nobody's
It
making you
wouldn't
want to
matter.
do
It
that.
wouldn't matter the game. I tried Tekken and Mortal Kombat. They only want gay, trans, Sonic dude.
Again, you have to build your shit up.
Like what makes you different is the question. Like what's gonna make people want to come to your channel versus like the
I
gay
don't
Sonic
know.
trans
I
dude?
can tell you that, you know, like when that 6R Erican dude came out, where he came out famous on Twitch not that long ago for his Mortal Kombat streams. I fought his ass on Mortal Kombat 11 once, and the only reason why that guy became famous was because people made fun of him. So again, you want to really take how famous or where your fame goes. I mean, I can go and build that loyal following, but that loyal following can turn around the next day and do some pretty nefarious shit. So, you know, you may think that building a YouTube
I mean, but
channel
what do you
being
got
a
to build?
psyoper
But
or or what you're doing is good
But
until the very people you thought you could trust turn
but
around and do the most nefarious things.
yeah, but
Or
what?
you're
But
Chad.
I mean, what's the alternative? Like, do you just give up and just go crawl in a
I've been
ditch and
doing
die,
I've
or
been
what?
doing exactly what I've been doing since I've been making my YouTube, which is just posting a video every once in a while to entertain people when they want to come and watch it. Because why? I'm just a goddamn retard. So what would it matter? It's either I sell my soul and do whatever I want, which would not please any of you people, but I have a a heart and a soul, so
I don't.
Dr.
No one
Kelson,
gives a shit what
I
you
know
do,
you
bruh.
don't. I know you don't. That's why I wish I was born a billionaire instead of Bill Gates, because you'd be dead already, Pinoid. But I didn't get to be born Bill Gates.
Listen, this is. Do you understand the quality of people that you let around you, Neurojack? See why you don't get anywhere?
Yeah, quality of people. Yeah, coming from the world I've been born into, quality of people.
Well, it is instructive to the audience, perhaps. I mean, I try to look at the bright side, but yeah, I get your point. It's like, look, if you're so like black-pilled, like, what's the point of even being here to have a discussion, right?
Because I mean, I'm gonna do the best I can with what I can and what I can do. But unless someone's gonna pay to promote me, I'm never gonna get anywhere. No matter how much I stream or how much I put myself on a camera.
But here's the thing: is
How
like,
about, how about this? Here, I'll give you a challenge. All right. You go start a Twitch account, right? A new Twitch account, like brand new email, whole nine, new phone number, all the bullshit, right? And you stream every day for 1 month, right? Every day at 3 p.m. for 1 month, right? You stream for 2 hours your Call of Duty shit, okay? And by the end of that, and by the way, don't talk about your crazy conspiracy politics shit.
What are you talking about?
Just
That's the
stream.
funnest shit I get. I get the
Okay,
most views when I get on here and psy up the people on the map and talk about Bill Gates and eat.
Yeah, we're going on. Wait. Shut the fuck up. We're talking about Twitch, right? So you don't talk about any crazy shit. You just fucking, you know what I mean, do your streaming thing for 1 month, right? If you don't have 100 fucking subs, I'll give you $20.
Yeah, because I'm gonna go through all that for $20 when I can make that in a psy-hopping in a day. Oh my god.
yeah, but then but that's something that you'll own. Like, you don't want to build an audience, though.
An audience, yeah, buddy.
I mean, you said that you wanted to do that for a living. You want to be a streamer as a living, right? So
No, who knows what I would really like to do in life. The point is what I would really like to do in life, again, like making video games, making movies, you're gonna have to do something to get it.
Well, why don't you go make movies?
You got $20,000 for me to make my Resident Evil Raccoon City movie? I doubt it, because I would need quite a bit of change just to get computer generation.
But you do what you can. But listen, you gotta do what you have to do to start, and then after you get an audience, the audience you can carry with you through everything you do. See what I mean? That's the point, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I started making cartoons just like me and Mike, right? You know what I mean? And it was terrible when we first started. It was horrible. But I got way better at it by the end of it, and now I'm fucking gangster with it, right? It takes time and practice and skill and work and learning and knowledge.
Yes, and you're acting like I didn't go to school and make films and send them in and try to get them, awarded or accredited for some type of festival.
Again,
they were all
listen,
rejected.
It took me 2 years to create Jake, right? You know what I mean? And then it got better. Like, now there's AI tools, bro. Like, there's AI tools that'll help you get shit done. Yo, wait. Why are you trying to appeal to cans? Why are you trying to appeal to cans and the fucking what's that other one, dog? Aspen? Where's the other one that they go? Fucking one up in Colorado.
To no one. I don't really care who.
No. You're trying to get mainstream recognition, right? Like, yo, fuck all that shit. Build your own audience is what I'm saying. Like, you want to make films, bro? Like, AI is out there. You can build an audience with AI, or build a fucking movie, right? A cartoon, right? Build some basic shit. You know what I mean? Like, yo, write your script out, put it into a fucking AI. You know what I mean? And yo, start creating slides and shit. Do what Uber Boyo does. It's the AI generation for the backgrounds is really good now.
You got a kill. Look at that. But you know what? I won't be paid for that kill. Oh shit. Point is Peanut, I tried going mainstream, and people like me who have natural talent.
Don't go mainstream, bruh. Why are you going mainstream? This shit's been democratized.
Like me. So there you go.
Yeah, listen, you're just a whining little bitch. Is all it is.
Yes. No, it's called I put in real effort and still haven't been supported yet. So
No, you're just a whining little bitch.
yes. Yet you've never come to watch me when I play the game.
No, because I don't watch gamer streams. Like the only gaming shit that I watch is like Banos.
I can't help
Right?
that.
Because I just watch motherfuckers fuck around and do funny shit. And I haven't watched that shit in forever because it's not funny anymore.
Yeah, well, the point is, sell your whole your soul.
That's not my bag. It's not what I'm into, though. Like your content is the shit that I like. And it's not because of you. It's partly because of you. But it's mostly because like I don't fucking really like gamer stream. I'm not into that shit. It's not my thing.
No, I should sit on the internet and LARP for 15 goddamn hours so that way it causes me eating and sleeping problems, right? Yeah.
No, again, you should stand here and stream 2 hours a day, every day on Twitch, right? At the same fucking time so you're reliable and people come and watch you and that's what they want to do. Build an audience. Promote your shit on Discord. You're in a bunch of fucking different goddamn fucking Discord servers. Promote your shit. Put catchy titles, thumbnails, right? So people will come and want to watch your stuff. You have to put the effort in, dog. It's not given. Nothing is given to anyone, ever. And every time it is, people fucking hate it because motherfuckers ain't earned it and they can tell.
Ain't given to people, not from what I've learned.
It's not. It's not just given to people, though. And when it is, again, you will see it. We all see it. We go, this is trash. Because they're not trying because they didn't have to earn it. They don't care. Motherfuckers love authenticity. Like, I'm not the greatest writer in the world, right? But, like, I'm pretty decent.
Love authenticity.
But motherfuckers like the grit. They like the fucking grit. They like the character. They like the prose. That's the point. Because I'm earning it.
Like you have to want to get better, is what he's kind of tell you too. Like you have to want to get better at it, right?
You mean like these guys who can solo an entire lobby in El Mazrah and DMZ, which is over 10 people.
Yeah, but listen.
Hang on, let me finish before you run your mouth. They never seem to actually get into an actual military fight where people are using mortar strikes or teams stacking up on them in a stairwell. They just always seem to come across people who are by themselves, never actually have to put up a fight. They just always happen to know where the people are. No, it's because they can hide their hacks off screen while streaming the legit screen to the people on the social media platform. And you think that they're really getting all these legit kills when in reality, on their screen, they can see the people through the maps and, they have Chronos controllers like Brown's Boy said. No. In reality, if you want to be anything big, whether it's making AI videos like the Star Wars people, the guy straight up told me, if I'm not dropping $70,000 to Disney right now in AI generations, I will never be allowed to make what some of these other people are making, ever. And I'll get sued if I
wait. Why don't you create? Wait.
By Disney if I
Listen. Hold up.
So
all right. So I came up. Wait, stop. I came up with an idea today, right? That like,
thanks, Mr.
I don't know how to use. Shut the fuck up, faggot. Jesus Christ.
No, Mr.
I came up.
Exactly what I had to do.
I don't care. I came up with an idea today. I don't know how to use. Right, and I'll give it to you. Right. Here's the idea. This is an idea for like, making a movie. If you want to make like real productions, right? This is fucking kind of like a fascinating concept, right? It's a baby like seed of a concept, but it's kind of interesting.
I've had a movie idea my entire life, and when I pitched it, they only wanted to steal the idea and try to sell it as their own gay Hollywood movie.
Again, I'm giving it to you. Go make a movie with this, right? I'll give you a movie, right? I'll give you an idea, right? What if like you could actually like steal or like use or have other people sleep for you, right? So you didn't have to rest.
I mean, okay, I get your point. Is useful,
right? Like, yo, that would be a fascinating concept. like gaining energy from like other people sleeping, right? And like what the world would look like around that if like rich people had access to this, and like like all of a sudden like you have poor people trying to like imagine this shit. This is fucking fascinating as a concept. Like it's in like the Elysium type of shit. You know what I mean? Right?
Yo,
Matt
imagine
Damon.
your job. Imagine like the job is to go, like get people to and like, but maybe your job is to like take shits for other people.
Yeah, some shit like this, right? You know what I mean? But like, yo, this is kind of like a fascinating concept, right? At the end of the day, like you
Pretty
like,
cool.
yo, this is unique. This is new, right? This is just mine, right? And I'll give it to you.
Well, that's okay. And then you just put a Star of David. The Star of David are the people who control the most people in the movie.
I mean, you can do whatever, you know what I mean? Like fucking, but this is like a fascinating concept. Like when you want to go to war, you have to have like not just like for every soldier, you have to have somebody else who sleeps for that soldier so they can like stay up all the time in battle, right? There's like all types of shit you can get into with this.
Well, and the thing is, like LORP, like Appalachian Gorilla makes is a expert at making
Yes, I know.
cartoons.
I've seen them. Yes.
Right. So but you always wanted to make cartoons too, right? So I mean,
Okay, your point is yeah, but I'm talking about high level quality. Not no offense to Pinoid.
Yeah, I told you, it took me 2 years to make Jank, right? But like, yeah, like you get better as time goes on.
Yeah, and it also helps when you have a multi-million-dollar company behind you to produce series. But but the point is
yeah, but but why would they give you multi-millions of dollars if you don't even try to make it without multi-millions of dollars? Like they don't want to give you millions of dollars
exactly.
to waste. They want to give you millions of dollars to make them money. See what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's the point. Most of the time that people get into like comic books, it's because they get in with a childhood love of comic books, but in reality, their artwork is exploited. And
Yeah,
if
but
you're not willing to
but
draw
you
whatever
always
they're fucking told to draw, get the fuck out. We'll have someone draw for you.
well, yeah, but like you're the expert in psyops, so why not just put all the psyops back into a cartoon and then you can make some money? See what I mean?
I mean, I do that now with my AI generations. I literally put most of the time in the face what they're fucking have been doing for a long time, and I mean, sure,
Bro,
people
what about
see
what
it,
about if you
but
made a cartoon about the Panelverse
no
and just really
offense, Browns
really
boy,
went
but
in
I
on
mean,
people?
I already don't like interacting with the Panelverse. I prefer to be more,
Right.
metaphysical, and it be a like a Deadpool experience.
Yeah,
It
but
be
see, it's
fourth
not about
wall.
you, it's about the audience.
Exactly. No, I'm sure all the music I make is just for myself.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: is like you should put your voice in the
Even though
music. You should make the
yeah,
music and then
well,
put your voice in it.
as soon as someone wants to pay me more money, again, you got to have money to make money. This shit is not cheap.
Okay, but you're doing it anyways, so you might as well
Yeah.
put
Anyway,
yourself
so
into
you're
it,
gonna
right?
pay me like the almost fucking $150 to put my voice into it because it costs more credits than usual to just use the voices that you can create if you mix them. Because some of the voices I make are unique, and I can mix my voices based on what I'm
Yeah, but like
mood for.
why not
So
sing in harmony with the
I've done
people
that
on the thing?
before. If people were really attuned and listen, I have put my voice sometimes in there. It's just people don't appreciate it because I'm not some gay black dude, I guess.
Yep.
Well, why don't you just become a gay black guy then?
Well, there you go. Point is I'm still waiting to join a cult, and one hasn't given me a good enough offer of a Las
That
Vegas
would
in
be
my
pretty.
ass.
That would be pretty funny to see a to see a cartoon where like the guy in the cartoon is black, but it's Lorp's voice on the black dude in the cartoon.
What's up, boss?
That'd be pretty funny.
Well,
Yeah, I
fun
mean,
fact,
like,
fun
listen,
fact,
Lord,
fun fact,
Lord,
Browns
bro,
boy.
like, yo, listen,
that Blade
it
song I made,
costs,
shut up, Pinoid. That
yo, it
that Blade
costs
song I made,
nothing
it's my voice
for
is in that
processors
song.
now, right? Like, yo, I literally have a 32 gigabyte fucking computer that can run any goddamn program I want, and it costs me $250. Like, bruh, Like, just go get it done and stop whining about what you don't have.
I mean, I'm still doing it again, Pino. Unless you want to promote my Blade song, you know, Ryan Reynolds already said he liked it. I don't get your point. He just
There you
won't pay me
go.
for it. That you're not
Hey,
getting
listen.
the point. I won't get nowhere unless I sell my soul, my whole, and I was already told that by a very high-profile artist. So I don't get your point. I don't get your
Music,
fucking point, you fucking retard. The
you're
point is,
never
I
going
know
to
that there's a
break. Wait,
goddamn
listen,
devil in
listen.
this world, and if you don't sell your whole to a goddamn Jew, you ain't getting nothing, motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
You are
I'm so
never going
tired
to
of you.
break. You're never going to break into music.
I'm not trying to, dumbass. I'm trying to save people's soul like you, but I'm starting to wonder if goddamn monkeys even have one. I was right. You're not a monkey. I keep forgetting. Fucking evolution. It confuses me. Anyway,
Listen,
I don't
if you're
believe in
like,
face.
again, you're just a worthless piece of shit who's here to
Yes, I
derail
know I
things.
am. Yes.
I'm 90% sure at this point that you're just a fed.
You went to the moon.
I think you're just a fed.
Shout out to Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, I think you're just a fed.
Yeah. You would know,
Uh
wouldn't you?
oh.
Like, you fought the hardest tonight, right? And really got into it the moment we started
No,
talking about
unlike
like
you, Pinoy,
organizing
I
and
have a
getting better.
loving wife who likes to get, you know, sexed and fucked all the time by a loving husband, and not just some guy who produces children and claims he loves them. What's your point?
I mean, the point is we're trying to get organized and like
He's
make
the only
shit
one.
better.
He's the only one who claims that I'm like some horrible bad person who's just gay and doesn't want to try. Yet I've done nothing
Because
but
we're
try.
trying
And
to
I've been
because we're
told by
trying to get
high-profile
organized
people
because we're
that
trying to get
unless
organized and
you're
you're
not going to
talking
get
about
organized
nonsense.
anything unless you're going to bring Nick Fuentes or, you know, one of the actual mainstream people like, you know,
Right.
See, I'm saying,
That's
yo,
what
he's
we're
fighting really hard, bro. Like,
that's what
really
we're
hard
trying
right
to
now.
do.
you're
That's
not
what
going
we're
to get
trying to
anywhere
do, though.
talking about Andrew Wilson or Jim Bob or EBT, which, funny enough, that generation inside that song I made with all the nuns, the guys smoking on the upside down cross.
Well,
Kind of
see,
funny
this
that
is
it looks just like EBT. Kind of funny it looks just like EBT, and it was supposed to be a woman, and it generated someone who looked just like him.
But see, you're
Anyway.
missing the point. We're talking about people bigger than Andrew Wilson or Nick Fuentes
Yes.
and all this, right?
And
You're
yeah,
thinking small. We're thinking big. See, that's
I've
the
been
difference.
thinking small or big. What are you talking about? I've been sitting here playing a game, listening to y'all talk about stupid shit.
Okay, well, why are you saying stupid shit on top of it if it's so stupid?
Because I know that the only way for someone like me to get somewhere is to sell my whole and soul. So there's
Okay,
no point
well
for me
then
to
why
talk
don't you
about
let
it.
us why don't you let us have a conversation without like talking about whatever you're talking
What
about?
the hell are you
You're
talking
not.
about? He's the only one
Because
constantly attacking me. What are you talking about? He's the one constantly having to attack me all the time.
because you're making it all about you when we're talking
It's
about
all about
organizing our
me.
channels and getting
Oh,
bigger and like trying to
oh.
actually like grow an audience, right?
I already
You
heard him. He told me to
but
go
you
make
said
videos so bad.
you said that you don't want a bigger audience, so why are you here talking about it
Yeah,
then?
because I've already tried that, and I was told I had
Okay,
to
well then
put money
sit here and
into it. So
then either
Yo,
listen and
just kick
participate or
him, bro.
just
Yo, just kick him,
Chin or
dog.
Shadow
Like, for
Man.
fuck's sake, be
I
a
won't be a
fucking
flow
man and
state.
protect your channel.
I won't be Flow State or, you know, other people who sell out to the industry to get big views.
Lord, nobody wants to be an asshole to you, but just like if you want to participate in the conversation, participate. If you don't, then just be quiet or go away or something. Like nobody's mad at you. You're just you're taking everything really personal when it's like we're talking about growing our channels, and you say, well, you don't even want to grow your channel. So like, what's the point in talking if you don't even want to? You know, if you don't want us to grow, that's one thing. Just say you don't want us to grow. So like, why are you trying to derail like what we're talking about?
He's the only one constantly calling me names.
Okay, well, you're the one.
Go screen record that one, Browns boy.
Again,
Okay, but like we're
protect
men. We're
your
talking.
shit, Jack. Just kick him off the stream. Like, be a man and like fucking exclude him. Be in charge. This is your
exclude
channel,
me,
dog.
even though I've done nothing but sit here and play DMZ while listening.
and derail the shit out of everything all the time.
You're the only one who's talking about me growing a channel that I've already tried to grow for 6 years and was told by high-profile people that if I'm not going to put money into my channel or sell out basically to YouTube, I'm never going to get anywhere for
Okay, but
pure
you're just
talent.
you're just repeating yourself, dude. So like we already
Okay,
heard you say that.
So keep talking, dumbasses.
Yeah, we did. There were some ideas discussed for Lorp, and I don't think he has a problem if we continue talking about.
No, I'm
the
just
other
sitting here
things.
fucking listening, and it's always me.
Okay, well, if you're listening, then stop talking and just listen. Then that's the point, right?
Oh, I mean, that's what I do most of the time, and Pinoid still attacks me. So the point is, you just like when people attack
Because
me.
you're reacting for
I'm
nothing.
reacting. Oh, so I
just
should
relax.
just sit here for 9 hours and let
He
someone
just
constantly do
he's
it.
trying to help you. He's trying to help
help
you
me.
grow your channel, and you're just like shitting all over it. Like what the fuck?
I mean, no, I haven't. I've just already been told that if I really want to become famous, what he's telling me isn't going to work. I've
Okay,
had a loyal
well,
following, and
well,
they
he,
unsubscribe if
well,
you're not
he's got
cheating. So what's your point?
he's gotten more views on
Goddamn.
YouTube and everything than any of us have
Because people
combined.
are stupid and watch his stupid shit like they watch my stupid shit
Oh my god,
sometimes.
dude! All right, you just sit in the back for a little bit. When you're
Are
ready to
you
come
going to be
talk, you
Mr.
send me a
Beast? Are you
message.
going to be Mr.
Oh my
There you go,
god,
dog.
dude! Just chill the
Congratulations.
fuck out for a second, dude. Like when you're ready to come back on, just text me. I'm trying to be chill. Just be quiet for a minute, dude. Like you're just going on and on and on and on and on. And on. Like just chill for a second.
Anyway, right? So like, if you wanna do this shit, Nerdjack, right? You have to have like
You're
a
not
stated
going to get
purpose.
anywhere. He's
You know
retarded.
what I'm saying?
I don't know what's wrong with this dude today. Like, just chill out for a second. All right, yeah, I hear you. I hear you. We're trying to give you a hand up. You're like shitting on us. Like, what's the point, man? Just like chill the hell out. Chill out. Like I've been, and this is where me and Browns Boy didn't get along. I was telling we misinterpreted each other a lot.
Can I say some stuff?
I mean, we're on the topic of we're on the topic of growing our channel. So if it's not related,
I'll bring up that. I will give you very good advice about it. Then I want to say some things. First is if you want to grow your channel, my number one recommendation is to read the leaked document from Mr. Beast Productions. He explains how to grow your channel. It's soulless and it's very but that's how you grow your channel. You have to game the algorithm and crap like that. That there's a PDF, where
Ain't that wait, hang on, wait a minute, 1 minute. Ain't that exactly what I just said, Nerdjack?
Okay. Yeah, okay. The second thing is not
exactly
good
what I just said, dog.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, whatever. Now let me respond.
Well, send me that, Avian. Send me that, Avian.
I'll send it. You have to add me on Discord and I can send it.
Well, that would fit right up your alley, Nerdjack.
Yeah, but the second thing I want to say is that it's not good to like if you have a problem with some panel people or other stuff, let's just make peace, because each of us are trying to.
No. Look, you can't make peace with everybody. You're not going to be able to make peace with everyone, right? Like I'm really trying to make peace with the people that I respect, but like it's got to be mutual, right? Like Lorp's over here disrespecting my shit, but I'm giving him a chance. I'm giving you a chance, right? Like and Browns Boy too. Like me and Browns Boy didn't see eye to eye for a long time, but like, look, I give people a chance, but like we got to stop shitting on each other every fucking chance we get. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
so
we got to move past
when
that.
they do it to me, but if I do it back, I'm retarded.
Yeah, but like if you're gonna do it, make it entertaining at least, so we can grow an audience, right? The whole point is to grow an audience, right?
So
like
I
make
should
it
call people
entertaining.
Jew cunts, scabby Jew cunts, and call them.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you should. That's funny. That's funny as hell.
I think you gotta take into account the intentions. I think Dark Priest has good intentions. He's a good person, So let's, he's not like trying to,
nobody's beating up on him. He feels like that at the moment, but he'll see.
I am.
Yeah, but it's for his own good. We're trying to help each other grow. Okay, so let's grow.
Well, if you're saying you're beating up on Dark Priest, then you're the one who's in the wrong Pinoid. Why are you trying
Avian, we're not doing this shit today.
Avian, wait, hang on, Avian, I'll explain it to you, bro. All right, so it's very simple. Avian, you are a fucking high-end like tech worker type of guy, right? You're a smart dude, right? You're highly intelligent. You're well read, right? And the reason like why I can say these things is because like We have had many discussions about like the things you've read and the work you put in, and I can tell that you put in work, right? We can like when you're speaking to you, I can tell you put a lot of work into the thought and like fucking meditation, and you fucking stuck to your principles and had a lot of shit with your shit, right? And you didn't make any excuses along the way about what you can and cannot do, right? You didn't let anybody else tell you what you can and cannot do. You went and learned and figured shit out for your fucking self, right? Because you're a fucking man, Avian, right? Just like I'm a fucking man. If I'm a fail on my own merit. It's not because somebody told me that I'm not going to be successful. The entire time we've been talking to motherfucking this retard Lark, right, is he stands here and whines about the fact that other people say, you got to sell your butthole in order to be successful. I'm never going to be able to do anything. I can never do anything. I don't have this and I don't have that. I'm like, bro, listen. You don't have to be the number 1 person in the world. You don't got to be number 10, right? Being number 5,000 will get you to the point where you're financially stable and you'll have like a decent following and you'll no longer be depressed. And all you have to do is stand here and go out and stream 2 hours a day, every day, fucking at the same goddamn time, right? Promote your shit, well, fucking be a decent human being and don't break terms of service. That's all you got to fucking do. And he's like, oh, I'm not, right? And he doesn't fucking care. I can't do this or I can't do that. I don't have this. I'm not going to fucking be able to do that. These guys have these fucking games, these cheats, and they're fucking doing this shit off screen. They can see this. No. Who cares? Right? Go and run your race. Stop worrying about what other motherfuckers is doing.
No,
I wasn't born as Bill Gates.
Scream more. Scream more. How's your throat
Right?
feeling? Dr.
This is where we are, right? That's why. This is why we're beating up on. That's why I'm beating up on Lark, because he's a trash human being, right? Who's a fucking faggot who needs to kill himself or get off the fucking pot and try. One of the two.
You know, like you
I'm
see,
sure Nerd Jack would love that.
I don't think it's, you know, I see the point you're making, but it's good to be compassionate. You shouldn't tell him to go kill himself. That's not the right thing to say. You know what I'm saying? You know, like
It is too. It's the right thing to say, though.
no, it's not the right thing to say. You know, it's not the right thing to say. You know, you come from a Catholic background. You know that's a very sinful thing to do. You know what I mean? That you don't tell that to people. You know, I can understand you saying that to someone who cucked you or like fucked your wife. Yeah, I could understand that. You know, but if like he's just like a regular dude. You know, like,
What is going on, dude? Like,
yeah, but
you
No,
guys
no,
gotta
like,
stop.
yo, he's taking up space, bro. He's taking up space on Earth, all right? Like, he's breathing air that the rest of us need. The zero-sum
he's
game.
not the problem. He's
No,
not the
he
problem.
is.
No, he's
He
not.
is the
I
problem,
don't
bro.
agree.
He is.
No,
He's
no.
100%
No, no,
problem.
that
I'm worse than
that's
the
so
president.
judgmental.
I'm
You
worse
know,
than
like I
pedophiles.
can't
Only
agree with
I
that.
should
You
kill
know, I have
myself.
yeah, I'm on Dark Priestess side here. You know, that's going too far. You know, like I don't understand why you
But
hate
see,
him that
you
much.
got so look.
Like,
The point. Let me reiterate the point that he's trying to make is like, look, this channel that I've built for the last 2 or 3 years doesn't have many subscribers, doesn't have a lot going on, but it's like, look, like if you're so black-pilled that you just give up and want to like throw your life away, right, and just not participate in the game, like,
Then I would
what's the
kill
fucking
myself
point?
already, dumbass. But apparently I'm so doom and gloom
Well,
that it shows up.
dude, like,
But
why
if
do you
you
take
are,
everything hyper literally though? You're like taking it like, oh,
because
he said a
everything is
bad
very
thing to me.
hyper-literal. And it's
Oh,
just constantly when it's
so what? You're gonna
constant
cry?
all the
So
time,
wait. So
all the
somebody
time,
says some
all the
bad
time.
words.
All,
Wait,
it's okay if it's once or twice in a few hours, but when it's every 5 fucking minutes, it gets a
but
little
you're so,
gay.
okay,
It gets a little gay.
but
It gets a little gay.
but
But if I
someone so
did it, but
sensitive
if I
about
did
it
it,
is gonna.
but if I did it backstage,
Okay,
me,
but you're
right? But if
here,
I
right? But you're here. But you're
But
still
if you
here,
came on
right?
my stage,
All
you know,
right,
your
dude.
ass wouldn't be on there. So
Well, you're still here, right? So if it hurts your feelings, you can leave,
This is
right?
the point. Yeah, this is the
if
point,
it
bro.
hurt
This is
my
why I said
feelings, I would
protect
be
your channel.
screaming,
Every
but
time
I'm
we
not
talk about
screaming.
some shit, this nigga derails things. He's either a fed, right, or he doesn't like us. He is sabotaging your fucking channel and sabotaging like the entire like your
okay,
burgeoning movement that
yeah,
you wanted to do.
yeah,
Dr.
dude, like
Kelson,
you know, like Pinoy. You know, I understand if you don't like his character, but you don't need to take it that far. Just, you know, ignore him. Don't like tell him to kill himself, stuff like that. I think he has good intentions. He's not a bad
Look,
person. You know, like,
Avian, look,
yeah,
everybody, look, we like both you guys, but you guys are doing this like kind of like concern trolling and like
it's not
just chill the
consent
hell out,
trolling.
dude.
He just told him to kill
Take some.
himself. That's not something you gotta
Oh
say
my
on
God!
stream.
Some guy said some
Yeah.
bad words to me. So
What?
what,
That's
dude? Just chill the
different. You
fuck
know,
out,
that's
man.
different.
You just need to learn how to
That's
chill out.
different. You see, I mean, you don't. That's different.
Yeah, but like, look, here's the thing: is like,
Okay,
I know,
well,
look, I know
remember
Appalachian Gorilla, I know
that the
Lorp.
next time Browns boy comes at you sideways. Remember that next time. Okay,
Yeah, well,
Browns
the
boy.
difference is
Okay,
here's
Browns
the
boy.
difference.
Remember that.
Yeah, but here's the difference, though.
See,
I
he can
actually
be
have
a
more.
hypocrite. He can be a hypocrite, but no one else is allowed
Here's the
to.
here's the difference. I know you, I know Appalachian, right?
Yeah.
And I know
Right.
Browns boy better than I know
But
Avian,
if
right?
someone threatens your life, you want to go and block them and say, "I'm not going to talk
Who's
to you no more,"
threatening?
like you did me when I
But
threatened
who's
to kill
threatening your?
you. But if someone tells me to go kill myself, it's okay.
Right. Well, there's a difference,
So it's
isn't
okay
there?
if you're a narcissist, but it's not okay if
Yeah.
anyone else
Is
is
it
a
okay if we just
narcissist.
drop this and make a new rule? The new rule is just don't tell people to kill
The
themselves. You know,
point
that's
the
going too
point.
far. Let's just
Okay,
drop
well,
this.
No, but
and
like
drop
The
it.
he
point
needs to
is,
kill himself, bro.
maybe
He
you
needs
should
to kill
No,
show
himself.
you
Pinoid
can't
that
say that
has some
fucking shit,
decorum
man.
for other
You can't
people,
say
and
that.
he
You
has
know,
no decorum
like that's not
because
allowed.
he's
You
a
can't
monkey
say that.
boy.
You know, like
Yo, Lord, remember it's
yeah.
down the street, not across the road. All right, dog.
I prefer to use drugs like the doctor tried to put me on my whole life. It's easier, less
See what I'm saying? You
painful.
see what I'm saying, bro? Like you see his nonsense all the time.
Because I'm not allowed to own a gun.
So
I'm not
Avian,
allowed to
look,
own a gun.
his
So
reaction is to joke about it. So obviously he's not really offended by it. So we're all just having a good old
Yeah. Okay.
roast
But
session,
it's
right?
not
Check
good
the
to
PDF. Like,
normalize.
yeah,
It's not good to normalize that,
PDF in
man.
the private
Pinoid,
chat.
but you see, the
It's in
point is,
the
the system
drive.
wants me to go Joker on you people. But if I really did, I'd be just another white boy. So
Yeah, but like, here's the thing: is like, yeah, I mean, look, it's funny to a point, but it gets old after a while. Like, you know, if you don't want anybody to grow their channel or anything, like, don't even come on the panel.
no,
You know
I
what I mean?
just
Like, there's no
want
point.
someone to stop calling me retarded. And you can say I'm acting like a woman or a bitch. It's not. But after a while, even people who don't like me will be like, "That's kind of gay."
Okay, well, if you don't like what we're talking about, just come back when you like the subject matter, right? Like,
I mean, no offense, no Jack, but rarely when is your channel ever anything fun to talk about?
then why are you here right now? Then
Yeah, just drop it,
Because you
Dark,
sent
please.
me a
You know,
link,
just drop the
dumbass.
topic. Yeah, just drop it.
okay.
When
So
I
you don't
No,
want
no,
to.
no, no, no,
So
no,
no
no.
one's forcing you to be
Avian,
here, right?
when I wanted to
you
talk,
see what I'm saying, Neurojack? Right.
Pinoid
See what I'm
wasn't
saying,
even in here 5
Neurojack?
seconds, and he was
Like I
already calling
come in
me a
here, right,
retard.
and like,
So I
listen,
don't
I
get your
talk about
point.
real
He's
subjects with
never
you all the
liked me.
time,
No, you don't.
and we
No, you
discuss like
don't.
cool
You
shit,
just want people to
right?
keep being little Jew
This
bitches.
dude just wants attention,
Yeah,
like a
we know your
bitch.
point.
Okay, yeah, let's change the
Yes.
topic. I gave you the PDF.
Shower
Can you
me with
open it
your
and share it?
shackled sperm.
Because you just open and share the PDF. It's on the Google Drive. I sent it.
And by the way, Avian would be a great person to bring into this little thing that you want to do, Neurojack.
I can't
Because
wait
like
for
yo,
him to
I've seen
fucking
Avian go
populate you
beast mode quite a
motherfuckers.
few times on some motherfuckers, bro. Like, yeah, he has this weird assertiveness to himself. It's a strange thing to listen to. This weird with his accent, but he can do it. Like, right? He got some like fucking skills.
Yeah, I mean, look, Lorp's got skills too. I mean, Avian's
No,
got
he
skills,
doesn't.
but here's the thing: here's the thing. It's like, look,
People
you know,
wouldn't like the skills I have, but they can only put them in movies.
look, Avian, and Lorp here. Their biggest problem is, and again, I'm just being honest. Like, they're just too black-pilled. They've given up. They don't believe that anything can get better. They think everything sucks. Like, I get it, but it's like it gets old,
wish
dude.
I was John Wick rich, so that way when any of you people came on my property, I could put a rifle round into your head. But you know, no gay Jew wants me.
I mean, let me keep it a beam with you. Avian's pretty fucking cool as a human, right? You know, I mean, not like fuck all the Panoverse bullshit, all the intellectual. He's cool. He really is cool as a human being, right?
Right.
And like I've had, oh my God, stop talking. Right, like I like Avian. Right, like Avian was just in my DMs earlier. I saw the shit, Avian. I've kind of been busy tonight. All right, I'm working. Right? I've been doing some extracurricular shit at work. And I've been on here, and I've been, just like bouncing back and forth. My kid called, like just dealing with all my stuff. You know what I mean? That I deal with, right? But like Avian asked me a little bit ago, did you ever do mushrooms? Right, and I didn't get a chance to tell him no. Right, like never got into the white people drugs. Right, they always kind of scared the shit out of me a little bit. I don't know, like it's always like I'm not 100% sure it's something I wanted to get into, right? Not that I would like it. It's not something that I'd like.
Well, hey,
thought I would really enjoy, right? But like, I like Avian, and I don't think Avian is that black belt, right? Like, I get his mentality about shit, politically or whatever. but like he's always down to study and learn and grow and like you know what I mean like
y'all came from the same evolutionary
and
chain.
we could all learn like a lot
makes
from
sense.
him as a person, right? But there's nothing that Lorp has to offer that any of us needs is the issue.
Well, you know, I think there's a time and a place to. Okay, Lord, you know, I'm trying to advocate for you, and you keep interrupting people. Like, just let people talk, man. Jesus Christ. Dude.
So everyone else is allowed to talk, but if I'm talking,
Yeah, but you're not saying anything. You're just interrupting for the sake of interrupting. Like, you're not saying anything of substance.
good, I'm retarded.
Well, why don't you try to say something good rather than just interrupt every 5 seconds?
Like what?
Right?
What is good with?
I don't know. Sit there and think about it until you think of something good, dude. Like, this is the
My
problem.
penis is probably bigger than yours since I wasn't circumcised like you. Haha, that's good.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
I mean, it's funny, but it's like it's not productive.
I don't even find it funny, bro. Like,
motherfucker, of doing it, and you people still didn't appreciate me. So fuck you.
There's nothing he has to offer.
Yeah. Well, good thing when that UFO comes to depopulate you, Pinoid, I ain't got to cry over your fucking rotten corpse.
I wouldn't expect you to.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't. Dealing with people like you more and more every day is the reason why I started to give up on Jesus Christ. Because now I see why it's so easy to let people die.
But see, this is what he's saying is like you put all responsibility for everything that you do on anybody else, right?
No, I fucking don't.
You just said that because of you have to give up on Jesus.
Isn't better, so I have to do this and I have to do that when I've already been told by people who are in that system that if you're not going to do what we're willing to do,
Oh my god, dude. You've already said that a million times already. We already know, okay? I get it. Okay, so just stop participating in the conversation now then if you think that.
I have been the whole time.
Yeah, you're not participating in the conversation.
Except for when he calls me retard, because he's the only one who seems to love to attack me constantly. Jeez,
Okay, can you take a breath and just move on from it?
Breathing? What are you talking about? People, I can't even talk.
Oh yeah, breathing's good.
I've been breathing the whole time.
Yes, but there's parasympathetic breathing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not talking to you faggoty enough. I'm sorry, baby. Good job.
Dude, there's a lot of good to like deep breaths though. That's what I'm agreeing with.
Yeah, I take deep breaths when I'm 9 inches in my fucking wife.
All right. Anyways, let's move on to strategies to grow.
You would know, wouldn't you, Pinoid? Don't gorillas have tiny penises? Matter of fact, don't they have the smallest penises of all the apes?
Have you got under the hood to go check on one lately?
No, but I watch plenty of Animal Planet.
Oh, do you?
That's what you beat your meat to?
No, they live outside. Never mind. The whole world's Animal Planet.
You beat your meat to the Animal Planet?
No, I'm just ready to be initiated into the League of Shadows.
All right, can we continue trying to grow our channel now, or if that's okay with you, Dr. Kelso?
Oh, I've already grown my channel. Don't worry. I've had a secret channel this whole time.
So why don't you share your knowledge with us? Why don't you drop some knowledge bombs on us?
I think he said he said that his channel grew 9 inches.
Yes, people love satanic imagery and that they're going to become infected Dr. Kelson bots.
Okay, well, if you don't want to share your wisdom about growing a channel, let's continue on with the conversation we're having.
Become gay and satanic, you'll be alright.
All right, look, what I'm gonna do in the spring is I got this metal detector and I got these old maps that are really cool to look at least for short periods of time. And then I'm gonna select spots on this map and I'm gonna take the metal detector there, and I'm gonna make videos like that. I'll try to do that once a week, and that'll be something that I'll do. And
all right.
I was thinking about going gold panning.
Dude, I thought about that so long ago, dude. You got to know a lot.
Well, it's now worth it at $4,000 of $4,000 of what, gram or ounce or whatever? $4,000 an ounce. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
4,600 an ounce.
No, it's like $4,000 an ounce right now.
It's $4,000 an ounce at the moment.
Oh, I thought it was 45 or 46.
It might be. Like, listen, it might
I
be.
don't know.
I don't know.
It went up a lot for
Bro,
sure.
over the last,
I know
over the
silver,
last
like
month,
silver's like
it's crazy.
silver's like $80 an ounce right now too.
Dude,
I think we should just open up a fucking gold mine. Honestly, like we should go find a gold mine and shit. That's what we should do.
Nobody makes money with a gold mine. Right? That shit is fucking wild. How no one ever makes money with a gold mine.
Yeah, don't. Yeah,
How is that possible? How is that possible?
Maybe.
I mean,
you know, most of it goes to rich, you know, Saudi Arabians. But anyway.
I mean, because like, so basically, the same thing with farms. There's only so many people who will actually buy your shit, and then like the loans in order to like run your business to start it up are so predatory, and like it's really difficult to like predict where gold's going to be, like where the gold vein goes and all that type of shit. And most of the time, it's in a place that's really hard to get equipment in and out of, and paying crews, and you know what I mean, like health and safety and regulations, like right, just get let dry. That's what I was thinking. Gold panic.
Yeah, can you share the screen? I want to share something. Yeah, so, because it was about what you were talking about before. Yeah.
About what?
About how to succeed in, like, you know, growing your channel and stuff. So this is something that leaked from Mr.
Yo, just read it. Yo, what are the highlights? Tell us the highlights.
Yeah, I gotta tell you the highlights a bit. Let me just scroll down and I'll tell you some highlights. So, yeah, just give me. Okay, your goal is to make the best YouTube video. Okay, it's not to make the best produced videos, not to make the funniest videos, not to make the best looking videos, or blah blah. It's to make the best YouTube videos possible. So everything we want will come if we strive for that. So basically, we continue on. So let's see here. You're basically talking about ways to like pay attention to the trends of how much like people pay attention. Like people have short attention span, so you need a way to like grab their attention and stuff.
Yeah,
and
but according to people,
thumbnails,
so retarded, but yet people constantly
thumbnails,
AI
yo, clickbait, yo, thumbnails,
yeah,
clickbait titles. As I said, thumbnails, clickbait titles, proper keywords and tags. Fucking yeah. You make them somewhere between 7 and 13 minutes a video.
Yeah.
You upload them once a day, right? At minimum, right? And you grind that motherfucking algorithm and you promote it, right? Like YouTube gives the option to promote the video. You do it. You know what I mean? And fucking like you just keep doing that shit every day.
Yeah, he also
that's how you grow a fucking channel.
He says that you should pay attention to the click-through rate, the average view duration, and the average view percentage. Make sure you know those abbreviations. And he basically says, here, the more extreme your thing is, the better the title is. Yeah. So let me see here. Yeah.
That's right. So that's why people love a bunch of Adolf Hitler cats with, you know, Belle Delphine. So, you know, the point is I'm not retarded. It's just I'm not being paid by the same system that promotes Andrew Shekelson and Dick Gayetes.
No one cares. Oh my God.
Yeah, let me read
So
this.
keep thinking you're gonna grow your channel, Neurojack, unless you know you find if you're lucky.
Neurojack, listen, bro. Like, listen, stop listening to Lore. Right? It's really simple. There are thousands of channels and new ones pop up all the time, right? That make shit tons of money and get millions of fucking views, right? Or even hundreds of thousands. There are tons of fucking guys out here getting it, right? This is not outside of the realm of possibility, right?
No, it's not.
You just got to be consistent and put the work in, You don't have to sell your fucking soul, but you do have to like follow the fucking rules.
TML, who has streamed for how much, and yet his channel has barely grown since I've been here. But you know, people
Okay.
like Flow State get plenty of subscriptions. What a fucking crock of shit.
Yeah, but actually, TML's channel is doing better than Flow State's owned by a lot of metrics. So
Sure, and a lot of metrics, but I can tell you, his is pushing the algorithm more, whether he's paying for it or not.
well, somebody might be paying for that. But see, that's the thing is like if we don't start making money, we can't put money in. So
TML's gonna join a cult or sell his soul to talk about the machine lies. You know, he's always going to be around this level unless people are having a way.
And by the way, Machine Life's channel is kind of niche, right? It's a kind of niche fucking channel.
And you think people would like it more, from my personal experience, but people seem to don't.
yeah, but the thing is like how much work did he already put in? Like nobody on this thing in the last 2 years has put in the same amount of work on their channel. Like I believe Appalachian Gorilla has in the past, but
talk about the exact same things that we have talked
Yeah,
about.
I barely even post to YouTube anymore, man. I'll be real with
Turn around and get hundreds of thousands of views within a day.
okay, but like if you want to give up, that's one thing. But we're trying to learn how to like not give up.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Good luck amalgamating some type of beat the algorithm when these people literally.
Yeah, but here's the thing: is like it can be done. So yeah, but here's the thing: is it can be done if you can control yourself for 5 minutes, right? Like let's control ourselves and like let's see. Let's see. Like Mr. Beast is like probably a good person to get advice from. So let's see what he says. Because the dude is a fucking genius. I think Mr. Beast is a genius personally. Like I don't like a lot of his content, but he is a genius. Like he does like his like I'll be honest with you, the one thing I like about Mr. Beast is I think his fucking editing like of like 10 or 15 different cameras over 3 days into like a 5-minute video is amazing. Like that's fucking hard to do. Like to take 10 or 15 different cameras that film like hours and hours and hours of footage and then splice it down to like 5 to 20 minutes. That's really fucking hard work to do. Like that's not easy to do because I've done that. Like it's hard, you know, like I don't care what anybody says. There's an art form to that for sure, you know?
Yeah.
And Mr. Beast, like his first video, he counted to 1 million.
You know, showing your allegiance to other things. You know, that's why people use certain imagery and colors.
I mean, Mr. Beast is being used by the system. Mr. Beast is being used by the system. He's getting ripped off, I'm sure. Like the dude is the dude is not getting paid as much as he probably deserves, like himself. Like
what are you talking about? The guy's a fucking billionaire.
Yeah, but like, but I've heard that he's gotten ripped off by his own agents and shit like that. Like, I think he's like, I think Kushner is good. Like
everybody, dog, every fucking body. Right? You gotta be real careful with these sketchy ass motherfucking like social media agents or like just in general agents. Like you gotta go to like a big fucking agency, and they take a massive chunk of shit. You know what I mean? Like you gotta be really careful with that because there's a lot of different. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of shit that goes into that. But this happens to like a lot of people, like boxers, motherfucking new made celebrities, musicians.
Right. I mean, and that's why I'm not jealous of a lot of these social media influencers. Like you think they're making all kinds of money, but dude, they become like the bitch of like a lot of these companies, you know? So like the grass is always greener. Like that's why like if I get I just want to build an audience because then I can take my audience wherever with me, right? Like maybe I'm gonna sell an actual product or something, you know? Like
that don't work, bro. I wish it did. It don't work.
Why do you say that? That's interesting. Why do you say that?
All right. So when you have like a platform, right? Like for instance, like fucking Joe Rogan went from YouTube to Spotify. He only took like 30% of his audience with him, right? When he went to Spotify. That's why he came back to YouTube because like, you know, like he just didn't have like the same audience on Spotify that he had on YouTube, right? Now he got a big contract out of Spotify for like $150 million, which is great. You know, I mean, get nothing misunderstood. I mean, he made some fucking guap off that shit, but he didn't, you know, what I mean, like he wasn't able to take his audience with him. And it happens to everybody. Like anyone who tries to take their audience to a different platform, like you're only going to take a small portion of what you gained on the other platform. Like in particular, YouTube is real hard to move off of. Like it's really fucking hard to move off of. You know what I mean? Like everybody tried to go to Rumble, right? And so like, but they'll go to Rumble, but they'll still post to YouTube because
I don't know
you have
about
to.
that. I mean, YouTube completely
Well, I
shut
definitely
down my
noticed
channel.
like
Shut
right now
the
Andrew
fuck
Wilson's
up.
streaming, right? And he's doing like TikTok
YouTube
invasion, right?
completely shadow
And he
banned
and I think
me
he's and
via
again like
TikTok,
I
but
think
yet
that's
TikTok
smart for
completely lets
this
me do
for
it.
the
So what are you
sense like
talking about?
you get more organic
Oh,
discussion
so
on
he's left talk.
TikTok,
I'm not.
but TikTok is extremely like you
I'm
cannot
just gonna
grab
go.
audience off of TikTok and bring them somewhere else. Like that's one thing I know about TikTok immediately. Like if it's hard on YouTube to take it, TikTok is 10 times harder. Like TikTok is trying to be like an all-inclusive like system that's like closed off, right? Like you can't even post
Just
links, you can't
kick
post
him.
anything. I can't even hear him. Is he talking right now? Lorp, are you talking? I can't hear you, buddy. Oh, he's talking. I can't hear him. Hold on, let me reset my shit.
Well, you do need to, you know, boost the channel regardless. You need some money to invest a little bit. Hmm. Is anyone there? I don't hear anyone.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here too. Let's see here. All right, so let's continue. So what's the main points? Okay, so like algorithm. I mean, thumbnail, consistency. What else we got?
Yeah.
I'll tell you this: like thumbnails are so incredibly important on YouTube. Like, I think even myself, like I've underestimated like how fucking important it really is. You know, like I
Now
think it's
listen,
like it's very very important if you're trying to get views. Like you've got to focus on that shit.
Yeah, I
look.
think humorous title that sounds very exaggerated, or like he says right here, I spent 50 hours in ketchup is better than I spent 50 hours in my front yard, which is like, you know, you want it to be kind of like viral, and you know, so yeah, I mean, you also talk about
Yeah. Like yo, listen, just thumbnail, right? As a whole, like back in the day, we used to play a game on my fucking channel. I'd take like a movie clip, like a movie picture, like a still from a movie, and then like I throw like my face, my avatar over top of it, or somebody else's, right? And then I'd have people guess the fucking movie, right? But it was always like some wild shit, you know what I mean? And like that gets clicks, though. It gets fucking clicks. You have to do that shit.
Also, you can ask ChatGPT what are the most popular tags, you know, and then you can add it to your video like tags, and you gotta like calibrate the tags to get more views and stuff.
Yeah. Remember, I told bro, I said all this, didn't I? And you're just saying the same things I'm telling you.
Yeah, a lot of it seems pretty obvious when you see what gets viral, what gets popular. There's like a specific pattern to it. You know, the pattern is like the thumbnails, which he said, and also making sure the tags are right, and you want to make it catchy and stuff. You know, I feel like maybe, you know, it's not good to get too technical in the beginning. You want to just keep it all like, you know, somewhat humorous and meme like. You know, people like that kind of stuff.
Want to do topical shit?
Bullshit, but yeah, whatever.
This is what I'm saying about Lord Pro. So just kick him
Yeah.
out of the fucking thing.
Yeah, I've made plenty of Call of Duty meme style videos, and it went nowhere. Again, cheaters are promoted, not people like me who.
Yeah,
actually
but like,
put
why
effort
don't you
into
just?
their
But why wouldn't
videos.
you just copy somebody who's successful? Like, if you're just trying to get
Oh, so be
stuff.
like everyone else and
Yeah.
not be
Well,
authentic and
actually,
create
let
your
me
own
say that
brand.
you
Okay,
need
so there
some
you go.
money
To
to
sell your
invest
goddamn
for
hole. So see,
boosting.
it's an endless
Boosting
loop.
does help
Are
a
we
bit.
here?
You know, boosting does help. YouTube, you can pay them, and they can boost your like videos and stuff.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel you,
but
but bro,
we
he's
already talked about that.
verbatim saying all the things I said. No, he's saying the same exact shit I told you. I'll show you how to get rich. You want to get rich? I'll show you how. I just don't want to do it. Like, bro, I can't. I don't have time to grind the algorithm 2 hours a day sitting on my fucking ass streaming. I just don't have it in me. Right? I got other shit out, and it's about my health. Like, I gotta go exercise. I gotta eat right. I gotta spend time with the kids. I gotta do all this other shit. Right? 2 hours a day of doing live streaming at the same time every fucking day is really hard to do when you have a life. Plus making thumbnails, plus cutting up clips, all this type of shit.
Yeah, like if I were to try to do it, or even Machine or any of us were really to try to do it, like, you would be working like 14 hours a day for sure if you actually just did it all by yourself.
No, no. It's like 4 hours a day is what you're gonna put in. Right?
I mean, if you're trying to like really supercharge your channel and like grow.
No. It's 4 hours a day, dog. That's it.
Yeah.
Right? But again, do you have a spare 4 hours every day? I don't.
Okay, so what would it look like? What would the other 2 hours look like then? So what would the other to make it rich?
You got 2 hours of streaming, right? You know what I mean? Then like it's small things. Spending 10 minutes making a really decent thumbnail. It's fucking 45 minutes setting shit up in OBS, right? Different articles, right? So you got like all the websites up, and then like you do the screen share on each of those different fucking websites, right? On your OBS to set up what you're gonna cover that day, right? It's motherfucking like another like fucking 10, 15 minutes doing the tags and blah 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 blah, right? Figuring out the title that you're gonna put on. Then there's like the other hours probably going to be you cutting up clips, right? You motherfucking like once you're done, right, with your 2 hours, right, you're gonna spend another hour, just cutting up clips and uploading them, not just to YouTube, but like to all these other sites, Rumble, Substack, fucking Odyssey, whatever. BitChute, all those things.
Also, if you want to grow at any cost, the thing you should value the most is humor. People don't really like care about the accuracy or precision that much. The normies or the people who are gonna make the channel grow. It's the humor.
Don't forget, if you're shadow banned, you're not gonna get as many views.
Well, it also depends on what you're doing. Like if you're gonna do like the news and topical shit, you should probably be accurate.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, it depends on the.
No, I just do AI songs that allegedly talk about the things that I loop about. But on YouTube, I get maybe, if I'm lucky, maybe a few hundred views.
He's a fed. I'm telling you, this nigga's a fed. He is a fucking federal agent, dog.
I wish, boy, I wish.
Yeah, but he already listen, Lord. He already told you you're not going to make it in music, so he already said like that's not possible. So.
Oh, I know. According to the federal agent.
Okay, so why are you complaining? So why are you complaining about not making? You're not even trying to make money with your music, right? So like.
I have tried, and apparently a white boy selling black man music is racist. So, because when I did that thing that you told me to do with that guy.
Do you see what I'm saying, brother? Derailing, bro. You see the derailing, though? Just kick him.
Remember that
we're having a really good discussion.
That you sent me with that black man there who allegedly sold his music. Yeah, kind of funny how all my money got stolen after you told me to sign up for that thing. So anyway, stop thinking that you're going to get rich because someone tells you to sign up for something or you listen to a seminar. That's why you lost what, $4,000? Keep believing everything that people tell you on the internet. This is how you do this. Keep believing that, buddy. Anyway, I tried selling that Blade song, and the most
Kick him.
because if I made any more money than that, then I would have to go, international, and I would have to get a license on it in order for it to be sold in a commercial, which means I would no longer have the right to my music, and these big, huge corporations.
Oh my god, dude. Just chill the fuck out. Anyways, continue on. Please continue on. Jesus Christ, dude.
Well, I think, one thing to do is look at channels that are growing, see what makes them popular or whatever, try to like do and I was like, this is one channel I did, a lot of people are into like Hyperborean stuff, right? Yeah, let's look at one channel here. See this channel is Rise and Grind. Has like 45,000 subscribers.
Got him to bud.
Yeah, that's cool.
But they're really
Yeah.
put to bed all these grind copers away because they just prove that his path essentially of getting anybody.
Oh yeah, see, you gotta make it kind of humorous.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I hate this kind of video, but
Well,
like
that's the
I
kind of
understand
stuff that goes.
but I understand why it's getting views though. Like, but like
Alright, that's the thing.
I would want to die if I made those kind of videos. Like,
Same here,
but
yeah.
I'm not. But I respect the hustle. Like,
Yeah.
but maybe I need to like see. That's the thing is like maybe I need to put aside my ego and just like do shit like that. You know what
Well,
I
you
mean?
have to
Like,
decide, like, do you want to hustle and make money, or do you want to talk about the things you enjoy? You see what I mean? Like, you gotta
well,
decide.
preferably it would be a little bit of both, right? I think
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to figure out. I was like, you have,
yeah. And
yeah.
here's my advice. Okay, I would, see a way to make it more memey, more funny, and make your titles very catchy, but also like make your presentations more organized and more streamlined. Just streamline it because most people have short attention span. You know what I mean? That's just the way they are. So,
Yeah. So all right. What you want to do is right. So like, here's what I did back when I was like, growing and doing all that shit, whatever. Right. You do like a couple videos where it's like you do technical, like I did technical heavy duty breakdown shit, right? And then I throw in a video that was like what I call red meat for the carnivores, right? Where it's like it's right wing, MAGA propaganda type of fucking shit. Because you gotta feed the you gotta feed the dogs, right? At the end of the day, you gotta feed like the core, like fucking the normie, like fucking conservative fucking guys, right? And so like you do 2 videos for you, 1 video for them. 2 videos for you, 1 video for them. And it's the same way with like guys who do like movies. Like so you'll have like James Franco or Christian Bale or Edward Norton, where it's like he does a movie for him, then a movie for everybody. Movie for them, movie for everybody. Right? And you go back and forth between like passion projects and shit that, you just want to like motherfucking, or that like you have to do because you owe the studio a fucking movie. You have to go back and forth. And like eventually, yes, you're gonna get burned out of doing it and it sucks, but like that's now your job. And that's the problem with making your passion your job. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Edward Norton reference is pretty good because I know about him. He did a good job of balancing, like striking that balance, and he's hated by other actors, but he's done a good job of like getting across what he wanted to get across. I would say for sure.
Yeah, 1 for him, 1 for everybody else. That's how
Well,
it
look,
works.
but
Right?
see,
It's the
this is the
same with your
thing.
channel. You know what I mean?
This the yeah, and this is the thing, Lorp. I'm not mad at Andrew Wilson. Like I'm trying, like I'm not like thinking all day about him, right? Like I'm trying to like learn from what he's done, good and bad, right? Like that's what I'm trying to say, right? So, and just like Mr. Beast, like I don't want to do Mr. Beast content, but that doesn't mean I can't learn from what he's done, right? You know what I mean? Like, but the thing is, this also is like a lot of people who hate on Mr. Beast, like they don't even hate on him for like the right reasons. You know what I mean? Like the dude is not an idiot. The dude is a genius at making videos. I don't think there's anybody that can make videos like Mr. Beast makes videos, right? I mean, he's got a whole team of people around him now too. That's another part of it. But I'm just saying, like, there's an
That'll
art
come
form.
later. That'll come later.
Another
You know what I
thing you
mean?
can do is, like stream video games. I don't know if you play video games, but video games that are released recently and get popular, that can like bring people to your channel too. Like that's like live streaming or Twitch streaming.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like if you want to do trending stuff, like and that's the thing is like I like video games, but I don't like current video. I don't really play video games like that. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I'm just throwing out ideas. Just throwing out ideas.
There's a channel I saw recently, right? I forget the name of it. It's like a lefty type of channel, but I like him, and I've had some conversations with the guy. And what he does is he has like an avatar on the side with him in a chair, like it's this weird, like fucking furry looking type of avatar thing. It's not even like it's like an anime thing. I have fucking no idea. No matter. But then on like the background of his videos while he's talking, right? He'll have like a video game or like an old like Windows screensaver, and then like a Windows 95 screensaver, or like a fucking Windows 3.1 screensaver. And then like he'll put like pictures of shit up that he's talking about while he's running through talking about doing his rant. And his channel went from, and I'm not fucking with you, in like a month and a half, it went from 500 subs to like 5,000. Right? And his views grew with his fucking channel. And his content's good. And he's clear thinking and he's ranting. And I enjoy his shit. Right? I really do. And I agree with like a lot of the stuff he says. Because like, like the horseshoe theory, the far right is, closer to the far left. Right? And, we go back like, but he has the same approach on immigrants that I do. He's a fucking far leftist, like Zohan Mondami fucking supporter. Right? And so like this shit, is something that, like you have to, like you can take video games and put them as like part of your fucking background for your videos. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
like,
what? You use what for the backgrounds?
Video games. Right? Tom Foe does the same
Oh
thing.
yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Like,
Have you
this
checked out
is
Tom Foe yet?
no. Well, no. That's what I was trying to tell Lorp. If he would chill out, I was like, he should play video games while we do our conversations and shit. See, this is what I was saying is like.
Yeah, I can actually play games while you do conversation if you want, because I have emulators and like I have everything set up, so I can play like PS1 games or PS2 or GameCube, Wii, you name it. Just like we can play it. But it has to be something I'm good at. But I'm good at platformers. I'm good at RPGs, stuff like that. Survival horrors, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think and I think that would be cool. Like, and that's kind of like the things that I think we should be doing is like you have like even if like you and Lort played video games, we'd have like dual screens, and then we still present the material, and so at least you know what I mean. Like, there's nobody doing that kind of shit, and then like
yes, there is. There's a lot of
really
people doing that type of shit. Yeah.
Really, where they have like overlays and shit of really okay, cool. Well, send me some of that because I'm interested. Well, that means there's a market for it, so that's good. That means there's a market for it, right? So let's start doing that kind of shit.
Yeah, there's a guy named Tom Foe. You can check him out on YouTube, right? FOE, right? And like I enjoy his content, right? I think he is nowhere near as base as any of us, right? I think he's still like kind of buried in like a fucking normie algorithm type of thing, right? Because like there's a lot of stuff he doesn't know, but like he's passionate when he talks and like he's getting it done. And like that's what he does. He just has a video with like an overlay in the background and shit. You know what I mean? And he has like a border overlay with a fucking like some weird. I don't know what type of video game it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's why I want to reach out and grab some of these people that are like uninitiated into the shit that we know and bring them in and learn from them, because like sometimes not knowing what you don't know, you're going to catch the algorithm just because like you're just dumb and doing things the right way anyways, right? Like, does that make sense? Like that's kind of a good thing. And they kind of like make room for guys like us, I would say, for sure. Go ahead.
Well, I had a dude, right? Fucking who was on my channel when I was small. I was like probably like I don't know 1,000 subs, something like that. And I brought him on as part. We had a part of the stream every week, which was like support a smaller YouTuber, right? It was like a stream that we did like every, you know, what I mean, like we were doing it like 4 or 5 days a week, something like that. And one day, I think it was like Thursdays, we just support a small YouTuber. This guy had 300 subs when I had 1,000, right? He now has like 400,000 subscribers. Right? And the reason is because the nigga's dumb. Right? He talks about Jesus and he does like fucking prayer services and like he fucking does conspiracy like shit, but it's like QAnon type of stuff. Not like the weird Lord shit. Like the QAnon type of stuff where it's like Ruth Bader Ginsburg was dead before she died, right? And like, you know, oh, you know, fucking Nancy Pelosi's a demon type of thing. Like these fucking normie ass conspiracy things, right? And like, but the normies eat that shit up with a fucking spoon, right? And there's a lot more of them than there are us who are like, yeah, listen, you know what I mean? Let me explain why like this is the same as like the populares versus, you know what I mean, like the fucking Republicans and fucking Rome and shit. You know what I mean?
Well, this is why I paid for StreamYard for a month, because I wanted you guys to like share my stream and then get other people who do streams and get us all to like start recasting to each other. So we're kind of like sharing our audiences and we just kind of build up a general audience, right? Across platforms, like meaning all of us have a platform. We all kind of, I mean, again, I'm just half-assing it. Like, I don't know what to do. I'm just saying like, we get a cross section of people, and then we drag some of these people in who are like the conspiratards, and then we mix it in with like some, you know, better analysis from someone like Machine or you, or, you know, and I can go do my little debate bro shit or whatever, you know, retarded stuff. But, you know, but say what now?
Hill Eater.
A leader?
Hill Eater.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm trying to get him to do more. I mean, he's kind of like, and I'm not talking shit. Like he's trying to like troll all these people on Twitter, and I'm telling him like, look, like these people, like everybody on Twitter is just trying to clout chase, right? They're no one's really interested in like getting into the topics. I mean, some of them are, but they're almost all feds or like wannabe feds. So it's like it's really hard to get like an inch, and he's aware of that. But it's like, but I'm trying to build up like a general audience for like I think people like the Groyper kids are like, they're like real people that we can talk to, right? Like, or some equivalent, or like even the leftists. Like a lot of these leftist people are smart fucking people, right? Like, I don't want to just like throw the ball under the bus. Like a lot of these people, you can actually hold a good fucking conversation with them, right? And if we could get the Groyper kids and the leftist kids, you know, to like you know, to like actually engage with each other, I think that's very powerful. And then we can mix in like a little Teddy K, a little Tom P, a little Machine Lies, a little Avian Buddha, you know what I mean? Like we all kind of like get the, you know, inject some of our ideas into their discussions, right? I think that like that's going to reverberate out, and I think that hopefully we can monetize that to some degree, you know what I mean? Like I don't know how exactly, but if there's a way to monetize it, that would be cool. That'd be cool. But the main thing is like, you know, I think you just have to, like you said, like build a brand or multiple brands that, you know, that have enough of a personality that people will just come, you know. And again, like I'm seeing it on like I'll give you an example. I saw I saw this gay. All right, so there's this gay conservative guy on TikTok today, right? He's got like his nails painted and shit. And this dude had 100 people watching, right?
Yeah.
And I went up there and just said a couple things, and people in the audience were like, "What the fuck is this? This guy doesn't make any sense. I've never heard anything like this before." Blah blah. Blah. And I was just like speaking carefully, like I usually do, but it's so out of place for like somewhere like TikTok, right? So like it shines more in that environment than it does on YouTube, because on YouTube, it's a lot of what YouTube is like it is very normie tier, right? And on TikTok, you get a little bit more nuanced shit that like or like niche shit, right? But most of YouTube is like, I mean, most of YouTube streaming, anyways, is like it's either like machine lies, super academic, or it's like, I like the fucking Cleveland Browns, or I like the fucking, Chicago Bears, or there's not a lot of in between, Say it again. Sorry, I overtalked you. What though?
I love that shit. Like, listen, I'm a sports guy, right? I love talking sports.
Yeah, but see, this thing is like, if we could get the sports people to like engage in some of what we talk about, like,
yeah,
that
you're
would be
never
sick.
like you're never gonna get those guys, right? Like, those motherfuckers are bought into the system, right? Look, I don't want to, like, I'm not interested in doing YouTube anymore, right? I'm kind of not, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'll do streams there once in a while, like, but I really don't care about YouTube anymore. I like my writing, right? It's a place I enjoy being. When I make videos, I'm gonna put them out on Substack, right? And it's gonna populate it to YouTube, right? I'll come and hang out with you, right? I'll come and hang out with Machine, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'll hang out on other motherfucker streams, but I'm just not interested no more. I put in way too much work into fucking YouTube, and like, it just there's no point, right? Because it's just fucking like they don't play fair. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I guess, is there any other way that you can see to transmit the memes of what you're trying to get across in a way that's worth it, or the writing is working good for you too. I'm just saying, is there any other avenues you're looking at?
The writing's way better. Right? The writing is way better. I really enjoy the writing. You know what I'm saying? It just works better. Right? And like, it is like, Substack's open. I think Substacks and Rumble are better places to build a platform if you're starting from scratch. Right? Than fucking YouTube at this point. Because like, YouTube is just, it's got a giant audience, and it has like a lot of eyeballs, but like, it doesn't. It's too fucking censored.
We premiering some shit in 3 minutes if you guys want to watch.
Gotcha. Right?
What do you mean premiering? What do you mean premiering? What does that mean?
I'm trying to do what you guys are talking about by premiering some shit in 3 minutes.
You mean on?
Yeah, I got it in the backstage there. So let's see what happens. Roll the dice. The
Oh, you mean you want to?
The price is right.
You mean you want to premiere something on here, or I didn't understand.
No,
Sorry,
I mean, I have it. Yeah, it's gonna be premiered in 2 minutes. See, this is my attempt, because see, you put MF Doom X, that shit gonna get a lot of clicks. It just depends on if motherfuckers gonna click on it. Right? Obviously, it's roll the dice, right? But MF Doom X, just type in MF Doom X. That shit'll get a lot of clicks. So you know what I mean. So let's see what happens. Right? You guys know who MF Doom is?
I do know who MF Doom is.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
see,
know.
Neuro
Who
doesn't. See, Neuro doesn't know.
Yeah, listen, hip hop
There's always
heads are
somebody.
not. There's not a lot of hip hop guys, right?
I
in the
mean,
right wing.
they click on millions of videos. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. But in the right wing, there's not a lot of them. Is what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, like this will be way less popular. But I think like, see, there's another chance too because Doppler effect. That's also huge. Right? Like so there's two chances for real.
Yeah, but anyway, right? So like, I think that like the best way to go, right, is to do like Rumble, right, and then like promote clips on YouTube to bring motherfuckers over to Rumble.
Yeah, a lot of people have been talking about Rumble recently. I've never really used it, so like I don't know much about it.
Yeah, also this may help too. Like if you're like trying to cater or market to a right-wing audience, then sometimes like I don't know, like sending $15 or $10 to like popular people like during their live streams or whatever, and that way like ask them questions and then make sure your name is your channel. So that way if they click your name, they can find your channel. That could be one way, like if you like sometimes they give you a shout out if you pay those.
Well, you could always like, yeah, I think that works somewhat. I've done that a little bit, but I think also like you have to collaborate with people.
Yo,
Yeah, you have to
join their
collaborate.
Discords, bro. That's what you do. You join their fucking Discord servers, right? You know what I mean? Like the right wing fucking YouTubers Discord servers, right? And like you promote your shit in there. You go in there, you hop into VCs, you have conversations, start squabbling with motherfuckers, whatever. You know what I mean? Start mixing it up a little bit. You know what I mean? Debating a little. You know what I mean? Having a little whatever back and forth, right? And like you just start dragging motherfuckers off their channel onto yours.
Yeah, think
That's
like,
always a good option.
Think like a data scientist, kind of, like a data-oriented kind of, Amazon, it did largely grow because Bezos is a very data-oriented person.
Toss and turning, dreams of murder. Someone's killing me, it changes. There's nights I'm on the killing spree. All done, cold blood, waking up in cold sweats. This is such a cold world, conscious getting death threats, shadows choking me. My last breath lets out my body. There's a conspiracy, my mind and my body's not really down with me. Me against the whole world. It's a little deeper, me against myself. I fight the grim reaper, swing sickle. I got my Glock bust rounds off, demented, schizophrenic. I know this sounds off to you. I do not lie. When I doze off spirits, hope I die. Whatever, angels waste the time, they work together, scheme and follow me. Cause I'm the son of man. I hear voices from a dog like Son of Sam. Don't give a damn if the bullets fill me. I don't wanna live, I hope they kill me. Put me out my misery. I'm left in misery. I kill all my enemies, cause I left company. Those who seek me are called wise men, or either wise guys. I pray you comprehend and realize I'm condemned. No rest, homicidal dreams. My cellmate, all he do is scream out loud how he wants to go home. That's funny, I'm here all alone, locked in a single cell. His back's bleeding, he's cold as hell, and I'm hoping they turn on some heat. I call the CO to bring some extra sheets. Where'd he go? He walked the walls, run halls. I pray he teach me. They don't see him, mental health try to reach me. I said, please see how he feel. They said he's alright, but he's not real. Evaluation say I suffer from depression, hallucinations, self-creations, what they guessing. I'm here doing years, I'm stressing. Medicate me, state me, want me to rest in. Don't take it, cause he said that won't be best in. He said I need his help and he needs me. Nigga, you walk the walls, go home, you're free. Home, that was fun, he was turned off, cause his wings was burnt off. The lesson was learn, communicate with one. I was chosen cause I'm God's son. And I'm the retarded one. Out in the streets, you won't survive with whack ass beats. We can see that. these days and times. That's how we get ours with rhymes. To my metal face bros with stomachs of cast iron, who've been into winning blast to the last siren. On the slow mode, the con artist with the social chick to my like how you live the slow but down below space. Anywho, how about the Yankees? Once I leave off stage, the party people thanks me. If I may speak freely, nasty like the freaky deaky at your local sleazy speakeasy. Been any fan of the limelight, in the mic stand with nothing but stick of dynamite. It's risky business like hand-to-hand crack sale. The rappers who's better hope on the cover of Black Tail. Jump into who's a fat, who's that, who catch you through match, be like, tell me how you do that hecko. Especially those who cop please like Gecko. Let go to Mike, do techno. Ha ha, the bet to bust out laughing at the bet. For no reason he get cussed out like Tourette. Get tight flow to make her bad ass stutter, or even crack a smile from a mad fast cutter. But wordplay since third grade age. Back when we used to play bang, open birdcage. Hip hop, Benny Hill, sip penny straight, get every penny weight, then he chill. At any rate, my metal face holds with tongue, or least I ring. Do yourself, I will continue to do my thing like kung fu fighting. Everybody was fighting. And the super villain struck again like lightning at the same spot. Now what's the chance of that? And a name drop like pick a name out the hat. That's a no drop from the lava canava. Who go player out the rap game like Sabab while I drop his music like a nerd cat. Win in 10 speeds from way back and spin on your back and then freeze. While I play high ball up on the zero. So-called rhymers don't call Cleo. While I steal the show like thought so try hiking. Super duper stars mean auto tricycling. Sometimes the men, mostly from the woman. I hear voices saying that's a super villain. Mostly from the woman, I hear voices. Super villain.
Okay.
Yeah, I made over 200 of them, so we'll see what happens.
You made over what?
I made over 200 of them, so we'll see what happens.
$200 or what?
Remix songs.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Shit sounds way more futuristic than the OG version. Like it sounds.
There are some channels out there that they just talk about stuff like foraging or like gardening. They tend to get a lot of subscribers too.
Oh yeah,
So,
they got good camera equipment.
yeah, they
Walk
do.
around and film everything. It's professional equipment.
You need good. He left. Yeah, but yeah, you need good.
Nah, just GoPros for the most part.
Yeah, we might do that.
You know, Jerusalem artichokes are very easy to grow and they taste pretty good. I've actually grown some and eaten some. Jerusalem artichoke. They're so easy to grow.
Nice.
Yeah.
MF Doom X. Roll the dice.
Well, the sound effect of the little like do that sounded like this like thing that people have going around. It's like this weird sound effect of like all these women are putting like me trying to figure out XYZ or the third this, that, and the third. And so it's like they just do like a cute video with them like it's like some like computer sound or something. I don't know.
Oh, yo, Machine, did you read that article I sent you about how the washing machine's the most dangerous invention of the 20th century?
I'm gonna read it on the show, so we're gonna read it. You know,
Yeah,
so-
listen.
because
I
it
figure,
goes-
listen, I think like that would be right up your alley.
Yeah, it lines up real well with the show. So you know.
Yeah.
Like the other article, you know, where you had Alul in the front of the quote. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Right. Like I figured that's something that would be like right up your motherfucking alley and shit. And it did
Absolutely.
real well too.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it got
Yeah,
like
I agree.
2,000 views on Substack and shit.
Nice.
But like what I want to figure out is like how do we trick the hot girls all over social media into like arguing against the washing machine but they think they're doing it against the patriarchy. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying
Mm.
to figure out.
Yo, listen, I've always had this thought, right? That like we should be paying like the fucking bots on like Twitch or whatever it is, you know what I mean? Who like, just they'll read whatever, you know what I mean? We should like be paying them and like just commenting, like sending in super chats that they're gonna read, right? And then like making them like putting in like Ted Kaczynski and shit, or like, you know what I mean, stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah, I totally agree. Like that's what all these think tanks are doing, and people are like, "Oh, this is really bad." But I'm starting to think like, well, if you did that instead, then they would just like want to be like sleeping with you because you're providing for them, and then it's like, then they put out propaganda for you. They have kids with you, and then they'll stop being like, communist
You know-
prostitutes for
some
rich
of
guys
my
or something.
like when I replay Uncle Teddy at the end of my show, right? There's been a couple times where people went on their own live stream, went live and started reviewing the video because they found what the chicks were saying so moving, and they think it's the chick who's speaking in the video that wrote this, right? So they think it's like some interpersonal psychologist, right? So,
Yeah, see,
they
see
think it's like
that
some female like interpersonal psychologist that's writing this, and they're like what she's saying is totally right. Right? So it's just funny.
Well, it's like imagine you could just like replace yourself, like every show that you've ever done, but you just have it like a hot, like gothic chick, and she's just like
Yeah.
saying everything that you've said.
Yeah, shout out to Unism. He started reading he started reading Kaczynski and calling it Nadia Komensky. He's reading Systems Nita's Trick by Nadia Komensky.
And it's like, and he's like, this is Nadia right here. She's really into like technology.
Right. It's like it doesn't even matter who wrote it as long as people get the message. Like real talk. Like I could say here's here's Christ's Protagonist written by Jordan Peterson, and then just read it. Get 1,000 views.
Yeah, by George. Yeah, that's kind of what I've started doing with my articles. And again, like I know it's like somewhat AI slop, but like some of the ones I'm doing, I'm trying to do it from the perspective of like a person that's not me. But I'm so like the one I'm doing now is like it's like a rad femme like Asian girl who's turned into a lesbian because she's in college and she's getting paid by think tanks.
Yeah.
But then she's like, but she's like, well, this white guy wants to be with me, and so it's kind of made me like re-examine my life, and so it's
Here's an
like
idea. How about we release, right? We could release 30 minutes of Christ Protagonist read by AI version of Jordan Peterson, and just write on the video, Christ Protagonist by Jordan Peterson. And then people ask me like, I means that the AI was reading it.
Good article.
That's all that means. Right? It doesn't mean anything
This
else.
is a good article. Let me say something about this article. I would say that this pattern applies to practically everything, because I remember watching a movie where postman used to actually walk and hand out the letters, and that like strengthened the community. But now with cars and massive interstate highways and more massive interconnection, there's more atomization and a sense of distance from technology like creates a sense of distance between people who are kinfolk, basically, like greater distance. Yeah. So yeah, this is a good article. Yeah. It gets to the root of the issue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like that's kind of like the point of the fucking article, right? Now, I did one about the farm show, right? That I went to. We had this thing called like the farm show, like every year, right? And it's like the largest indoor motherfucking agricultural expo in like North America, right? And it used to be like basically like the whole place is sort of like cows and pigs and chickens and like roping and ranching and whatever it is. And now it's like a giant fucking food court, right? And they got like people charging to like cuddle a cow. And there's this giant boomer fucking consumer slop fucking thing, right? But like it was super base back in the day because like, it taught everybody like, where your food comes from and like the process, and like got to meet the fucking farmers and actually give a shit about stuff. And now like the fucking animals are like way in the goddamn back, right? And there's only like a few of them, and like it's now just all like milkshakes and fucking like food or whatever it is, and like it's all ran by like 4-H females who are like teenagers with massive amounts of makeup, right? Like this is what happens, right? At the end of the day, when you make everything like as profitable as fucking possible, and you don't think about the long term consequences and like the actual social ramifications of what the fuck it is you're doing. You know,
Yeah, that's true. You know, basically, you know, the community was more tightly knit, and people knew each other. They worked the farms, they tilled the fields together. But the thing is, when you make their manufacturing and their food depend on like an outside source that's far from them, then that kind of destroys the cohesion of the society, basically.
Yeah.
The community, yes. Yeah,
Unitarianism for the win, friend.
yeah, definitely. I actually have a good Chinese film to recommend about that, but you probably wouldn't want to see it though. But yeah, there are a lot of films that convey this, you know, the breakdown of communities from the invasion of, you know, the massive industrial network and stuff. Yeah, there are movies like that.
Yeah. Like again, Substack. I think Substacks. I like it because like you can organize your thoughts, and you don't have to like have all the uhs and ahs and all that type of shit. And it's just like straight, you know, fucking just potent venom and shit every time you do it.
It's the what I like about Substack is like the people are serious for the most part. Like you don't get a lot of trolls on Substack, and you know, there's a lot of competition on Substack, but I do like that. Yeah, but there's a lot of real people still there, though.
Yo, it's a higher quality of human.
But then I go and post almost a fucking 10-minute long thing about New World Order and other type of things, and it's got 5 views. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, the conversation about the New World Order has been going on for like 30 years at this point. Like,
Okay. Is there somebody I'm not hearing talk?
yeah, it's
Yeah. Basically, I wanted to say this though. And the movie I saw is A Postman in the Mountains. It's a 1999 Chinese film. It's about these an old man and his son who continues the job of, you know, he accompanies his father on his first tour. You know, he's basically doing the same thing his father did, which is delivering mail like 115 kilometers of a long walking route into the heart of rural China. You know what I mean? And in the process, the son learns from the mail's recipients more about the father he hardly knew. So a large portion takes place in a village of the Dong people, including an evening festival featuring Lusheng dance. But what I'm trying to say is that in the past, you know, delivering, you know, mail or delivering postman, you know, like it had a kind of integratedness with the communities. But now with the nature of USPS and UPS and how everything is like, you know, multinational now, there's a sense of alienation and not even knowing your postman and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? And it grows even you don't know your neighbor. You don't even know your neighbor. And it's like a pattern, you know, as the industrial complexity grows, you know, there's a greater distance between us within our community and the members of our community. That's what I wanted to say.
Probably don't, but yeah, let's just trust everyone. Mm-hmm.
Sorry if I was a bit rambling. I didn't mean to ramble.
You're fine.
No, it's okay when he LARPs.
Yeah, let me pull this up.
Anyway, thank you for wasting like 3 hours of my night, Neurojack. Could at least paid me for it, but you've never paid me. That's why everyone else pays me.
Yeah, I can't hear him. I can't hear him. I cannot
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to hear him. I don't know why you still have him in the fucking stream, to be honest with you.
Can you not hear me, Avian?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. It's no big deal. I ain't worried about it. That's why I get my dick sucked while I listen to him talk shit.
I see.
But according to Neurojack, that's not a good flex. Apparently, I shouldn't get my dick sucked on panels while everyone else, sits here and drives trucks and LARPs.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go listen to some YouTube because, like Neurojack, it doesn't have any self-respect. You know what I mean? Neurojack, when you gain some self-respect, dog, come holler at me.
Hey, Pinoid, I bet
sent
you I
you,
have self-respect with my nunchucks, but you're too much of a fucking retarded
Well, are you
ape to
happy
be
now,
able to
LARP?
swing one.
No, I want to share. Oh, he ready?
You happy now,
you've destroyed the
Neurojack? It's
panel.
okay when everyone attacks me, but God forbid someone stand up for themselves, right? I tell you what, I don't usually agree with people about you, but Evian's right. You're a slimy motherfucker.
Yeah, let's not bring that up again. We already made
It's
peace.
not. I have plenty of reasons to call him a slimy motherfucker. He sits here and lets people attack me, knowing our history, because it's funny to him. He thinks it's funny to let people make fun of me. It's okay. Won't be
I've
funny
made
one day.
mistakes too. It's best to just drop it. Let's focus
Oh,
on
this
important topics.
Alice in Wonderland is bananas. You guys ever seen this European version of it? It says hand-drawn and cut paper combined animation from Ukraine, former Soviet Union. Mixed technique, Alice.
Yeah, Alice in Wonderland is kind of Pythagorean because it's all mathematics.
It is. Yeah, well, the guy is Pythagorean. He actually wrote a poem about Zeno's paradox called Achilles and the Tortoise. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah.
He has another poem called The Jabberwocky. It's a nonsense poem. Have you ever read that one? The Jabberwocky.
Yeah, I've read that one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the book Through the Looking Glass. I have a version of it.
Who is White Male? Is that Brown's boy?
This is I think Neurojack would appreciate this, right? Shit's weird. 2 notifications? What the fuck is this, man? All of a sudden. Oh shit. Some dude just reposted my Doom shit. Hell yeah, motherfucker. Let's do this shit. Who are you? Chandrashekar! 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 चलो ठीक है. Ooh, what's this? That's a young one. I might get accused of doing pedo shit to this, man. Hell no. Hell no. Alrighty. All white is all right. All white is all right. Oh, check this out, man. Robinson Crusoe on Mars. Can you believe it? Robinson Crusoe on Mars, 1964. What? Robinson Crusoe on Mars. Ladies and gentlemen, Robinson Crusoe on Mars. Well, that freezes every LARP in existence. Oh, unseen warfare. People sure are relying on their emotions and their own thinking rooted in the passions instead of discerning the spiritual reality of a few situations lately. Probably would do some good to pray and ask God about these issues and ask for discernment. Frankly, we all need to. Look at this thing, man.
My friend gave me a, I just forgot, praying mantis cocoon before. They'll just be like in his greenhouse.
Dope.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. They're
What does it
pretty,
look like?
I love praying mantis. I think they're really cool. I think they're like special in some sort of way. Yeah, I think one cocoon will birth like up to 200, or wait, I don't know, maybe like 180. Could be wrong on that. It's probably like, I don't know, it's a lot. It's probably like at least 80. Praying mantis come out of one cocoon. You guys ever see those up close?
No.
Praying mantis.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, what would it look like? Praying mantis cocoon.
No, I mean, just like
Probably-
you ever see a praying mantis up close? You ever like find one?
Yeah, I have seen one. I saw one like I went to the park and like, you know, like how there's those little signs that like tell you like about the park. And this motherfucker was right on the sign. He was just chilling
Oh, he
on
was
the
on
sign. Yeah, he was
Nice.
just like I was like, whoa. And I looked really close at it and I was like, because it was like moving pretty fast. So I was like, man, I don't want it to jump on me. So I just kind of like looked at it. But yeah, I love
they're
that
pretty-
song by the you know,
Very
RZA's
friendly.
Bobby Digital, Praying Mantis. You ever hear that?
No.
Dude, it's like
They're very friendly and they help take out a lot of insects that will hurt crops and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, this old dude I knew. When I say old, I mean like 70, over
I'm
70.
thinking of making this the Sunday thumbnail. Right? So I'll restream it and then I'll put this as the thumbnail. Right? For Made by Machine Bob 9. Strawberry Eyes. She move her body like a snake. Oh yeah. Damn, that shit's bananas, bro.
I've seen yellow, no, not yellow, brown and green praying mantises.
Nice.
The manti.
Yeah, I really should go to sleep, man. This shit is ridiculous, man. You can't be doing this shit every night. I gotta go to
Yeah.
sleep, man.
I drank too much. I drank too much.
Oh, I don't think we can show this because of the nips.
Caffeine.
Damn.
Drank too much caffeine. Yeah.
Oh, for real? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just drinking some right now.
Coffee?
It doesn't make me sleepy for some reason.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I mean, it doesn't make me awake. Sorry, I said that
Oh, I
wrong.
see. Yeah. Even if it has caffeine.
No, yeah, I drink really strong coffee and it doesn't wake me up. See, this is what I'm talking about, dude. Like it's like, yeah, Asian girls, but like, look at this. Like, good lord.
I want to say that coffee does the same to me. It could be diabetes, but I do find it strange that I'll be awake when I ask my wife to make me a coffee, but the second that I start smelling the coffee, I start getting sleepy. So it's like my body has naturally fought off the effects of what coffee was used for, which was to keep me awake.
Dark Lord,
So
let
it
me
could be
ask
that.
you. You once said you had an Australian Shepherd, right? Or am I misremembering? That's the Australian Shepherd dog. Or am I misremembering?
Who?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Huh?
I like dogs. I think dogs are cool. I just wanted to ask about your dog and stuff. How was your dog and stuff?
What dog?
You said you used to have an Australian Shepherd or something. Or
When?
oh, I guess my memory is not good. I apologize. My memory is not the best. Sorry.
Yeah. Wrong dark priest.
No, I think you said you
I've owned plenty of dogs, yes, but no, not even recently.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Did you ever have like a border collie or German Shepherd or
No.
golden retriever? Yeah.
The closest thing is I ever had was I had a Labrador mix.
Oh, okay. I think that's it. Yeah, that's what you said. Yeah, you mentioned that before. Yeah. So was he a cool dog? He or she?
I've always had cool dogs. I was always very strict with my dogs.
That's good. I've
I
had
tell you one thing, they didn't piss and shit in the house or chew on my cords.
I had a Maltese, but I would like a bigger dog in the future. I had a Maltese before, but she passed away at 12. Yeah, but maybe in the future I will get another dog. Dogs live short lives compared to cats. Cats can live up to like 18 years, sometimes 20, but dogs typically like 12 to 14. So, 12 and depends. Yeah, but dogs are cool, yeah. There are so many. The thing is, the different breeds of dog are so different from each other. Like Chihuahuas are not as smart as German Shepherds or Border Collies and stuff. But they're all good and stuff, you know. But I'm just mean in terms of like, you know, Border Collies like to have jobs and stuff. They like to have jobs, stuff like that. Not very easy dog breed to raise inside a house. So, you know.
No, most of the dog breeds I'd always have were rambunctious. They would be mixed with like pit bull, plot hounds, mainly hunting dogs. A lot of hunting dogs, not bloodhounds and stuff. I never liked bloodhounds. I can't stand their floppy ass ears. But yeah, I like taking
Pit
care of
bulls
animals. But
Pit bulls are dangerous, though. Pit bulls.
they
are
can be, yeah. No matter, I can tell you, people say it's the owner, not the breed. No, there have been plenty of at least 2 pit bulls I owned that were always shown immense love and care and companionship. And you know, you got a little too close to their food bowl when they were hungry or something. You know, they wouldn't, you know, bite you. I mean, sometimes they might get you skin, but you know. As someone who has survived a dog attack straight to the face at a young age, I can tell you a dog doesn't have to be violent. It can be wagging its tail right at you and will latch onto your face to bite you, even if you're, you know, it's not bloodlusting. So, you know, that's one thing. I've always wanted to get into helping animals, but, you know, it's all about the shekels. How much money are you going to put in? You know, I don't think you should have to charge someone, you know, $2,000 to bring in a cat to come and have a tummy ache taken care of. So,
yeah, it's always, you know, the thing is, one could have good intentions, but the reality of the situation is always messier than we think. It's always messier than we think. That's true. Yeah. There's a
Well,
lot.
I help out the animals when I can. I feed all the stray cats when I see them. Unfortunately,
too,
all
at least
the all the shanimals, Jesus, all the animal shelters around here are telling to kill them because I LARP for not just humans but animals too because they're just killing animals at an insane rate because we don't care about animals. So
Yeah, that's right.
wow, we
Actually,
got a
did
four-man
rescue
team of Mexicans, y'all. We got a four-man team of Mexicans, y'all. They're not only entering the country illegally, but they're entering the game.
I actually rescued a golden retriever and stuff. Once I rescued her. I rescued the golden retriever, and she was microchipped, so they were able to get the owner and stuff. No, I do think microchipping is probably not healthy for them, to be honest with you. Yeah, but that was the way they found them and stuff. Yeah, I did rescue the golden retriever. So, yeah, dogs are cool, and so I like dogs. I like cats. I like birds. I'm not much of a snake person, and so yeah.
No, I've killed a few snakes in my day, but they try to eat my chickens and their eggs, so I had to. Right
Yeah,
across the fucking railing of a fucking back porch.
yeah, they can be kind of scary. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I must have ran off Neurojack. He gets a little offended sometimes.
It just
You know,
randomly disappears and come back. Yeah. Come back. Yeah, when I had my trip, I definitely felt like there are demons that are disguising themselves as humans, and and they look like Rakshas, or they look like the Mesopotamian Nergal. They look like Nergal, Nirgel. Like they have a specific look to them that's kind of piggish, and they have kind of horns and kind of like a snout, and they have a very creepy smile. And I saw that multiple times in my dream. It's like there was some kind of war between them and human beings in the ancient past, or something. I don't know. And a lot of them are disguising themselves as humans, and they're going into political position, and they're doing stuff like loosh farming. And science is just a lie by them because they want mass sacrifice of animals, and they want to harness our despair and energies. So beings like that have existed in Mahayana Buddhism and Vendetta. My experience on shrooms made me really strongly believe that. But the thing is, my experience on shrooms was like Indra's net, while my wife's experience was like ego death, or like absorption, and or like awakening to the indestructible nature as like Brahman or something like that, or like the Buddha nature or something. She had like complete ego death, and she saw herself as pure light, and stuff like that. But my experience was like more like just a cycles and like looking into the past or history, stuff like that. It did make me kind of go crazy in the beginning because I saw Baphomet and other stuff. Yeah, but then then I got up and I sat in Zazen, and I was transforming into different people. I was turning into a monk in like a Japanese setting, an East Asian setting, and other stuff. And like throughout all of that, people were dying in earthquakes, and they were dying in lots of travesties. But I said, just sit, which is in Soto Zen. And that helped calm my mind, and I had a centeredness. And sometimes I would experience the sense of timelessness, but not to the extent my wife did on her shroom trip. Though my wife, she just said she felt like she died, like her flesh dissolved, and then she became like a pure being of light. And so that was like indestructible on her shroom trip. She took, I think, 3 or 4 grams. I think 3.5 grams. She took 3.5 grams, and I took around 3 grams. I took 3 grams. But for me, everything felt like interpenetration, like there were different worlds or times, and time was non-linear, and some periods in the past were influencing now, and I was like becoming different people, you know what I mean? And I was like experiencing extreme depersonalization, but I was becoming different people. Some of them died horribly, some of them lived other ways, but it felt like rebirth, basically. Like Indra's, Indra's net. It's like the spider web. Each dewdrop on the spider web is reflecting each other, and it's like endless reflections. And I remember looking at the trees near the end of my trip, and it looked like I could see a hut. We see the hut of a Taoist or a Chinese pastoral setting, and it felt like I was like zooming into it, and like I was going into different worlds, stuff like that. It's like a fractal. I don't recommend shrooms. unless you have like an anchor and strong conviction and strong authentic belief in whatever you follow and stuff. If it could be Christ, it could be Allah, it could be Buddha. You need to have authentic faith in something, otherwise you can go mad and stuff. Like I was going crazy in the first. I cried too, but my wife also cried. I noticed people on shrooms do cry and stuff. Like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty intense stuff, man. Like, I don't want to take it anytime soon again. It's called Penis Envy. That's the name of
Oh
the
yeah, it's hardcore. Yeah, it's hardcore. It's like double strength. So.
Oh, I didn't
Well, I
know
guess it's a good thing I never planned on doing any.
that. I'm not telling you to do it. I don't.
I don't need to see those things. All I have to do is close my eyes and I see things like that, just 10 times worse, So God gives it to me when he's ready. I ain't got to go take drugs to see crazy shit.
Yeah, but let me tell you, everything was a fractal. Like for me, interesting that like I was experiencing
Yeah.
fractal worlds and different lifetimes, and other that for my wife, it was just pure consciousness. For my wife, it was. But what I noticed is for her, it was like definitely like Parmenides. She said that, but the thing for her is she claimed she did lose her individuality in the pure consciousness, and the
Right.
which is like it didn't have any time or becoming. It was just pure light being. And so she said it was connected to the sun also. She said she could feel the light of the sun hit her face too. And then it kind of felt like vendetta for her, I think. So it kind of like leaned to that or something. Yeah, it's intense though. But for me, it was different. For me, it was like interesting. But yeah. Yeah. What were your trips on shrooms like, Tima? If you want to share, you don't have to share if you don't want to. Like, what's like the most intense trip you've had? Just curious.
Well, I had some pretty rough ones. So I've seen tons of weird stuff. So including like I put off a Christoph to Babylon record. And then one time it took me through the record. It started showing visual representations and structures based on the music. And I was like, wait, this sound has a lot of geometry and like it was creating these structures in my mind. It was a really dark space that it was creating. It was like mechanical, a lot of gears turning. One time
Seems like all the psychedelics does is seems to portray back either our fears or somewhat desires. That's what it really sounds like.
Hugely. Yeah, but these visions and stuff, like these structures and like the shapes, it doesn't seem like your mind can conjure these things. Like I'm pretty sure like my brain doesn't just come up with like such complex imagery. All right, like one time there's like this huge gears turning in this like giant clock, and then it zoomed out of it and it was this lady's helmet. And like the helmet was part of like a spaceship that she was on. And that was like pretty fucked up to just look at and to come to senses about what I was looking at. And then this lady started talking to me. I was like, okay. Because at first I thought, I'm just looking at this. Like it's like a movie I'm watching, but then this lady started addressing me. And I was like, all right, that's really weird. Right. And then, some of the things she said didn't really make a lot of sense. Right. And then, I've definitely seen like an Indra's net type of thing. Little like beads and shit that was connecting everything, and also I was in like one of those like Gundam suits. Like I was in like a robot suit, like flying. It was like weird, man.
You never had the experience my wife had though, with like the pure light and pure consciousness and the sense of being indestructible and time.
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've had so many experiences. We've had like, collectively dozens, right? So, we've taken LSD tons of times.
Does it make you cry?
Oh yeah, I've cried tons
me
of
too,
times.
yeah.
Yeah, I've even like talked to my family. I like I gave it to my friend one day, right? The first time he took mushrooms, right? He wants to go talk to his dad, right? And like he stopped taking opioids. He had an opioid addiction where he was taking like Roxycontin all the time, snorting it. You know, he took mushrooms one time and stopped taking it forever. It was really weird. And I saw him talk to his dad like while he was on mushrooms. And like I called him like 2 years later. Like he calls me with his mushroom dealer. And he's like, remember when we took mushrooms? He's like, dude, you saved my life that day. That's what he told me. All right, and all that shit. So yeah, I've seen it have huge effects on people. You know what I mean? Like this dude, like he got a job, like got married, and he was like literally a drug dealer, like on like, you know, addicted to opioids.
It's crazy. I think I'm gonna learn Japanese, believe it or not, in my experience, or Chinese. I don't know, because when I was like getting the demons and the you know, in the beginning I felt like I was in a baby's crib. Then I got up, I put my head down and closed my eyes. Then I saw a demon. You know, Twilight has this weird picture symbol of a guy holding a goblet, and I saw that goblet, the imagery, like I saw it, like it was like blood coming down it, and I saw like a weird satanic ritual with pentagrams and other stuff, and I had to, like, I was going crazy. I had to get up and sit in zazen. When I sit in zazen, I did experience what my wife did a little bit, like a pure light or timelessness, like it was atemporal. But then after that, there was a massive explosion. You know, it was like Indra's net, like an explosion of Indra's net, like countless becomings, like different worlds and like different streams of like different timelines. And you know, during that experience, I said all beings have Buddha nature, and I went and I was like repeating stuff I read in the sutra, and I felt like I was transforming into a Japanese monk in a hut or something like that. And my wife was there, and I kind of forgot who I was. And then, you know, I was sitting in zazen, and I said just sitting, and I was like transforming into different people who were just sitting throughout the ages, and it was like crazy. Yeah. But my wife's experience sounds the craziest because she had complete ego death. She lost her individuality and became pure consciousness being, like pure light, radiant light. And you know, it's like, yeah. But yeah, I know shrooms are crazy. This is one of my first time. Yeah, but I'm not gonna take it anytime soon. I need to take a break from it. It makes you cry, and it makes you like have to like approach certain things. You know, yeah. I think it can destroy some people, man. So you gotta be in controlled setting when you take it. Yeah. And shrooms are pretty intense. Yeah. Shrooms. Yeah. I do think shrooms could help a lot of people, but I do think that there is a risk, you know, without an anchor, you know what I mean? Like some people need anchor and like the archetypal space or whatever, like something like strong conviction in God, strong conviction in Buddha nature, something like that to anchor the mind. If you don't have that, then I do think the demons can overtake some people. You see what I mean? Like, you know, like some people. I think it's like a psychological. The first experience when I was in a baby's crib, I can kind of see how some men like they have a baby fetish, they wear diapers and stuff. But I got up because I'm not a bitch, you know. I'm like I'm not a baby anymore. So I bet some people would stay in that state much longer. So that was fucking weird. Like I'm not a baby anymore. Like why did I experience that? You know, I did feel like I was a baby at the beginning, you know, before I got up, and like that's kind of weird. Like, it does stuff to your mind, like maybe emptiness or something, or the one mind idea, you know, one mind, you know, or like how the projections of the mind cannot be distinguished from the actual world or something. Like I don't know, it's just projections of the mind, like crazy stuff, man. Like, dang, that's my first time taking shrooms, or like in a control state 2 days ago. Do you think if most people took shrooms, the society will get better? Like, it wouldn't be as materialistic anymore or something? People wouldn't.
I mean, you know, Montezuma took mushrooms and he sacrificed thousands and thousands of people. So I bet not. Yeah, I would wager to say no.
Montezuma. Who was Montezuma? Let me see that. Is it Aztec? Oh, okay, I see it.
Yeah, he talked to Quetzalcoatl. He took mushrooms, took to Quetzalcoatl, and one time it told him to just, you know, sacrifice thousands of people. You know, the sun god.
Actually, you know, now that I see it, I can see what led him to do that. It's evil, though.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's some evil in the mushrooms unless you like know how to use them. I think for sure.
You have to. Like I would say, you know, when it comes down to it, it's good to be something like a Buddhist, Christian, even Muslim, or even
Yeah,
Hindu.
because like whatever the thing is in nature that it represents, it definitely doesn't care that much about humans. It
Yeah.
seems like, right? It's like
Yeah,
so
it
like
does.
whatever that force is, it's
Yeah,
just
I know what
telling
the
you like
force is. So I kind of have an idea, but I feel like the archetypal space you can call forth like certain things from your own deep convictions or authentic beliefs. Like if you like truly believe in God or something, and you're like having a bad experience, then repeat something or recite something from the Quran, and it can like set things right. Yeah, but for me,
absolutely, I've done that before.
yeah,
Yeah, it
absolutely.
definitely works. I've even read like Taoism, like Zen poetry and Sufi poetry, all that stuff. It really, really helps. It
Yeah,
really.
definitely.
I've even
You
turned
need
on
that
like some
too.
Zen music. Like the thing I can't do is like, like look at social media. Like in the beginning, like when I would take these things, I would go to like parties, like look at social media, like like watch movies and stuff. I found out all that stuff doesn't really work too good. It's like it makes you feel anxious, it makes you feel upset, like the movie like really fucks with your mind. And it's like the images they put in there, you see like the fakeness of the actors. Like you see like how they're acting. It's really just like you can't get over the fact that the whole movie is fake. It's just a really weird and sad experience. And then so like I mean I like very lo-fi music, like and it's always been successful for me. The thing with it is if you have cannabis sativa, it really, really helps. So this is actually one of the main things is like I found that really like I've actually not taken that many mushrooms without cannabis sativa. So I can't imagine like the times I have taken it without cannabis, it's been very unenjoyable. I have to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. It was not enjoyable for me, and for my wife, it's not really enjoyable either. It was more like profound, but it does like have a dark night of the soul or something, like a very strong dark night of the soul. Like
Yeah.
she really felt like she died and stuff. Like she really felt like that.
Yeah, one time I had like a couple times I had really bad experiences. All right, where I thought like, like a couple times I thought like my brother had died. All right, so like, he just like left the house and I took mushrooms and then like, I thought like he was dead. So like whatever, like, I was like, my brother's not come back. And it felt like he'd been gone for hours and hours and hours. But it was like only like 2 hours. All right, so this is the thing is like, like freak out. Like one time I thought I was dying and I called all of my family members and told them I was dying. Right. So that did not go so well. Right. They're definitely wondering like what the fuck is wrong with me? Like what they're really worried about me. So and yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take it anytime soon again. I do think it's interesting. But yeah, it's kind of risky, like and
One
stuff.
time I thought like whatever I was experiencing was not real. So I laid down and tried to go to sleep and I couldn't. And I got up and I started punching myself in the face. I'm not even kidding.
Hmm.
And I was like,
what was
yeah,
that?
and I was like, why won't this fucking thing turn off? And I was like, turn my brain. I tried to knock myself out. And I was like, and that didn't work. So then I just laid down in agony for like another 2 hours. I got up and I was like, okay, I feel okay. But it's like for a while, like if you like this is something that Hunter S. Thompson said too. He said if you try to go to sleep on mushrooms, what you really experience is an introspective nightmare. And that's actually true.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. What shroom was that one you did? Because it was a penis invade, that one too, or a different one?
I've done that one. I've done many different types.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done like ones from the Amazon. I've done like different strains.
And one thing I will say though is taking shrooms does make you take Parmenides more seriously than Heraclitus, because I was thinking about my experience and my wife's. It seems like what is has to be the basis of like morality and also awakening, and you know, it has to be closer to what that is, you know, what is, and not what is not in the Parmenidean sense. You know, I did read the
Yeah, I think
right.
John C. Lilly was like heavily Heraclitus.
Yeah,
Right? He like went in a very Heraclitus. Like he started saying there's multiverses and that there is no limits to the mind and all this stuff. And it's like in the province of the mind there are no limitations. And it's like, I don't know about all that. Right?
Yeah,
That sounds very
yeah, for me it wasn't like that, because you know, when I saw the Indra's net, I noticed that like when I like center myself and just let go, I wasn't attached. There were moments of timelessness for me. Like sometimes it just, you know, everything stopped, you know what I mean, sometimes, and then it would just come back when my thoughts would stir up again, you know what I mean, like, you know, when I did not grasp, when I let go of grasping, everything came to a standstill. There was no change. But when I grasp, you know, it's like like the countless worlds upon worlds for like interpenetrating each other. You see what I'm saying? It was like about grasping or not grasping. See, I think people like John C. Lilly, they probably were very hedonistic, you know what I mean? And so they never like saw that stuff as illusory, you know what I mean? The endless becoming. But if they were to like truly silence their mind and go into the stillness, that stuff would like come to a standstill. You see what I mean? I think that's probably the problem with Moctezuma II. You were talking about the Aztec guy, because you see, they probably experienced the fractal becoming, and they didn't really like, you know, bring their mind to calmness in meditation or like prayer or whatever. So you have to like really, you know, see, that's what I mean by you see, the contemplation and wisdom involved are closer to Parmenides. Yeah. So when you're like in the contemplative mode and wise mode instead of the partying mode or the hedonistic mode, it does affect the trip and stuff. So yeah. Yeah, actually it was peaceful for me when I sat in Zazen, to be honest. I mean, it was still somewhat disturbing, but it was a kind of peace. I'm gonna start being more consistent with my Zazen practice. I'll just sit 20 minutes a day. You can do it while standing too, but yeah, I'm just gonna do 20 minutes a day. I've been doing that. Yeah, but yeah, that's the thing. You know, that's I feel like process-based ontology is wrong, and that I definitely know that stuff now. I think it's wrong and stuff. You know, time is dukkha and stuff. That's what I think. So time is dukkha. You know, yeah, the timelessness is different from that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Actually, there's this quote from Frederick George Younger I want to read, which ties into that, you know, and it also probably influenced Ilul, to be honest. And let me read you that quote. I actually didn't understand it the first time I read it, but after reading Parmenides and talking with you guys, I kind of understand it now. And so, you know, yeah, let me read you this. You there? Yeah, you there? Or
Yeah, I'm here.
yeah, okay. Modern man worships uninhibited, dynamic, throbbing life, but worships it as a weakling who cherishes an illusion of strength. Lifeless time mocks him, for he does not understand that the mechanical motion to which he abandons himself is itself empty, and that the faster it speeds, the more vacuous it becomes, abandoning himself to mechanical motion. So in a way, I feel like people like John C. Lilly or even Moctezuma, they abandon themselves to the motion. They don't seek the stillness. You see what I mean? The stillness is where the shrooms should be taking people if they like have the anchor in the true traditions or whatever, the traditions that value you know, stillness. You know, that's the important thing. The stillness. You know, that's important. You know, if you sit in meditation or say prayers, I think it can bring about that stillness. You know what I mean? So I would say that, you know, when I took shrooms and I listened to my life, I do think it's true that mysticism boiled down to Parmenides versus Heraclitus, and I don't think there's a middle way, to be honest. You have to pick one or the other, which is closer to the truth. I would say Parmenides is closer to the truth. I would agree with you on that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's that's definitely true. I wouldn't say 100%, but he is closer to the truth. Yeah, generally speaking, and stuff.
Sorry, I find it hilarious that, you know, I listened to Pinoy, you know, do his little gay rant toward me for a whole hour telling me that I can become famous for having skill in Call of Duty, but yet I just killed a cheater in Call of Duty and he DDoSed the entire fucking match and made everyone quit. So yeah,
keep telling yourself that skill will get you somewhere, talent.
I used to play a lot of Counter Strike, Counter Strike Source. Yeah, I never got that good at it. But it was fun, I guess. There are some people who are so good at it. It's crazy.
Yes, I like tactical military warfare, and I'm damn good at it. But apparently only cheaters are
Yeah,
the
there are a lot of
best.
cheaters. Yeah, and those online games like Call of Duty and Counter Strike, there are a lot of them. Yeah, lots of cheaters. That's definitely true. Yeah. What's funny is sometimes you play Counter Strike and some annoying kid comes on and he's like screaming a bunch of stuff and yelling racial slurs, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's been going. It's like a lot of weird kids. Like like they have ADHD or something. I don't think it's good for kids to be playing online games like that or something. Like 8-year-olds or 9-year-olds like just screaming. That's happened like 2 or 3 times to me. It's weird. Yeah, you Counter Strike as weird people and stuff. Like,
Yeah, it's just a bunch of racists nowadays. You get a few occasional racist black dudes, but there's been a lot of Mexicans taking over, and a lot of racist white people, as always. A lot of Trumpers, a lot of Charlie Kirkers have been popping up here recently.
Yeah, I actually have never played much Call of Duty though, but I did play a little bit. Believe it or not, but I actually played the original, the first one that was released. I played that quite a bit. It was okay. Yeah, it was pretty interesting.
I just play DMZ because it's the closest thing to an open military firefight that you can get, but the amount of grown men on that thing that seems to need to cheat in order to be able to get a kill and some loot is pretty sad. Because in fact, I don't consider myself good at all. But if you go and watch my Call of Duty videos, I'm not a fucking amateur by far. So
you play on PC or consoles?
I play on console.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I feel like for first-person shooters to become competitive, you need to play on PC because of the.
Only if you suck and you need a whole entire computer to turn your aimer. I'm sorry, but I have taken and killed people on PC, and I just killed a cheater, and I did that with a controller. So
I see. Yeah, that's impressive. Yeah.
If you have skill, you have skill, and then there's people who have to cheat, or buy $200 controllers with special setups, like in these Mortal Kombat tournaments.
I would say I'm above average in first-person shooters, but not competitive level. Like that's what I am. Above average, though, but not like that impressive. Yeah, I think it requires a lot of reflexes. It requires anticipating
Tactical thinking. That's right. Yes, and apparently most people don't have that.
I do have it to some extent, but you gotta do it fast. You gotta be fast at it. Yeah, you can't.
It's very fast paced.
You ever play Halo?
Oh yeah, that's when I did have Xboxes, that was my go-to. It's just I don't know. There was something about Halo. I don't know. It was too slow for me. It was too clunky. Like it was great for multiplayer. It was great for building your own, fighting rings and stuff like that. But there was something about Halo. It was just real slow to me.
Halo 2 was very fast, but I think 1 and 3 felt a little bit slower from what I played. I actually did not play much 3, but 1 is slower than 2. But yeah, I think Halo 2 I played the most. Yeah, Halo 2 was very fast, like so fast compared to, if I remember correctly, pretty fast. That Rat Blood guy is kind of weird. Like,
kind of.
Yeah, he's messed up. Yeah, steel vagina. I would rather die than to have that bleep. I would rather die. I don't want something like that. I'm quite fine the way I am. I do think they are putting endocrine disruptors and other stuff in our water supply, stuff like that. That's not very good. Yeah, mess you up and stuff.
Well, got a drink, right? Or you thirst to death, so.
Yep, you got it. Drink.
So if your water smells a little bit like wet dog, oh well, at least you got some water.
Yep, that sucks. Well, water, it tastes so fresh. It tastes different from like filtered water. I drink filtered water. I'm not gonna drink from the tap. The tap is probably dangerous to drink. I know that for sure. But well water is the best. So it's kind of hard to find nowadays. But yeah. I went wolfing. Went to an organic farm once, a local farm, and they had a well. We'll drink the well one. I think it's spring. Yeah, they had a
What are you
spring.
talking about? I love drinking water that tastes like a pool.
Yeah. Yeah, chlorine and pools is pretty like weird. Yeah, it's always. I remember playing in pools when I was younger, and had a weird chlorine smell and stuff when I was a kid. And now that I think about it, I wonder if that stuff caused brain damage or something.
I mean, it probably does, but Nerdjack wouldn't care. That's why he doesn't pay me to get made fun of. He
Yeah,
leaves
there's
his
a lot of-
panels for hours on end.
There's a lot of stuff that can be discussed, like the health ramifications from industrial modern living or the biodiversity loss or the loss of human autonomy, stuff like that. There's a lot. You could go about that stuff endlessly, yeah, unfortunately, but yeah, that's the way it is. Yeah, I actually have only smoked weed 4 to 5 times. And when I smoke weed, I cannot listen to hard stuff or see disturbing imagery. I can only see happy stuff, you see, because I get very sensitive on weed and stuff. But I do like weed also. It's natural and stuff. So long as it's natural and I don't see any disturbing stuff, I'm good on weed. But I'm very sensitive on weed. Like I take things way too hyper.
Well, if you're seeing anything on weed, that shit laced, bro.
I mean, not see stuff, but I just get very sensitive on weed. Very sensitive.
I mean, I get what you mean, but yeah.
Yeah. I cannot. I do like weed though. It just make you feel like you're like flowing with everything. You're like vibrating and you're flowing with everything, stuff like that. Yeah, I have taken the natural stuff like 4 times, the weed and stuff. Also makes you more agreeable and stuff. I think so. It tends to do that. So, which is kind of bad, I think, though, but it's fine. Yeah, so I mean, it affects people differently. I think weed affects everyone differently. Yeah, I cannot drink alcohol anymore because the last time I had it, I threw up, and now I have adverse reaction to seeing alcohol. I cannot drink alcohol anymore. So yeah, that's like I can't drink even a single drop of alcohol anymore.
Nope.
But that's good, though, I guess.
Yeah, I consider it a blessing. A lot of people are like,
Yeah.
why aren't you upset that you can't drink? I'm like, not from what I'm seeing. I'm perfectly fine with a packed bowl or a joint or a blunt or a hookah. I don't care. But yeah, like it's nice to have that buzz. I've had that buzz before, but I've seen people get almost basically killed just from having a few beers. So I'm good. It makes people stupid. I can handle my alcohol. I can sit right there and climb up a tree drunk as fuck, where someone else can't get up a branch. But it's just, to me, it's not worth it. Even if I didn't have, like with you, I developed that rejection real young, like 16, 17. That was like the second time I got actually drunk, and after that I can't even stand the smell of certain alcohol, or it makes me sick to my stomach. I just can't do it, and I'm glad. I'd much rather have a bowl of weed or, like I said, a blunt or something. It's so much more natural and easy to deal with. You don't have, unless you got a headache or something already, you ain't gonna really wake up with a weed hangover unless you're staying up all night until 5 o'clock in the morning smoking yourself stupid. So
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, definitely. I think that's the wise thing to do. Yeah, definitely. I think weed is far less destructive overall. Definitely. Yeah. Of
well,
course.
according to Nordjack, it just makes me angry, and if only he really understood what makes me angry, and it's not the weed. Sorry.
Yeah, it is weird that that stuff is still banned, but yeah.
It's not weird. They would rather have people addicted to everything else, including the alcohol. So, I mean, kill your liver instead of your lungs.
Yeah, that's a good point, I guess. So yeah.
It's the same thing with what my state's doing with the tobacco here. They sit here and my doctor bitch and complained and saying, you really should stop smoking. It's healthy for you. Well, if the nicotine gum and the nicotine patches don't work, because one, they wouldn't give me medical marijuana when I went there. How convenient the day I decided to ask for it, they stopped giving it. But they were like, go to the safer air quotations and the cheaper option, which was a nicotine vape. So I finally found a nicotine vape that I liked. It was cheap. It lasted me about 2 weeks, compared to, a pack of cigarettes or a pack of cigars only lasts me a few days or whatever. And then boom, they upped the price on it to where it was cheaper for me to go and buy the fucking cigarettes than it was for me to even begin to switch. So, I mean, it's just a constant count mouse game, in the health industry. They sit here and say they want you healthy. Well, for someone like me with the health pain, I asked for, help with pain for 3.5, 4 years, take ibuprofen, take Tylenol, take this, take that, take this, take that, everything but something fucking natural. And then when you go and say, well, why won't you give me something natural? I feel like you're gaslighting me. Well, they go and switch doctors on you. So, in reality, it's just a system where really, man, I've really found that, I mean, if you can never pick up a bottle, if you can never pick up a cigarette, never pick up a joint, I wish I could go back in time. I would never pick up a cigarette or a cigar, a beer. I would never pick up even a bowl because, I mean, even as healthy, and I'm using air quotations, healthy as what weed can be, weed is far from healthy. You can become just as addicted to, to weed as what you can, a cigarette. And, people can say, well, that's not true. No, it really is, especially if you use it for someone like me, where like for the longest time when I was younger, I used it just to get high, you get high, stay up late before, school and, play video games or whatever. But then when you got older and you started getting pains and stuff and depression and other things, it was like, oh, now I use it for this. But now I can go, months on end and not have a joint. And sure, it sucks, but I'm not going to go out here and knock out, Granny down the street and steal her purse to, go to the store and get me a joint or something. So
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, drugs like heroin and cocaine and stuff like that is very bad. That stuff one should never do even once. Even once, that kind of stuff is bad. What I mean? Especially meth, that stuff should be banned. What I mean? I do agree that heroin, cocaine, meth should be banned, but not marijuana, not shrooms. That stuff is innocuous if you do it right. But compared to alcohol and stuff. But can I ask you something, TML? Do you know if Dr. Scribina ever has taken shrooms or not?
That would be
from
shocking.
what I've heard from him, like he doesn't actually mess with stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, I see. Got you. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
he
makes
doesn't mess
sense.
with
Yeah.
shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thinks he should be sober, all that stuff. If you want to engage in philosophy, you should be sober.
Yeah. I
That's
think
his
both are necessary, to be honest.
I can agree, yeah, sometimes, but I feel like my brain opens up more if I go and puff a little. So
Yeah. I do think that, it's good for like philosophers to take like shrooms or psychedelics like once or twice, like because that does kind of, open some doors. And, it makes, after my experience, it makes me take stuff like idealism even more seriously. I think idealism mixes better with Parmenides than panpsychism, to be honest with you. Idealism mixes better with Parmenides, to be honest. But you know what I mean by that, right? Like if the mind is what projects and creates sense of time, then mind has to have some foundational aspect of reality. Mind has to be prior to the physical, and you see, and when the mind is projectionless, then that is like the Parmenidean being, that's timelessness, the ungenerated and the imperishable, which is closer to that. Yeah, so I do feel like, depending on whether you lean more towards Parmenides or Heraclitus, it does influence the way your philosophy develops. So I think Castrap is more on the side of Parmenides, believe it or not, because based on what I read from Analytic Idealism in a nutshell, it is closer to Parmenides than Scribina's Pantechnicon. Pantechnicon is way closer to Heraclitus. Way closer to Heraclitus. Pantechnicon, this idea of Pantechnicon. So yeah. Yeah, so yeah, yeah. Let's see that.
Yeah, I mean, mind is an interesting sort of avenue to explore, but yeah, I think in terms of mind, it's like, there's evidently a plenitude of minds, right? I don't agree that there's like just one mind, right? In terms of, like spirit, I think there's one spirit, right? But I think all matter is a reflection of mind, right? So there has to be a multiplicity of mind.
Yeah, but it made us the spirit, at least the way you define it as being one spirit, is that experiential? Does the spirit have any experiential properties?
Oh yeah, it's experiencing everything.
What? That's basically mind, and that's end-minded. That's mind.
Well, I think like experience is in a realm of activity, and mind is in a realm of imagination, right? But I don't think that imagination and experience are totally different, if that makes sense, right? But I think activity is primary to mind, and I think mind is primary to matter, right? So on and so forth, and right. But
Yeah,
if you go up the scale, mind is an illusion, and so is matter. Right.
Well, that would be closer to Heraclitus then.
I don't think so, because
Spirit is activity, right? And activity involves
right.
process. It involves
No, I don't think so. I think activity is summed up in stillness.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I think God is still. Right? I don't think God has to move. Right? I think God engages all things while doing nothing. Right? And nothing actually exists.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm loving the sound of that.
That's kind of where I'm at with it. All right. So, it's as a Sufi writer said, I quote this a lot: all of existence is in the shadow of the creator. Right? The shadow lets you know where you stand in relation to the light.
Yeah, during my experience, I felt
That's why I LARP into the void.
No, that's why I felt everything is spiritual. I was saying that everything in life is spiritual. I was saying that in the book.
Oh yeah. Yeah, nature is deeply spiritual. But it's like, like I think nature and being are one. Personally. And I think that Parmenides is saying that too. If you look at Zeno's examples, he's talking about nature. He's observing nature to make his points. Right? He's saying change within nature is an illusion, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, I see what you mean. I think, I'll think about more, but yeah, I say that's more in the right direction, but it would be interesting to see. I would like to see Scribino's response to that in the future, if possible.
Oh yeah, Scribina's. Yeah, because I understand what he's talking about, techne and logos. Yeah, that everything has these two expressions, right? But I sort of lean away from dualism, and that's basically just because of Parmenides. All right. I have an inclination that the world of the forms does not exist. Right. That there's just that experience and imagination exist on the same plane of existence. And Yeah. And also, I believe, obviously, nature is intelligent and creative. So,
Yeah, it's too bad we're destroying nature. Yeah, but yeah.
yeah. But I think that if we destroy the part of nature that sustains us, we will be the one that are destroyed, not nature.
Well, we are, though. We have more microplastics in our blood, and our bloods are toxic for creatures to eat. I mean, like our bodies.
Right. Right. But I think there's creatures on Earth that will be able to eat it. Or the Earth will create beings that can eat it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, like fungus can eat oil spills. So
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think the
true,
Earth's
yeah.
gonna have a problem
Yeah,
getting rid
I
of
do
us,
think.
sweeping up the mess.
I think in a linear sense, evolution is true, but in a more non-linear sense, it's not true. Because when you get down to the timelessness, the concepts of contingency and time do not apply. But I think that there is there's a atemporal aspect, a non-linear aspect of time, and also a linear aspect of
Oh
time.
yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've said this before too. I think there's 4 types of time that all exist at once.
Yeah.
Right. There's there's linear time, there's cyclical time, there's spiral time, and there's eternal recurrence. All of them
Yeah.
exist.
Yeah, I think that's true too. After my
Yeah.
shroom experience, I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, instead of like 4 types of causality, I just go 4 types of time that all are interpenetrating. Right.
Yeah, they were interpenetrating in my experience. Yes.
Yeah. Because like you get the synchronicity thing a lot if you do like mushrooms, so it gets a weird thing about time.
Yeah, very weird stuff. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, what time is it? It's 12:35. Yeah,
There's also the dilation, right? There's a huge time dilation when you're on the
I
mushrooms.
felt that too. Yeah.
It's bananas, man. So just the physical time refuses to, tick, and and one moment can feel like ages, and so on and so forth. But yeah, if you want to go to sleep, or is that what you're saying?
No, it's fine. I'll probably go to sleep in like an hour or 30 minutes, depending on how much people want to stay here.
Yeah, I will. I'm thinking about, going. Honestly.
Yeah, you can go if you want to. It was nice talking to you as always, and I hope you have a
Yeah.
good night.
Yeah, of course, brother. Yeah, but I think I'll wait like maybe 10 more minutes, see if Neuro comes back, and
No, I doubt
if
he'll
not,
come back, but yeah.
yeah, sometimes if you set out the bat signal, he'll come through. So tell Neuro, so maybe I'll type to him and say, hey, buddy, I got Apollodorus. Yeah, have you read Homer or Hesiod?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I think I read Hesiod a bit in my book.
Oh, okay.
You can go back and look at it. But I
Yeah,
haven't
this
read
dude's
it.
asking a question about it in the Discord. So check that out if we get a chance, man.
Wait, who is that?
It's a homie we've known. I don't know who he is. He's very anonymous, but it's the guy with the gun avatar.
He's asking me.
No, he's asking me, but since I've not read it, I think you can.
Yeah, I haven't
I will.
read.
Yeah, I will answer him too. Yeah, he's talking about
haven't read it yet.
Prometheus and techno optimism.
Homer is like the Iliad, right? And
yeah.
Homer wrote Iliad. I don't know. Yeah, he wrote Iliad.
I think he also wrote Odyssey. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
he also wrote the Odyssey.
Yeah.
I have them on my shelf, but I haven't read them yet. I have them on my shelf.
Yeah.
I have
And
so
then,
much to read, and it gets overwhelming. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to read Ovid Metamorphosis. That's something I want to read.
How fast of a reader are you?
I mean, it depends what we're reading, for sure. If it's like Immanuel Kant, it'll take me like 2 years. Right? If it's something else, it'll take me a few months.
Yeah. I think it's the prologue.
I know this dude.
The prologue Mana of Kant is an easier read, and even Schopenhauer preferred that one, the prologue Mana or something like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, I've not heard of that one.
That one is better than Critic of Pure Reason. It's easier to understand. So, mana to any future metaphysics. So do you think a priori synthetic reason exists? I think you probably don't. The a priori synthetic stuff.
Yeah, I think it's a bunch of trash.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, priority, get the fuck out of here, dude.
No, god damn it.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't like the whole. I mean, see, it shows that he's an empiricist, right? Because he's saying that you can observe things empirically, or you can observe things in this second way that causes the empirical observations, right? So, I just think he's just through and through an empiricist. I don't think he's defeating or fighting against empiricism. You know, that's just a LARP.
Where the fuck? Oh well, I'm gone, yo. Neurojack invited me. He first of all, he sent me a link, and when he sends a link, he never gives a goddamn specific topic he wants to talk about. So, you know, I was basically just made to come here so that way people can make fun of me. So, you know, I'm tired of wasting my time doing this shit.
No, I appreciate you, Dark Lord. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
I mean, I know y'all too do, but I mean, it's just.
Yeah, it's just some bad blood, dude. It just you get over it. I mean, it's weird shit. But yeah, man.
It's part of that spiritual journey, man. You know, sometimes I feel like Joseph and everyone wants to sell me to, you know, Egypt. Isn't it Joseph, I think?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know.
Down the hill. Yeah.
Oh well, but yeah, it's been fun despite the whatever. You know, I'm here for the heart, so I just don't really have nothing to talk about, you know. I just every once in a while, you know, if you like a song or a DMZ video, just let me know, because I'm not here about the channel. You know, to me, at the end of the day, I think the most we can do is try to, you know, tell people, you know, what Neurojack does is Neurojack's thing. You know, I get it's his channel, but you know, throw some fucking respect on my name, Pinoid, because you ain't gonna fucking sit here and talk to me just because you're across, you know, thousands of miles on a screen. You know, just it's.
Yeah, but let me say something. Definitely check out that movie Postman in the Mountains. It was released in 1999. It's Chinese, but it has good family values. You know, it's about a father and son and being postman and the nature of the community and stuff. It's a good movie. It has nice Chinese cultural aesthetics. You know, it's called Postman in the Mountains.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy. We went down to the park about a week and a half ago, and my wife saw something floating out in the water, and it was a pair of foam, and they're pretty nice. Someone had to pay a nice little penny for them, but a pair of foam training nunchucks. And I managed to bring them out, save them, and clean them and wash them, and they're pretty damn good pair of training chucks. So he picks them up every now and then. Now he's in there learning how to use them. So, you know, that's what I'm saying. All I can do is hope to give my son values that hopefully will keep him alive. Because I'm telling you, the future. For those of us who do have kids, your kid won't be a human by the time they reach my age. So. I can tell you, if he was in school right now, he would already be well on the whole critical race theory and trans thing. It might not be in all the schools, but you know, I'm all for creating your own nation and not fucking with anybody. But let's face it, I wouldn't trust half the people that would probably apply to my nation. So, you know.
But before you guys go to bed, I want you to go to Google Images and write Guilin Mountains. Guilin and then mountains. Guilin Mountains. I'll put it in the private chat. It's so beautiful. And I was seeing that stuff on my trip, believe it or not. I was seeing Guilin Mountains. Stuff like that. and stuff.
Yeah, I'm afraid the only way I'll ever travel the world avian is if I use my Google Earth.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe in my past life I was Chinese or Japanese or something like that. Yeah, but I don't really like the modern. I do respect Western culture, but the contemporary pop stuff, that is like infecting the world is not my cup of tea, and that's not true Western culture either, and it's like it's not really like positively influencing or like, LGBTQ and all that crap, I mean that's largely Jay still, what I mean? Like, well, yeah.
I know they
Nice.
they did the same thing with Bruce Lee's image in the early 90s and 2000s. They took all of his, I'm not saying that Bruce Lee was just some guy who could, take on 10 guys in a room with a pair of nunchucks. I'm not saying that Bruce Lee was all talk, but I mean, I can tell you as someone who self-taught himself with nunchucks, if you ever want to learn how to basic defend yourself in a pair of nunchucks, I will teach you for free. I mean, if you want to pay me to teach you, but let's just put it this way, that's one business I want to make here because it is legal to use them here under certain circumstances. You can legally use them here, but people just don't care about that stuff anymore. I'm telling you, the martial arts place that's not that far from here has never once, and no offense, I'm not even going to pay $200 to learn how to do Tai Chi, no offense, but even I can teach myself simple Tai Chi like I taught myself Jeet Kune Do. I mean, I'm not Bruce Lee, but I can tell you I can move like him. If you get me pissed off and I'm about to fight your ass with a pair of nunchucks, you don't want me coming fucking at you if you piss me off enough, but, I'm just a stupid retard, so.
Yeah, but let me say this though, there are 3 mountains that I learned about from China that a lot of Taoists and Zen Buddhists took pilgrimages on and made hermitages. They are Tiante Mountains, Zongnan Mountains, and Gulen Mountains, those 3. And all of them look very magical. Mountains can be very magical. Yeah, mountains, definitely. Like as a place of like meditation and a place of hardiness and a place of insight. Mountains are not just there, they're spiritual. Mountains can be spiritual and stuff.
I would agree. That's probably why I have my city like Satanism. Because I live in mountains and most of them, I'm just saying there's a witchcraft on my city.
Yeah, they tend to be drawn to ley lines, and the mountains tend to contain a lot of ley lines, and they probably do their creepy stuff there in secret. Like I think, what was that called again? Bohemian Grove? I think that was done on mountains, like somewhere, right? The Bohemian Grove. Let's see what mountains those were done on. Bohemian Grove.
Well, it's the same thing with the redwoods. The redwoods are symbolic too. That's why they had Caesar going into the redwoods.
You ever heard of the Black Forest of Germany? That one is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one interesting. Yeah, California has a lot of weird stuff. Like, yeah. I would be scared to live in California. Like I would always be paranoid and stuff. But Georgia is not the best either. It's a military state. Georgia is a military state. Yeah, and California is like some weird, like satanic stuff and other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. Sometimes it does feel like there are demons who are disguising themselves as humans and stuff. Like, yeah. And they are like manipulating people, stuff like that. Or maybe they're channeling demons or attuning to them or something. Like, the brain is probably like a antenna to some extent, like, because you see fractals. The DNA is like a fractal antenna. I read something like maybe brain, has fractal structure as like an antenna also. You see what I mean? Maybe. And maybe these guys like do a Heros Gamos ritual to summon demons, and then they make a pact with the demon and they bring it into them. Stuff like that. Yeah, I'm not that kind of person. That kind of stuff is transgressive and wrong. Most traditions that are good, they are against inflicting harm and suffering on sentient beings, and they're against sadism. It's sadism. Sadism is bad. Saying sadism is bad, it means you're anti-satanic, basically. Satanic, sadism, it's a Saturn, satanic. I don't know. Maybe something like that. Yeah, sadistic stuff.
Yeah, well, you know,
Yeah, but
it's all good. It's all good to LARP for Jesus, but you know, I don't know. You know, $100,000 sounds good right now. So,
well, you know, you gotta like a balance. You know, like something like harming a child, even if I were paid trillions of dollars, I would not do that. I would not do that. But something like, you know, like creating YouTube videos that are just, I don't know, for entertainment purposes, you know, that's, I mean, that's still bad, but it's not on the level of like magnitude of like harming someone or being a sadistic bastard. You see what I mean? You gotta like compare, you know, some things are unforgivable, some things are forgivable. You see what I mean? You gotta look at it that way, you know what I mean? Like, you know, some kid, you know, going around throwing eggs at someone's house, you know, that's forgivable. I mean, it's still a jackassish thing to do, but you know, I'll forgive them. You threw eggs at his house, whatever. You know what I mean, eggs are biodegradable too, so it's fine. You know, we go throw eggs at someone's house. It's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? It's not. You know what I'm trying to say. But something like what the I don't know, like what Marina Abramovich does. You know what I mean? The spirit cooking. You know, that's unforgivable. You know, like we know that's symbolic for, you know, cannibalism and stuff, you know, like that's unforgivable, you know, like, you know, I'm saying like you just gotta like look at it that way, you know, you just throwing eggs at a house is okay, you know, robbing a multinational corporation is okay, you know, it's not like you know you're robbing a local business, you know, moms and pop stores. You don't want to take advantage of them, you know, they're just normal people. But something like Procter and Gamble, yeah, it's fine. If you can embezzle money from them, why not? But you probably will get caught, you know what I mean? But that's the problem, you know. See, the thing is, if you try to embezzle money from a big corporation, they're gonna put you in jail with the serial killers, you know what I mean? You believe that? It's like they treat it as the equal level of severity, you know what I mean? That's kind of crazy to me, you know what I mean? At least personally to me, you know what I'm trying to say? Yeah. So you got to think in it that way, I think. It's about, you know, what is the threshold of what's forgivable versus unforgivable. You know what I mean? That's what I think. I think some things are unforgivable. Like they give a karmic debt that means it's probably better off executed or something, you know, like pedophiles are unforgivable, you know, and stuff like that. You know, you gotta just view it that way, you know. You know, like just create a stupid ass channel if you want to make money, just give them what they want and stuff, you know. But that stuff is forgivable, you know. I mean, like, you know, people like, I mean, it's dumb stuff, but you know, I see it as forgivable personally. Like, yeah, you just gotta view it like that. You know, forgivable versus unforgivable sins, stuff like that. Right. Whatever, you know. You see what I'm trying to say, right? Or am I just rambling?
no. That's why I don't care about if my channel takes off. Sure, it'd be nice to like make lots of money quickly without having to work for it, but like, you know, whether or not you're a Christian, you know, at what cost. So I mean, whether or not I have anything to offer to the world, or I should just kill myself, like people have said. You know, people are a resource, so I'm sure I can push buttons.
I think one thing that's important is you have responsibilities. You know, you have karmic duties. You know, you have a child. Your responsibilities are first and foremost to your child. That's the way I see it. You see, that's one thing that the Hyperborean gets right. The honor to your duties first and foremost. You know, and so if you kill yourself, you're gonna affect your children and a lot of other people negatively too. See, man, that's bad. And also, if you kill yourself, I guarantee you, your suffering will not end, right? Because you have duties, you have karmic responsibilities. You know what I mean? And you'll suffer repercussions for that. You know what I mean? So you have to fulfill your responsibilities. You know, to the best of your ability. And so that's just the way it is. You know, most traditions teach that. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
like
damn, I was about to take
similar.
I was about to take these 18 ibuprofen. God damn it.
Yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't joke about killing yourself, especially on channel. That's because people will take advantage of that. You know, I actually sided with you more than Pinoy because I don't think it's right to go tell people to kill
Oh,
themselves.
I've made it very clear. If I die for any reason, it's really because of my health or someone. I annoyed someone so much I deserve to die. So
Yeah,
you won't
just
find me
don't
ever
talk
killing
about that
myself.
stuff. Yeah, because if you say that stuff, people will want to, like, I don't know, they view you as vulnerable and they want to get into your mind and mess with you. That's not
Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, just don't talk about killing yourself. It's not good to talk about that casually.
I'd rather touch myself.
I actually have a friend. I have a friend who seriously wants to kill himself because he has chronic pain. He has some bone spurs, and he's like in constant pain and stuff. He
I
actually
know what
wants
that's like.
That's different though. That's crazy though. He's pain.
Yeah, that
actually,
sucks.
yeah, that sucks. Yeah, but that's different. Like that's like extreme pain and stuff. Like, yeah, hopefully you just watch your health. Watching your health is probably the best thing you can do right now, if you can afford it, and just watch your health. Yeah, don't take the panel that seriously. Your health.
Trust me, I don't. It's just I noticed that certain people demand respect, but people like me don't get any return because apparently I'm just a retarded LARPer. So I'm tired of showing decorum online when I really don't have to because it's online. But because I'm not a complete and total asshole who disregards all of his morality because it's the internet. I'm just saying it's a two-way street. You want respect, but don't ever demand it from me as you just saying. I'm big on decorum, and obviously I'm the only one who knows decorum other than maybe like 3 other people I've met. So
Yeah, sometimes people can get too
barbaric
emotionally
and
invested.
retarded. Yeah, I know, but yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Welcome to the internet. We're living in a meme.
Well, the only time I would ever tell someone to kill themselves if I'm sober is if they do something like, cheat on me and like my wife or what. I will never forgive something like that. I will definitely go ballistic.
I get what you're saying, but Pinoy just reminds me of all the trans weird people who I've killed on DMZ because I was better than them, and then they told me that my son should get raped by a grown man and then killed. So I really don't have patience for certain people who just automatically degrade into personal attacks or whatever, just because that's the only goddamn argument they have, and can't come up with something better. So
yeah, that kind of stuff is sick. I don't find jokes like that funny. It's like dark humor. It should have limits. I don't get like some people who take dark humor and they joke about killing.
I mean, I'm fine with dark humor, but I mean, I think if you're just telling people to kill themselves because you find them annoying, or that they should get shot because you find them annoying, then you can't sit here and act cool with certain people, but then when other certain people come on, you got a problem with them. And that seems to be a trend when old LARPy comes around. So I'm tired of LARPing for mankind, and I hope the aliens and them UFOs or demons suck every one of you up into a UFO, because I'm tired of LARPing for you. I don't get nothing out of it. I'm never going to grow a channel. I'm never going to get paid. That's why I have to go to strangers every once in a while and ask them if they're willing to help me. It's just one goddamn LARP after another until they push the button for them alleged non-existent nuclear weapons. So, or they melt the ice caps while they put it on Google Images and show you them, gigantic football field wide ice cubes floating around. That's going to raise that ocean level, but that's a LARP too, right?
Well, at least you're keeping your heart pure and stuff.
That's right. That's right. It's been an honor LARPing with you tonight, boys. And I start playing that song from the Titanic. I'm just saying, I would like to not drink dog water, so someone send me 10 shekels. Because Neurojack ain't never going to do it. He just wants to waste my time and my health LARPing for people who would rather kill me and eat my flesh. But yeah. As he only cares about building his channel.
Where the hell is Neurojack anyways? He just left?
Yeah, I messaged him. Looks like he's not come back, so I think we'll just hang up the phone here.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Y'all the real people. At least I know y'all hearts are not completely mechanical.
Yeah, blessings, brother. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, too.
Man. Just like very sleepy. Like 2 days.
Oh no,
very little
dude!
sleep.
I'm telling you, man. Please get some rest. Please.
Yeah,
don't care about any of us. You got to worry about yourself, or we can't, have you. So get some rest, man.
hardcore sleepy at this point. So whatever happened at Saturday and then the show and then I just never slept appropriately. So and I don't think I will now because I had to get up in 4 hours to pray the morning prayer. So it'll be like
Right.
very, very strange. Right. So yeah, not much sleep now either. So I'm gonna go to sleep for like 4 hours or 5 hours or whatever it takes. But yeah, blessings, guys.
You too, man. Get some rest. You too, Avian. I appreciate y'all. Dr.
Yeah,
Kelson
blessings.
says, only take natural meds if you can help it and resist the rage because it's not looking very good, y'all.
Right. Definitely. The whackness spreading like a plague.
Yeah.
What's
Okay.
wrong? What's wrong? You don't want a
Yeah.
digital abomination,
There he is.
baby?
Oh, oh, all right. Somebody else is here.
Who's that? Lucifer Crystals.
Oh, this is this is Twilight for sure.
Whoa,
100%.
what's good,
Oh
Muhammad?
my
Yeah, blessings,
God. I
brother.
was just thinking about him today. Look at there. Look at that. Talk about
What's
fucking
up, brother
coincidence. Brother
man?
man.
Nice. Guess we'll stay for another hour. This is crazy, man.
Oh boy.
Can I ask you something, Twilight? You know that image you had of the man holding a goblet? Can you show that image or something?
Man holding a goblet. You have
Holding
to
a goblet.
specify.
It was black and white. He was holding a goblet above his head, and it looked like he was in a kind of ritualistic setting while he was
Oh
holding the
yeah,
goblet.
I made some with art and I made some with AI. So this particular is part of my codex that I'm creating. That's what that is. If you look at it, I don't know how well you can see it, but I'm I'm using some tools to take a whole bunch of very complicated ideas and you know use it as a way as a database to kind of concretize them so I don't lose them, and so that everything stays coherent. But yeah, I've been hella busy, but good to see you, Muhammad. Avian.
Yeah, good to see you, brother.
Dr. Kelson, what the fuck is that? I
That's
know who you
right.
are, but what is that? Who is that? Like what?
It's from 28 years later. It's where Voldemort, goes and he starts singing 666, the number of the beast, while all the Jimmy Seville pedophile weirdos come to, think he's
Oh,
Satan.
whoops.
So get ready, Twilight. We're gonna be worshiping Satan soon.
Well, I'm definitely sure that Neurojack left after he put Twilight up on the stage, so I'm pretty sure he's not coming back. It's like, he'll be gone forever now. So
Oh, now where's Twilight? Now he's gone again.
damn. So we don't get to talk to him. Right. But yeah, man, I've been waiting to talk to this dude, man. I appreciate his mind, definitely. I knew he
Oh,
went away
yeah.
to write the codex. Him and Unseen, man, we got to get back with them because they
Wait, Twilight just
drifting off.
left.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
it
that's
looks
what
like
I
he
was
fell
wondering.
out. Yeah, he fell out, and then Neurojack's got to re-add him, but I don't know if he will, or I don't know if he'll come back. I don't know.
Yeah. It is very disorganized. If Neurojack wants to grow his channel, the first thing he has to do is be organized. Like at
Right,
least
pay it. Right. Well, like a little bit of that stuff goes a long way. Like, for example, like just greeting people and doing the weird stuff. It does kind of like add a certain
Hey,
je ne sais quoi.
you mentioned the beast, man, and they kicked me out because I am the beast. I don't know what happened. Like,
Right.
no, I appreciate you too, Muhammad. Sorry, I've been absent. I've just been dealing with so much, man. I'm trying
Oh,
to
come on. Oh,
work
you're
out.
cheating.
What?
Sorry, I'm playing DMZ and these motherfuckers are cheating. They got fucking auto aim.
Oh yeah, got bots and shit. But anyways, Neurojack, Smoky Neuro Crack. What's up, brother man? Oh, fuck,
Chilling.
man. But yeah, man, I've just been working on my practices. I'm actually constructing my own magical system because I feel like all of them are lacking
Hijacked.
and fall into delusion and fantasy. And most magic really is about perceptual control, cognitive improvement, the ability to learn skills, and like real magic is very practical and right here, right now. Like it's not really about like disembodied worlds, and it's all become very much like to do with the astral plane and all this. Like the real magic is about like self mastery, about improving yourself. Like you can use magic to learn new skills and shit. it's
Oh,
very
so
practical.
is it possible that with me showing all the satanic imagery in my new videos here lately, that's why alleged
Satan.
Freemason people are starting to stalk me now?
I
Can I
mean,
join? Can I join
unless
Twilight? Can I
unless you're
join?
high level Freemason, dude, like most people don't actually worship Satan, bro. I can tell you that for sure.
No, God damn it, they're worse LARPers than me.
No, for real, bro. Like I know, like Freemasons, all right. I know, like Satanists. I know, like all these people, all right. They've tried to like bring me into their clubs, all right, and they're not all bad, okay. So you have to understand, like most of these groups are captured by like very nefarious people. It's never just like the whole group. It never works that way because they have to have people that are actually noble and righteous to hide behind. Evil has to have good to hide behind. You know what I'm saying? That's always how it works. You see what I'm saying? So like yes, the top all of course are completely corrupt and know exactly what's going on. But the other 90% have no actual clue and really just want to like help people and shit. They just want to do like baking and like help children in hospitals and and all that stuff. You know, but then you have like the top echelon that are like trafficking and like that's just how it goes, man. That's why it says like in all these different Masonic books, it says that most are not meant to know what's going on. They're meant to believe they know. And they're led into to darkness being and told that it's light. And they're blinded, by false representations of the symbols, and there's a order within an order, and it talks about all this stuff. If you really like read what they say, so it's all very compartmentalized, like the CIA. Like that's where the CIA, got that whole idea. Like secret societies and intelligence and mafia and all that, they all work together. They're all essentially one, really, when you get into it. Like that's what you're dealing with. Like, like Hollywood is like the CIA, you know what I mean? As an example. And then Hollywood and like the porn industry and like all that, this is all like a pipeline, and then you have like modeling and like 95% of modeling is like into prostitution, and 95% of prostitution is non-voluntary. Because at one time I was like, well, prostitution should be legal, and then I found out the truth and I was like, whoa, never mind, this is like evil. Hold on one second. What's up? Martin Luther King Day, yeah, it is. Certainly is. Yeah, he tried to bring white people and black people. He said we all the same. Doesn't matter what your color is. It's the character of your heart. Yes, sir. And they killed his ass. Yeah, he was the first Charlie Kirk. Yep.
That was pretty funny.
He had a dream. Then he woke up and it was a nightmare. Oh shit.
Twilight, I was talking about it a bit. I don't want to repeat it too much because I already told Dark Lord and TML about my shroom experience and my wife's shroom experience.
Oh yeah, I love shrooms.
So
they're my favorite drug of all time. If you want to even call it a drug. I mean, I think that you should definitely like be of a certain consciousness and a certain mentality and a certain predisposition, and you have to understand like set and setting and all of that. You definitely can't, do it like you would, like alcohol or something. But if you're responsible, I think it can be life changing if you know what you're doing and you do it with reverence, like the ancestors did, in a shamanic,
Yeah.
type of
But
experience.
you,
But yeah,
you
go
want to
ahead, Adrian.
explain? Yeah, I don't want to bore TML or Dark Lord too much. I already said, but I'm gonna say it fast. Basically, my experience and my wife's were different. When I took it, I experienced Indra's net basically. Basically, at
Yes.
first, yeah, at first, I felt like I was in a baby's crib. Then I got up, then I lied down and closed my eyes, and I saw a bunch of creepy occult stuff like Baphomet and Rakshas, and I saw like, you
Mm-hmm.
know, some Satan. But then I got up and I sat in Zazen, and I transformed into a bunch of different Buddhists throughout the past. Like I was repeating Buddhist stuff, and I felt like I would sometimes feel a sense of timelessness and stillness, but I was also experiencing countless lifetimes of like earthquakes and like the pain and destruction. But I was just sitting, just sitting. I was centered, and I wasn't being consumed by the fractal of different lifetimes and different worlds. And when I got up, everything was like a fractal. I would look up at the trees and I would see different worlds. Like I would see a Taoist hut, or something. And basically, I was feeling like there were interpenetration of different timelines and different worlds, like all coalescing into now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was like Indra's net. Indra's net with
Yeah,
the
no,
blue.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I had a similar experience. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was my experience with Kyushu, but my wife's experience was different. She took it and she had complete ego death, and she felt like she was like a pure being of light, and that was timeless, and that was indestructible, and that was, uh, she lost her individuality though, but she was like just this pure being of light, and the sun ray hit her face, and she claimed she was really like sensing like she was a being of light, and that it was like that she felt like she died, and then she was like
Mm.
that pure being of light and stuff. My experience was a bit different because I did have experience of timelessness sometimes, but then there was like Indra's net and endlessly spiraling walls and timelines. Like when I was meditating and saying Buddhist stuff, I actually thought I was like a Japanese monk for some time. Like I would transform into a Japanese monk, I would transform into a Chinese monk, and I was like sitting, and there were like different time eras and different stuff revolving and stuff. But yeah, that's those are the experiences. So you can see like, yeah.
Oh man, I'd be here for hours if I went through all my experiences I've had. Uh, I've
Tell me some of their biggest ones that left the biggest impact, because I
oh
mentioned.
Lord, I had one that was 8 hours long. Uh, but that was definitely it. I have aphantasia, so I can't, you know, actually visualize images in the way that most people can. And even when I take psychedelics, I can't. So when people take psychedelics, they usually see all kinds of crazy stuff. It takes a lot for me to be able to do that. Okay. But yet I'm able to feel things, and I'm able to um, connect to impressions through my other senses. So it's very strange because, like, I don't even dream in the normal sense. I don't dream visually, but I'll get impressions. So, like, I'll wake up and I'll feel like things are happening to me. Okay. I'll get the cognitive, impression, or I'll get like the somatic impression, or, you know, like, I mean, sometimes I have like night terrors and shit because I have PTSD. So I'll be like fighting people and shit. It's kind of wild. And my girlfriends over time have especially pointed this out to me. And I like talk a lot in my sleep. And I don't know who I'm talking to. But I have like full blown conversations and shit. Um, but I go to the astral a lot. people have seen me, and it's really interesting because I can't visually see it, but if I set an intention to go into the astral plane, I can do it, awake or asleep. And I've tested this multiple times with other practitioners and people that are sensitive to this type of thing. Okay. And having said all that, there was one time where I actually did. Yeah, let me put it this way. I was actually able to visualize, but it was very, very strange. And the reason why it was very, very strange is because I wasn't actually visualizing. What happened is I left my body completely. But I didn't just leave my body like in a trance. I left my body for real. I tripped. Like they call it a trip. Like, yeah, I took a trip, all right. I was no longer where I was in physicality. I was no longer in 3D, as they call it. My body was one place and my soul was somewhere else. My spirit was somewhere else. But where I was looked exactly the same as my original location. And so what I mean by that is it wasn't like I was in some like parallel world with like crazy, like the sky's, pink and the trees are blue and everything looked the same. It's just that the people that were around me weren't there. Those people weren't there. The surroundings were different, but everything still was natural. Everything still obeyed the same laws of physics. The earth looked the same, the sun looked the same, everything was the same. But I was talking to these three people, at least they look like people, about like the nature of reality and God and like false realities and how people trap themselves in false realities and like the nature of what hell really is and how it's self-created. And I talked to what I can only call the Christos. And this is powerful. Okay. And I also communicated with Sophia. This is when this happened for a very long time. And I experienced the interconnected reality of nature. Everything was communicating, almost like Avatar. I'm grossly oversimplifying, but it's a good metaphor because there really was a communication that was occurring through absolutely everything. It was obvious. The trees and the plants and the birds and like the mammals, like everything was communicating, and it was absolutely beyond a shadow of a doubt. And my thoughts were connected to this communication that was going on. And I noticed that. And my breath was connected to the air. And I realized that there was no differentiation between any of it. And I felt that oneness. And I realized that everything is God in that sense, in the sense of like the origin, And so we're like the way I experience is God is not a being. God is not an anthropomorphized deity in the sky or something, that has any kind of attributes like us. God is an experience, at least from our perspective. We can't really know what God is, okay? We can only experience God, and God experiences us. That doesn't mean that's the totality of God. It just means that that's its relation to us. It unveils itself through us, okay? And part of that is, a major part of that is, at least in my gnosis, Sophia, which is nature. Because Sophia is the fractal of, of the origin. And so we experience consciousness through nature because we and nature are mirrors of each other in every way, of the four elements and all of this. And the base reality of existence is wisdom, love, freedom, and evolution, not in a Darwinian sense, but in a sense of systems gaining complexity. Okay, so like if you look into like chaos theory, complexity theory,
Don't last them.
emergence, everything is in a state of emergence. There was no beginning and there can never be an end. It's an endless state of becoming. It never stops. So I wouldn't say it's creation, but you could say that the emergence is never ending. God is um God to put it in biblical terms, God never stopped creating. It's happening right now because God is timeless. God is beyond time, beyond space, beyond so to us it appears as endless movement, but for God it is stillness. And through stillness God moves, you know? Like that's really what it is. And for the aeons they're constantly twirling, it's like Heraclitus talks about. It's motion, and this is why I say like the being and becoming are not really separate at all. They're two sides of the same coin. It's just our perception is what distorts this. It's all perceptual. But my experience was that everything was ultimately this experience of the totality of existence, and that all of our choices mattered, and that how we treated each other and how we treated ourselves, and what we like basically like it made me aware of how important like what I said and what I did and what I held, like like the trivial how trivial we are. you know like, and this is why I get so frustrated with all the drama and shit, because when you reach that level of, you want to call it enlightenment, I mean, I would. I'm not saying that I'm super enlightened, but in that in that moment, and through a lot of my practices, I can tell you, because I've reached this through like magical workings too, where it's kind of like at the end of the day, man, we only have so much time on this earth, and anyone can go at any time, and you have to choose what the hell is important to you in this life, and what's worth focusing your energy on, because everything else is just is siphoning your energy. But anyways, back to the Christos. I basically had this experience with what I can only call the Christos, and it basically told me that religion was mind control, which is what I have always said, and that ultimately we're all in this shit together, and that it's really just about doing onto others what's right, and having empathy and compassion and honor and loyalty and respect, and like just being custodians of the earth, and it was showing me like a very apocalyptic like visions almost. Like I said, it was taking me a very long time to get into this, and there was one point when my heart was beating out of my chest like tachycardia, and I legitimately felt like I was going to die. Like this wasn't a vision, like it was physically happening. Like my heart rate went sky high, and yet like I was feeling this, and I was getting these visions like everything was about to like collapse, like literally like revelation. Like it was like I was getting like these visions that were being shown to me. It was like someone took a Blu-ray, like 5K, and shot it into my third eye. and I was getting visions of what I can only say are the past, present, and future, and they were all colliding at once. And I was hearing voices and seeing things, and it was just like I couldn't control it. And that's why I say they were visions, because there was no longer any control. And it
Yeah.
was just these flashes of different times, different time, you want to call it timelines, and it was not really a timeline because everything's already existing at once. But
Yeah.
it was just showing me all these different possibilities, and it was showing me basically that humanity was in trouble, and that like we were barely going to make it. And that's essentially what it was, literally what I was hearing, and that like, basically shit hit the fan, and people finally came to the realization that they needed to stick together. And there were some people that couldn't handle that. And it was showing me how, like with transhumanism, and it was showing me that like people were going to get to a point to where they were going to reject God. And when I mean by that, and that's why they were going to create their own hell. Because what they were going to do is what I was shown as hell is that people were going to choose by their own volition. It wasn't going to be a trick to reject all that is good. And because of that, because they reject all that is good, the only thing left is what is evil, if that makes sense. So that's literally hell. And this transhumanism and all this conditioning and normalization and the stuff that you and I, especially, Lord, talk about is exactly that, where it becomes a new normal, and darkness becomes light and light becomes darkness, and and all of this, like that was going to be the real dividing line. It was going to come to that point where people were going to choose what side they were on, and there was literally going to be a battle. And when I say battle, I mean battle. Like people were just going to decide, like they didn't want to go along with what was right, and that was going to be the real final war, you could say. And people were going to have this like transhumanist utopia, this false reality, literally, where they were living inside machines, inside of simulacras, and they could be porn stars or superheroes or gods or whatever, while the world like was destroyed. The real world was destroyed, but they didn't care because they were like drug addicts hooked up to this machine, this simulacra. And then it was going to become so normalized over time that people were going to forget it wasn't real, and they were literally going to lose their soul because they were going to accept a false immortality of the flesh while losing the true immortality of the soul. And like I said, I could go on for 8 more hours, but hopefully that makes some kind of sense.
Yeah, it's
It
kind
was
of
fucking
similar to
profound.
my experience, but yeah.
And this was like 2012.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I would say that like I'm kind of like in the middle, but basically during my experience, I wrote all sentient beings have Buddha nature, but it is atemporal. Either end the wheel or keep turning it. I mean that in karmic sense. And I also wrote afterward, grasping stirs waves. Releasing grasp shows the water was never changed. Grasping and releasing describe the appearance of disturbance and its settling. When there is no grasping, nothing ever changed, and the language itself falls away. So I would say that in some sense that my wife's experience was, and maybe Parmenides and Heraclitus. I lean more towards Parmenides, but yeah, I do think there is something to Heraclitus too. I think your experience, the nature of change and time is interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, when during my experience, I saw into like the past and like the East Asian setting. I think Japan, like during earthquakes, like Hojoki, and I was like, transforming into different monks sitting and meditating. It was weird. Like I was losing my personality kept shuffling. I was becoming different people, and I also saw like all the past, like different streams of time that were like coalescing and rippling into each other. Like when I closed my eyes and I was lying, I saw strong imagery, like symbols and other stuff. I even saw Baphomet at one point, and so that was pretty creepy and stuff. But yeah, it was like interesting for me. But for my wife, it was more like Parmenides, like 100%. Like she like became a pure being of light, where there was no change whatsoever. Like, and there was no. She lost her individuality though. That's the weird thing, and she just became this pure being of light that's timeless and like is like I don't know, maybe that's more like the Buddha nature or like the Brahma. I don't know, but yeah. Oh, shrooms are weird. Like they really like. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Like, but one thing I will say is that it does feel like is the projection of mind does create reality to some extent, and if the mind is projectionless, if you exist in the projectionless state, there is no time in some sense. Like it's like a atemporal, you know. It's like imperishable, ungenerated, and you know, it's the unborn Buddha nature that is a non-abiding awareness. You know, sometimes I have flashes of that. You know, sometimes. And once I had a flash of that, and then like the whole world exploded from that flash. It was crazy. Like there were so many, it's like different like fractals and stuff. It was kind of crazy. Yeah, yeah. It was. I think from my experience, though, I think Buddha nature, all sentient beings have Buddha nature, and we should protect the earth too. Yeah. So I would say that I would recommend you read Pentti Lokola if you haven't read him. You know, Can Life Prevail? Because he really cares about nature. He wants to protect the ecosystem. You see, driving species to extinction is irreversible, and for that reason, we need to talk concretely about the species and other stuff too. Like, you know, America used to have passenger pigeons. You know, they used to number in the billions, and they were all slaughtered. You know, they went extinct. You know, all the passenger pigeons were slaughtered by, you know, and you know this. But the thing is, you know, ecological problems aren't exclusive to just America or the West. You know, the whole world is affected by it. You know, like India has tons of non-biodegradable waste now, like tons of and a lot of it looks deforested, you know. And you know what's happening to the Amazon, and you know what's happening to Australia, you know, all those poor koalas and stuff. It's a nightmare and stuff, yeah. Yeah, back when human beings were in a pre-industrial setting, they couldn't destroy the ecosystems this much, you know what I mean? There is one exception to that, is that a lot of island habitats were heavily disrupted even during pre-industrial times, but not the continents. So, you know, not many species were driven to extinction, but some island habitats were heavily disrupted. But you see, the main thing is driving species to extinction is truly bad. You know, it's a truly unforgivable, and it's like irreversible, you know what I mean, when you're driving to extinction. And you know, at least 50% of primate species are endangered and stuff. You know, a lot of endangered species out there. And you know, what's crazy is elephants now, they're like evolving not to have tusks. Did you know that? Like a lot of elephants are being born tuskless, but you know, they kept being poached for their tusks. You know, like, you know, tons of dolphins and whales are suffering from maritime activities. You know, like this from the sonar and the noise the boats make. It drives them nuts, and they go beaching as a consequence. They beach and they die. It's like they're committing suicide because they're going crazy from all the noise from maritime activity. You know, the point is that animals have a rich internal mental life. The fancy word for that is umwelt. Umwelt. You know, and you need people need compassion to animals. You know, and that's one thing I disagree with Hyperborean. You know, is that animals are important. You know, I mean, animals rich internal mental life. You can't harm. And actually, my cat helped me from not getting into a bad trip. He walked into my room and he was looking at me. And he was like all glowing and stuff.
Animals in my tradition, avian.
Why am I?
He can't hear you, and because NeuroJack, so it left and then it canceled his audio. So
He can't hear you, and because NeuroJack,
why are we echoing?
It canceled his audio. So
Why are we echoing?
it's because Twilight's
the
trying to hear
hell?
what we're saying. Yeah, so because
Wait.
he can't hear. So if Neurojack's there,
It's 'cause,
we gotta
Okay.
get
It's because Twilight's kind
dude back in the studio.
I got you on my other device so I can hear. But it's like delayed. I got you on my other device so I can hear. But it's like
Yeah, there he is. So just go out and come back in, Twilight.
There he is. So just go out and come back in, Twilight.
All right, is anyone there to bring me in? All right, hold on.
Yeah, I'm here.
Neuro's there.
What happened with his audio? I don't understand. He can hear us, right?
His audio cut out the way sometimes people can't hear each other. So we should.
But we could hear ourselves talking in the background. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, because he's watching the video live.
But he so okay, so he's watching. He has like multiple devices. Interesting.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Why is everybody mad at me today? What's going on?
I'm not mad at you, but
No, I mean me and Pino were having a conversation, and Lorp's like yelling over top of everything we're saying, and
oh,
I
you mean
mean,
Lorp? Well, I wasn't
yeah.
here. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, I'll be right
I
back.
think
I'm gonna
Avian
get
was
some
trying to
water.
tell me they were fighting. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm not even mad. I was just more like, I don't understand what's the big deal. It's like we're all just talking, and then it's like everybody's pissed off.
Yeah,
I don't
I'll
know.
be back too. I need to get some water.
I mean, Pino says some stupid shit, but I mean, like, you know, he told you to off yourself, but I don't think it's all that serious. You know, I've seen him say way worse things to other people. So you know,
He kind of just pulls that move a lot. It's kind of a joke, like. But
yeah, I don't think it's like, I think it's more like we're having a conversation and we're just trying to stay on topic. So I'm just saying, like, you know, LARP, I don't think he or anybody here is like against you. I think we're all trying to, you know, we're trying to like figure out how can we all like grow our shit and you know, grow our community, if you will.
yeah. Now maybe I can't hear him. I don't know what's going on.
I can't hear him either. I can't hear anybody except for you right now. So
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
now I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, I was drinking. I got some water. I went to get some.
Let me see. Let me see if the thing is messed up. Let's see.
Yeah, where's Twilight? You say he's coming back? Or he
Yeah,
just
Lorp
left?
is muted, so he should be. I mean, he said he's going back, I guess. So let me text him and see. He hasn't texted me in a while, so I'm not sure if he's. What's going on here? What's going on here? Where's this dude shit?
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't come back in 10 minutes, I'd say shut this thing
Did
down.
I send him? Oh, I did send him.
Definitely. Okay, so now he can't hear me. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I know, but Neuro can't.
Lorp, are you still there?
Nero, can you hear TML? Nero, are you there?
All right, there he is. What's up?
He can't hear us.
All right, welcome back.
It doesn't matter. So.
Okay, that's better.
Can you hear us?
Real talk. Fuck Pinoid. That was my paisano. Okay, we're probably related. We were really tight, and then he just started becoming a disrespectful prick. So fuck him. Like, real talk. And he is very disrespectful to Lorp. So yeah.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, he told Lorp to kill himself. I told him that's going.
Yeah, that's not a joke.
Yeah, it's not a joke. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like I'd punch someone in the fucking face. They said that shit.
Yeah, I agree.
To my face.
We're in agreement there. So
Yeah. He's and he's Italian, so that's personal because he's misrepresenting. Like I don't fucking appreciate that, and it pisses me off more because I actually thought he was really cool. So unless he like apologizes, which I don't see that happening.
Yeah, he is.
You
He
know,
can be
like
smart
fuck him.
about some stuff, but he needs to improve his attitude. And like, he's
But
smart.
anyways, yeah. So what I was saying is, I didn't even hear anyone talking when I was like giving my whole spiel.
I don't think
Until
he
I
can hear you again.
checked my other device. I don't know why I lost sound.
Yeah, I
It
don't
was
think.
weird.
Yeah, Twilight.
But I
Can
was
you hear
saying
me
like
now?
animals in my
Oh
tradition
man,
are
there it goes again.
literally messengers of the gods. Like we don't accept this Darwinian bullshit. Okay, animals are not just like
Yeah, we can't hear you, Lord.
from random accidents and shit.
I
Like
don't know
they're
if
literally divine.
I don't know if you can hear me saying that.
They're just as
Crazy.
divine as we are.
This is all just crazy.
You know. So
Yeah, this is insane, Neuro. Like
when I say
nobody can hear
nature
each
is
other.
divine, okay. I clarify this all the time, but I don't think too many people actually completely grasp what I'm saying. Sophia is not a goddess of the earth.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Twilight?
Yes, Sophia is not a goddess of
Okay.
the earth. She is the earth
Can you hear
itself,
Machine
and that
more?
includes all of the animals. The animals are part of her. They're extensions of her. The mountains are her. Like in the Gnostic cosmology, her feelings literally created the mountains and the stars and all that. Like she's not the goddess of the earth. She is the earth, sun and moon. Actually, if you really want to be technical
Yeah, I
and
remember
precise.
from John Lash Lab. He
So
said.
that's the thing. And I don't worship her, you know. And it's not like she's the only you want to call her because she's not an archetype. She's the fucking earth. And really she's more than the earth because the earth is her dream body. Her real form is an aeon, which is plasmic. And here's the thing: all of this is actually scientific, because what I'm really talking about is what's called plasma science, plasma cosmology, plasma. There's a book called A New Force by Dana Kippel, Kippel. Incredible. This is a recent book, but this plasma science, plasma cosmology is
Hey, Twilight. Sorry to interrupt you.
very controversial. Somebody in
Yeah,
MIT like last month was fucking murdered. They were like the chair.
about this stuff, right? Well, sorry to
Yes, they
interrupt you,
were
but I want to
murdered
make sure
because it
everybody can
destroys
hear each other
simulation.
because
It destroys
because
simulation theory. It destroys simulation theory, and it destroys the Big Bang and all this bullshit. And it shows that what they call dark matter and all this nonsense is not dark matter. It's plasma. 95% of the universe is plasma. You have these things called the Kordylewski clouds, which are literally what we would call a quantum computational, uh, system, but it's living. Look up the Kordylewski clouds. There's enough information in these clouds, literally the cloud, like they talk about the cloud, but these are living clouds, okay, to store every memory of the earth from the beginning till the end. That's how massive they are. There's two of them. Okay. And so the nature of reality is plasmic. And so this also extends to what you would call daemons, which are earth spirits. They're not demons. They're not like, this is what this is. So people ask me, oh, is this an archetype? Is this psychological? No. Technically speaking, no. Yes, in the sense that that's how it is encountered through the human psyche. But truthfully speaking, that's just how it interacts with us. But realistically, uh, it that's all that really is. What it really is a living, luminous, plasmic energy, and that's what the aeons are. They're a stellar radiance that erupted from the galactic center of the Milky Way within our solar system. There was an actual eruption of a torrent of plasma from the galactic core. Avian, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah, I do. Yes.
They're serpentine plasmic fields. They're fields.
Is
They're
that what we
physical.
see? Is
You
that the
can see them.
serpentine?
You can
Is that the
see them.
serpentine things we see when we're on shrooms?
You can see them. You can touch them. You can like this is natural. This doesn't. You don't have to be in an altered state of consciousness. You can see them in an altered state of consciousness, but you don't have to be. This is scientific.
So
This
is
has
that
been
what you see when
observed.
you're on? Is that what you see when you're on shrooms?
You can see them, but that's not. It's not necessary.
But
That's not.
you know what I'm talking about when you see those like little snake things moving
Yeah.
when you close your eyes. Is that what you're
Yes.
seeing?
Well. This is what I was trying to tell you. Remember when I told you that you can't like go to other planets and shit? The reason why is because what they call ancient aliens and all this shit, it's all here and now. This is
Like
all
Giorgiani says.
these are beings that are here and now. They exist in a shamanic realm that is parallel to ours.
Is that what Giorgiani and Aquino were talking about? Kind of.
That's what they're really saying without saying it. When he talks about the spectral revolution and all that, that's what he's talking about. When he says that psi is related to UFOs and all that, that's why the occult and UFOs and all that are intertwined. Like Graham Hancock talks about this as well. The
Let me
idea
show
that
you
they're
this.
coming from other planets in spaceships is complete nonsense.
Look on the
It's
screen. Can you
really
see this?
they've really been with us since the time of the shamans. Basically, the shamans had the right idea. They were
Can you see this picture?
the most primitive traditions are the closest to the truth.
Can you see
That
this picture
everything,
I have on the screen?
yes,
Okay, what do you think of
yeah,
this? I sent it to you. I sent it to
it's
you
real.
in your
It's
Discord too.
real. It's real.
All right, so can you explain what this is?
It's very dark.
The
This
third
goes,
degree tracing board showing the
yeah,
skull and bones.
yeah. The
Oranges are
322
the three.
is yeah. It has to
Right.
do with the yeah. Well, Pergisnocht. That's it's exactly what it says. That's accurate. That's what 322 is. Plus, if you read Genesis 322, it's very telling.
Clandestine Lodge 322, Order Skull and Bones. They're Yale University
Well,
based.
what it really is through death and rebirth, they believe that they can cancel out karma. If you really want to get into it, like a lot of these people that do sacrifices and shit, they actually believe that they're freeing trapped sparks,
That
and they
right.
believe that through torturing children and shit, that they're
Well,
ultimately helping them for the next life. I'm not
it's
kidding.
funny you say. It's
I'm
funny
not
you
saying
say
it's
that because
true.
like
I'm saying this is their insane
no,
justification.
it's funny you say that because like I literally made that argument against somebody the other day. I can't remember who it was now, but it was really funny.
It's
Their
basically the
reaction that I got
precursor.
was funny.
It's the precursor to the Sabbatean Frankists.
Well, isn't that what the Jews are doing when they swing the chicken over their head and stuff?
Yes.
Or they like or they like saw the head off a bull and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can show you like legit articles like in like Jewish publications that talk about this shit. Like literally
Right.
how there was like all these like children coming forward and saying there were all these like this is a straight article, like mainstream article in like
But isn't
Haaretz or
this
like Israel Times.
yeah, but that's the thing is like all this is out in the open, and so that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying is like it's kind of weird how like it's sitting out in the open, and then you have like these like Church of Satan guys who like kind of like
That's a sideshow.
okay,
That's a sideshow. It has very little to do with it, honestly. They're not even really connected at all.
so what is the Walpurgis night of like the pseudo pagans or whatever? Do you know what I mean? The pseudo Satanist or whatever.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a distraction. The real real truth is what they try to say was a lie, which is I don't want to get you in trouble, but you know
I mean, just say whatever. I don't care. At this
what
point.
they called blood libel.
Bible.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's real.
And so, do you think that's kind of what we're going through right now, where they just see
Yes.
like they're trying? So like their
What do you
their
think?
thing is
What do you
like
think is going
right.
on? What do you think is going on with this girl who supposedly was so innocent? and now they're like trying to
Re-
have a they're literally trying
Renee
to start a
Good,
fucking
Renee Good, and then they put on a button say "Be Good,"
yeah,
right?
right,
Remember?
yeah, her name was Good, right, yeah,
Well,
look into
that
her
it
history,
sounds
man,
like a psyop,
and look
but
into like, dude,
Well,
it's
it's beyond a
all
psyop. That's
it's
what he's saying.
beyond a
He's like, it's
psyop for
beyond a
sure.
psyop. It's a ritual within a ritual within a ritual within a ritual,
Yes,
essentially.
yeah, no doubt about it, no
yeah,
doubt about it.
everything is an initiation
And
ritual.
she absolutely they don't show you like what really happened. The videos they show you do not actually give you the real details of that event. She wasn't innocent,
She was a Charlie Kirk
straight up.
2.0.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's
I mean,
very. I
do you know
mean,
about what's
yeah.
going on in England? My girl's in England right now.
No. What happened?
For university, um, uh, and legit, like all of metropolitan London, like they're all admitting they're Freemasons, just out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere, they're all just like, yeah, we're Freemasons. By the way,
So, what do you think about that though? Because, like, don't you think there's some good, there's some bad, kind of like you're saying, or what's the deal with that?
well, yes, but here's the thing: with police, see, like, okay, it's like this. If you're just a Freemason, okay, cool. When you're a Freemason and you're also a judge, you're also a police officer, you're also connected to like the Knights of Malta. That's what's different. So basically, what I'm saying is, your neighbor down the lodge who's a Freemason, okay,
And so, what you're saying
and
is like it's not even like crypto Jews; it's like crypto Sabbatean Frankists or something worse than
absolutely,
that.
yeah, they're Edomites. They're what Jesus called, the synagogue of Satan. What, uh, you know, he cursed. He cursed them. He cursed them. Read Obadiah. Like, there's a curse.
So is what they're trying to do, like invert the curse on us to get out of their karmic
Yes,
position,
yes,
essentially?
that's exactly what they're doing. You just nailed it. I've been trying to say this for years, and no one heard me. Finally, someone gets it. That's exactly what they're doing. That's the scapegoat ritual.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, I think that's kind of what a lot
They
of
see Jesus as the scapegoat, and what they do is they invert it, bro.
Wasn't that a
Instead
lot?
of
Well, like a
Jesus
lot of the
taking
movies
away the
about
sins,
Egyptian.
Hell,
Isn't that what
Saint
a lot of
Nick.
the movies about? Isn't
Hell,
that what a lot
Saint
of the?
Nick.
Isn't that what kind of Crowley was talking about in a way? Is that what you're saying? Isn't that kind of something you get at?
well, Crowley actually exposed blood libel, and that's why they, demonized him, and then basically inverted what he was saying. Because when he was talking about sacrifice, he was actually exposing it, and I could show you that he was actually exposing sacrifices that they were doing.
Can you get into that a little bit?
But he he got in trouble for talking about blood libel and all that. I would have to like get my copy of Magic and Theory and Practice, but it's there. Like, yeah, he was like giving the history of magic. You have to understand, man. This is like the 1800s, 1900s.
So
You know,
would you say that there's a split within the British Empire about like crypto Franca
there is
Sabbateans
no
and then
British.
like
There is no
other
British
people?
Empire. There is no British Empire. First, you
Well, I
need to
know.
realize
Well, you know what I
that
mean.
there is no British
British Empire
Empire.
is in like the pseudo
It's a British Israeli
crypto.
Empire.
Right.
Well,
Right. So
British means Brit means
but my point is if
means
you're right about
covenant, and Ish
Crowley,
means no. This is
right?
important. Brit. This is the truth of the British Israelism, because there's truth in it and there's a lot of deception. Brit, okay, means covenant or contract. Ish means man. Both of those are Hebrew terms. Understand that. There is no British Empire. There is no European monarchy. This
Right.
is
So what you're
why
saying
the
is,
idea that no. This is
but no,
why the
listen. What
idea
you're
that
saying
there's an
is,
Anglo. This is the idea why the idea that it's Anglos is completely bankrupt, because there is no European monarchy. It doesn't fucking
No,
exist anymore.
what you're saying is that the idea is that they're trying to put a curse on white people and Europeans to be
Yes,
contracted man for their blood libel, so we get sacrificed in their stead.
they want to eliminate us because we're the only people on earth who have stood up to them all through history. This is where Hyperborean is right. This gets into the deeper. This is what the Aryan is really about. It's not about fucking blonde hair, blue eyes, any kind of superior race, any type of anything like that. And not all Aryans were even fully European. It goes much deeper. This is literally a battle that's been going on for thousands of years. That's been covered up. This is the reality. This has been going on a long time. This is
Yeah.
part of the conspiracy. Jesus was not a Jew, as you already know, but it goes
Twilight.
deeper than that.
Twilight, you need to add
This
me
is what
back
I'm
on
trying to tell
Discord.
you. The church was infiltrated long ago. There was a
Oh.
church in Ireland before there was Rome. I can
Can
show
you
you
even
that.
hear me?
And the church didn't start in fucking Russia. It started in Syria and fucking Ireland. Way before it was in Rome or Russia. I don't know how nobody knows this. Like it it started in the East, obviously. And yes, there were quote unquote Jewish Christians, but the fact of the matter is, Jew is a misnomer. Jew is a Judite. That's what it is. Jew is a common is a modern term. The Bible was
Jutao.
edited, and that word was implanted there later on. I can show you if you look at like the Wycliffe or fuck, what is it? There are Bibles before King James that I can show you where that word does not exist.
Yeah,
Okay,
I have a
so
question.
this is what I'm trying to tell you. The Jews are only one or two, if you can include the Benjamites, two tribes of all the tribes of Israel. Israel was a global empire. This is what's been kept hidden. Okay, which included Europeans. They were a mixed multitude. It makes it clear. Okay, some of which were Hyksos. Okay, which were Canaanites who invaded Egypt. Most likely Amorites. I can't be sure on that. And I tell you, I'm not sure. I'm being honest with you. But they definitely were Hyksos and they definitely were Canaanites. Most likely Amorites. Okay. They took they're the name stealers. They're the ones who became the Khazarians and all this. But that's only a tiny piece of the puzzle. It didn't start with them. Like this is what in Revelation it talks about Russia and all this. This is why. Because Russia, again, there's no who was Russian? What was the Russian Revolution, the Bolshevik Revolution? Was it really Russian or was it to destroy Russia? And then you get into World War II, and then you're down a whole other rabbit hole. And if people think that World War II is like we're told, well, I got about 20 hours of information that
Yeah, well, yeah, well, let me say
change your
something.
mind. People think that
Yeah, well, I
Mustache
think
Man was a Zionist. Well, I got plenty of information to show you that's bullshit. And there were a lot of people that were put in place to create that lie because they don't want you to know that there was ever any hope. But anyways, blessings. Good to be back. I don't
yeah,
know
I
how
think,
often I'll be around, but yeah.
I think that China was not infected by
I
it
love y'all guys.
until Mao.
You too, brother man.
Mao was backed by the Jays and the Edomites, Mao and Goldman Sachs. Yeah, but before that, I don't think the East was as infected as the Middle East and the West, by the Jays or the Edomites or the Canaanites or Hyksos or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, I think the East was kind of free from the influence.
Oh, I actually I think you're wrong. I think that they were definitely infected by the Edomites a long time ago.
What makes you say that?
Well, that's exactly what I said.
The East? The East.
Are you listening?
Yeah, I am listening. Yeah, I'm listening. But the East, when you look at their scriptures and other stuff, and you look at their
It's
general
been from the
history,
beginning.
they don't seem to have been as infected until like by Mao. Mao was heavily infected by them.
Or are you trolling me?
Like the Tang and Song dynasty. You think the Jays were like infiltrating Tang and Song dynasty, or something like? We need to look into that. That's the high point of China, and the high point of Japan is Heian and Edo period. I mean, those periods. See, I'm more interested in the East when it comes to spiritual matters. So
Did we lose audio again?
yeah. Well,
Who fucking knows?
I don't think they were that infected by the Jays, to be honest. The East, like Heian, Edo period, Tang, Song dynasty. I feel like Middle East and West are kind of overrated when it comes to spiritual matters. So that's my personal sentiment. Because when I read something like the Lankavatara Sutra or like the Diamond Sutra,
Well, I think Twilight's going to tell you that you're absolutely wrong on that one, though.
yeah.
Did I lose audio again?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
You can hear me, right?
I think Twilight.
I can hear both of you.
Twilight, if you can hear me, go in and come back out because I think somebody can't hear somebody.
I can hear you, but I can't hear anyone else.
Can you hear me?
No, he can't hear you.
What the fuck is going on?
Just go out and come back in.
Yeah.
Or reset.
Yeah, I had to completely reset my cookies. StreamYard be gay like that though. It's always the ones weird shit. Glorious Las Plagas.
Not hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can you hear? Yeah, okay. I'll just wait for Twilight to come back. And so hopefully he gives me room to speak.
Well, why do you think that the East is untouched?
Because if you look at, you see, the thing is, the problem is, a lot of people who get into Buddhism or Taoism, they don't research good translations. They just pick up whatever they see. But if you research the good translations and you read it, you can tell it's untouched. Like there's nothing, influenced by the Semites from them. I mean, they're like, and they're different. They're about awakening to your true nature, or about, which is unborn, unperishable. They're not
Well,
really.
I mean, I believe the same thing about the Bible. It doesn't mean that it can't be corrupted, though, right? Like, even if the writing itself is pure, it doesn't mean that like people are going to use it for good, right?
Well, I don't know. That's the Bible. Like he's saying the Bible is corrupted. I can't really say it. That's not my focus. You see what I mean? I'm not gonna talk about the Bible or other tradition. But I'm saying, in the case of the East, I don't think they were corrupted until Mao. Mao was definitely, yeah.
Okay, now I can hear.
Okay, yeah. So let me say some stuff though.
Yeah, I missed everything that anyone said after well, right before Neurojack said that he thought I was wrong because it was probably from the earlier than that, or from the beginning, and I said, "What are you talking about?" I did say it was from the beginning. I thought he was like trolling me or something. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah, well, I would say that, you see, the thing is, a lot of people. Let me talk a bit. See, this is
Yeah,
a
go
real
ahead.
problem. This is a real problem. A lot of people think they understand Buddhism or Taoism. They read poor translations. They don't take time to look into the tradition deeply, like go to Sankhas, or I went to Atlantis. I went to a Soto Zen center, and I was like heavily involved in it. I read lots of literature. You gotta research what translations are good and stuff. It can be pretty hard. I think stuff like the Lankavatara Sutra, Diamond Sutra, Heart Sutra, Platform Sutra, that stuff is not corrupted by the Jays or
Yes.
it's not.
Yeah, I really those are the ones that really stuck out to me. Is exactly what you just said. The diamond, the perfection of wisdom and
Yeah.
the heart are like the main ones that like really grab me. But
Yes.
go
They're
ahead.
not corrupted. They're not corrupted, but maybe I don't know. We have to look at the history. Like I don't know how much power or influence Jays had like during the Tang and Song dynasty, and
Oh, for sure.
you think they did the Tang and Song dynasty? Like they had like high profile, powerful court positions and stuff like that. Because the Chinese preferred eunuchs, as
Well, I
advisors.
mean,
So
China always kind of had a firewall,
yeah,
with people coming in and out. So, I mean, they
yeah.
were able to keep a
Not for the
lot of
foreigners. Yeah.
ancient traditions sacred, thankfully. They
Well,
probably were,
that's
they were,
only partly true, though. Let me tell you why. China
well,
did have
yeah, but I'm saying it's still better than most cultures.
yeah, it's bad. Well, let me say some stuff about China did have close relations with like Sogdian merchants and with Persians to some extent.
Yeah.
Yeah, and stuff like that. But they didn't. They did have some Jays that were called Kayfei Jews, and the Kayfei I think are patriarchs.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't know how much power those people had. How much influence they had.
Right. Yeah,
So
no,
there
that
were
is
Jays
true.
in China. Yeah, maybe Tango or based on the Jays. I don't know the Tango. I'm not sure, but in Japan, but Japan, the highest points of Japan were probably Heian and Edo period. Those
I
were
love
very.
Japan.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, but they don't seem like they were as infected by Jays until recently.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Well,
they
see,
are now dealing with influx of immigrants. You believe that Japan is being
yeah.
overcrowded due to extreme tourism and commodification, and those are the recent leader of Japan, who's a female, I forgot her name. She was like acting like a Trump figure, like, oh, we're gonna end this immigration, but actually she flooded the country more with Indians and stuff. So
Yes.
yeah, so I would say in recent times, like a Dalai Lama definitely is like an antichrist figure. He's definitely
Yes.
he is like that. Yeah, he's not genuine. He's definitely subverted, and I don't trust him. I don't trust the Dalai Lama.
Which is a tragedy because the Dalai Lama used to be very pure.
Yeah, probably until recently. Yeah, probably
Yeah.
the rich tradition too. Yeah,
Well, a lot of these countries were forced open
yeah, they were.
because, like you, I have a massive respect for the Far East.
Yeah, exactly. I think
You
it was more
know,
recent though, probably like post World War II. I think so. Maybe
like
post.
I think the traditions there are probably the richest
Yeah, I agree.
in the world, honestly.
Yeah, I agree.
Outside of like you know the actual my actual Telestic tradition. When I say Telestic tradition, I don't just mean Lash. I mean the tap roots of it,
Yeah,
which
like
were
Lucidian
in
mystery.
northern Europe and
Yeah, nice.
like in like in northern Europe and like Ireland and like the Thracian like area, like the Baltic. But
Yeah.
yeah, and India. I mean, but they had the same issue where it got really uh homogenized. They're like one of the most friendly uh to the Edomites is
Yeah.
the
In
Indians
recent
now. They're
times.
like working together. I mean, it's
Yeah.
because of the Edomites that the Indians are everywhere. And these aren't like the very enlightened Indians. These are the like con artists and scammers and shit.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
that's true. Yeah,
if we had the enlightened Indians coming over, that would be great. But it's not happening. Because I have a lot of respect for India. And its culture, but they're making sure they send over the criminals and the lowest level. you know the 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 lowest common denominator. But yeah, I mean, India does have a strong tradition, and India was Aryan as well. You know, and it doesn't matter their skin color; they were still Aryan. And as I said, and again, like Aryan is not about race necessarily or anything like that. I know the word pisses you off, but and I'm not saying it's the only valid you know uh, caste or tradition or anything. it's just I do think that it is exactly what it means, noble. And there's been a lot of disinformation about it too. Yes, there were warriors that came in and slaughtered people, but some of that was like necessary because of what was going on at the time. And then also some of those people actually weren't Aryan at all, and they were misclassified. But anyways, um, and this idea that they just worshipped a warrior god or whatever. This isn't actually true. They had a triple goddess as well. And so this has kind of been covered up. And John Lamb Lash gets into this as well, uh, about how, there's this idea that they just had like these war gods and sun gods, and all this, and it's just really not true. Even Mithras, was uh, basically the masculine form of Satania, so or Sibel, so like you had like the solar hero, but he was uh the sun lover of the goddess. That the sun god, okay, officiated for the goddess. The goddess ultimately was the power. So that's the thing that people don't understand. They see the sun god out in the front, and they don't understand that the goddess is behind that. And so ultimately that's the reality. And then the goddess always represented nature in any real pagan tradition. The Norse is probably one of the best to use because it is so incredibly ancient, regardless of even they say it's like the most modern, but no, it was just destroyed. You can get into like Rokatru or Thorsatru, and you had Golvig, or and Emir, and and all of that. And everyone looks at Odin. It's like, oh, Odin had the runes. It's like, no, 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 but who taught Odin the runes? Oh, but it was Freya. Yeah, 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 yeah. But who was before Freya? And you have this triple goddess who was killed 3 times and came back each time stronger. Went to the underworld. So there's always a goddess behind the god in the true like shamanic ancient traditions, and they would always go into the underworld, and you had like the bone mother and all of this. And so this is like, people are like, why do you use the Clipboth and the whatever, the Sitra Achra? Isn't that Jewish? No, it's the oldest tradition on earth. They just use Hebrew terms. This is a shamanic tradition. Descent before ascent is the oldest tradition on earth. Like it's shamanic, really, when it's stripped of the Hebrew mythology. They just kept, the Jews are very good at keeping records, kind of like the Egyptians were. Uh, and if they ever deciphered 100% of the hieroglyphs, which we got about 5%. So think about that, of what the Egyptians actually knew. Uh, if we got 100%, like we would have like the knowledge of the universe, because Egyptian knowledge is connected to Atlantis, and so is the Druids, and we'll get into that another time. But uh, yeah, yeah. So like, people forget like 90% of the knowledge we had of the pagan world is gone. So when people are like, "Oh, there's no evidence for any pagan tradition having, you know, this and this or that knowledge," and the Abrahamic religions are unique, and it's like, yo, 90% of our tradition was wiped from the fucking earth. It's people, it's tradition, it's artifacts. It's like, are you kidding me? And there's historians who wrote all about it. And they're like, oh, well, those historians didn't know anything. And it's like, yeah, well, the more we look into it, what they talked about, the more we realize that those historians were more fucking accurate than our historians today. And I didn't even know that. But I started doing research, and I started realizing, like, yo, these historians were not like wackadoos like we were told. Like, a lot of them, like Herodotus, or like they actually knew what they were talking about. But anyways, yeah. The goddess was always primary.
Well, yeah, well, you see, there were Anatolian Neolithic farmers, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, those guys had a goddess, but the steppe
Yes.
people, their primary goddess was the daylight sky. It was called DS Peter and stuff. And yeah, I mean that's what I read, that's what I see. But
No, Deus Peter is the god.
yeah, the
That's
daylight
Jupiter.
sky.
What became Jupiter? The goddess, the goddess was Theosis, which is Venus. The morning star. It's a very ancient name, Indo-European name for Venus.
Yeah, Dagon, yeah, something like that. Dagon is the earth goddess. They were paired together often, the union and contrast. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Let's see, okay.
But you had like Bendis, was like a Thracian goddess. Bendis.
Do you follow a Teresian mystery tradition? Like
Yes. It's
what's that group?
core. It's core. It's like one of the not the absolute, but it's one of the taproots of my tradition. Yes.
Like, do you have a group you're a part of?
Sabazios and Zalmoxis, and yes.
I see. It seems like though when it went to that region, it mixed with Orphism. So it seems like it mixed with
Yeah, it
Orphism.
became Orphism. That's where Orphism comes from.
Right? Yeah.
So like them and what are called in history the Pelagesians, or whatever the hell, which were
Yeah.
the original Greeks. So like the modern Greeks got everything from Egypt and Persia, right? But then the proto Greeks, which were the Pelagians, they were separate unto themselves. They're incredibly ancient, and we know like next to nothing about them.
So if you like, you know, are you part of a group that practices the Teresian traditions or not really? Like,
I'm not part of any group, no.
oh, I see.
Nope.
So you're like mixed Teresian tradition
I
with
am eclectic as hell.
yeah.
I'm a magus, dude. I'm a magician. I use what works and throw away what doesn't. You could say I'm a chaos magician at some level, but not in the modern sense. In the sense of what that originally meant. Chaos magic originally had its roots in shamanism and quantum physics, basically. That was the original root. And so, yeah, I mix East and West.
Yeah, I can respect that, but I personally prefer to keep it unmixed. You know, like if you follow a tradition, it's not good to mix too much. I mean, because there are a lot of incompatibilities that can be unforeseen or like it's very nuanced. You know, so I like.
Well,
you see, if you like,
it
you know,
depends on your worldview, though. Like,
yeah,
there's a lot of Eastern practices that are very beneficial, like qigong, bagua, different like meditations.
yeah. I only know the. You see, let me tell you this. You know, Bodhidharma, he went to China, and then he found this. He had a lineage of transmission, and he had the sixth patriarch, which was Hu Ning, and after Hu Ning, the split to Northern and Southern school. But in general, they keep a lineage of patriarchs based on mind-to-mind transmission, and so yeah, so
Yes.
it traces back to Bodhidharma, but the whole teachings are based on awakening to one's true nature, suchness, which is fundamentally imperishable, unborn, and
Yes.
yes. So
Yeah,
like
I agree with that.
yeah. So yeah, mixing too much with that, like Alan Watts, I don't personally I don't
I like
personally.
Alan Watts.
What?
I mean, I like Alan Watts. I think he oversimplified things a little bit, but I do like him.
Yeah, I mean, he's all right. Yeah, but I would say someone like Red Pine or someone closer to the tradition is fundamentally better. Yeah, Red Pine is Bill Porter and stuff.
I
Well,
like Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche. If you've ever heard of him, Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche.
Is he Tibetan?
I believe so.
Yeah, I don't know the Tibetan stuff that well. I have a
Oh, I
friend
love
in
it.
it.
I
Yeah,
love it.
like Narayana, and like Dzogchen. I think it's
Yeah,
stuff.
I really love Dzogchen.
Yeah, I went more the Mahayana route, the Shan Zen route.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that too. Like I said, I'm open. It's for me. It's more about like what actually works because, like I said, I'm a magician, so I use Eastern practices for grounding, energy work, meditation. Visually, all that type of stuff, and then I use Western magical traditions.
Yeah, I can respect that. It's just my approach is different because I think mixing stuff too much is a problem with modernity, because it's like a hyper mixture and stuff. Like, in the past, traditions had some level of independence and like they weren't like hyper like influencing each other too much. Like, I actually agree with Unseen about that. Like, it's good to keep traditions, in their respective place. Yeah, Unseen and I
Well,
agree.
Unseen would say it's all satanic, so.
Well, I would call, Einstein is an enchanter code from my perspective, like, because he denied the whole Tathagata Garba doctrine, what I mean? Which is, you see, I wouldn't say I'm a fundamentalist, after my shroom experience and a lot of other stuff, I'm meditating and, and my time in the Zen center and stuff, I do take it kind of seriously, it's not a
Sure.
joke, authenticity is something that's sorely lacking in the modern era, what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
Well, I wonder why. Because when you're authentic, you're called retarded constantly. Why be authentic?
Uh-oh.
It's because the thing is, modernity only treats science as the authentic means of knowing things, and that's highly limited and that's highly wrong. I think the tradition is the better way to learn things,
What's science? We don't have science anymore. We have scientism.
Yeah, I mean, that's more precise manner of speaking, yes.
It's really not. I love science. I'm a science nerd. But what we have has nothing to do with science.
I would say that
If we
science.
brought science and spirituality together, we could conquer the world.
No, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to bring science and spirituality together. Science is evil. Let me tell you why. You know how many more animals have been sacrificed in the last 80 years than all of human history put together.
Yes.
Because that's you see most of what we know about visual perception actually come from the macabre experiments on cats. I mean, they put electrodes in their brains, and that's how we know.
Well, that's a perversion of science, though. It doesn't have to be that way, Avian. I agree with you, but it doesn't have to be that way. That's just sick people.
Yeah, but that's most of science is sick then, because most of science is based on that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I know. They do terrible things to monkeys, and the CIA did some really terrible things to monkeys. I don't know if you know about that.
Yeah, I think I've seen that stuff.
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible. They still do terrible things to monkeys.
Yeah.
They have an organization called AICUC. It's like AICUC, and I think they're corrupt, and they're not really like they're just there to support the paradigm. I think that's what they're called. I have to double check, but yeah, I would say the true knowing come from meditation and stillness. It come from that. It come from the non-abiding awareness. That's what they call it. Or like Huning says, the awareness that is unattached to all impermanent phenomenon and stuff.
Yeah. I actually think that Jesus was probably closer to like a Buddha than most people could ever imagine. To be honest with you.
Well, that's fine if that's what you believe, but he's not a part of the tradition. Like it should not be put in the tradition. It's like me putting Buddha and Christianity. It doesn't make sense. Or putting Jesus and Buddhism doesn't make sense. There are incompatibilities. You know, I mean, there are. You know,
I'm talking
Zoroastrianism.
about the original teachings, not the Pauline Christianity. Because what we have of Christianity today is not the religion of Jesus. It's a religion about Jesus, from a guy who was crucified, from a guy who was murdering Christians and never met Jesus face to face. And then we're told, "Hey, trust me, guys. I saw him in a vision after I was murdering everybody." You know, and the Roman, um, you know, cult, you know, gave me authority over everybody, and you know, changed my name to Flavius.
Yeah, I know what you
So
mean. I'm not saying Jesus was a bad guy or God incarnate or a celestial spirit, however you see him.
no,
I'm saying he has no place in the Buddhist tradition. It's like putting Muhammad or Zoroaster in Buddhism.
no, I'm not saying he was in the Buddhist tradition. I'm
Yeah.
saying that he was more like that than
Well,
what
yeah, maybe.
than what um, they preach today.
Yeah, that's true. Like the Sufis, you find many parallels with them. The mystic Christians, you know, Meister Eckhart. You know
Right.
Meister Eckhart,
If
right?
you look at like Jacob Boehme, or you look at like the Gnostic
Yeah,
Christians,
I have. Yeah.
or like, you know, like the Gospel of Thomas,
Yeah, I was gonna mention that. Yes, yes.
or you know, it's very much about the internal world and understanding that, and changing that so that your outside world changes also,
Yeah, I would
and
say that.
being good to others, and you know, like understanding that God is everywhere, and being able to recognize deception, and you know, like it's like just like understanding reality and understanding yourself, you know, like know thyself and you will know that you're children of the living Father. And you know, when you know, you know, if you don't know yourself, then you dwell in poverty, and you are poverty. You know, seek and don't stop seeking. You know, and you know, it talks about like you'll be disturbed, but once you're disturbed and you keep going, you will marvel and you will rule over the all. You know, and so it's saying like it's going to be like rough to like keep seeking and to look at things that you might not want to, but eventually like it's going to be worth it in the end. And it talks about he who like looks at the world will discover a carcass. You know, like it go. There's a lot, man. Like I can pull
Yeah,
out
no, you know,
text,
I always
and
say,
it's very, very esoteric, really.
yeah, I
And
know. I
so
have
it's
looked into it. You know,
and so that's
I
what
would
I'm
say he
saying.
was maybe he was like close to like a practical Buddha. It's called practical Buddha, one who achieves, you know, enlightenment without hearing the Buddha's teachings, maybe, but still it's not within the tradition because the tradition is like there are differences. You know, for example, in the Tathagata Garbha you know, teachings, you know, it's about non-grasping. You know what I mean? When you cease to
Yes.
grasp and you end reification and you end hypostatization and you don't you treat, you know, all phenomena are empty of intrinsic essence, and you know, as a consequence you cannot really grasp. When you grasp,
Hmm.
you know, that's what creates the ripples, you know, but when you release the grass you see there was never any change, you know. So in a sense they're like provisional descriptions, but it's about awakening to the Buddha nature, which is timeless and imperishable. But you see what I'm trying to say is that there are some differences. For example, one difference is that you know, in the case of, you know, the Gnostics, at least the Gospel of Thomas, you know, it still involve kind of like, you know, it's like somewhat moralistic, as you're saying, but it kind of involves a guiding, you know, it kind of involves, you know, a helping hand almost like it involves a kind of historical dialectic that ties into revelation. Whereas in this is a mind to in my tradition it's about mind to mind transmission. It's not about being guided because you don't need to have you don't even need to have ever heard of Jesus. It's a like a practice. It's like an
Well,
awakening.
no.
You
In the
see,
Gnostic text, there is no historical story. There's no historical narrative. There's no like you must believe in me. It's like, hey, here's the truth. You know, like he comes down from the pleroma and like it's very very deep. I'll eventually do a
Yeah.
series
I
on
know.
this.
I read it
It's
from
been
John
so
Baptist.
covered up. Like if you read like the Pistis Sophia, it's mind blowing. Like it talks about how Sophia like Lash hates Jesus, so he kind of like
Yeah.
skips over all this.
Yeah.
But and I agree because it's been so polluted. But I do believe that it's worth salvaging. You know what was the pure message because it is really profound. You read like the Sophia of Jesus Christ, you know, and he's basically like explaining the nature of reality and shit. Like it's really profound for the time. Like even today, like it it really is. Like I'm still a pagan, you know, Gnostic, but like you know, I was going through it again recently, and I forgot how profound some of this is. Like it really is. You know, and just like talking about how like the only error is forgetfulness of the Father, and when it talks about the Father, it's not talking about it something external. It's talking about something inside of you, and so it's saying like there's no the only you know air grew as a fog and clouded the minds of man, and air with a cross becomes terror. You know, but don't worry because you know once every you know once every once you know the air is dissipated and recollection is brought forth and remembrance is restored, the air will fade away like it never was, and you'll be complete again and realize you know you're a children of the living Father and you're an immortal luminous child of the pleroma, and it's just like whoa 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 what you know, and it's just it's really 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 profound. Like I can read some if you want. You'll see what I'm saying. Like
No, it's okay. You know, I know you talk about. I read Gospel of Thomas and you know
yeah, but
Lamb.
there's like lesser known ones like the Sophia of Jesus Christ and like the what do you call it? The trimorphic proto-Noah and if Muhammad's still awake, he knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you
Like
can send it to me over Discord. I'll read it soon. Yeah, but yeah, what I'm saying though is something different. You know, like I'm not
kind of
saying
like
that.
well, what I'm saying is what I'm trying to tell you is like I take a little bit from everything. Ultimately, I'm pagan. I'm an animist. I'm a
Yeah,
magician.
that's good.
But I
Yeah, I
still
can
take a
understand.
little bit from everything. And it doesn't, I don't allow it to affect me. It's just inspiration, you know? Like, it's not part of any doctrine. I don't like follow it as like gospel. It's just inspirational. And I think it's powerful.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know,
You
I'm
know,
able,
yeah.
let me put it this
But
way I'm able to take in information and not like let it rule my life. You know, I'm able to what they say to take contradicting ideas. Uh, I mean, this isn't really contradicting, but the ability to hold two conflicting ideas and not swallow them as a mark of a mature mind or whatever. Like that. That's what I'm saying, basically.
yeah, I mean, you see, I can. Let me respond that. Yeah, see, I can respect you. You know, I respect what you do, your freedom. I don't like to impose myself on others. Tell you do this, do that, as long as they're not
Sure,
inflicting harm on other sentient beings. You know what I mean?
sure,
But when it gets down to it, you know, what I think, for me at least personally, is that sticking to one path, you know, is better than mixing a lot of stuff. Because when you mix a lot of stuff into it, there is like your path, it becomes kind of hindered, at least for me, because you know, you know, that's why I think taking up a vows and initiating is truly powerful. You know, it's very powerful. Like you say, you're not part of any tradition, you know, but I'm gonna
no,
tell you straight up that taking vows or initiating into a tradition, it is very spiritually powerful. Like it's something you cannot put into words. when you do it.
I
And
don't doubt that.
yeah, and I'm gonna take up my vows, you know, in either Soto or Rinzaizen. Taking up your vows is not something to laugh at. You know what I mean? You know, I that's my view. I think that I won't tell you what to do, but that's what I strongly believe, that taking up your vows. Baptism, it has ancient origins. Baptism.
Yes.
When Christians are baptized in the name of Christ, that does have some spiritual significance.
Yes.
It does. Yeah. But I would rather die or have my head cut off than to be baptized in the name of Christ. Yeah, okay, and I'm not going to. I'd rather die than to kneel and pray facing Mecca. My dad does that, but I'm not going to do that. But I'm going to take up my vows in the Soto or Rinzai tradition. Yeah, I'm serious. I mean, about that stuff. And I want the pure form of the patriarchs, the Zen patriarchs. I want the purest form of that. I don't want it to be mixed with Zoroastrianism. I don't want it to be mixed with Christianity. I want the pure form of those.
No, I hear you. I would rather die too, because it's not pure anymore. I don't have a problem with the pure teachings, but yeah, what it is today is completely archontic. So yeah, but the same with Islam. Like, there's a lot of Sufi teachings that I find inspirational, and the reason why I feel this way is because I believe that God is everywhere. That's why. And so that's why there's no contradiction to me, because I believe that spiritual truth can be found everywhere. It's just that it's been corrupted. It's just been corrupted over time by hierarchy and priests and systems and whatever else. So basically, every tradition.
Is
So
about
basically,
God, though. I will say this, though. Nagarjuna's emptiness is higher than God. I truly believe that it's higher than God. Like, after my experience,
well, yeah.
in meditation. I mean, you can disagree with that. That's fine. I'm not telling you to agree.
Well, no, I do agree, but I believe it's it's just two different manifestations of the same principle. One is manifest and one is, well, actually, I guess you could say it's the manifest version of the unmanifest. So that's the unmanifest. And then the manifest is, the active, because like you said, there's a power in people baptizing themselves to Christ. Okay, because originally there was a spiritual, energy that was pure in that, but it got twisted and contorted, later on. And so, Jesus Christ, man. uh, and so that's what I'm saying. It's aligning with that current that was before it got diluted. So what I'm saying is, like, India, China, Japan, you know, uh, eh, you know, whether it was Buddhism or Hinduism or, what was Christianity before it was Christianity, because it wasn't even called Christianity when it was still a mystery religion. Like, for instance, I have a book where Jesus is literally doing magic. Yes, magic. And it's ancient. He's like lighting incense and calling corners and shit. Like, people don't know about this shit. And there's one where he's like talking about Mother Earth. The shit was hidden by the Vatican. And so this is what I'm saying. Like, there was a very different tradition before it became a religion. In Islam, they talk about the ground of being, the luminous mind, and all this. And it's like, wait, what? And so this is what I'm talking about. Like, almost every tradition started pure and then got corrupted. And that's what interests me.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Guanon argues. Guanon, Rene Guanon, and also
yes,
Evola. Yeah, but I would say that I do take issues with personally with premillennialism for the same reasons as Unseen, but not 100% the same reasons, but they're like the same, you know, disposition or the direction he's arguing, because you see,
Well, he believes
there are
Christianity has
still
existed
differences.
since before time began.
There are irreconcilable differences. I mean, there are, you know. I think what you're saying is close to Vendetta in some way. I mean, Rene Gonon actually viewed Vendetta as like the purest of the primordial tradition in some ways, and then he saw a degeneration over time. You know, there are good arguments for that. I can see it. I can sympathize with what you're saying, but you know, when it gets down to it, you know, I feel like a man has to pick. You know, at least for me, you know, I think it's better to pick one path, initiate into that. You see, because one only has so much time and energy, and you gotta see what's like closest to the truth, and that way you have a consistent practice, you have consistent rituals, and you know, like, you know, one can be eclectic. Sure, you can make your own rituals or reconstruct them from like the Tarashian mysteries or on. But that requires a lot of reconstruction and research.
I know.
Yeah, and
Well, I have.
yeah,
I mean, again, these are just influences. These are
yeah,
just inspirations. My main core is shamanism, animism, and you know, Dzogchen. Like that's really the core.
yeah. Well, I recommend looking into Shingudo. Like,
Yes.
you like that too. Yeah,
It's just hard to really go anywhere with it unless you go to Japan and get initiated because it's
yeah,
very secretive. I
yeah,
would love to though. That's something I would initiate into for real.
yeah. I want to learn Japanese actually, believe it or not, and
Yeah.
because I am serious about the traditions. You know, after Meiji period, the Japanese persecuted the Buddhists and they forced them to get married and stuff. There was a
Yeah.
great anti-Buddhist persecution, and you know, most of Shintoism we see was a reinvention. You know, it was a way
Yes.
to fight against the Buddhists. You know, Japan was like very, very, you know, sincere, authentic Buddhists before the Meiji era. Like they truly believed in Buddhism. You know,
Mhm.
yeah, it's cool. Yeah, yeah, I do like Shungudo. I do like
Yeah.
Shingon, and I do like Rinzai Soto. I'm gonna initiate into one of those schools. You know, but of course, a lot of it traced back to China with the lineage of patriarchs. And so, you know, Dogen took a life-threatening uh, trip to China to get initiated. You know, I forgot the name of the guy who initiated him. He was doing like sitting meditation. They called it silent illumination. He calls it Shinkatazo. It was a life-threatening journey through the ship, you know what I mean, to China. And then he practiced with the Chinese monk, and then he got initiated by the Chinese monk, and then he traveled back to you know, Japan to start his own school, which was called Soto. You see what this? You see, even let me tell you this though. This is something I haven't talked about a lot, but within Soto, there is a disagreement or debate. Like, is half lotus or lotus posture necessary, or can you sit on a chair, or can you when you're doing zazen? You know what I mean? You know, Brad Warner, he argues that you have to sit half lotus. You have to sit either Burmese half lotus or full lotus for proper zazen. Whereas Mike Cross argues no, a chair can suffice. What's only necessary is the proper breathing. You know what I'm trying to say? So even when you have like the tradition transmitting to the West, you know, I mean, there were Japanese who came here to set the lineage. You know, there are some disagreements about that. Where do you align with that? You see, do you think proper lotus posture is necessary, or does a chair suffice, or something? Because the enso you do with your hands, you know, when you know that you can do on a chair or sitting. You see what I'm saying? Is that
I don't like chairs. I never have liked chairs ever.
Yeah, I see it on Zafu and Zabuton.
I have always felt more natural and more at peace when I sit crisscross, and especially when I'm sitting outside.
Yeah, you just nailed it, Lorp. I think that's even more important. Not how you sit, but where you're sitting.
Oh,
And
you have
yeah,
to sit facing the wall.
and
That's
yeah,
the change. You
I
have to
would
face the
say,
wall.
in nature. I mean, I guess you could sit in a chair, but I would say that, like, probably to get the best effect. I mean, it's even more. It's even less about necessarily like how you're sitting and the fact that like literally like your chakras and your
Yeah,
energy centers
Soto, is it?
could be blocked by a chair.
It's okay. It's okay. Just drop the topic. You know, I just need to talk to someone involved in this tradition about it. Because you see, you know,
No, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, yeah. You have to face the wall and stuff. That's what we do. We face the wall.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I was meditating for like 7 to 9 hours a day when I was going to Zazen ties, you know. But there I knew
Right.
people who got knee surgery, you know what I mean? I knew people who actually got knee surgery.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Well, I have arthritis, so sometimes I have issues, but even I will force myself to sit on the ground. You know, I got like a mat and
I was sitting on I sit in half lotus most of the time, and I sit in half lotus. And so yeah, I'll talk to someone about it. You know, I know someone involved in the tradition. His name is Mike Cross. He has different views, and he translated Nagarjuna. He translated some other people too. And you know, Brad Warner, he received Dharma transmission from Nishijima. He argues that it's preferable or highly advised to sit on the zafu and zabuton on the ground while facing the wall.
you definitely want your spine straight. I know that.
Yeah,
That's vital.
Yeah,
So
I'm a
anything that disrupts that is not good.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I think proper breathing is important, but
Oh
you see,
yeah.
yeah, it's just sitting, you know, that's what Shikantaza translate into just sitting, you know, it's not about trying to attain a special state or guided
No.
meditation. It's just sitting, you know, and you just let the mind flow freely without dwelling on anything, grasping anything. You just let it come and go. That's all Shikantaza is, you know. And you know, anyway, I was just trying to make a point that even when a tradition comes, you know, is like transmitted to another country, there are like certain, you know, disagreements, certain, you know, but that should be discussed with people involved in that tradition, you know. Yeah, I'll research that more and stuff. But yeah,
Yeah, I don't know if you ever got into that book I sent you about Bon and shamanism. It gets uh, into the basic precepts of my worldview on that.
yeah, I will read it eventually. But the thing is that you know, I have a lot of other books to read, but I
No,
will.
I know, me too.
Yeah.
I'm reading like 3 books right now, so I hear you.
Yeah, I do have a lot of books to read. You know, I'm like reading the Lankavatara Sutra. I'm almost done with a book on the pre-Socratics. You know, and also I have to. Yeah, I'm becoming more consistent in my practice. You know, I am up kind of late, but that's fine. Maybe me a little bit more. You know, let me think what I was gonna say. Yeah, you know, Lankavatara Sutra. You know, also I like to read different translations of the same text. You know, I got another
Yeah.
translation in the Platform Sutra to read and stuff. Yeah, I think the Platform Sutra is probably the closest to the truth. You know, if you like take that the Platform Sutra of Huning, I think I read 2 translations already. Yeah. Yeah, I can read you something from the Platform Sutra.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, if you want me to. Well, I'll read some of time. So, but anyway, the point is that you know, yeah, I just prefer not to mix traditions too much. You know what I mean? Because yeah. Let me say something though. I know you care about nature, but I think
But understand that I'm not mixing the traditions worldview. I'm mixing the techniques.
yeah,
But I hear you.
yeah, that's fine.
I do
Also,
understand why you would feel that way.
yeah, I like to stick to one path personally. But let me see here. There's something I wanted to say. Yeah, I think if you care about nature, it's good to learn more about conservation stuff and also the Ammit or other creatures too. You know,
Oh well, yeah.
making everything about humans is a limitation. I think so
Oh
because
no. I don't. I'm out in nature all the time, man. I'm out in nature all the time.
Have you ever gone to an old growth forest? You know, most old growth forests.
Yeah.
That's right. So donate to my Cash App so I can feed all the homeless kitties because the government and the city says you're only allowed to have a certain amount of cats or we're going to depopulate them. But anyway, you know.
Unless you're an old lady, you can have like 50 cats.
Yeah, unless you're a rich bitch, you can have, 50 Pomeranians.
Yeah, listen, I love cats, okay, but they are invasive creatures, though. They're very bad for like amphibians.
They're trying to take over the world. I saw a few videos talking about they're trying to take over the world, and I agree.
Yeah.
They're aliens. They're mind control us. They're like so cute. They're so cute, and they're like literally like trying to take over the world. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like like house sparrows. House sparrows came to USA from Europe, and they were invasive, and they were almost decimating the bluebird population, the eastern bluebird population. And they had to like call them, to save the eastern bluebirds and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't do that, but that's like the way conservationism works. It's kind of unfortunate. Invasive. Beavers were brought to a part of South America. Yeah, beavers were brought to a part of South America, and for the fur trade. Okay, and then the beavers like escaped into like virgin forests of the South America, and now they're decimating the forest.
Yeah.
In Patagonia. Yeah, like it's that's the problem with human beings. Is like on
Well, they're
average.
trying to suffocate us between chemtrails and cutting down all the trees. They're
Yeah.
trying to suffocate us.
Yeah, that too. Chemtrails are real, but I would call it stratospheric aerosol ejection because if you say
Well, good. I hope they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since 2001.
Can all suffocate and die.
Yeah, around 2002 or 2001.
Brother, man.
Make sure you add me on Discord, man.
All right. Well, if I do though, you got to stop removing me, man.
I know. I'm sorry.
You got to stop that shit, man. It's like I'm your friend, and then you remove me again, and it's like, what the fuck, man? Thought we were friends. Thought we were brother mans. But yeah, I will. Don't fucking remove me this time.
Well, regardless of what happens, I want you to always know this, all of you, is that you have Buddha nature, all of you. Like that's something
I
that
agree.
can never be destroyed. It cannot be taken away. You know what I mean? Like
I agree. Everyone here, most of the fucking people on these panels, I could care less about. I would say straight out. I don't pretend everybody's my fucking friend. I just say straight up.
I would say
I'm very compassionate. I'm very compassionate.
No,
to
I would say
those
this though. Is
that are. I'm very compassionate to those who are respectful and honorable, but to those who are not, they can go fucking play in traffic. Like I don't
yeah,
care.
but this is one thing I will say though is I know you.
But I
may
respect everybody here.
Yeah, all beings, regardless, you see, karma exists. Karma can like affect your rebirth.
Oh, for
but
sure.
all beings, regardless of being good or evil, they have Buddha nature. It doesn't matter if they're sentient, they have Buddha nature. That's a different part of my tradition.
Pinoid would say I have crackhead nature. Not
Yeah, that's some people disagree actually, but that is part of my tradition. All sentient beings have Buddha nature. Yeah, if you're
Yes.
sentient, you have Buddha nature.
Yes, but is it dormant or is it active? That's the argument I would make.
I think mine comes and goes. I think sometimes I have peaks of enlightenment, and then some days it leaves, and it's like it leaves my mind spent, and does actually kind of make me retarded. And then I'll have like another day. But now that I'm getting older, and I'm starting to get a little bit more pissed off toward God, I think He's not giving me as much revelation as what He was when I was younger. So I don't know. I might be getting bitter with my age.
Maybe we should stop being pissed off at God then.
Dormant.
Well, it's kind of hard not to, Twilight, when you see the world being depopulated one day at a time, and all you can do is LARP about it and not get paid for it, and then
Why
get
is
made
that
fun of
God's
and get called retarded. Oh, that's right. It's my fault. I should shuckle up.
I mean, God didn't do it. People did.
No.
Free will.
I want to respond about dormant versus active. I would say it's neither dormant nor active because that's the wrong way of viewing it. It's it's ungenerated, unborn, imperishable. It doesn't arise. It does not arise. That's the
No,
thing.
no, 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 no. I know. I agree. I'm being sarcastic because
Oh
I'm
yeah,
saying that some
yeah,
people are just fucking
yeah.
pricks.
Evil. Yeah, yeah. I know. Like I'm not saying just because Epstein has Buddha nature, that doesn't mean he shouldn't be executed. You know what I mean, or something like that. Like, or something.
I'm saying like, like for instance, like Blavatsky once was asked, like, hey, does everybody, have a divine spark? And she says, yes, it's just most are sleeping, So
Yeah, yeah. That's a good way of
that
saying it.
that's
Yeah,
that's kind of like what I'm saying is that
I agree with that. Yeah, that's
it's just so like people talk about NPCs. I don't like that because I don't like the computer language and it like dehumanizes people. But to say that like they're just asleep, they're 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 in samsara. They're like completely in samsara. They can't see anything outside of samsara.
yeah. The
I guess
cloud.
you could say
Yeah,
they're
the
they're they're
cloud
they're completely
basically.
programmed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the clouds of delusion basically obscure their true nature more, which is like the moon behind the cloud.
And so that's what I'm saying. They cannot see enlightenment, nor do they have any desire to see it. You know, and they're just destructive and chaotic and you know uh harmful to
Have
themselves
you
and
read
others.
the Lotus Sutra? The Lotus Sutra.
Yes,
You have? You read it?
yes. It's been a
Good.
while, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I've read everything at least once. Like, if you look at my old videos on my channel, you'll see I got into everything. Way back. You'll see how much I've changed too. You'd be shocked. Before I got into black magic and all of that, I used to be quite love and light, but not new age. But I mean, I was very like I was into like white tantra and all that. You'll see. Just look at my old videos for real. You'll see what I mean. Uh, yeah, but I'm not like completely dark. I still balance light and dark. So people just have this idea that I am, and so I just kind of troll about it. Hail Satan! No, but seriously, like that's not really true at all. Lucifer is light and darkness.
Yeah, you
Like
don't engage in animal sacrifice, right? No animal
hell
sacrifice.
no.
Thank you. Yeah,
I'll
that's
fuck somebody up. I know some people that do,
yeah, for
and
killing people. Yeah,
I
yeah,
stopped talking to them. I had a
yeah,
friend I knew for
yeah.
like
I,
two
I I
years.
consider you a friend, of course. Because
I I I, I knew somebody for 2 years,
yeah.
Buddha, that I was friends with, and one day they're like, "I'm going for my first animal sacrifice," and I'm like, "Yeah, we're done talking." Like that shit disgusted me. They were all excited about it. Like it actually brought them joy. Like they were elated. Like they had like this like sexual fucking release. I was like, this is disgusting. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, I would just, that's against precepts, it's against compassion, what I mean. I would just
Yes.
describe myself as a Buddhist who cares about conservation and the earth and also
Yes.
ending the satanic elite who harm children, stuff like that. That stuff is not right. It's against the precepts. It also promotes, age of Dharma ending age. We're living in the Dharma ending age. I mean, that's kind of obvious. Like,
Yes. Well,
or
this
you
is
can
the
call it Kali
this
Yuga.
is the Kali. Yeah, I'm just about to say. Most definitely. Yeah, I think that Sanatana Dharma had a lot of truth before it got twisted by the priests. And I think that Buddhism was kind of like bringing it back, to a coherency because it got so twisted. That's kind of how I see it, really.
Yeah, there are good arguments for that. Yeah, there are good
Do you
arguments.
see what I'm saying with that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes, I can sympathize with that. Yeah, I see what you're saying with that. Yeah.
because it's
That's
very
valid.
incoherent now, and Buddhism is very tight and precise and
Yes, yes,
logical,
definitely.
and so yeah, I definitely agree with that. I'm more Vajrayana, but there's a lot of
Yeah,
overlap with like Mahayana
there is. Yes.
Vajrayana. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Vajrayana is a good path. I think Dzogchen,
yeah,
they have a rich tradition too. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there are some texts I wanted to read from the Dzogchen and Vajrayana, but I'll do that in the future.
yeah, yeah. When you have time, whatever, even if you just like skim through it, that book I sent you, by Tenzin Wangyal Rinpoche is it's just like a basic introduction, but it's really powerful, I think, and it gets into a lot of what I, uh, if you want to say believe, it's just what I practice myself, because a lot of those principles are universal, even within paganism. So that's what's so interesting to me is it actually recorded a lot of traditions and principles and techniques that were also part of the mystery schools. And to me, that's incredibly fascinating. And this is why, like, a lot of the uh, occultists and mystery schools and like the Nazis and all that were going to Tibet. There's a good reason for this. They have a lot of secrets, for sure. And then Japan as well. People just look at modern Japan, and the history of Japan, like, is kind of like the history of like Ireland and like Scandinavia. It's been completely wiped away. But if you go back to like the Ainu and pre-Ainu into what's called the Jomon period, that's a very fascinating study. Then you get into Shinto before it was Shinto, and there was an animistic tradition that's very fascinating. And you had these Dogu figures and all this, and you had like this underground city complex that's like Ice Age, like 10 to 15,000 years ago, so there's a lot of history that has been completely uh swallowed by the waves, quite literally. And it's the same in India. You had Dwarka, the same thing. It's like 12,000 years old, you know um and this was like all mythological. It was Yanaguni is in Japan, um and then Dwarka in India, and both are like 10, 15,000 years old. So there's there's a lot of megaliths and underground and in on mountains and underwater. So there's a case that can be made that there was a highly advanced civilization that was spread all over the place, and this is what I would call, uh, what you want to call it, Shambhala, uh, Agartha, Atlantis, Lemuria, whatever. And these aren't all the same, but uh, I think there were two major major civilizations that existed. You want to call it Atlantis, Lemuria, Hyperborea, whatever the case may be. And you had like the Polynesian islands, like Easter Islands, and you have like Non Madal, which is like a big mystery, And I think like the more Polynesian areas were like Lemuria, and like the more like European areas were like Atlantis. It's
Yeah,
all very fascinating,
yeah, I
and I
can see
think
why
and I
it's
think that
different.
some of these cultures, like Tibet, were able to keep some of these mysteries.
Yeah, I would say that that's fascinating stuff to look into. There's no harm in that. I would say my areas of focus are more like you know just my tradition that I plan to initiate into, and also conservation stuff,
Yeah.
the more past historical stuff like Atlantis and stuff like that, I do think there is something to that because there are a lot of underground tunnels. Did you hear recently
Yeah.
Switzerland had like 20,000 kilometers of just tunnels
Yeah.
they didn't know about, like
Right.
yeah.
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 And they just found all that stuff under the pyramid. Edgar Casey was talking about that 100 years ago, and he said that it would be discovered in modern time. He said that it would be discovered like in 100 years, and that's exactly what happened, which is kind of wild. Like he's a real prophet, and I don't see prophets as someone seeing the future necessarily, but just someone who's able to identify trends. But hell,
Well,
it almost was a prophecy
what are you
because
talking
they.
about?
I'm saying they found these underground chambers under the Sphinx
Yeah, I know,
in
but yeah,
Egypt.
so you
Ed,
said someone claimed like it was a
Edgar Casey. Edgar Casey.
Edgar
Uh,
Cayce. How do you spell that?
Cayce. They called him a sleeping prophet. He talked about ancient civilizations and
Oh
all
yeah.
of this like 100 years ago. He went into trances
Oh, that's cool.
and he would, I guess, channel. And he made all these predictions, and almost all of them have come true. It's honestly really nuts because it is so unbelievably rare for that to actually happen. 95% of the time, it's complete malarkey. But him and Rudolf Steiner have been able to predict a lot. Steiner talks about Ahriman and the age of Ahriman, and look around you. He talks about how Ahriman would come through technology, and would mystify the world and bring them into atheism, but it would be like a mystical atheism, and it's really kind of nuts. And I have issues with Steiner, but with that, like he was dead on, and this is like 100 years ago. Both of them like 100 years ago, and it's like what the hell. Now I know Steiner was also like an initiate, so maybe he had knowledge of what was coming, but maybe Casey did too. So I don't know, but either way, like they really knew some shit for sure. I know Steiner was an initiate, so he may have just known the plan from day one. I don't think Casey was, but maybe. But like I said, either way, it's pretty explosive. If you look into what they talked about uh, was coming, it's exactly where we are.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Uh, yeah. Let me think. What I want to say. Do you ever plan to read that book on bears, and you want to talk about bears, or no, not really?
I'll get to it. Yeah, I'll read a little. I'll read a little bit. Like I said, I'm reading like 3 books,
Oh yeah,
but
yeah,
I'll read a little bit though. Uh,
yeah,
yeah, I love bears. Bears are like one of my favorite animals.
yeah,
I think they're very misunderstood.
yeah. They are. Yeah, they are. They are cool. Yeah. You see, I do have like, everyone. No one can focus on everything in life. I think what you're focusing on is interesting, most certainly. But I think when it comes down to it, I like to keep things a bit simpler and stuff, especially in this chaotic age where
Yes.
so many already I feel like I know an overwhelming amount about all the conservation issues and
Yeah.
yeah, and I like, you know, um, anything. What else I want to say? Tradition. I do think, like I said, initiation is important, consistent practice, at least for me.
Yeah.
It does get overwhelming. I can't. It's hard to look into every tradition. I mean, some people
Yeah.
do way much. Deeply. One has to stick to one's guns. So
Well,
to
I
speak.
spent my whole life doing it, so
Yeah.
it's not like something I have to do. I've already done it. Buddha. I don't even know why. It's been a compulsion for me my
Yeah.
entire life. Like even when I was a so-called Christian, I was never like a traditional Christian. I was like a Gnostic before I knew what that even meant. I always looked at the Bible as like a mystical and revelatory. And when they said like an angel appeared to this person, I was always asking the question like, how did the angel get there? Like, how did they have? They said they had a vision, and it's like, well, how did this vision occur? Like, and it always came to me like they must have been in an altered state. How did they get into an altered state? You know, is this physically happening on the earth, or is this like in an astral experience? You know, and so like that's actually how I read the Bible, and I'm 99% sure that's exactly what it really is. So all the stuff they say is happening. Like, I don't actually think any of it is really happening physically. I think a lot of it is stuff that people are seeing in visions and astral experiences. That's just my take. And what's
What's
really
your opinion
interesting,
on Swedenborg?
I have mixed opinions. I
Yeah.
liked Jacob Bohm a lot more.
Yeah.
Meister Eckhart.
It's funny because I have a Slovenian friend. Okay, he's into Jacob Boehm
Yeah, I
and
liked him a lot.
yeah, he likes Gnosticism, and he's also into Dzogchen. But get
Yeah.
this, he's a transhumanist. He's a transhumanist.
What the hell? How does
Yeah.
that work?
He's kind of Hegelian, I think. Yeah, I've been arguing with him for years and stuff.
How on earth do you? I don't understand how someone who's into Dzogchen can be a transhumanist. That's just very strange to me.
Yeah, I've been trying to get him to come on this channel, but he did share one video, and TML shared that video before. But I've been trying to get him to come on this channel and talk about his views more. But I don't really like him. I mean,
That would be
nobody.
interesting. That would be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not a transhumanist. I am not.
Hell no.
Yeah, I'm not. You know, uh, yeah, you know they. Many people don't know this, but they strapped bombs to dolphins and whales during war.
Yes.
Yeah, and if they were to communicate with birds, which is actually increasing, I think they'll do the
Mm.
same thing to them.
Yeah, you saw the video I sent you, right?
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, let me see which one.
The birds were like talking about the humans.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've seen videos about that. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, there's one you get this. There's one video I actually shared when it had 20 views, and I talked about it on my channel. It was a video about Japanese tits that were able to like use grammar and syntax to like communicate. And I was talking about that video on my channel when it only had 20 views. Guess how many views it has now? 1.3 million views. If I had kept my channel would have probably grown in popularity, but I deleted it when I was drunk, and that's like karma, I guess.
You dropped it?
Yeah, I deleted my channel when I was
What?
drunk.
Why?
I did it like a few months ago. I deleted my channel.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. If I kept
Uh,
my channel, it would have probably grown in popularity.
are you gonna start it up again?
Well, I will. You know, I may, but I want to like focus on different stuff. Like I will, but I have to like I'll focus on more different stuff, but similar stuff too. Like I will try to like tier it, and I want to focus on like stuff like the Buddha Dharma, and then maybe biosemiotics. You know, and like I'm
Right.
anti-Darwinian too. You know, what I mean, I am anti-Darwinian.
Me too. Yeah, biosemiotics is part of my tradition as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely. Yeah. It's closer to Lamarck. Biosemiotics is closer to Lamarck.
Yes.
Lamarck argued there was like a complexifying force in nature.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like that. And nature is
It's directed. It's
yeah,
not random. It's not an accident. You know, it's not dead.
it's
It's
intelligent, basically.
yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I'm not Darwinian. You know, like I've never been really Darwinian. Actually, the first time I came on TML's channel, I was reading about the third way. You know, people like Dennis Noble, Lynn Margulis. I knew about all of them. You know, I
Yes.
actually read it. And also J. Scott Turner. You know, I actually recommend you look into J. Scott Turner, Purpose
Okay.
and Desire. Purpose and Desire. He demolishes Darwinism. You know, he demolishes it in his book, Purpose and
Okay.
Desire. And then there's this other guy. His name is Pejrak. I cannot pronounce his last name. He wrote Biocivilizations. Because he argues nature is driven towards symbiosis, you know, and it's
Yes.
intelligently looking for new forms of symbiosis, you know, like our cells are a symbiotic collective, right? And you see that with the fungi, the mycelium. You see that with the lichens. You know, the symbiosis is all around you. You know,
Yes.
like ravens and wolves are in a symbiotic relationship too. Like ravens help wolves find the kill of a carcass, and then the wolves like get to the carcass and they're able to like share it. Stuff like symbiosis is all around you. Is what I'm saying. So
Yes. It's a living, self-generated, self-organizing, symbiotic system. Absolutely.
yes, that is what evolution is. Yeah, 100%.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where the third. For now, I would recommend saying I support the third way of evolution. That's against Darwinism, and it's closer to intelligent design. But yeah, third way is the right one. Like Dennis Noble and all those people. But yeah, I don't like Darwinism. You know, I don't like
Okay, yeah. I'll look
modern.
into that because that's exactly how I feel about it.
Yeah, that was what my channel was about. Yeah, it was about that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's in complete alignment. That it's anything but random.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's not random. It has a kind of yeah, like we just said, it's like autopoietic, and it has
Yes.
a self-direction, and it has a kind of intelligence. Yeah, to it. Yeah. Yeah. It's like coral reef kind of. You know, coral reef are very intelligent. It kind of sucks that they're being bleached, but in modern times. But you know, if you think about coral reef have existed for like millions of years and until being bleached, and but which it kind of sucks. But yeah, coral reef are very magical. Yeah, I've gone scuba diving, and you know, it's very magical to go scuba diving. You know, and
Mm.
yeah, definitely.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was in Florida, man, I was always at the beach, at the pool, at the lake. You know, I would go like to water parks and ride like water coasters. I would go like jet skiing or kayaking or like oh, I miss it, man. White rat, water rafting. I that was heaven, man. Like I miss that. Now I'm in the snow, which is nice too. But like, because I like I don't like the extreme humidity. I actually prefer to be cold than burning to death. But I do miss being in the water. I think water is very like water is my favorite element. I really like fire too, but water is so purifying and just there's something very magical about it. When I was on shrooms, like I just was like just like staring into the water, like it was crazy. I was like taking a shower and I was watching the water come down from the shower, and I saw like each individual molecule in like slow motion. It was fucking wild. And I went to like this creek and went like swimming, and everything felt like I was in like fucking Fern Gully or Avatar or some shit. It just felt so mystical and otherworldly, but not like in an uh any kind of like foreign or like abstract way. It just felt like hyper real. Like I was literally like I was with nature. I was with mama, you know. Not to be a simp, but like literally. Like she and I were in communion. She could see me and I could see her, and we were legitimately communicating, and that's a whole long story, but that was part of my experience as well, and I just had this like perma smile on my face. It was this ecstatic knowing, and this is what I mean by gnosis. There was a communication. It was and I would look at the trees and like the wind blowing, and it was like it was talking to me, and it would sound schizophrenic. I didn't hear voices. It was just like there was this telepathic knowing. I said it would take me a long time to get into, but it was literally like fucking Ferngully or Pocahontas. The song. Can you hear the the song? Like it literally felt like that. Like I was in a fucking like storybook, like a fantasy, but it was real, and it didn't feel like it was unreal. It was just like I said, hyper real. It's just like whoa. Like she was like taking like it was like the veil of Isis was being removed, and I was like experiencing life for the first time. I looked at the sun. I had sunglasses on. Don't worry. I was gonna burn my eyes out. And I looked at the sun. This is the only thing that was different, actually. I thought this was very strange because I actually think I was being shown something that was real. I looked at the sun and it looked like not a black hole, a white hole. And what I mean by that is it looked like an event horizon, not like a ball of gas, but like a portal, like a wormhole, like a Stargate. And I could see like every color coming in and out of it. And it was just shifting like endlessly, so quick. And when I say it's white hole, I mean it was white and I could see black in it. Black, red, green, blue, purple, yeah. And I could see colors that, to my knowledge, didn't exist. It was so vivid. And they were all just like being pulled in. It almost seemed like the sun wasn't an orb. It was like pulling something in from a higher dimension or something. Like it was like I said, like it was a portal. And nothing else I saw that day was different. That was the only thing. And I was just like, yo, the sun isn't a ball of energy. Like something else is going on. Like it's taking in energy from somewhere else. It's like a projector. It's like, people are like, oh, the sun's, it's a fake. Or no, it's very real. But it was taking in energy from somewhere else. And there was another time where I saw all these geometric patterns and they kept like constructing and reconstructing themselves. Like it was being like an artist was like painting. And I see all these like patterns and like fractal geometries. And it was I've been out all night. So my brain's a little fried. So I can have a much more coherent conversation another time. But it like I said, it was like an artist was just like painting and repainting. It was like this breath of Brahman or something. Like it was, it was like I said, it was like this endless complexity. As I said before, it's like there was no beginning and there can never be an end. It was just this perpetual emergence of complexity. It was absolutely mind blowing.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, the last time I had one of my, if you want to call it sleep paralysis attacks, it's one of the scariest ones I've had because there was this like black venom like vein stuff over my eyes, and I could see flat orange flashes that seemed like they were in the back of my skull. The last one didn't really scare me all that much, but I've pretty much come to accept that, when I die, it's whatever, but, I don't know. Life is a strange thing. You experience a lot of strange things. I mean, I've witnessed the Bible thing, witnessed those eyeballs. I've witnessed a few other supernatural, spiritual events without the influence of drugs. And then before I could even smoke my bowl, I saw a goddamn UFO right in front of me. So,
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. You're not crazy.
Well, I mean, no, I'm not crazy. I thought I was crazy before I saw the UFO. The UFO just confirmed I wasn't crazy.
They're just not spaceships. They're not what people think. They're psychic artifacts. They're not machines. That's a whole other story. But
what's a psychic artifact?
I'm saying it's a perceptual phenomenon. It's not nuts and bolts. Although there are nuts and bolts, but that's like government technology that they don't want you to
Well, what
know.
I mean is like, what does that mean though? That means like
I'm
it's
pretty
like a
sure what I
creature.
saw. I'm pretty sure what I saw that night, Twilight, was mechanical in some nature, just from how well I was able to see it. If you watch one of my recent videos, it is one of the most accurate depictions I have made of what I saw to date. So
Okay, well, then you saw a human UFO then.
all I can tell you is it didn't disturb the palm tree.
Yeah, we have technology that would blow your mind. We have technology like hundreds of years. What people realize that they don't want you to know. They've had it since the Nazi era and before.
9/11 is starting to sound more and more like it was done by drones.
It was directed energy beams, for sure. Even the thermite doesn't really work if you do the math and the physics and all that. It really doesn't add up. It was directed energy weapons. I have a lot of research on that. If you want to look into it, I know it sounds wild, but yeah.
Oh, is that why they have all these popular weapons and media coming out with where they turn super red and hot and can cut right through steel? Oh,
That's what they do, brother man. You know they always do this shit. Look at Minority Report. We're living in it now.
oh, what's wrong? You don't want no little clickety click little spiders. Yeah, man, I love LARPing.
Look, man, just know that God is love, all right? And anything that tells you otherwise is the real devil. Real talk. I'm just saying. So Neurojack asked me a question and then he disappears. Maybe he's coming back. I don't know. Everybody else fell asleep. Oh, I guess they dropped too.
No, I'm here.
No, I know you are. Someone was snoring hardcore.
I ain't gonna lie, that was me.
Oh, really?
I ain't gonna lie, I was a little spiritually drained, just holding my tongue the whole time. No, I just don't have patience for childish behavior. My God, I'm so evolved over that shit. I just don't have patience for it.
What? Because Pino was giving you shit?
It's not just him.
Oh. What? Who else is giving you shit?
It's the world.
Well, you know I got your back, brother man.
I know that.
I got your back, brother man.
But it's like we say, sometimes you can't care so much. So, sometimes you have to accept. Well, sometimes you have to accept that some people don't want to be saved, and unfortunately, they will clamor over the bodies of others. So
that's right, and laugh about it too. Some people are sick in their head. What you got to do, brother man, is you just got to, have compassion for those who have compassion for you, and fuck the rest. That's basically it.
Well, I've accepted that, if I get to live to see a somewhat decent old age, nobody knows the future. So, time will tell.
What's wrong? You don't want to be a cyborg that lives to 1,000 years old?
If I'm being honest, Twilight, even as a Christian, it's hard to keep faith in God, even with my experiences. But,
Well, it depends on how you define God.
All I can tell you is I know that he's very personal. I know that every single experience that I have had was not schizophrenia nor drugs. So whatever reason I experienced it was obviously for a reason, because I don't believe that although coincidences do happen from time to time, nothing is a coincidence. Not from my experience.
I agree.
Even if it's mundane and stupid.
But don't let man tell you what God is. God is far more than any religion. That's all I'm saying. That doesn't mean that Jesus wasn't true. It just means that when something is true and authentic, you know, the best way to control somebody is to take that truth and then sprinkle lies with it.
Well,
That's
I
all I'm
know,
saying.
I
That's
know
all I'm
one.
saying, brother man.
I know one truth, Twilight. I know that when I was 9 to 10 years old, I placed a Bible underneath my pillow one time in the night because I thought that for some reason that's what I should do to be close to God. And then I experienced it, and ever since then, I've realized that God wasn't lying when He said that Christians will suffer for believing in Him. So I'll LARP until I'm beheaded by guillotine, or
Well,
the next cough cough, the Oochie Foochie sting.
but that doesn't mean that all the rest of it is true. I agree with you on that because those who separate themselves from the world will be persecuted. I agree with that for sure. Those who try to be noble, most definitely. The same thing happened to the Buddhists. It's happened with other traditions as well. Adrian will tell you, like, there's a lot of cultures that have had traditions that have tried to stay noble and righteous, and they've been exterminated.
Yeah, every tradition kind of gets twisted or degenerated by those in power. You know what I mean? Like that happens like all the time in history. You know, like corrupt leaders or greedy leaders. You know, I mean, or also corrupt priests. I mean, they exist in every tradition, or corrupt monks. You know, in Sekiro, you actually see corrupt monks. Did you play Sekiro? It's a very good game.
Oh,
Very,
it's a really good game. Classic, that's like pinnacle. That's like one of my favorite games of modern times.
yeah, probably one of the few good
It's
ones. Yeah, I think the monks in that one are really corrupted, like really fucked up. You know, like really, like they're
Ghost
evil.
Ghost of Tsushima too.
Yeah, I need to check out that one. I haven't checked that out yet. I do.
And Bloodborne.
Yeah, Bloodborne is
Bloodborne is
good. Yeah.
crazy. It's like
Yeah,
Lovecraft.
yeah, I beat that one. I got platinum. I got platinum in Bloodborne. It's very good. Yeah,
You beat
Bloodborne.
that on platinum?
Yeah, like platinum
Yo,
Bloodborne.
man. I gotta give you props for that shit, for real. That
Yeah,
game is fucking hard, bro. I'm not
yeah.
even gonna lie. I gotta give you props on that one. I give you a high five if I was there. Like, I'm really good at games. I mean, I stopped playing for like years and years and years. So, I mean, that is part of it. But, like, bro, I tried to play that shit and I couldn't get, I beat it, but I did not get no platinum.
Yeah.
So
It
I respect you for that. Fuck.
has some really like stuff in Bloodborne that really are super disturbing. Like I
Yeah.
remember like getting that one
Uh,
you get umbilical cords. Did you get the umbilical cords or the true ending or no, you didn't do it. Like
yeah, dude.
yeah, it's like
Oh, God.
creepy stuff. It's like some very creepy stuff in that
That
game.
game is dope, though. There's so much occult.
Yeah, there is, yeah.
Like, there's like a story within a story in
Yeah,
that.
there is. Yeah, yeah. It has good writing and it has some incredible visuals and yeah, Bloodborne is a masterpiece. Yeah, Elden Ring is good too. Yeah, I think Elden Ring was good.
I haven't played that yet. I want
Oh
to.
yeah, it was a big time investment. Just know that it's a very good game, but very big time investment. Just know that. Yeah, it's like 80 to 120-hour adventure. Like, but it's
Oh,
great. It has lots of occult stuff too. Actually, I sent you. You know, one guy with he was like a warrior. He had red hair and has snakes and he attacks with his snakes. And sometimes the snakes transform into like giant snakes and you fight them. It's called Mesmer. Mesmer, the I think yeah, Mesmer is fight. Yeah. There are like lots of occult stuff in Bloodborne. Yeah, like the the whole story it almost feels nostalgic for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, something
yes.
like the great shattering maybe it happened on this earth. I don't know, like if the ruins are
Right.
still there. I don't
No,
know.
I get what you're saying. Um, oh, classic. Fucking, have you played Dragon Quest?
Yeah, I've beaten 5, 8, and 11, and I beat 3, 1, and I'm close to beating 2, the HD remakes of it. So I've beaten like a lot of them.
Yeah.
5 is the best one. 5. Dragon Quest 5.
5. Which one is that? I don't know what my favorite is. There's a lot. So I and they're a lot really different. So
Yeah, 5 is on DS. There was a remaster for it, but also there is a PS2 remaster for it, which you can emulate, which was fan translated. I think the PS2 fan translation is probably better, but the DS one isn't bad either. It's just the way they translate some of the people's talk is kind of weird. Like they have a weird local dialect, some of the people. But 5 has the best story. 5 has the best story. It's actually incredible. 5. 5 is. I don't want to
okay.
spoil it too much. But it's
Yeah,
better
no,
than 8
no.
and 11.
I'll
But
have to
Dragon Quest 8 and 11 are good. But I think 5 is way better. It's like the best one out of the whole series for
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. You ever played Deus Ex?
Yeah, I beat the original DSX
Yeah.
multiple times. I
Deus Ex. No, it's picking.
I actually shared several clips from DSX on TNO show, like at least 2, 3, or 4 of them.
Hellblade.
No, I haven't.
Yakuza.
Yeah, I beat Yakuza 0 and the Kiwami 2. Yeah, but I beat 0.
Nier. You play Nier?
Yeah, I beat Nier Automata and Nier
Yeah.
Gestalt. I beat the original too. I beat both of them.
Nier's
Nier
really
Gestalt.
good.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Let me think. No, I really like Nier. Nier's like Gnostic too.
Yeah, it's Gnostic, but it's just
Japan is so Gnostic. It's strange, man.
it's
And they're like anti-Edomite too. It's
Yeah.
fucking weird.
In their media, they are. Yeah, definitely.
I swear they must have like an ancient history with them or something. They even have like the Tengu.
Yeah,
They're
maybe.
like-
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. But I think Tango were originally like crows or ravens, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
I saw a documentary where they're actually talking about it, and it's not like a Western or that created it. Like it's actually a Japanese documentary where they compare them to the Tengu.
Well, the Jews fear the samurai. They say I saw that clip. The Jew fears the samurai. Have you seen that?
Well, I just find it very revealing that of all the supposed enemies we've had throughout time, you know, they decided to drop a bomb on Japan. Why?
They did it twice.
What did
They did it
Japan
twice.
right? What did
Yeah.
Japan really do to us? Nothing.
Yeah.
Because Pearl Harbor was a false flag.
Yeah, it was.
So
like
why
9/11.
attack Japan?
It was
Like,
like 9/11. It was like 9/11. False flag.
There's gotta be a really good reason why they did that they don't want us to know.
Yeah, I
And this
agree.
is why I've always had like a fascination. I would go so far as to say a fascination with Japan.
Yeah.
Like just in general. Like
Yeah,
I really
Japan-
respect Japanese culture.
Yeah, it's strange. Yeah, there's a lot of strange stuff about Japan. Yeah, I can agree with that. Like interesting history and stuff.
You played Horizon?
No, that one does not look interesting to me. You mean
Oh, no,
Horizon
it's-
Dawn?
Yeah, no, it's really good. There's a sequel too.
Oh yeah, that one doesn't look that great to me. No, but
No, Horizon is really good, man.
yeah.
The main character is basically like a shaman warrior. It's really cool. Let me think. There's so many games. I need to like set my PS4 back up. I
Yeah,
miss
wait
it.
30 seconds. I need to turn off. Wait 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need to get my everything set up again because I need to play Mortal Kombat with Brother Man. You have Mortal Kombat 11, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we need to get into that. Shit, I got Injustice 2 also. What do I have? Spider-Man's pretty cool. Metal Gear Solid.
Oh, you talking about the one that came out right before the cough?
Yeah, Gar.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's a great little psyop in and of itself. They have a lot of Illuminati triangles, as above, so below.
Yes, sir.
Got the gay trans flags. Got everyone catching the devil's breath, and Aunt May dying of the
That's right.
COVID-19. That's right. Put it
That's
in your
my
face right
favorite.
before it happens.
That's my favorite. I love it. Hail
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm still waiting for my offering, but
Stay
allegedly
calm.
my soul's not worth anything.
Stay calm, and hail Satan, bro. Just stay calm and hail Satan. It's gonna be all right. Eat the bugs. Yeah, no, I know the world's going to hell in a handbasket, man.
Yeah, man, it's already been there.
They want to crush every ounce of, the Christic force in people that's left. It's horrible.
Well, I know, Twilight, Peanut can call me stupid all he wants, but I can tell you
He's fucking stupid.
these songs I've been making, these satanic like songs, you should check them out, like the ones I just made about 28 days later and 28 years later. People can sit here and say what they want, but Satanism is definitely taken over.
Oh, yeah.
Like, people really do like the Satanism, even though technically I could be, calling out into the void saying if there's any, satanic people that want to, give me shekels to switch sides. I might be open to it because,
Technically, I would be considered satanic by, fundamentalists. But
yeah, well,
we both know that
I
we
don't
both
consider you satanic. So.
right. Well, because
I do not consider you either. Yeah.
because
I'm not
you
God,
understand
so
because you understand my spirit. I just use I just use those archetypes for self mastery and confronting my shadow and all that shit. I definitely align with God. So yeah, but what I'm saying is yes, they've twisted this and turned it into, because believe it or not, like as crazy as it sounds, like Satanism really wasn't about all of this shit. These Sabbateans are fucking like they're not like okay, like Anton LaVey and all that. That's theater. That's a clown show. Okay, the real Satanism are these Sabbateans because they do exactly what the Bible says. Satan, what Satan would do, what evil is, and that's to turn the Torah upside down, to take everything and invert it, to cross every boundary, to profane everything that's sacred, because they believe that in order to bring the Messiah into the world, they need to act as God does, to cross every boundary, you know, and to mix the sacred and the profane, and so to turn uh, every what do you call it fast day into a feast day, to make every sin holy. So murder, incest, wife swapping, daughter, like all this type of shit. When you see all this stuff like with Epstein and all that, this isn't like them just like losing control of their impulses. This is part of their religion. They believe that by doing this, it'll hasten God to act, to come into the world. It'll basically force His hand, because God will want to lean closer to His people. He'll want to reclaim them, because sinning actually brings them closer to God. They have this really twist. This is their actual belief system. Like I can show you in their own writings. This is actually what they believe. So believe it or not, these people actually think they're doing something good, because they believe in reincarnation. First off, they don't actually worship the God of the Bible. Not really. They worship themselves. That's another reason why they're Satanists. They only appease the God of the Bible so that they're not cursed because they know what they're doing is wrong, but they believe there's a God above the God of the Bible. So they actually have a twisted form of Gnosticism. And this is why I tell Hyperborean, like when he talks about, nature is flawed and the God of the world is evil and all this type of shit. It's like, yo, that's what the Sabbateans believe, bro. Like secretly. That's their secret doctrine. It's not in the open. But like these Kabbalistic, Talmudists, they don't worship Jehovah. They know that he's an evil God. Except instead of going to the goddess, they uh, they worship themselves, and they believe that this is essentially a simulation. And so that's why they do what they do, because they believe that everything is a simulation of their own consciousness. So other people are also part of that simulation. So they're not actually hurting anybody because those people don't exist. They have like solipsism. They're psychotic. They're literally insane, and they've been abused so much that they can't see reality for what it is. Like this is the truth. So they believe that this world is flawed, and so they need to recreate it, and they can do so. They can recreate Genesis
Oh,
no, I'm dead. This is really what they believe, man.
I know it's been done once before with great success.
This is where this is the true Satanism. This is actually what they believe. And through these rituals and all this stuff, they believe that they're doing a tikkun. They're correcting the world. And even like all this abuse of children and all of that, ultimately they're saving them from a much harsher fate if they were to die and go to Gehenna. So actually, they have like a Christian Kabbalistic view. It's not really completely Jewish because they believe in like a torment of afterlife, but they also believe in reincarnation. So it's strange. So they believe that like there's a hellish realm, but it's not forever. But they also believe in reincarnation, and so they believe that by doing all these terrible things, they're actually freeing the captives and releasing their sparks. So basically through suffering, and this is why you have stuff like the Shioa. If you don't know what that means, just look it up. I'm trying not to say another word that starts with an H. Okay. And all this type of shit. This is why they sacrifice their own and all of this. Like this goes really deep. Okay. This is why they want the world to hate them. This is why I say don't like attack them. It's part of their agenda. And everyone's like, well, what do you mean? Call out the Edomites, and it's like, no, you don't understand. This is literally their agenda. They want the world to hate them because the more the world hates them, the more they gather together. What they're doing in Palestine, they could do any kind of way. Why are they doing it in the most obvious way? To show their cruelty, to show their betrayal, to show their insidiousness. It's on purpose because it forces those who aren't going along with the program to go along with the program. This is why the Zionists said, hey, if a bunch of Jews have to die, that's fine, as long as the strong survive. This is why. This is why they've been able to do what they've done for so long. Because through this trauma and cohesion, they've been able to to work together. Okay, and so through this trauma and through these this is what secret societies are about, man. The whole thing about the real truth of it is to do really transgressive things together. It's like if you get into a group like a gang, and then you have to go through an initiation, like I don't know, murder somebody to be in the gang. Now you've committed a heinous offense, and only you and those other people know about it. Now you would think that if you did that, oh no, everyone's going to tattle on each other. No, it's the opposite. You become closer.
That's
And
right. Now you're in a
everyone,
club, buddy.
that's exactly it. That's why they do it. And so it's kind of like going through war and shit. They stay close. And so even if they're spread out across the world, they eventually come back together because they've been through so much together, even if it's been horrible. Do you see? This is really how it works. It's even less about like who's a Freemason and all that, and about what I'm telling you right now. This is bloodline. This is about ritual trauma. It's about them having these secrets and having these transgressions. And the more twisted and insidious the transgression, like children, okay, the more tight knit the do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
This is
Twilight.
really how it works.
That's why they were able to go and put in the new Superman movie that a bunch of Gaussian children were about to be slaughtered by an invading force while we watch it happen live on television and people
There you
go about
go.
their lives. That's right.
That's right.
And you know what's funny? It's funny.
And they hate Christ. They hate Christ.
I actually have the picture somewhere where a major news outlet shared a little Gaussian boy wearing what? Superman slippers covered in mud. Oh, how convenient. But anyway. Yeah, everything's a LARP, everything's a psyop, and it's constructed to keep you in it while you LARP about it, yeah.
Yep. And you know who created Superman?
No.
The Edomites.
Super Jew. Yeah, man. I'm starting to feel more and more like Lex Luthor and less like Superman.
That's right.
Oh, wait, that's the whole entire point.
Joker was right.
1A, 1A, 1A.
Joker was right.
Yeah, man.
You just need to put a smile on your face.
Yeah, well, unlike the Joker, I don't think I would have burned the pile of money. But yeah. Pretty soon, Gambit here won't be able to get a nickel for his grandma.
Hey, look,
Yeah,
man. We just remember, when we go one, we go all.
well, you see, I would have loved to went to Hollywood, but I wouldn't want to end up like
Me too.
Ellen Page, and claim I want to cut off my titties and become a man and be like Heath Ledger and get killed by the Olsen twins. So.
Me too. When I was younger, I wanted to do all the most dangerous professions because I didn't know. I wanted to go into military intelligence. I wanted to be.
Oh, I agree.
Like a actor. Like I had all. I wanted to get into music. Like, and then I realized I can't do any of this shit without selling my soul.
Oh, no. Unfortunately, John Wick was, my LARP come true, but unfortunately, I have a soul, so.
Yeah, a few people actually paid attention what that was really about. They just saw the action.
Yeah, that's right. So the next time that a shooting happens on the television, maybe don't think it is what it is, and it's just them, rewriting something that they have to hide and claim it's a mass shooter. But anyway.
Speaking of that, have you seen all the Matrixes?
Yes, sir.
Did you pay attention to the last one? Because a lot of people didn't get it.
Of course, everything I've ever consumed is a psyop.
Yeah. They're making a new one.
So I hear.
Yep. Can't wait for that.
Well, because in effect, in the last one, they put right in your face that they can produce anything they want and you'll consume it. What do you expect?
Yeah, but there's like a story within a story in that one.
Oh, no, I was just giving for the not well versed if they haven't seen the movie. The generalness is most people focus on, oh, that's not the same Morpheus. Oh, that's not Agent Smith. Oh, Neo's not doing this. But in reality, you need to be paying attention to like what Agent Smith is telling him in the office about Warner Brothers. I mean, they're literally fourth breaking the wall, putting in your face that Warner Brothers is doing this and other things are doing that, while you just sit here and go to the movies and watch the movies. So keep complaining. That's what the point where I'm at. Twilight. I'm just tired of it. Whether it's God destroying the world or Satan himself, I wish things would get over with. I'm tired of living in the loop of not knowing.
I hear you, brother, man. Well, just know
Well,
that
people use me for content.
just know for whatever it's worth, man. At the end of the day, I'm with you, brother, man.
Yeah, no.
We go one, we go all. Goddamn it.
I think the eternalness that comes with the afterlife and God is much more than even I can comprehend. So I have a lot of faith that I'll see you and people who I love and care about, including my friends, in a beautiful field next to beautiful mountains, next to a beautiful tree. And I get to walk up to you and give you a hug and say, well, bro, we made it. Hey.
Yes, sir.
It may be childish or foolish to hold out for such things, but it's much better than believing some of the other things. So I'll take my pick with what I've experienced. If I'm schizophrenic, it makes me schizophrenic. Either put me in a straitjacket or a guillotine, motherfucker.
Can you imagine being able to sit like cross-legged in a garden and just like ask God questions? Like, hey, what's going on? What was this all about? You ever thought about that? Like, it's a really trippy thought.
I'll put it this way, whether or not it's my brain making those type of scenes, I have had not like real out of body experiences, but I'll put it this way, like there's been a few moments where like my brain has created they're only for a split second, but like I'll see my wife and my son, like if we're at the park and they're walking ahead of me, it's like the real world falls away for a split second and it's like heaven takes over and it's like I can see them and it's like I'm there already experiencing it. Then it's like I'm back in my body. But I think in reality, that's just like me reaching out to God with that type of hope. Because in reality, I've only had 4 God-related experiences, like with that bug from Resident Evil 4. That when I went into the dream, I was in the darkness, and it was one of the bugs from Resident Evil 4 that the Novastavadors or whatever. And it turned its head at me and it looked at me and it said, Jesus Christ isn't his name. And I woke myself up out of my dream. So other than the Bible part, and then other than one time that I know for a fact in one of my sleep paralysis attacks, I called on Jesus, even though it didn't save me like it did the first time. I've only had 4 technical God or Jesus related experiences. So I know that there is something there. Whether or not it's Jesus Christ himself, I don't know. I can't tell you how many times that I have begged and cried out to Christ in the most vulnerable moments a man can have. And I have never had an answer. Like the last time that I really broke down to Jesus, I started going blind to my right eye. I thought maybe it's because I cried too hard and maybe I busted a blood vessel. No, apparently it's because my diabetes is so bad that I'm going blind. But like, okay, so out of all the times it could have happened, it couldn't have happened when I was playing with my son or when I'm staring at a screen for 5 hours playing DMZ. No, it's when I'm on my knees crying to Jesus Christ or crying to God. And then when I stand up, next thing you know, I'm starting to develop a black line in my eye that, is coming back every once in a while. Basically, according to them, I'm going blind. So, at this point, it's sell your soul, work for, someone, and, I'm just tired of living. As much as I love life, like I would much rather go ahead and I want to separate the people who I love and care about. But in all honesty, I don't give a fuck about living. I love my son. I love y'all. I love, people. I love my family. I love my friends. But in reality, sex is great. Look, I can sit here and have sex with my wife all night long. But the point is that even that shit is mundane to me. When I sit here and tell you that when I LARP about shekels, it's not because I want to go out there and buy a PS5 or a large screen TV or a Mercedes
the PS6
Benz.
is coming, man. The PS6 is coming. Yeah,
You
it's
just
gonna be
got
like $800. It's gonna be $800, bro. They're smoking crack.
Yeah, well, the point is you'll keep buying and won't own anything like the video games. But still, the
right.
point is I'm beyond that mundaneness. There
Me
really is
too.
no pleasures in life that you could give me that would make me happy. Sure, I would love to have all the money to go out there and play arcade games and go out and take my son out every single. But look at the world today. Do I really want to travel to another part of the United States? Look what's happening. Well, you can't live life that way. The fuck you can't. Like, if I had the money right now, trust me, you people would never hear from me again. I would go so far out into the woods that you wouldn't even be able to get an internet connection within fucking 10 miles of my house. So that's the point. But the point is I know that God's not going to magically give me this stuff. And according to people, according to God, I'm supposed to rely on him and not rely on the demonic humans. But I find myself in a world where I'm forced to rely on demonic humans while I talk to an imaginary God. So, I mean, at this point, it's either sell out or LARP. I mean, so,
Well, that's the problem. You're talking to an imaginary God. Maybe that was a sign when that happened, that you're talking to a version of God that doesn't exist. It doesn't mean God doesn't exist. It means the version of God that you've been sold isn't real. Like I said,
but would it really matter, Twilight, if in the essence of talking to whatever my creator is, if it wanted that personal relationship, regardless if I called it the right name or not, wouldn't it, if I had that full intent to have connection, wouldn't it, like, at some point, like, work with me? I mean, instead of just letting me loop until I die and not get paid for it, because some people don't care if I starve, so,
Well,
I'm just saying it's much better than sitting here and because see, I can make thousands of dollars right now being a criminal, but you know why I don't? It's because I don't want to be a criminal. So
yeah, well, I've had those thoughts myself, brother, so I know exactly what you mean. Like I said, you and I have a lot more in common than you think. I totally understand that. I grew up in that environment, so I could have easily been a criminal. So, you know what I mean? Like, I have someone sitting next to me that could tell you straight the fuck up. Yeah. I'm actually out right now for once, so I actually have people around me that can tell you everything I'm telling you is absolutely true. I came from a very hostile environment. I've survived death more than once. I was chopped the fuck up. I had 160 stitches. I've had near death experiences many times. I studied the Bible. I studied end time prophecies. I was very, like, I very much had the spirit, you know what I'm saying? And I still feel like I do, regardless of my occult practices or anything else. Like, there's nothing that's taken me away from Christ, you know what I mean? Like, no matter what, you know, like, I've never once denied Christ. Like, I've even had, like, Luciferian, satanic, whatever the fuck rituals, and some of them would, like, have, like, anti, like, Christ type, propaganda, call it propaganda, and I would skip over that shit. I'm like, no, 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 I'm not about that. Like, this isn't about. I'm not trying to do reverse Christianity. This is about my own, uh, you know, self mastery and facing my demons and my darkness. For growth. I'm not about that. But yeah, man, like, I studied the end times and Revelation since I was like 9 years old, bro. Like, and like the Nephilim and the fall, the flood and like, trust me, man, you would be very surprised. Like, my history with all this, it was as shocking to me as it is to you that I ended up where I am. It's just I came to a realization that this fear and guilt and shame and everything is the devil, is fucking mind control. And what Jesus really was trying to get through to people is that we're all divine. It doesn't mean that we're automatically divine. It just means that we have that inherent within us, but we can also choose to go the other way. And so the temptation of the tree of knowledge is an everyday experience.
that's what K Reno told me.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, believe it or not, me and him
That
have
does
plenty
not
of
that does not surprise me.
conversations without having conversations
that don't surprise me. He's very, very, I guess you could say enlightened. Most definitely. You ever heard his song, Valley of Decision?
I've heard all of his music. What do you think my AI music idea? He's literally come to my channel and watched my shit. I'm pretty sure so.
Valley of Decision, man. He nails it. He nails it with that. Valley of Decision. Yeah, yeah. But like I mean, I'm
That's why I
telling you,
wasn't. That's why I wasn't joking, Twilight, when I
friend-
said that I'm trying to join.
my friend's sitting right next to me, and she's known me like since I was a kid, and she'll tell you like I used to read the Bible like crazy. I mean, it's been like 15 years, but like I studied the hell out of everything, man. I was looking in the Hebrew and the Greek and like everything. Like so I know about it all, man. I looked at the early history of Christianity and how it became Christianity, and I started to realize, like, hey, we've been fooled, you know? Like,
Well, I'll just put it this way. I know that I can't stand before Jesus, if he does exist, or God, and say that I could not go without telling anyone that Jesus does exist, just because of the fact that I know for a fact that I've met him at least 3 times. So,
well, because Jesus does exist. It's just that the version that the character that they've created is
100% false. I agree.
basically a mockery.
I can tell you that the Jesus I
People are
met
worshiping
wasn't
put it this
white.
way. People are worshiping a dead man instead of a living spirit. That's
Oh,
the most concise way I could put it.
that's right. Allegedly, he is risen, but he's still dead. Yes. Most pastors don't believe. Like when I get to the bottom of it, they don't actually believe he is risen.
That's insane. That's propaganda. That's totally insane. The Bible makes it very clear.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous. That they're
Well,
literally getting paid by the Edomites and the Jesuits and whatever else, because that is completely unbiblical.
You can thank people like Joel Osteen and Kenneth Copeland.
But
Like
they're
that.
all Masons. They're all Masons.
I blow the
She
wind
knows
of
what I'm
God.
talking about. She knows what I'm talking about too. We looked into all of this because she was like very evangelical, and I showed her because she was brainwashed, like very, very much like Benny Hinn and all these fucking fakers. You know, like Kenneth Copeland
I
and
wasn't joking, Twilight, when I said I didn't find Jesus in a church.
you can't, bro. And that's why I get so frustrated with Unseen, because we have
Pretty long and that hair.
yeah, and Creflo Dollar and TD Snakes. What was the other guy? He's a Zionist. Who I actually liked in the beginning. What the fuck is his name? Oh my god, I can't remember his name right now. But anyways, yeah, I knew all of them, man.
Yeah,
Like I studied. I have a website I found like 20 years ago, man. When I still had like somewhat of a, I won't say Christian because I was never like Christian in that sense. I always, even when I was a kid, had a very mystical view of the Bible. But when I still had a God versus Satan worldview, I'll put it like that. I found this website. It's incredible. Even today, even though I don't completely agree with what it's saying, it's still very good information. I can send it to you on Discord. It's the murkynews.blogspot.com, and it shows like how the church was infiltrated, and it shows like how like all the gospel music and shit has like all kinds of occult symbolism, and like the connection to like the presidents and the Freemasons and all these supposed pastors, and like it's like a fucking, it's a whole book on this website. It's very extensive. It's like 13 sections. But yeah, it's wild. It gets into like the fallen angels and like basically like the final conclusion basically is that the people running the world are not fully human. You know. So yeah. But yeah, man, like I'm telling you, like when I tell you that you and I aren't so different, like at one time, bro, I was convinced the world was run by like the fallen angels and shit. You know, and Satan essentially like that none of this shit was human and there was no way that it could be any other way. And I still believe that to an extent. It's just now I believe that it's archontic, not satanic. That's the difference. I believe that the God of the Old Testament is the devil. That's the difference. But yeah, I mean, that's just how I feel about it. And like I said, you look into the early Christians, not just the Gnostics, and they said exactly that. That the God of the Old Testament was the devil. Full stop. So when he talks about Satan, that's who he's talking about. It's not some other being. That wasn't until Dante's Inferno and all this other shit. And the idea of like this perpetual torment in hellfire was later on. It's not biblical. So that's just my 2 cents, brother man. I wish you peace and
I mean,
love. And
I get that, but I mean, I still would say the world's pretty satanic. But yeah,
no, well, it is. There's no question about that. I would say archontic, but I mean either fucking way. These people are definitely Satanists because, like I said, they invert everything. They
well, I can
legitimately
tell you,
violate
Avian,
every
as a
single.
man who doesn't do drugs, and as a man who doesn't have to do drugs to experience things, whatever was staring at me in the woods that night did not have good intent for my soul or yours. So I don't know what you're talking about, but it seems pretty demonic to me.
Yeah, I would say that the highest truth is ultimately pathless in the sense it cannot be grasped. You know what I mean? Like when we try to grasp or strive for something and even better the world or even, see, it's all impermanent, I'm not saying that you should be nihilistic
Right.
and give up and not, do what's good, because karma is real, karma is
Like
real.
woo wee.
Yeah, will we? Yeah,
Yeah. Hmm.
on doing.
Go ahead though.
Yeah. Like will we? I would say that basically, when we try to grasp phenomenon, that's like the origin of the ripples in the ocean, but the ocean itself or the water itself doesn't change, and like you see what I'm trying to say is that it does, it's a kind of paradoxical and I mean let me find what I was let me see what I'm saying. Just like allow things to unfold naturally and spontaneously without contrived effort.
That's
Unforced
what I've always tried to do.
unforced spontaneity and perfectly embodies Buddhism's heart, liberating us from compulsive, goal-oriented thinking. So there's the goal-oriented thinking, and when you reify or you hypostatize, what is the truth or what is not the truth. When you true understanding is neither understanding nor not understanding. It's what I'm saying is in a local sense, without being contrived, one can have compassion, like leaving out water for the raccoon or like helping someone you see or something. But you do that without expectation of reward or even without a concept of like the Diamond Sister said, when you give a gift to the person the giver of the gift, the receiver of the gift, and the gift itself are not attached. You don't attach to that, and you don't have an expectation of a reward. And it's all skillful teachings. It's all upaya. They call it upaya to reach the one vehicle which brings you to the unborn, the immaculate, imperishable original nature. And I think different belief systems can serve as upaya. Everyone has their own life circumstances. It's not my place to tell you you should do this or you should do that. But at the same time, A belief system is like a raft. You know what I mean? You know, you use it and then you disregard it. You know, it's all provisional. You know, if it
Yes,
really speaks to you, then that's what you do. But
exactly. That's
yeah,
what I was
but
trying to say earlier, Buddha. Go ahead. I just wanted to say that because that's like the core of what I was saying earlier.
yeah, but if yeah, ultimately, but it's just personally to me, you know, because I looked at different traditions. You know, my ancestral tradition is Zoroastrianism, but I think it's wrong. You know, what I mean, it's wrong personally, and I think Christianity and Islam are wrong too. They're in the wrong direction, personally. Maybe the Gnostics were a bit better, you know, but see, that's what I went. I went the Buddhist path because the Buddhist path is ultimately about inner liberation, and you know, the Buddha is within you. You will become a Buddha. We will all become Buddhas eventually, and the Buddha is also both within this world and beyond it. You know, what I mean, it's you know, it's not two. You know, what I mean, the samsara and nirvana are not two. You know, but trying to grasp it
Yes.
with the intellectualizing mind doesn't work. You know, what I mean, the ratio
Y-
satiate. You know, they're
Yes, I agree with non-duality 110%. And I agree that Buddhism is one of the purest traditions that we have. It, uh, because
yeah, but
it's
on a deeper level, though, calling it non-duality works as provisional language, but when you try to grasp it, it go away. Like it's like when you meditate and you're trying to aim for a special state, it doesn't come. But if you just sit and meditate and let the Wu Wei, you know, the Wu Wei,
yes,
yeah, then it kind of unfolds. It kind of manifests. You know, and it's like non-abiding awareness,
yes,
non-abiding awareness, like a pure awareness. Yeah. Yeah, but karma is real, you know, like definitely. So yeah,
yes.
like the elites who do like satanic abuse and other stuff, they have bad karma. They, you know, they cannot escape. That's why
They
either
believe they can. They've deluded themselves that they can, because they believe that because they're psychopathic and because they're sociopathic, that because they're not attached to the guilt of the karma, it won't affect them. Because they believe that what brings on the karma is their attachment to the action itself, the remorse, the guilt, the shame, the fear. And so if they can detach themselves from that, they won't experience it.
yeah, I don't think that's true. The Buddha actually
I don't
criticized
either.
that. Yeah, he criticized that in the Pali Canon and stuff, and also the sutras are clear about the precepts. Like, you know, it's different to go to war to protect your village versus you know, like abducting children and doing macabre stuff on them. You know, that takes a lot of intentions and volitions. Like they think they can go beyond that, but they can't. You can't really like abduct a child and be like, oh, I'm beyond all attachment, and then like fucking torture them. You know, that gets negative karma. No, there are no two ways around that. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is. You know, like you know, they're gonna have negative rebirth, probably Avicinis or something like that in the lower realms and stuff. That's not hungry ghosts, but probably in the demon realm, the hell realms.
Yes. Hungry
Naraka,
growth.
yeah,
Yes.
Naraka.
I know what you're talking
Naraka.
about.
Yeah, yeah. Well, they're definitely gonna go to hell. You know, like yeah, but I don't know how we can beat them though. Like, they
What I
have
like about Buddhism too, I don't know if you follow this, but I work with the Dakinis.
yeah, different practices. Yeah, they're probably like visualization practices and other stuff. Yeah,
Well, because
probably.
they're like goddesses, they're sky dancers.
Yeah, they are.
And so, like the Dakinis and the Mahavidyas, and this is why I work with different traditions, because I see them as embodiments of nature, as natural spirits, as because I see most things as part of the earth. So it's imminent and also transcendent. I don't really see a contradiction there. The separation is illusory, kind of
Yeah.
like the separation between mind and body. It isn't really there.
Well, this is
It's
the
only
way I
within.
see it. I see
So
it
are
like
you
this. Yeah.
saying I could become a force ghost like Qui-Gon?
This is the way I see it. I see it like this.
I'm telling you to use the force.
Yeah, this is the way I see it. Though is that you know uh, you know, rebirth is real. And rebirth is real, but you can choose to end rebirth if you want to. But I mean, it's
Right.
very nirvana.
What
You
is it
don't
like
have
a
to.
what is it like a slot machine? If I get 666 in a row, I get to respawn.
No, it's like you sit in zazen or something. You go into the
Oh.
unconditioned, unborn state before you die, and it's like you don't die. You don't get reborn. Then, see what I'm
Well,
saying?
I'm perfectly fine going into a void, but yeah, sure.
There is no void. I don't think there's a nothingness. There's no such thing as a nothingness.
Nothingness don't exist. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Nothingness is all things without differentiation.
Yeah,
So
that's
basically, it's
right.
all possibility before it's manifested into
So where do you
anything
go?
concrete.
So where do you go when you go to sleep? Your spirit just linger? Because I can tell you, I don't astro project, and I never have. Unless you want to claim me floating
I
above the
have.
bed.
I have.
Well, you've also done drugs, which forever alters your chemical makeup. But yeah.
No, I've done it
Yeah,
way
go to
before
sleep, bro.
drugs.
You
Oh,
still have this.
that was your
Like,
innocent. Was that your innocent young soul?
Bro, I could show you how to astral project, and you would know for yourself without
I've
any.
tried it, never have.
Well, I can show you, and I guarantee you, shekels that you will. I put shekels on the line. That's how sure I am.
Yeah, most real traditions.
If you take it seriously, you will.
I mean, I
the
take
Edomites,
just about everything seriously. So, I mean,
But it takes practice. It takes discipline. It's not something you can just be like, "Oh, I'm gonna do it," and then be like, "Oh, it didn't work." Like you have to actually. It's a discipline. You have to actually try it for a while. But if you have to work up your energy field. You have to work up your your preconceptions.
yeah. Well, why would I want to do that? It would be like The
So you
Conjuring,
can do it.
and I
It's
won't be able to
real.
come back.
You're not actually going anywhere
Oh,
outside. It's
no
you're
gas money.
well, no, you're. I mean, you're going somewhere, but you're going into a mental landscape of the collective unconscious.
I
Yes, it
can't
exists.
imagine. I can imagine the terrifying evil souls that would want to try to inhabit my body.
Yes, sir. Well, that's why
No.
you have to be prepared, and you have to know how to protect yourself and all that.
What
But
if
you can't ever
what if I
you
told you I'm
can't
one of
not
the
come back
hey
because
hey what if I told you I'm one of the people that assume that even right now in this dark ass room at 4 o'clock in the morning that I assume that there's evil spirits right here that could look God knows what like, and I assume they're right here just breathing in my ear. So I'm
But
sure
what
they're
if
already there.
there's good spirits too?
I've only met one good spirit, and it was allegedly Jesus. So I don't know what to tell you. So
But what if Jesus sent angels?
I've never met an angel. I've only met Jesus.
But here's the thing. Maybe you should change your perspective because that's 90% of your reality, your manifestation. You can't see things that you don't expect to see. That's like rule number 1.
I mean, I don't really care to see. I mean, take for instance what I saw that night in the woods. I mean, it wasn't long before, long after my son was born and something bad happened to our families that I saw them eyes. So, I mean, was that eyes staring at me, telling me, hey, I'm watching you and I can't wait to collect your soul when you die? Or, was it just an omen? Because I can tell you, whatever it was in the woods that night wasn't an animal. So, I mean, I'm just going to say some things.
What I'm saying is if you pray to God, okay, and then you think to yourself, okay, God's not going to answer me. God hates me. Fuck God, whatever the fuck, then that's what you're going to receive. If you pray to God and you say, I know you're going to give me abundance. I know that you're there for me. I know you died for me. I know that, you shed your blood for me. I know that you're a God of abundance. I know you're a God of truth. I know you're a God of stability. I know you're a God of worship. I know you're a God of worthiness. I know and you have that spirit, then good things are going to happen, bro. It's how
Yeah,
you approach.
I also believed like stuff like that, including good things come to those who wait. Where's my house in the woods?
Yeah. Also, I want to say this. I don't agree with Hyperborean because I think the Dharma Dhatu and the Dharmakaya, you know, all sentient beings have Buddha nature. You know, that's the
Yes.
foundational belief. Yeah. And the problem with Hyperborean worldview, I mean, I do respect his perspective, but is
Sure.
that he denies that the Buddha nature and sentient beings. Like you see, like
Yes.
yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
Well, he denies the divinity of pretty much everything.
Yeah.
That's my issue.
Yes. Yeah. I agree.
He
Yeah.
has a lot of good points,
Yeah, he
but
does. Yeah.
when he gets into the denial of like the fact that the world is essentially created by a demonic god
Yeah.
and that nature is evil and matter is evil, and it's just like no, that sounds like Talmudic shit. Like
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't agree with that. It's also adharmic. See, the Buddhists promote compassion towards all sentient beings. That's foundational, you see.
Mhm.
Yeah, but the goal though is to end rebirth, you know, though. But you know, that is for the Buddhists. But that doesn't mean you have to destroy the fucking material universe. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
yeah, like he wants to destroy the entire cosmos. You know, like I don't know what the hell is up with that.
Well,
No,
they want to end rebirth too.
yeah, but that's not the way you end it, you know. It's that's not that actually gets more negative karma. You know what I mean? That's the your desire to destroy the universe accrues negative karma. You know what I mean? That's the way to
Yes.
yeah, like yeah.
First off, I don't think it's going to happen. Number one, I don't think it's actually possible.
To what? Kill the universe?
I mean,
Yeah.
that's what Hyperborean argues. You know, like
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that's a little.
I mean, I would agree. I don't think God would allow the universe to melt away unless He said turn up the heat Himself. So,
Right. Yeah, unless he starts the fire, it's not going anywhere. I
but
don't
it
think so.
doesn't mean He won't let man burn himself a little bit.
That's true. He let him singe a little bit. Well, let's learn about. I forgot about this. Let's learn about how abusing children is a virtue.
This is Christopher John Björkness. It is June.
This is private. This is private. I have this. It's dark. I forgot he did this. It's a very good example of what I'm talking about without reading a bunch of text.
I'm going to be doing a master class today explaining the Kabbalah of ritual sexual abuse and orgies, the ritual sexual.
This is why I love Björkness, even though I have some issues with him. Like, the dude is fucking not afraid to say what it is. It's call shit as it is.
Children, I've been putting this off because I really don't like doing it. It damages my soul to think about
Who can blame you?
these horrific things, but here we go. So the purpose of ritual sexual abuse in Judaism is to obtain redemption for both the abusers and the abused, as well as for the Jewish people as a whole. And there are three
Note that. What I tell you, this is Satanism. Listen close.
ways that this redemption is obtained in this horrific process of sexually abusing children and others. One is the suffering of the child, of the victim. Suffering causes redemption. That's why they forced themselves to have the Holocaust, so that they could obtain redemption for their sins through the suffering of the Holocaust. An individual who suffers in life is upset to obtain tikkun, rectification, correction for whatever its sins that they committed in a previous life that need rectification in this life. They are forced to suffering, and the nature of that suffering reveals what it is that has to be corrected. So the holy sparks are released from the Kelly pot of the sin and of the evil inclination and of the deviancy that has to be corrected. And they see this suffering as a blessing because it frees them from receiving the infinitely worse suffering that they would otherwise get by being cast into the Jewish hell of Gehenna, the lake of fire, where they would suffer infinitely worse. And they also perceive it to be a correction because in their next Gilgul, in their next reincarnation, they will have been perfected through their suffering. So they perceive that suffering as a form of redemption and as a form of return to God, to Shuva, redemption and return. The Messiah himself is obliged to suffer. That is spelled out in Isaiah 53. And the Shabbatayans and the Frankists perceive that as suffering not only of Messiah, son of Joseph, but also of Messiah, son of David. So Messiah, son of David,
There's actually 4 messiahs, but that's
Yeah,
another
let me
thing.
let me give a comment. During my trip, I actually do think stuff like rakshas could exist, and
Yeah,
the Sabbatian and Frankists, they could just be rakshas disguised as humans, the Edomites.
you know, it's funny because there's actually a theory about that they actually worship Kali, not the goddess, but the demon.
No,
I
I'm saying
saw a
like
Hindu documentary about that, so it's
it
interesting
could
you say that.
literally be those malevolent entities disguising themselves as humans, like literally. Like some of them don't look.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Well,
yeah.
this is actually what David Icke talks about.
Yeah, I sympathize with Ike now. Yeah, I think he could be onto something. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, yeah.
It's something that I put way on the back burner, but I can't deny that when I was younger, I honestly fucking questioned it. Like, are these people fully human? I don't know. In some of their texts, they actually say they're from another universe, another dimension. So, I
Yeah,
mean, I don't know, man.
yeah. I mean, the kind of evil is kind of like over the top. Like doesn't feel human. Like either they made a
Right?
pact with a demon, or they're demons themselves disguising as human. Because if you pay attention,
Yes.
Indian mythology, a lot of them could shapeshift into looking like humans.
Yes.
Shapeshift.
Yes. Well, this is what David Icke talks about. And that's very fringe and like kind of like woo woo, but I mean, I don't count it out. This is what I mean when I say I don't accept or necessarily deny anything. I keep all possibilities out there and just kind of like, I don't really think so, but I don't rule it out completely. Like I see it as possible, especially when you really look at how anti-human all of this really is.
Yeah.
Like the fact that they destroy everything, destroy nature completely. Now, I would also say that this is archontic, infection from their bloodline, and that's like a whole nother 2-hour conversation. I could do a video on that. I'm gonna start doing videos again eventually. Not yet, but eventually. And get into that. How, when they do all this ritual abuse, there's also that factor is they program them with like archontic just intrude. I don't even know how to explain it. Like they stop being. I mean, either way, whether it's genetic or ideologically, they do become less human. When you've been traumatized that much and injected with this type of programming, when you're forced to like kill other humans or be killed yourself. Like I don't know if you know how far this shit goes, but like I mean, it's like some of these horror movies where you see people like Saw or something, or like Hostel. Like this stuff really happens. They're showing you the truth of what really happens. Or like what was that really good show? I fucking hate gore, but I really loved that show. It was I have to admit. Like I hadn't watched gore in a really long time, but my eyes were like glued to Squid Game. Like they really do that stuff to these people. So, when you do that to somebody over generations, they stop being fully human because they've lost all empathy and compassion for themselves and others.
They basically become like Oni. Oni.
Right. Well, I mean, if you're like a child and you're told to kill another child or an animal or whatever the fuck, and you have a gun to your head, or you're being put into like, violent pornography with like
What are you talking
animals.
about? When they
Yeah,
go and
that's
put
why.
that, when they go and put that in the Marvel
Yeah, but let me
series,
tell you something.
it's
During my trip,
okay. So don't worry about it because you'll go watch your
Yeah, yeah.
Marvel
I didn't
Disney
tell you
slop.
guys this, but I'm
Yeah,
gonna
remember
tell you.
Winter Soldier?
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
during
there.
my trip, though, I noticed something that in the beginning there was like a kind of war between humans and Oni or Rakshas. And look at this.
Yeah.
Onis, they are believed to live in caves or deep in the mountains or in hell. So Onis are like evil and they engage in murder and cannibalism. So, stuff like
They
blood
are.
libel, yeah. And let me tell you, they poisoned the European wells.
Yeah.
The Edomites, they were poisoning the European wells. They did blood
Mhm.
libel, and even Japan has mythology similar like that, like Oni and stuff. And now we're
Yeah.
finding tons of cave systems all over the world and
Yep.
tunnels. And I think the Oni and the Edomites use those tunnels to like cannibalize random people. And so
Yeah, like we were talking about the Tengu, you know? And the Japanese did a straight documentary, you know, completely legit, saying, hey, are they the same? You know? So, it's questionable, man.
I mean, if history is
Sabotage
hidden,
7
that could be true. Like,
Gianna
yeah. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Russo, Jacob Frank all had to suffer by entering into the prison of the material Gentile world, the Citron.
See, and this is even more. They consider our world a different world entirely. So this is another thing that's very bizarre. Is they literally see us as a different species themselves.
Asra, the evil other side of the Yetzer Hara, the evil inclination.
This is one of the reasons why I think Jesus is important. Because I think he was sounding the whistle on this. No one else did. I don't care about the fucking state sanctioned Roman religion that came afterwards. But I think there's something much deeper, and especially when it comes to Gnosticism, calling out the demiurge and all that. Like, I think there's something much deeper and darker that they covered up. That's one of the biggest reasons why I can't completely let go of Jesus, even though a part of me like really despises it with every fiber of my being. At the same time, I feel like I'm throwing the baby out with the bathwater because what did Jesus really do wrong? I mean, besides what they uh, put in his mouth and the stories they created about him. It's just very interesting, especially when you take into account what we're talking about right now.
And this suffering enables them to penetrate into the Gentile world and destroy it from within, just as Jesus Christ had done by entering into the Gentile world and destroying it from within. So this is a
The religious version, yes.
redemptive process of suffering. Jesus had to suffer by entering into the prison of the Gentiles. Shabbatai Zevi suffered by converting to Islam and entering into the world of the Muslims to subvert them from within as a Trojan horse, as a crypto Jew, the way that Esther subverted the Persians to kill the Amalekites by marrying King Ahasuerus and hanging Haman and his 10 sons on the gallows that they had constructed to hang the Jews, and then slaying, I think, 74,000 Amalekites in this way. So in though they had to suffer by entering the prison of the Gentiles, Sitra, it obtains redemption and salvation and atonement for the Jews. And even their messiahs have to undergo this process. Jacob Frank entered the Catholic Church in order to subvert and destroy it. A second aspect of how they obtain redemption is redemption through sin, the holiness of sin. They believe that they are obliged to destroy the Torah, the Holy of Holies of the world of creation, of Bria, and that the Torah should be is an evil product of the world of creation, and that it forms the map of creation, and that creation itself, the creation of the 6 days, is a malformed creation, and that the Jews should create their own creation and become their own gods. So they have.
Sound familiar? Now do you see why I say that Hyperborean is similar to this Talmudic conception? They believe that the Torah of Moses is a malformed demonic Torah, because the original Torah, if you actually read the Old Testament, the original Torah was broken, because when he went up to the mountain to talk to God, he got pissed off because they were worshiping the golden calf, and he broke the tablets, so he lost that. And that's what's called the Torah of Atziluth. And Atziluth represents the abstract realm, the realm of emanation. And the Torah that Moses got is just words. But the Torah of Atziluth is beyond words and beyond beyond materiality and conception. And so the Torah of Bria, of creation, is based in materiality and of form, and it's a curse that they are under. But they had to go through it in order to learn how it is that they could overcome it, and it's really involved. But when you start to really understand all this, you'll start to see why I say that I feel like Hyperborean has a lot of good information, but ultimately it's a psyop.
To destroy the Torah, the Holy of Holies of the world of creation, which is the world of Berea. And they should substitute in its place the world of
He left.
Berea.
Yeah, I really listened to a lot of him. Yeah, what's his name? Dark Priest left. Yeah, and Neurojack isn't here, so he can't come back. But I've listened to a lot of what's his name? Christopher John Bjorknes. Yeah.
He knows his shit, man. He sources it. Even if you disagree with him, he uses their sources. He uses
Yeah, I
from their
like
mouth.
him. I like his argumentation. I agree with him on a lot. And yeah.
Yeah,
I do. Yeah.
I mean, I have some disagreements with him, but
Yeah.
it's like, this is the thing. I listen to anybody, okay, that has good information, because what matters to me is the raw data. If they have sources, if they've done the homework, I could disagree with every single conclusion that they have. If they have raw data, I want it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
If they're
no,
not just like
I'm
making
not
shit up and
disagreeing
pulling
with
it from the air, you know what I'm saying? But I mostly agree with him, like, for the most part.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
like, he
You
always
don't have
backs
to.
up what the fuck he's saying.
You don't have to
And
agree with Ryder 100% to see value in what they have to say. Yeah, I know.
yeah, but I would say I strongly agree with him most of the time. And
Yeah.
he shows from their own words. So it's like, whoa. Because some of the stuff sounds really like far out. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? But then you actually see it. It's like, whoa, dude, what? Because I mean, I studied all this shit pretty deep. And I came across him and I was like, damn, I thought I knew. So
Yeah, his book Beware the World to Come. I read like a third of it. I didn't finish it, but I need to finish it. But yeah, I listened to a lot of his stuff. He's pretty smart. Yeah, he sources himself well and stuff. Yeah, he knows a lot about it, and so he gets good citations, sources, stuff. But yeah,
a lot
Yeah,
of the stuff he was talking about like 20 years ago is happening now, man. So I mean,
yeah.
and they suppressed him, and a lot of people stole shit from him. And at first, like when he would always bitch about everyone steals from me and blah 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 blah, I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. But then I realized, like, he's telling the truth. And then I looked, like, if you look at like his old interviews, he was very different. His vibe was way different. And now I get it. It's like he had a very different vibe. And he was so like excited to get the information out. And
You think
like he
Adam
was
Green
constantly
plagiarized
hitting
him?
walls. He was constantly hitting walls and constantly getting fucked over. And it's like, well, if I was trying to explain something for 30 fucking years to somebody and constantly being betrayed and constantly being stolen from and constantly hitting walls, I think I'd be fucking bitter too.
You think Adam Green plagiarized him?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure. Adam Green is a Jew, bro.
yeah.
He went to Israel. He went to Israel, man. He was like at the Wailing Wall.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I mean, Bjerknes is a Jew too, actually.
Yeah.
But he's
Very
like
small.
real. He's
Yeah,
real, bro.
He's like a very small amount. You know, it's not like he's not like really Jewish. He's
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Yeah, he has ancestry to like a lot of like Norse he's like and like physicists and shit. Like a guy who like basically Einstein like plagiarized and shit. Like that's why he hates Einstein. Because Einstein literally like plagiarized his ancestor. If you look at I can't remember his name, but
Yeah, they
Bjerknes was a physicist.
yeah, you know, Bob Dylan was a plagiarist too. Like, you know, people would
Yeah.
steal from his agent and then they would pass it on to Bob Dylan and he would like make it seem like it was his own. But yeah, Bob Dylan was a plagiarist.
Bob Dylan was an Edomite too.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I know. So
Yeah, I don't like saying Jew because I've
Yeah,
actually had quite a few friends that are Jewish that are honorable people.
Yeah.
That have nothing to do with any of this shit. It's just the ones in power are fucking yeah. They're something else. But I mean, like I've had a few good friends that are nothing like this, you know. So you can't like just say whole
Yeah, I mean,
fucking
Frank
race.
Monday is a Jew and he's
Yeah.
perfectly fine. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a cool dude. We get
Yeah.
along really well. Yeah, we get along really well. We have a lot of common denominators. Him and I have a very similar view on magic
But
and all that.
you know the brain is plastic and the beliefs can like alter your brain and other stuff. So it really comes down to cultural conditioning.
Mhm.
Yeah, cultural.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I agree with that for sure. Because I mean, it's not like it's only fucking Edomite Jews that I've ever had a problem with. It's not like if all the Edomite Jews in the world were gone, that like all murder and rape and terrorism and would just like vanish from the world.
Yeah.
People have this idea and it's just like completely delusional.
Well, at the end of the day, it's the greed, hatred, and delusion that are the main problems. Yeah, like
Yeah.
will always exist, but the point is the culture should promote generosity, compassion, and wisdom. It shouldn't support greed, hatred, and delusion, which is what happens when these people got power and now they're like
Yeah.
trying to flip things. Now Miley Cyrus during Hannah Montana, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't good though, but it wasn't that bad. But then she started twerking in front of kids. You know what I mean? And it's like they
She was
subvert.
mind controlled though. She was wholesome in the beginning. They do this to people. Like you
Yeah,
get
they
like to the Mickey Mouse Club and all this, and they're all like super innocent, and then they like rape them and oh shit,
Yeah,
grape
exactly.
them, and you know what I mean, essay them, and they fucked them up, dude. Like
Yeah.
Britney Spears, dude. You see all the shit she's going through. She like
Yeah.
shaved her head and like called herself the Antichrist, and that's like mind control programming breaking down. She's trying to like get free. She's not crazy. She's trying to break free. Like
Yeah, no,
it's
definitely.
horrific, man. Some
They
of these
have
people.
the Frankists, Batians, they have a kind of
Yeah.
love of subverting innocence. They want to subvert
They
the innocence. Yeah.
that's what makes them different. That's the one thing I have to say is they're a little different than most cultures. Most cultures
Yeah.
aren't parasitic in that way. So
most people want to protect innocence. They don't want to corrupt
yeah,
it. Yeah, like
yeah,
normal people.
yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah. And so this is why I think that maybe Mustache Man may have been on the right track. But yeah, we'll save that for another day.
Yeah, but yeah, though you have to say Christopher John Bjorknes is wrong about him because he's definitely against mustache.
Yeah. I understand why though.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I agree that he is wrong about him.
There's possibility that he was switched with a body double, though. You know what I mean? Like midway through it,
There's a lot of possibilities with that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, some say he killed himself, some say he survived. It's really confusing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mythology. And because of that, I don't make any declarative statements. What I do know is what he said, what the actual documents that we have say, you know, what the speeches were of his, you know, core circle, you know, and you look into the claims of what they supposedly did, you know, without getting into too much detail, and you realize there's not a shred of evidence for any of it. Master race didn't happen. You know, genociding Edomites didn't
They
happen.
were the lesser evil compared to the Anglos and the Russians and the Edomites. They were the lesser evil. I
Yes.
agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that.
Yeah.
The British actually caused like freaking
Yes.
famine in India and even Iran. You know, they were like
Yes.
killing a lot of people. Like the British. Not many people talk about that. You know, they
Nope.
caused. It wasn't only Ireland they fucked with. They fucked with like pretty much everyone. You know what I mean? Like they're crazy.
They genocided Ireland. That's not even in
They did,
history.
yeah. Yeah, they did. You know, but they
People-
did a genocide, and you know what they would do is they would cause engineer famine and then blockade
Yes.
food imports. You know, and they did that to Iran too in the early 20th century. They did it to
Yep.
India also. Yeah.
Oh,
The
they really
British,
screwed up India. Yeah.
yeah, they did it to a lot of countries.
That's why India is the way it is today.
They even sold opium to China. Did you know that? Like they were
Yep.
like, yeah, like
Yeah, half the country was addicted to it.
yeah.
Yep.
They,
The East India Company.
yeah, yeah. The Germans never really did anything to that
No.
extent. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know.
No.
Yeah.
No, it was always the British blaming the Germans.
It was
And
British. You know
the British were infiltrated by the Edomites. That's why they all like have in their if you look at like the royal coronations, they have like the stone of Scone, which is like where Jacob wrestled with God, and like the ceremony is all biblical, and they claim descent from Solomon, and it's like, what are they talking about? And then you realize like there is no more European monarchy. That's why they're called the black nobility. They murdered. That's why they did that to the Russian, nobility. There's not just the Russians that happened to. It's happened to other nobility throughout time.
Holodomor was probably real, unlike the other one we're told about. There's no way, in the case of Germany, they could have gassed or killed 6 million. You know what I mean?
There you go. It's literally mathematically impossible.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
There's actually a Jew who, a righteous Jew who looked into it. Like seriously, he didn't have an opinion one way or the other. He wanted to know the truth, and he went into these, death chambers, and he was like asking all these questions about it, and asking like, are these original? Is this a recreation? Was this used for gassing? And he was getting different answers from everybody, and like he physically went there, and like it was a fucking joke.
Yeah.
Like there were like holes in the ground, and like
they put
like it,
innocent granny in jail for just questioning it. They put the
Yeah.
fucking granny in jail, like a grandmother. Like what the fuck? Like it's an old lady, you know. Like what
They
the hell?
beat people senseless, put them in the hospital, put them in prison. You know, and it's like if someone were to put gas in this thing, like the whole place would blow up. It would kill everybody
Yeah, they
because it
claim
was
they
in.
use Zyklin, but you know, Zyklin is a pesticide. It cannot really like yeah,
Yes.
like kill that
Yeah,
stuff.
and they were doing it to keep people healthy. They had hospitals. People were going to camp. They, they had like theaters and fucking like it was more like a summer camp than a death camp. Like it's
Yeah.
actually insane. That's what I'm trying to say. When you realize that, it's like, yo, what in the hell? And then you realize that Mustache Man called for peace like 7 fucking times. He's like, Aryans shouldn't fight Aryans. And this is another reason why I hold on to the Aryan thing. When you understand the real context of what I'm saying, it'll make more sense. He's like, Europeans shouldn't fight Europeans. Like, what is this about? He's like, I want peace. Constantly, man. I could show you.
Yeah, I know.
He
Yeah,
told
for
Britain
some
like
reason
7 fucking times.
he didn't want the spread of Bolshevism in Germany. You know, because that caused a lot of death and
The
despair.
only people he locked up were communists. He had 150,000 Jewish soldiers in his army. Some were honorary Aryans, which proves my point that Aryan is not about genetics and that there is no master race. The only people who believe there's a master race is fucking who. There's a book called Germany Must Perish. Read that one and look at the year it was published. Talk about
Yeah,
extermination and final solutions.
yeah, I know. Like Morris Samuel's book. Have you heard of that one? You
Yeah.
Gentile. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
But this is what I'm trying to say. When people are afraid to look into this because of what they'll be called or whatever, but you really look into it, you start to realize, whoa, this is a sham. This guy not only did he not want to exterminate anybody, he was doing everything he could to keep people alive. And then the fucking allies come and they start bombing all the food supply.
I will say that though Bill Wrangler was very crazy. But they didn't really like him. You know, Die Wrangler. He was probably one of the worst. But he wasn't really like, he wasn't really like representative of the entire,
They
Germans.
they were
Die Wrangler though. You know who I'm talking
yeah,
about?
yeah. They
That guy was
it,
fucked up.
uh uh Mustache Man and Goebbels were having Germans executed for killing uh uh Edomites. That's how strict it was. They were like, basically unworthy of that.
Well, anyway, he turned out
That's
to be.
how like people don't understand. Like if somebody like went too far, they were punished or sometimes executed. Germany was being
Yeah.
starved to death. The economy was completely under the control of the Edomites. They did the same thing there that they're doing. It is a mirror of what's happening in the United States.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
now it's starting to
It's
go
post
global.
9/11, definitely. Yeah.
They had control of the media. They had to sell German women and children into slavery, sex slavery. They had bestiality, incest,
Yeah, Weimar
pedophilia,
Republic. Yeah, Weimar Republic was
all
pretty
of
messed
it.
up. Yeah.
Yeah. And they said, "Oh, they're burning books." Yeah.
Yeah,
Pornography.
my dad knew all of this. My dad told me all of this when I was younger. Like
Yeah.
he was pretty red pilled for some reason. My dad, he told me about Weimar Republic, how the Edomites were bankrupting Europe,
Yeah.
how Hitler wasn't, Mustache Man wasn't as bad as we were told and stuff like that. Uh, I know all of this. For some reason, third world people, if you want to call them that, or people from like Middle East or whatever, they tend to be aware of this stuff for some reason. Like,
Because they weren't brainwashed.
yeah,
That's probably why. Because they weren't told that the British and Russia and the US came to save the day.
yeah, yeah. They
You
actually
know,
caused way more damage. You know, the British and the Russians. You know, they
the
caused.
Russians were fucking horrific.
Yeah,
A lot of the death that was
I would say
blamed on the Nazis was actually the Bolsheviks.
yeah, but even before the Bolsheviks, the Russians have always been kind of crazy, to be honest with you. You know, the
Yeah,
Russians caused the genocide of Circassians. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
why? Like,
yeah. The Russians have always been kind of crazy.
yeah, they have. The Slavs have historically been kind of crazy.
And ironically, the most anti-Semitic, like
Yeah,
truly anti-Semitic, not like Edomitic. Like, so that's very interesting.
yes.
Like the Germans were actually one of the most pro-Semitic. So how's that for a flip?
Yeah,
Russia was always the most anti-Semitic. Germany was one of the most pro-Semitic. That's why there were so many Jews in Germany.
yeah. So
So this is very interesting point that a lot of people don't know about. You
well,
know,
so it's we yeah. So basically, anyway, the Edomites are like destabilizing the whole world right now.
yeah.
You know, so I don't know how things will unfold in the future.
I'm gonna write a Substack article about this actually.
Yeah, but my question is to you is, what is the future going to be like? What can we do? I don't
Oh
know.
man, we need to come together, man, and say enough is enough. Resist the shit.
Yeah,
Put our
but
foot down.
let me tell you this though, like I've already had an FBI visit, you know, and
Me too.
and you know, they have stuff like Palantir, you know about Palantir, of
Oh
course.
yeah.
Yeah. And you know, most of this, you know, like what does our tax dollars go into? Spying on people, making psychological profiles of people, and where does that go to? Israel. You know,
Yep.
they will fucking assassinate us and make it look like an accident. You know, they have stuff like lethal autonomous weapons now, and they can like kill you with directed energy weapon and make it look like an accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's out of hand. You know what I mean? You know, at least during Mustache Man's time, there was a chance to, you know.
Well,
Yeah, but
if people would have only listened.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
Fuck, man.
he would have
You
been
know,
better.
Germany like still pays reparations to the Edomites for what they've done, and they're like giving like propaganda like of how horrible they are.
Yeah,
It's
German guilt
fucking
is a real thing. You know,
it's
I have a
horrific.
German friend. He was a German friend. He told me that they are constantly guilted and emasculated and other things like that. And you know, it's a sad thing. You know, like you know, you see like Germans being told you can't have pride or any sense of
Mm.
you know being pride in your culture or your legacy, and they're told to accept all the immigrants because of your privilege and other stuff like that, to the point where they're becoming a demographic minority now.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I know about this. Yeah, it's kind of sad. It's sad, you know. It is sad, but yeah.
Well, this is yet another reason why I mentioned the Aryan, because it's controversial, and because I mean, being German, you can't even be white.
Yeah.
Like people literally talk about if you're white, you're a demon. If you're white, you're guilty. If you're white, you should kill yourself. Like there's literally people saying shit like this.
Yeah, that's
And so I'm like,
white
fuck that.
fragility. Like white fragility kind of stuff. You know what I mean? That
Mm.
fragility. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We're not the fragile ones. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. It's the Edomites. You know, the books that Amazon tends to ban. It's good to get those. Like, for example, one of them is this Central Banking and the Enslavement of Mankind. Have you read
Yes. Yes.
that one?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the kind of stuff that Mustache Man was trying to fight against. You know what I mean?
Yes. Most
America
definitely.
started declining after the Federal Reserve. You know what I mean? It's unconstitutional, and also it's just fuck over the people, the Federal Reserve and the private banks. You know, and you know who controls them. You know.
Well, look when the Federal Reserve came into being. Look at the time frame. Look when the CIA and all, Israel and all of that came into being.
Yeah, I got
right
something for
after
you
the
guys.
war. All of it. The CIA, Israel, Roswell, like all that shit happened at once.
Yeah, let's check this out. This is from the, chapter, Protocols of Zion.
That was their, that war was like the last step for them to tighten control. The
Can you guys hear me?
UN, all of it.
I don't know if you guys can hear me at all.
That wasn't a coincidence. That wasn't like, oh, everyone just had these ideas
Do you
all
hear
at once. No.
TML?
They were planning on doing it for a long time, and they just needed one more push.
Yeah.
To,
Yeah. Oh, quick question. Do you
Yeah,
hear
I think perhaps
TML
not.
recently?
Yeah, this shit's been happening all night.
Yeah, I should probably go to bed. I haven't talked to Twilight in a long time. It was interesting to catch up with him. And
yeah, that's why I'm here, man. I fell asleep really early, and that's why I'm here. Otherwise, I would be sleeping too. But I fell asleep really early, and I woke up and I saw him live, and I was like, "Damn, I guess it's been a minute."
yeah, it was nice talking
It's
to you.
like 5 degrees outside, so I'm not really doing too much today. I've been really busy, but it's like 5 degrees outside, and I'm just kind of chilling.
Yeah, but you
But
should
yeah,
read
man,
this
it's definitely
chapter.
been good
It
catching up with
definitely
you.
says that Nietzsche thought Iranians were monkeys.
I'll try to be
for
around
sure.
a little more.
He thought they were
I
monkeys.
just, like I said, I got a lot going
Wait,
on.
who thought that Iranians were monkeys?
Definitely Nietzsche, and
Who said that?
and obviously Hitler did, right? It says in this chapter, Nazis were the first political expression of eugenics, of Nietzschean social Darwinism, and the occult belief that would come to be collectively referred to as the doctrines of the New Age. New Age. They believed in that. The bizarre beliefs of the Nazis were not a sudden anomaly, but an extension of the Sabbatean occult tradition.
Am I not hearing TML? Is he
by
talking?
way of the groups within the SRIA headed by Edward Bulwer Lytton. Yeah, tell him he can't hear me.
Yeah, he cannot hear you.
Jesus Christ, not this shit again. Why does this happen? It never happens. Like, why?
It's Mossad. It's Mossad.
Fuck, man, it really is.
It's Mossad.
Yeah, the Nazis used the Red Cross of the Rosicrucians.
It really is.
They used the Red Cross of the Rosicrucians. Right? The doctrines of the Nazis merged with the ideas of Bulwer Lytton, the coming race, and the theory of the Atlantean origins. The Atlantean origins of the Aryans. They thought the Aryans came from Atlantis, by the way. Developed by Blavatsky, by the way. By Helena Blavatsky.
They thought the Aryans came from Atlantis, by the way.
Nazis,
by Blavatsky. By the way.
thus Nazi teaching were founded in the idea that the Aryan race would colonize Central Asia.
Nazis,
so they colonized Iran, by the way, right? Where they were responsible for transmitting the so-called Oriental Kabbalah, the Oriental Kabbalah, which survived in Tibetan Buddhism. According to Rabbi Antelman, Hitler was a deliberate creation of a ritual participated in his mother, Clara Pauls, and a Sabbatean Frankist. In fact, Hitler's Jewish and African ancestry has been confirmed
too, but I could only hear
through recent genetic studies. In Adolf Hitler, founder of Israel, Haneke Kardel quotes a book called Before Hitler Came by a German Jew named Dietrich Bronder, which claims that not only Hitler, but his leading associates were all also Jewish. As Abraham Duker noted, given extent of the assimilation into Christian societies, quote, it is not by accident that the Nazi encyclopedia Sigilla Vri had nothing to say about the Frankists. Had nothing to say about the Frankists. Evidently, the Nazi genealogists preferred to leave them alone, fearful that such revelations might embarrass many persons of importance. Mark Rigg, author of Hitler's Jewish Soldiers, Soldiers.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna jump out real quick, Jack.
Yeah, let's get him back in here.
Yeah, what book are you reading?
Oh, I sent you this one. It's Transhumanism by David Livingstone.
It's talking about the
How
Nazi.
Hitler was Jewish and he used New Age ideologies like Rosicrucianism and eugenics. And they also said that the Aryans colonized Central Asia because they were monkeys. By the way.
Wait.
Yeah, this is all true. This is all true. This is all facts. You got to look it up. You got to study more about what Hitler actually thought. He thought you were a monkey. He thought you were a monkey.
You can
Yeah,
hear me?
I
you hear
can
me?
hear you. Yeah.
Wait, where does it say that we're monkeys? Like,
I just explained it to you. He said they said the Aryans colonized Central Asia according to their beliefs. They were
They did.
racially superior to the Central Asians.
Well, the thing is though.
Okay. I'm
This is a
back.
fact.
I'm back.
So I guess you got to read it again.
Okay.
If you want to.
I'm back now. I think.
Because you didn't
testing.
hear what you were reading.
I can hear you, Avian.
Well, Bjerknes had a whole debate about this.
Okay,
Right?
now I can hear what
Yeah, he debated if Hitler was Jewish.
Hitler was not
born
Jewish.
by the Rothschilds.
No, he wasn't.
Well, that's why Rabbi Entelman says. That's what Rabbi Entelman says.
Well, he's wrong.
Well,
Bjerknes is wrong. Rabbi Entelman is wrong. Everybody has pieces.
David
to the
Livingstone's
puzzle.
wrong. Everyone's wrong except for
David Icke is
Twilight.
wrong. Yeah.
Yeah,
David
I
Icke
mean,
says
see,
it.
this is the problem. See, I can't
Even
doubt all
Michael
these.
Tsarian, my favorite, is wrong.
Yeah, I mean, he's
A lot of people don't.
He's wrong tons of times.
A
That
lot
guy's
of
wrong
people
tons of
don't
times.
want to go into that
That
topic.
guy hates Islam.
I
He
can
just thinks
show
he
you
thinks
the
he thinks
evidence.
Jews are the
It's not
saviors and
true.
Muslims are the problem.
A lot of it is
Michael
people
Tsarian.
taking other.
Michael Tsarian loves the
Basically,
Jews.
they're
Man.
taking secondhand information.
He's a fucking Jew-loving
and
Nazi.
they're not really going to the source.
What the fuck?
So it's like somebody told somebody, and they're taking it as the truth because it sounds authoritative, but when you actually trace the source, it doesn't exist. That's what happens.
Can you read that quote again?
Trust me,
That
I've
passage?
dug deep.
Because he hasn't.
I have like an 11-hour documentary, and that's just
I
one
think he can't hear me again.
that can show you all the stuff that actually happened from
Can you hear
sources
Tim?
straight from
I don't think
Germany,
you can hear
some
me.
Because there's like
translated
a
from
whole.
German.
There's a few more like paragraphs of this.
It didn't happen. Hitler was never racist. That's for damn sure. He
Yeah,
didn't
maybe I'll
want
share
war.
this with you when we have a
That's
private
for sure.
conversation.
There was no master race ideology.
Yeah, I think
There are people that have studied this in massive detail, and
Yeah,
most
it's not
of them
too
were
good to support
beaten half to
ideologies that
death,
you don't know what they
imprisoned,
suggest,
or
right?
killed. That's a fact. And I
I
can
just
show
think
you.
he was the lesser evil. I don't
And
think he
even
was
my favorite researcher
good.
of all time is
The
wrong
British were much worse
about
though.
it.
You agree, TML?
It's not. It's
I
not.
had
It's
to
not a
like
race to the bottom. The British were
let
bad, but so
go
was
of
Hitler.
everything
Like, both of them were
to
bad.
actually look into
Both of
this.
them didn't like the
He was
the
not
kind of people
Jewish.
that we are. They wanted us
No
eliminated,
chance.
racially
He
speaking.
was not a Rothschild.
It's
Nope.
a sum-zero game when you have
No.
conflict
What
like
was
that.
he?
It's a
Superman?
sum-zero
No.
game, you know.
Yeah, it's a sum-zero
But
game, but you don't
he
support
did
the
not
lesser of
want
two evils in that game.
war with
Well,
anybody.
if you can't, then who do you support?
Yes.
You just let one of
Except
them
the
win,
communists.
or you see like they're all evil, but you gotta support
Support.
the lesser evil.
I don't know. I don't know.
You have to support one.
I'm
And when
telling
What
you
were
right
the
now.
Iranians doing during that?
real
He
politics,
considered the Iranians Aryan. He made them honorary Aryans. He said that they had
That's
a
false.
rich history.
That's false.
Yeah,
No, it's
they
not.
were
I can
all.
prove it to
It
you.
is.
Some
I
of
can
them
show you
like
in his own words.
Well, I just read right here. And here, let me
Okay,
read it
what's the
again.
source? What's the source? Okay, I can show you in his
I
own
just
words.
told you the source. I just told you the source, right?
Okay, and
It
where
says
did they
here,
get it from?
The Nazis were the first political expression.
Where
of
did they get it
eugenics.
from?
The Nazis
Where-
didn't believe in eugenics. You think the Nazis didn't believe in eugenics?
The Nazis believed in eugenics, yes, but what's the source?
100%. You think eugenics is
What's
a
the
legitimate idea?
source?
Do you think eugenics is a legitimate idea, man? It's a totally fake, false idea based on their theories of race, which were totally false.
Their theories of race had nothing to do with a master race.
They were
though.
false. They did.
No,
They did. Yes.
No,
Have
the
you
only
ever
ones
read
who believe-
anything from? No. Have you ever read anything from Lance von Liebensfeld?
Yes.
Okay, so how did he not believe in eugenics and the master race? What the fuck are you talking about?
He believed in. Oh, Lord. Okay, look.
He did believe in that, right?
There's a lot. Have you actually read his words or someone's interpretation of his words? There's a difference. This is how things get twisted.
I mean, what is the Theozoologica about, man? What's the topic? Is it how human beings evolved? And he believed in Darwin and eugenics, man. You know, this is the fact.
He believed in
those
Darwin,
are
yes.
false theories. Those are false theories that they
Well,
believe.
you had what was called scientific. Okay, it wasn't about an inferior.
Absolutely, it was.
Race. There
They
was
thought
a
the
mystic.
Atlanteans. They thought
Yes,
the Aryans
yes,
came from Atlantis and they
yes,
colonized
yes.
Central
That's
Asia
true.
because they were
Yes,
monkeys.
yes.
Okay,
He said
so
no. He didn't say they were monkeys. He said that the Aryans were different.
they were not the Iranians that were already in Iran before the Aryans came over there, man. What are you talking about? Those are not the same people. Those are you have to distinguish those two people from his theory, because he literally said the Atlanteans came in from Atlantis and conquered Central Asia.
Yes, yes. Okay, Liebenfels is pre-Nazi, Hitler. Okay, and Hitler didn't take in all of his ideas. Number one. That's number one. Okay.
I mean, who are you talking about?
So yes, he did have some extreme ideas. I'm not denying that.
Some false ones.
But you also have to
Radically false.
understand
He
the
had radically
timing.
false beliefs, and
Okay.
and you know what's weird is that the same
Almost
people,
everyone
you know,
was racist back then.
yeah, but
At
here's
some
the
level.
thing: that doesn't forgive their idea.
Of
Not
every
everyone
fucking
was.
race.
Not everyone was, by the way. Right,
Okay. It's not like it is today.
yeah, you know who wasn't racist? A lot of Muslims and Christians.
The idea of a final solution or a master race and all that. Go read the book Germany Must Perish. Like, go read that and tell me about extermination. And like, I can read it for you. It's very revealing. And like I said, I can show you speeches from top members of
Yeah, I
the
mean, you
Nazi
ever seen a
Party.
Hindu?
Hitler
You ever
and
seen a Hindu pogrom against the Muslims, where they
whoever
come
you
in and
want.
rape the women and you know beat the
And
Muslims?
show you documents that have been translated from German.
Everybody goes through shit.
And there's
Yeah,
no
I would
record
say
of
this is my view.
anybody
I would
calling
say
for
that
any extermination, any conquest of the world, any superior race. These were private ideas that certain members had. This was
Everybody
not
goes through shit. Everybody goes through
uh,
shit. I don't believe in eugenics and I don't
a
believe in
broad
Rosicrucianism.
spectrum,
So I broadly reject their
ideology
ideology.
that everyone believed in.
I broadly reject Hitler's
These were
ideology.
individuals that had certain ideas.
It's total. It's scientific racism.
Hitler
Scientific
was not
racism.
racist. He believed in racial supremacy
Oh
for
my
all
god.
people.
Oh
He
my
believed that
god.
they should stay together,
yeah, you gotta let people talk.
but he believed that all people
He can't hear me.
had their own unique
I think he
strengths and
hears you just
weaknesses.
in a trance or something.
Yeah, he
can I
didn't want
talk now?
anyone to fight.
Yeah, let me say something.
Hold
So
on.
basically, I would say that
I get it.
Russia and
It's
Britain
like,
and
what?
Germany were all
That's not
evil,
possible,
but I would
but
say that
it really
Germany
is.
was the lesser evil, but that doesn't mean they're good. What I mean? They're just the lesser evil. And
It
when you
really
deal with
is.
politics, you gotta be like Machiavelli. What I mean? You gotta be
Yeah, I
real.
mean you know, most Jews say that, you know, Israel is a
wasn't
gift
Jewish,
of the
that's for damn
Holocaust.
sure.
Is a
They
gift
do,
of the
yeah,
Holocaust. They do say that all the time.
Yeah,
They-
they
you know,
do.
the
That is
Holocaust,
true, yes.
it caused the Israel to exist. You know what I mean?
No, actually, though,
Ah,
Britain
this is
was
the
doing
truth.
it too. Yeah. But Tiamat, I'm telling you to think about it like this. Let's say, the British engineered
The Jews
famine.
voted in Hitler. You do know that, right? They're the ones who voted him in.
Yeah, let me
They
say something
controlled the
now.
party before that.
Yeah, let me
So
say this though. The British engineered famines in India and Iran and Ireland. I mean, like, and you have to, and the Russians were genocidal maniacs even before the freaking USSR, Russians have always been a
Did I have
crazy
your son
bunch. I don't
again?
trust Russians.
Are you
I don't like
serious?
Russians.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I
You
could
know
deal
about
with
the
each.
Yes, I
I could
did.
deal with
genocide?
each group
What the hell
individually,
is
though. I
going
don't have to
on?
compare Germany to all the
When
other
you deal
groups
with
and then come up with
politics, you
some
have
false
to.
What the
ideology.
fuck, dude?
It's real politics. You have to decide when you deal with politics. You have to make the choice. You
No,
know.
you don't. No, you don't. You don't take sides with history. It's history, man. You don't have to decide anymore. It's not happening right now. So you don't have
Well,
to decide.
that's
That's
true.
actually
Yeah.
false. That's
I
actually
mean,
false. That's a
that's a
false
valid point.
dichotomy. You've offered a false dichotomy.
Well, that's why I'm not a good historian. That's actually a good point. Yeah, I see your point now.
Yeah, like look at the final results. The Jews voted him in. A, B, he could be Jewish according to many sources. C, his ideology literally calls the rise of Israel. This is practically speaking, this is the final results of what happened. And he got himself killed. So all of those things happened. So I think it was broadly speaking, it was a huge failure.
Yeah, but the British, man, they just keep. Churchill was a really sick guy. You know, what I mean, like like he's like really bad. Like he hated all of us. Like
Yeah, I honestly think that Twilight's having trouble with his audio because he's on his phone, so he can't always hear us. And then also on top of that, there's the audio issues that are present in the stream itself. So I wouldn't chalk it up to him.
no, sometimes he goes in trances.
Yeah, he does do that. But again, I think it's because when he's on his phone and he's talking, he can't hear the other person talking unless he would put it up to his ear like it was a phone. You know what I'm saying? Right? So that's the thing.
Yeah.
So
maybe
so
that,
yes,
yeah.
yeah. So I think
Yeah,
that might
but
be the case.
why do you think that that Moontan, Hyperborea, and Twilight are so adamant about promoting Hitler? I mean, mustache.
I don't know. I actually don't know. I got to figure it out. I got to like ask them deeper questions about it. But every time the discussion comes up, it gets interrupted like this. So that's very strange, right? So,
Yeah.
but I think Unseen brought some good points there. And I'm not saying that everything he said is 100%, but I think it lets you think like, all right, well, ultimately, like they were in a war, but there's obvious points where Bolshevism and Hitlerism seem to coincide, right? And that's not clearly explained by history, right? And you can see that a lot of these political expressions like fascism and Bolshevism and all this stuff, they're part of a modern political ideology that's taking place in Europe, right? So
Well, Christopher John Bjorknes will agree with you more, though. He actually.
Oh yeah. That's the thing is that he actually says all this stuff. He says that Hitler was a Rothschild agent.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
that.
So
Yeah, there's
definitely.
another possibility that most people don't explore, and it's possible Hitler was. I mean, Mustache Man was changed with a body double, and that's possible too. There's Celine actually argued that, and I've read theories that Hitler could have been. I mean, Mustache Man could have been swapped with a body double, and that's why they went to like a crazy war with Russia and Eastern Europe later on or something.
Let me actually go back because there's a bunch of stuff in the lead up to this that he says, which is really interesting.
Is he coming back or no? Because I don't know if I'm I don't know if his audio is missed.
Yeah, he might be in the back, but just Neuro. Okay, Neuro's
No,
here
he's not
now.
in the back. He's not
okay,
in the
so-
back. I think he got kind of pissed and he left.
I don't think so. I think you guys have been talking for a long time, right? But it says here,
Well,
and I think like Twilight has a lot of thick skin, and I'm literally just reading a book that we both read, so that's why he got up and said like, well, Rabbi Antelman and all these people are wrong because they're all conspiracy writers. So I'm saying like, see, like all these conspiracy writers, right? One of the main points they start out with is saying that Hitler was a controlled op. Right. So we have to throw out a lot of conspiracy researchers. I mean, right. Like people that we stand on all the time to say like, oh, they say this about this guy. They say that about this guy, and it's all real. Right. Except for this one major point where they totally made it up. You know what I'm saying? And it's a central point. So it's like, wait, what are we actually saying?
I'm going to be honest with you. I actually do not like Nimrod. When I read him, I don't like his political beliefs. Like, it's some really weird stuff. Like, I don't know what they're planning. I think they want, Westerners to mix with the East, and then they just conquer and carve up the Middle East more. You know what I mean, or something like that.
That's funny.
Yeah, but that's the kind of stuff he was arguing in his book. That's the way I interpret it.
That kind of sounds like Eurasian futurism.
Yeah, he does support some kind of Eurasian futurism.
That's funny.
He's
That's
not an
funny.
He's not anti-technology. Hyperborean and Nimrod are not. If you read Nimrod deeply, he actually does support the modern industrial world in a more controlled sense. You see what I mean? He's not anti-industrialist. Yeah, I don't care for it. I like to stick to tradition. After my experience and meditating more, I don't really like this occult bullshit personally. I just want to stick to one tradition. For me, it's Soto or Rinzai. I'm not gonna flip flop anymore or explore other paths as much. I'm just gonna stick to Soto or Rinzai. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like occult crap. Mixing stuff from everywhere. I mean, that's fine. They can do that if they like it. Yeah, but especially when they start mixing politics into it, that's like disgusts me. It fills me with revulsion. You know what I mean? Why should politics be mixed with fucking religious or theological stuff? I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, it's disingenuous. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't like Europe getting flooded.
Yeah, here's another thing. We can't really seriously, right? Promote our channel and deny the holocaust, right? That's not allowed on YouTube. So you just can't say that on YouTube. So next time you're doing a YouTube video, try to not say that on a YouTube video.
Okay,
right?
Sorry about
yeah,
that.
Yeah,
right.
it's not a good topic to keep bringing up. If
Yeah,
you,
I agree.
especially since you started the discussion talking about how you want to grow channels and stuff, dude, you'll get instantly shadow banned just for mentioning
that's
it.
right.
You'll get instantly shadow banned just for mentioning it. And now you're here talking to Neurojack about growing his channel, but then you'll get him instantly shadow banned, right? So
yeah, I guess I can be an idiot, when but I'm not like a bad actor. It's just
no, it's cool. I'm just letting you know because you're not on YouTube for that long, right? But
no, I know what you mean. It's just
yeah, like Bjerknes and those people, like they're just shadow banned to hell, right? And even they have authors and they have connections, so they'll still get more views than we will, right? So,
but
this is the
there's
problem.
one issue though, is that maybe even talking about Christopher John Bjorknes gets you shadow banned, because he deals with that stuff.
Well, this is the thing: is like if you talk about those specific theories, right? About like small mustache man, right? But if we mention Bjerknes in passing with a bunch of other stuff and give him a big maybe, slap a big maybe on it, just like we do with David Icke and other people, right? Then we can talk about it, right? But it's just we have to do so in an intellectual fashion, couch things in a very intellectual manner, right?
Yeah.
So this is the thing.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared for that talk, and also, I have to realize that this is public. Sometimes, some stuff are better for Discord private chat. Some things are better for public. Yeah, I gotta be careful. Yeah, but yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's all good. I'm just saying for future, reference, and I think I have mentioned it earlier, right? But I mentioned it kind of on my show, right? Because I was like, let's just steer away from this topic, so we don't get shadow banned, even though we already mentioned it, because the problem is, that will then continuously bring the numbers down. And ever since I've been like, trying to watch like people saying bad stuff or like stuff that could get the channel flag, the numbers have improved, right? The numbers have improved. So
yeah, maybe it's just better to focus on technique and ILO and the nature of industrialization.
Well,
maybe
that's the
talk
thing is
more
like
about
that is
conservation stuff.
yeah.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, that would help a lot. But the thing
let's
is that
do it. I actually don't like talking about human history that much,
yeah, even that stuff, if you couch it in like, see, this is the thing is like when I talk about technology, I leave most of the questions open, but I ask the harder questions, right? So I go to the end, the end part about nature and technology and all that stuff. So we deal in a philosophical manner with those things so that I don't have to keep on bringing up Uncle Teddy. That's why I started using Elul. You know, because we
Yeah.
kept getting like we got two like strikes and stuff, right? Because we kept talking about Uncle Teddy, right? So
Okay.
then I was like, okay, let me just slow down and let me open up Technological Society for a while and start reading that and start showing how some of the same points are in there.
Was it
right?
my fault? Though, be honest, it was my fault, right?
It was before you showed up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is before you showed up. Yeah, so
Yeah,
this is
I'll
way
be more
before.
careful.
No,
But
ever since
you
you
know, it
showed up,
wasn't entirely my
we've
fault
not
either.
gotten a
You know,
strike.
Twilight
Yeah,
brought
we've
up
not
the
gotten a
topic.
strike since you showed up. So,
Well,
so
you
you
have
know.
gotten strikes when I
No, we
showed
have
up?
not. We have not. I
Okay.
said.
Okay.
Yeah, we have not.
I'll just be more careful and stuff. Oh, he's back. Yeah. What's up with that avatar, man?
That's my girlfriend. Yeah. Yeah. So I sent a link we can watch on my channel or offline or whatever, and just to give you another perspective.
Yeah,
I'm not
okay,
asking anyone to accept it, but I'm just saying this is a lot more nuanced than you can ever imagine.
No, I
Yeah,
think it's
watch
better
it.
to discuss this topic on private Discord. I just got done talking to TML, you know, talking about this topic.
No,
I'll
no,
put it on my
no,
channel. I don't give a
no,
fuck.
just no, only the hollow hoax. No, only the hollow hoax. That's the only part I'm talking about. Let's get your
Okay,
shadow
I
banned.
got you.
Yeah.
Oh
but
well,
we
I'm
can
not
talk
talking about
that.
that. I'm not talking about that. No.
Right.
I don't
Exactly.
even. I don't even use that word. I just say that thing that they tell you happened. That you know.
Yeah,
he was
yeah,
so.
yeah. No, I know. No, I know. No, I know. You guys were.
No, I'm
careful.
very careful with my words.
Yeah, but
I'm
just
very
saying.
careful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like immediately after that, if you start bringing up Hitler and stuff, it's pretty clear what we're talking
Well,
about.
I was saying Mustache Man like for a while, and then Avian started saying, yeah. So it was kind of too late. I was like, well, fuck, okay. It just slowly started becoming more explicit. But
yeah.
Yeah,
that
can I
was
ask you something, TML?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see you know, Pakistanis and Iranians as closely related people, or like,
Yes.
or you
Yes,
see
I think you
yourself?
said your friend was is a Punjabi, right? He's from
Yeah, he
Iran,
is.
right?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
he is. He is.
so we are very closely related.
Yeah. Well, he is a good friend, but he's a bit strange though. But we are
Yeah,
friends.
I have green eyes and red hairs.
Yeah,
In
of
my
course.
beard.
you're
So,
Aryan.
yeah.
See, this is what I'm trying to say. You can be Aryan and be of a different culture. Like,
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
let me tell you
This is a
this.
fact.
Let me say
This is
something.
a,
I
this is a
actually
fact.
read Rosenberg's myth of the 20th century.
See, I believe in
viewed us as
multicultural.
inferior, though. You see, I mean,
I believe.
Rosenberg viewed us as inferior.
See, I
You know,
believe in multicultural. I
Yeah,
believe in
Rosenberg.
multicultural.
Yeah, the
I believe
Jews,
in.
I mean, yeah, they say goyim, you know, they call people goyim. So it is what it is, all right?
Yeah,
You know, so
see,
they do so the superior race stuff comes from the Jews, but through Rosicrucianism and the Kabbalah, they transformed it to saying it's pro white people. They're using British Israelism partly to explain how white people are the chosen race, the
don't
real
interrupt
Jews.
me, but I just want to say this though. You know, see, the thing about the Germany at that time is that their organization was not completely like hierarchical. They had like a, you know, Mustache Man was like the center, and the generals could do their own thing. But the thing is, Rosenberg did hate us. You know, Rosenberg viewed us as inferior. I read the myth of 20th century. He did view like, you know, Punjabis or Persians or as inferior, you know, misogynated,
Yeah,
and savages. Or something.
yeah. So did
That's
Hitler.
how
It's okay.
yeah, but I don't know about Mustache Man. Mustache Man was more. I think
I
he
don't
was
know.
holier
I think
than.
eugenics means something very specific, and the way they
Yeah.
look at the races and the hierarchy of the races, you got to look at it, break it down. Right? The whiter ones are the better ones. The white people are closer to angels, and the brown people are closer to monkeys. This is how it works. All right. So this is for the brown people around the world. This is Darwin's theory, not even Hitler's, but Hitler was using his theory. Right? So this is the fact. He was using British science. You know, they all were, and they were also using British occultism. And they were, you know, they definitely were.
That was a chaotic time, you know. I mean, the British were like causing famines and other stuff. You know, Reza Shah was neutral.
No. That's disinformation. Those same people who are telling you that he's Jewish are the same people that are telling you that that's disinformation and a lie. And that there is no blood libel and there is no. Mm-mm. Nope. Never happened. That's anti-Semitism for sure.
Well,
You,
he got loans from Bank of England. Did you know that he got loans from the Bank of England?
No, he didn't.
Well, he got loans from Hajal Marshkocht. Who's Hajal Marshkocht?
Maybe.
He like disowned him.
Yeah, but he is a Jewish Freemason who funded Hitler. That is a fact.
And he betrayed him.
Yeah, eventually, all this thing happened, but this is the fact. Hitler took sides with people who would later betray him. He was politically an idiot.
He was naive, yes. But that doesn't mean that he was evil.
Not evil,
He
but
was-
stupid, yes. And
he was
effective?
actually
No.
He was actually too nice. That's the ironic part. He wanted peace, man. I could show you. It's clear as day.
Oh yeah. But peace between like all those European people that wanted us all dead. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, of course. That is what you're saying.
He didn't want anybody dead.
Yeah, but he wanted
The
peace
only-
with Winston Churchill, who you're saying is doing all this evil shit. to everyone.
Yes, but he wanted peace with Winston Churchill
This
because
is
he
the
didn't
fact.
want a war at
Right.
all.
So we see who he is.
No, he didn't want. No, he wanted peace with Winston Churchill because
He wanted
didn't
peace with
want
the
there to
Jews.
be-
That means he wants peace with
Yes.
the Jews if he wants peace with Churchill.
Well, yeah, he wanted peace with everybody. He didn't want there to be unnecessary conflict between anybody. Do you know what he did for Germany? Do you know where Germany was before him? Do you know that history? Or are you just swallowing what they tell you?
I mean, I
Do you-
know the Jews that
do you
funded
know that
Hitler
history?
and gave rise to him. I just pointed it out.
Do you know the history of Germany before he became into power? And why
I know
he
what you
came
guys are
into
talking
power?
about. Yeah, I know what you guys are talking about. But I'm not. But
Okay,
here's what I'm
okay.
saying. Here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not supporting something just because I'm denying something else. We got to keep on track here. A support for something is not a denial of something. A denial of something is not a support for something else. You got to stay logically consistent.
Right, it is consistent. He pulled Germany out of hell, literally. They were being sold into slavery, sex slavery, men, women, and children. There was bestiality.
Right.
They were being bankrupt.
Right. Nobody says they
They were,
support any of that.
I don't understand what's difficult to understand about that. The only
Nobody
people that were
says
being
they
thrown into
support-
camps were communists.
He put retards in the camps because he believed in eugenics. Is that fact or is that a lie?
Show
He
me
did the
where
same
that
thing
is
like-
in his words. Show me where that is in his words.
Oh my God.
Show me where that is in his words. Not what someone said about him, in his words. Where? Where? In audio or written format? Where is it? You find that, then we can talk. Until then, I don't want to hear anymore because it's all hearsay. Until someone has a direct source, it's hearsay. People don't know what real research is. They listen to what someone said about something that they overheard from someone else. Just like all the survivors.
Yeah. Action T4 is a name given to campaigns of mass murder by involuntary euthanasia, which targeted people with disabilities and the mentally ill in Nazi Germany. The term was first used in post-war trials against doctors who had been involved in the killings. The name T4 is abbreviation Tiergartenstab. Right? Anyways, let me go down here. Right? It says
Was this written before or after the war?
that's what I'm trying to find out.
Because the Soviets, created all kinds of.
Well, how about this? How about
Just
this?
like
In
they murdered-
1924, how about this?
They
In
murdered millions of
1924
people. They murdered millions of people and then blamed it on the Germans. And then it came out
1924,
later. It came
Hitler
out
wrote
later.
that
It
one
came
day
out
racial
later that it
hygiene
was the
will
Soviets.
appear as a deed greater
here-
than most victorious wars.
Came out. Relax. You see how?
Yeah,
I'm
but
calm?
I just read you the source. I just read you the source. Too bad.
Yeah.
It's from Hitler's own words. I deny the source. That's from Mein Kampf. Deny it. Hitler wrote one day that racial hygiene will appear as a deed greater than most victorious wars of our present bourgeois era. And he also used the term bourgeois, signifying his intrigue with socialism. Another false ideology that Hitler supported, just out of the blue. Just like eugenics. He supported eugenics and he supported socialism, two inherently false ideologies.
Yeah,
Not so.
I would just say that 20th century was shit. Like it was probably one of the worst centuries of human history. 20th century, like just a bunch of shit in every direction. Like yeah.
Well, you know, the U.S. did the same thing. They put retards into the camps because of the Rockefellers. So this is a policy that was across the nations. It was across Germany, across Britain, across the United States. Yes, 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 yes. So nobody's supporting anybody just because they're denying that somebody did this shit. You know, or saying that somebody did this shit and it's wrong to just euthanize the retards, which it is.
Do you think like they like Trump, you know, is like originally he was like saying stuff that was paleo conservative, like Pat Buchanan, which was a little bit more sensible. Then he got power and he did a 180. He just started kowtowing to the Jays. You know, do you think Mustache Man was kind of like that because you know he helped make Israel and stuff like that's a fact.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. How many countries have they been thrown out of?
I think 109, right?
Okay, so all those other countries also helped.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean.
So I mean, what are we
yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, they are quite a handful. We can all agree on that. They're
Like
quite.
what are we talking about? That's a straw man.
Well, you know.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The Europeans kept them around because they thought they were the chosen people. This is also true. There's no Jews in the Muslim countries. They didn't survive there. They're just not there. You know, they don't live there.
The Iran had a huge Jewish population. Though.
Yeah, I know. But what happened to them after the revolution?
Oh, they went to Israel.
No shit, buddy. You know, right? So this is the fact, right? So this is the thing, buddy, right? So Islam can get rid of the Jays too. We don't need some false ideology that thinks that we're monkeys in order to do it. No, but I'm saying they kept them around in Europe, and they even developed the Zionism. This Europeans who developed Zionism. Zionism is a European invention. Prove that wrong.
It was
Nimrod also says that. Nimrod in his book, like literally says that. Yeah, I can give the passage.
Yeah, Muslims
are British. It was
British.
British.
Muslims didn't invent Zionism.
No,
you know, come on. Yeah, but there was French people, there was people in Amsterdam, there's people all over fucking Europe that believed in this shit. There's people dancing in the streets of Amsterdam in support of Shabbatai Zevi. There's no Muslim countries where that's happening. See, this is the problem. There's an inherently false ideology that took root that supports Judaism because it believes that they're God's chosen people, and that's because of the false interpretation of Christianity. You know, that's very clear.
Yeah, millennialism, right? Millennialism or something. Is that how you pronounce it? Millennialism. Can't pronounce it.
Hitler believed in.
Yeah.
He believed in millennialism because he believed in the New Age.
Yeah, and Nimrod argues the same stuff, oddly enough.
I can tell you, Hitler definitely didn't believe the fucking Jews were the chosen people. That's for damn sure.
I don't think there are any chosen people, to be honest.
And he definitely wasn't an Abrahamist. That's for damn sure too.
No, he didn't say that. But Abrahamists opposed, Jays, you know, and this is the thing is like sometimes they do it more successfully than he does. So this is the problem, like in Iran.
Well, you know, I was gonna say something, but you know,
Well,
It's done and over with, and
well, I have counter information, but I guess everyone's too afraid to play
No,
it.
you got
so-
this, Twilight. No, I'm not afraid. You got this, Twilight, man. Go off, man.
Well, I can't play it. I sent it.
Yeah, let me see. You can send it to me also. I'm interested.
Well, yeah, I know, but I can't play it. I don't have the ability to.
Yeah, I'll put it
Yeah.
backstage, and whenever
Yeah.
Neuro shows up, we'll play
Yeah,
it.
or give it on the Discord and stuff. Yeah, I'll look into it and stuff.
Yeah, I'll toss
There's
it
no
back to
skin in the game. Technically, let's be honest here. There's no more skin in the game. He's dead.
That's
It's
right.
not anything to do with him. It's the fact that it's a mirror image of what we're going through today.
No, I would say it's pretty different today. There are some
No,
significant differences.
It's legitimately the same thing. It's exactly the same thing.
We'll break it down, Twilight. How's it the same thing?
Look what was happening in Germany. And look what's happening here today.
Oh yeah. In that sense, yeah. That America is a modern Weimar Republic. Is what you're saying? Yeah, it does
Yeah.
seem similar situation.
It's the same. It's legitimately exactly the same.
Well, I would say it's very similar.
He was so busy. He was so busy worrying about inferior races and.
Yeah, but
and
you know what they
eugenics.
can do then? They can create a false H-man.
He was
and then kill half of the American
worried about that.
population.
He was so worried about that he was giving people cars and summer breaks and
Yeah, but
theater and like, are you fucking kidding me right now?
yeah, but let me say that. Let me say something to you.
Like what?
Twilight. I think what TML is arguing is actually closer to Christopher John Bjorknes. He's claiming that Daddy Mustache Man was always controlled opposition, and that
Yeah. And so does
but-
David Icke, and so do a lot of researchers that I respect.
You
But
remember?
guess what?
Yeah, you remember Bjerknes in the Dennis Miller debate where he goes, "Can I finish, sir?"
Yeah.
Yo, I
Yeah.
started laughing my
Yeah.
balls off, bro. That was
No,
so
I love Bjerknes, but I just think he's wrong in that. Even Michael Tessarian says it. Although his older work, he was more like, I'm not.
This is what I think. Could it be possible, like there are like traitorous elements of Europeans or Westerners who are like aiding the Edomites, and they're using them as like a kind of
Yes!
counterpoint to
Oh,
deal
no.
with-
I'm not saying it was all good. That's a very nuanced part of it. I'm saying that most definitely he was betrayed. And there were people within the regime who were taken over. No. This is beyond a shadow of a doubt true. There were Knights of Malta and Freemasons who infiltrated things. But he literally had Freemasons shut down. And we're like, oh, well, he kept his own orders up. No, we didn't. And like I said, I sent links to Neurojack and to Muhammad.
Yeah,
just
but-
as another perspective, not
Yeah,
to,
but here's
to,
the thing,
to
like-
accept his truth, but just to take in the information and say, hey, like this is another way of looking at things. And this is just a short little clip. I have like hours and hours and hours of information to show.
Yeah, but you do know that certain Freemasons aligned with the Nazis.
It's a lie.
It is a fact that some of the Thule Society members were into Freemasonry.
Thule Society is not Freemasonry. No, they try to say it's Freemasonry when it's not. That's the
there-
problem.
It's delineated from Freemasonry, man.
No,
it is.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
No.
But okay. Let me ask you this: is Blavatsky, delineated from Freemasonry? Yes or no?
Not really.
What's not really mean, bro? Yes or no is the question, bro.
She became a Freemason, yes, but she wasn't.
Yes. Okay, so were the Nazis, were they not influenced by her racial ideology of the Aryan race? Dude, yes, they were, bro. Be truthful.
yeah.
Man. Be truthful.
Yes,
So
yes,
yes,
they were
yes. They were influenced by Freemasonry. Yes, and yes.
Influenced, but they weren't Freemasons. There's a difference.
That's
There
what
is-
I
there
claimed
is a difference.
100%. I said they were influenced and some of them
Okay,
were Freemasons,
but that's
man.
not the same thing, though.
Yeah, but some of them were Freemasons, man. They studied it.
I'm
bro.
influenced by Crowley. That doesn't mean I'm a Thalemite. That
And you
doesn't mean
have
I'm
Freemasons in your organization, and you're not, come on, bro. Come on, dude. How many Freemasons do they need in the Thule Society before it's considered Freemasonry when the whole ideology came from Freemasonry, bro? Like what?
No, it's older than Freemasonry. It was a recovery. You have to understand that Freemasonry originally was pagan, Muhammad.
Well, I don't know what
and
you're
then
talking
it
about.
became
If you're saying the Thule Society is older than Freemasonry, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes.
That's a highly nuanced view and opinion that I have no explanation for. What do you mean the
Well,
Thule Society was an
yes.
offshoot of Freemasonry? So what are you talking about?
No, you got that backwards. Okay.
How?
Look,
How? Where's the Thule Society
because
before Freemasonry? Where are they before Freemasonry?
Just like Theosophy is older. Because
Where
you
is
have to
Theosophy
understand-
before Freemasonry? Where are they? Where are they before
because
Freemasonry?
it wasn't called that. Because
Yeah,
you have
but
to
where are
understand,
they?
because
Yeah, but
it's a
where are they?
recovery. It's a
What was
recovery
it
of
called?
something.
What
It's
was
a
it called?
recovery. It comes from the mystery traditions. That's what I'm
I
trying
know,
to tell
but
you.
what mystery tradition?
The bunch. What do you think
The
Theosophy is?
Freemasons? Mainly? Come on, man.
I'm saying it's not one tradition. That's what Theosophy was. It was a conglomeration.
I
It was
know,
a
but it was
perennial
heavily
philosophy.
influenced by Freemasonry.
But it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Yes,
It became no. Look, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Freemasonry originally was not Kabbalistic, to make it very simple. Okay?
Well, then what was it?
It didn't
Where did it come
become
from?
Kabbalistic until later on. It was
Right, but-
originally a reservoir of the pagan mysteries.
Right.
And I
Who
can
are the
show you
first
that.
Freemasons? Who are the first Freemasons?
Well, the first Freemasons weren't called Freemasons.
That's the problem. I'm talking about when they started calling themselves Freemasons, and then when they started calling themselves Theosophical, and then when they started calling themselves the Thule Society. All these things are linked, man.
Yeah. Yes. But the tradition goes back further, is what I'm saying.
Sure thing.
So what I'm saying is there's a
Right, everything's based on everything.
What I'm saying is there's a pre-Judaic Freemasonry that really isn't. It's called Freemasonry, but it's really not. Because what we have today at
What is it called?
Freemasonry is corrupted.
Okay, what is pre-Judaic Freemasonry
was
called? What is it called?
The real it was the reservoir of the mysteries. And I can show you from old Masonic authors that'll tell you exactly that.
Right, the Masons are the ones that are telling you
Look.
this. You just said it.
Yes, but they're also pagans that were not anything to do with Kabbalah or
So let me
Judaism.
get this straight. The Freemasons are actually pagans, so they're the good guys.
Originally, it was pagan. I'm not saying they're all good guys.
Let me
No,
get this straight.
I'm saying that Freemasonry was infiltrated by Judaism and Kabbalah. Originally, it was pagan. That's what I'm saying.
Right. And
It
that's what
wasn't
Bjerknes
always
says
corrupt.
too. Bjerknes
It
says
wasn't-
that too. He says it's Canaanite religion. That
There you go.
Basically, Kabbalah is a Canaanite religion.
There you go. That's absolutely 1000% true.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree. I know that, and I agree with that. But that's also why I agree with him when he says that all these things with Freemasonry and Small Mustache Man, right? There's a
Right,
direct
right.
link between all that.
Well, what I'm saying, Muhammad, is most of the Nazis were fucking scumbags. I'm not debating that. Okay? But what they did and what he intended was something very different. He had harsh rules against people that even harmed a Jew. He had people
Right.
executed.
No,
So
I
this is what
agree.
I'm
I
trying
agree
to
with all
say.
that. Yeah, I agree with all that, for sure. He's not.
So
as
if he
bad
was
as
so
people
hateful and
make him out
eugenic,
to
and
be.
yes, there were people within his
Well,
party.
they're
that
all
had
eugenic.
different views,
They're all eugenic.
but he didn't. But he didn't act upon those views. He was not that into all that stuff. He browsed it, but he was not really like that. If you actually look at his actions and you look at what his beliefs were, and the way he spoke, and the way
It's the
what
way
he
he
was
applied
exposed.
Nietzsche and Darwin. That's the problem. He applied Nietzsche
Yes,
and
he did
Darwin in
apply
a
Nie-
false way.
Well, I mean, we can decide if it's false or not, but it,
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, like, why are you so attached to Daddy Mustache Man? I mean, I don't get it, but I mean, I can like, I mean, like yeah, like I mean, he's
Well, I
dead.
got a question. I got a question for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Why is it so hard for you to be neutral? I'm not asking you to choose one way or the other. I'm saying, why
No.
is it so hard for you to be neutral?
Sorry, I
Totally
didn't-
Ask
neutral.
yourself that question,
No, sorry. I didn't
and
get your-
then we'll see who really should ask the question.
No, sorry,
No,
I didn't
I-
get your question.
Why are you so emotionally invested? Because you
it's
think
more
he's
like-
because you think
It's more
he's
like
evil.
I don't know. I have to put in the time and energy. You know, TML knows
Right.
more than me about this.
But if that's the case, then why can't you just be like, I don't
Well,
know.
I'm pick between
No,
one
I'm
of
totally
you, like,
neutral when it
yeah.
comes to Britain and Germany. You know, during the war, like there's no like I don't take sides.
Sure, it wasn't just Britain. It was Poland. It was all of Europe. And I mean, did you know that the people that were in the SS were literally from almost every country in the fucking world? If he was so eugenist and so against every other race, then how come every fucking country imaginable was in the SS? There were 47 countries, Muhammad. Why? If he hated everybody so fucking much.
Yeah, Mohammed, I want to say something.
How?
You
How does that work?
Yeah, I
Explain
wanna-
that to me.
Yeah, I want to say something in favor of Twilight. You know, Mohammed, you actually were
It's
arguing
fucking
with-
bullshit. You're listening to fucking second and third hand sources who have no fucking clue what they're talking about. Who heard from this person, who heard from that person, and most of them are fucking rabbis and Jews. Go
Yeah, I
figure.
quoted Hitler and I quoted Rabbi Entelman. We've both used them as sources. I don't know what
Yeah,
you're
but let
talking
me
about.
say something now. Let me give a comment. See, I want to disagree with one thing you said, TML, but you see, when dealing with history, we also have to try to understand the intentions of others and from a realpolitik angle. And when we do that, you know, we see that, you know, they were like, you know, Britain and Germany and Russia, and you know, like if you're like a weaker power, you know, at that time, you know, the Middle East was pretty weak and other stuff. You have to like, you know, like play the game. If you don't play the game, then you're gonna get cucked.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. Realpolitik. This is what it means, right? Right. This is what it means. Let me tell you what it means. It's a
Sure.
system of politics or principles based on practical rather than moral or ideological considerations. Are you doing that or am I doing that? Come on, man. I mean,
No, I'm saying you have to do that or you're gonna get cucked.
yeah. So, what present circumstances outline why you should support Small Mustache Man? Don't take sides with history. This is not the present circumstances you're referring to. None of this has to do with realpolitik, my friend.
You have to, and you have to place yourself in that situation in that time period vicariously.
Sure, but that doesn't mean it's realpolitik. That's historical, you know.
I'm saying,
Bullpucky.
yeah, well, you know, like that's the past. That's true, but you know, if you had to pick between
Yeah,
one
the
of
present
them,
circumstances.
you know,
That's the fact of realpolitik, right?
well,
And in the present circumstances, you know, Israel is a gift of the Holocaust. This is the fact.
well, that's not true. Actually, Britain had plans for that even before the thing. You know, the state.
Israel was an idea 100 years before he was even in power. And they were kicked out of so many fucking countries. Like anyone could have been a contributor to. They were going to go to Madagascar.
I said
you know that? Did you know that? Did you know that? That was the original. That was the original plan. They were going to go to Madagascar. 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 Germany didn't want to send them to Israel. Britain did.
Britain
wanted to send them to Madagascar.
Founded Zionism. They founded Zionism.
Britanism? No. The Balfour Declaration.
Founded Zionism.
The Balfour Declaration founded Zionism. They wanted them to go to Madagascar. They wanted them to go to Madagascar. Madagascar.
One at a time.
Madagascar.
One at a time.
Madagascar.
Europe.
You get it, Twilight.
Europe founded Zionism.
Britain wanted them. Britain did, yes. British Israelism.
So did France. So did Germany.
No.
Yes.
No.
Germany helped found Zionism. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. Germany wanted them out of Germany. They wanted them to go to Madagascar. That's what they wanted. They wanted them to go to Madagascar.
Yeah, but you
Avian,
just said you were
look
trying
up,
to
look
save
up
them.
what I'm talking about. Look
You
up
just
what
said you
I'm
didn't want
talking
to
about,
kill them.
Avian.
You just said that a minute ago.
Look up what I'm talking about, Avian. They want to go to Madagascar.
Let me say two things to both of you. Okay. First, I want to say that that time is gone. Upset. If I were living in that time, I would support the National Socialists because I hate the British. I hate
Sieg Heil!
Yeah, but I wouldn't be saying Sieg Heil. But second, it doesn't matter.
I would.
Like, it's gone over with. It's done. It's like.
Yeah, I mean that's bootlicking, Twilight. I mean, no, you wouldn't. I mean that's straight up.
I would.
Bootlicking. That's straight up bootlicking, dude. The Nazis are bootlickers. They're bootlickers. They support the state. They support technocracy.
I don't believe it.
They do. They physically support. They physically support technocracy in the new age.
They just weren't as bad as the British.
They supported nature. That's what they supported. They supported nature. That's what National Socialism.
That's why they built all those factories because of nature, right? Yeah.
That guy, Goring he loved trophy hunting. Goring.
I think. Great.
Yeah, but Daddy Mustache Man, he did seem to care for nature a little bit more.
Yeah, and animals. Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How do you come to that conclusion? I don't see any of that.
Yep.
Well, he didn't seeing
What are you talking about?
get hurt and stuff. There's
I think it was wonderful.
Where did he not? Where did he not like animals getting hurt? What are you talking about? Is that just totally made up? Where is that from?
I think I'm gonna.
Is there a source for that? Or no?
I'm gonna be a satanic Nazi. I'm just gonna completely show who I am to the world, so I can declare.
It doesn't matter anymore. They're gone.
No. But see, this is the thing.
And dead.
It's not
They're
over.
dead.
It's not. No. Because we're still living.
Killed.
No. But see, you don't understand. It's still happening.
Failed out.
It's still happening though. That's the thing. It's not about what happened then. It's
But-
still happening. No. It's still happening because guess what? Being white means you should die.
Well,
Okay.
we don't
No,
think
it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Who said that?
No. They're calling for genocide. No. They're calling for genocide.
That's
okay. We have
false.
immigrants. We have immigrants
That's
saying
made
that
up
they're
by the
going to
Jews.
take over the West.
That's made up by the Jews to scare them against.
I know it
Israel.
is.
It's
Yeah, I know.
literally made up by the Jews.
That's exactly what Mustache Man said. Is
Oh,
that they would come into fucking the rest of Europe and America, and they would fucking exactly what he said is what's happening. So I don't care who he was and what he did. What he said is fucking true. Okay.
So wait.
Sieg Heil.
So let me get this straight.
Yep.
Hitler, just like the Jews, he claimed that Muslims are trying to take over Europe and commit white genocide. What are you
Hitler
talking
was
about?
not against the Muslims at all.
So what are you talking about?
Hitler wasn't against the Muslims.
So
He
what are
sided
you
with the
talking
Muslims.
about? So how come half the Nazi faggots that are claiming the white genocide are all against Islam?
What are you talking about? Hitler was friends with some Muslims.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What the fuck are you talking about? What, bro? You know the Nazis hate Islam? What the fuck are you
No.
talking about?
No, they didn't.
Today, man. Today, they love Jews and they hate Islam. Today. the
Dude,
Nazis.
today's Nazis are not Nazis.
They
at all.
are
Those
Nazis, though.
No. They're
This is what I'm saying. They don't support
they're like-
ideologies.
No. I do not support today's Nazis at all. I am completely against that shit. No. Don't get that twisted. No. I'm not no fucking neo-Nazi. No, that's a psyop to get people who actually understand what happened in the war to believe that they have camaraderie. No.
Bro, I
that's
talked to you
complete-
enough. I know you're not like that, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of
No.
the ideological factors.
No.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
believe in any
Yeah, I feel you.
martyrs.
No, I'm not saying about you, but I'm saying about the Nazis in general, dude. Anybody who wears that ideology, sometimes they don't support the correct shit, for sure.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah, no, there are people that are very destructive and
Yeah,
hate.
well, I don't say that.
I don't.
The whole
No,
world is-
I'm still the same person. I support nature. I support, compassion for animals. I support, I'm the same person, man. I just really don't believe. I just really don't believe it. The fact that we've been lied to about that event that didn't happen, man, it just makes me believe that everything's a fucking lie. I just don't buy it anymore. You know, maybe I'm wrong, but from what I've seen, I see a lot more evidence that we've been lied to about what happened than that we're being told the truth. Just plain and simple. The fact that there's got to be movies every fucking year about how fucking terrible. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So I think he was a great man, and I think
I disagree with that part. I disagree with that part.
Well, you know, so would it be, man.
Well, he was better than
just like I think Lucifer was just like I think Lucifer was great. I think
you know who
Lucifer
I
was
think are great, man? You know who I think are great, man? Lao Tzu, Machiavelli, Nietzsche. You know what I mean? I think these guys are great, man. I think the Prophet Muhammad, Jesus. I think they were great, man.
Right. I like them too, but I like to have some adversarial. I like the dark with the light, though.
Yeah,
I like the dark with the light, though, man.
Yeah, Jesus and the Prophet Muhammad, they successfully opposed Jews way more than Hitler did. It's a fact.
I like Jesus and Muhammad and Lao Tzu, and I can agree with that, and Plato and
Buddha.
But Buddha, of course, obviously.
Well, what do you think?
I'm down with all that. Like I'm cool with that.
Yeah, Buddha's one of the greatest people in history.
But you need Machiavelli and Mustache Man and I Lucifer. Like I think I think they misunderstood.
Let me just say this though. I would say that Mustache Man was relatively better than Churchill and Stalin, but I wouldn't.
Don't forget Roosevelt.
Well, yeah, that too. Roosevelt was. Yeah. But that doesn't mean he was a great man, but he's just relatively better.
No, probably not.
Yeah.
But it's like this, man. It's not really like I'm trolling a little bit, but only a little bit. It's because, dude, it's because the fact that people get so up in arms about it, and like the fact that we really don't know what happened, and we probably never will, one way or the other. Like if I'm going to stop joking around, okay? If I'm really to be 100% serious, like we'll probably really never know, because we don't know what was destroyed, we don't know what was fabricated, we don't really know much of anything, okay? And so it's just the fact that it's such a fucking contentious topic, just like the imaginary easy bake,
that shit's fake as hell, bro. I follow you there.
Right. So it just makes me laugh, and I as an adversarial figure, as an animist Luciferian who's against the demiurge and its psyops. Like I think it's cosmically fucking funny, because.
Well, yeah.
Why not? I just think it's probably more likely that we've been lied to. Like I really,
I agree with you.
If I were to bet that we're being told the truth or we're being lied to, I would bet that we're being told the truth.
It's the ideology, dude. It's too similar to Freemasonry and to what the British believe, right? It's just too fucking similar.
I mean, there probably were, but anyway, I would say that, like I said that. I would agree he was relatively better than the leaders at that time, but it's unfortunately done and over with. Like
we can't really know. That's the real truth. We can't really know. That really is the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you that one, but there's a lot of facts on both sides that suggest that you can't make a quick decision about the final.
Do you know why it's easy for me too? Because I'm not anti-Semitic. Not only am I not anti-Semitic, I have quite a few close friends that are Jewish.
Yeah, same here, man.
I don't believe in hatred of any kind,
Dude, my wife's from Poland, basically. She's like basically
right.
Ashkenazi. It is what it is.
Right, and mine too, bro. My girlfriend, soon to be fiance, if things work out, is Polish too.
Yeah, we'll smuggle our kids into Israel. It is. What it is.
Yeah, man, we can go to the Holy Land if we want to. I told her that. She's like, "Fuck that. I'm a Luciferian." She's Luciferian like me. I'm like, that's hot, babe. But yeah. So we're in the same boat, man. And so I have love for everybody, man. Like I don't, I don't discriminate against anybody.
Yeah,
And
I don't really hate the religion even. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool
Right.
with me, You can believe you're a superior person. I don't give a fuck as long as you stay in your corner, motherfucker.
Right,
It is what it is.
right. Well, see, the thing is this. I actually like. I've talked to Frank Monday about this. Like he's a really cool dude. We get along really well. Like the original understanding of what that actually is. And I actually make the argument that it's actually quite similar, ironically. And I guess you could make some kind of argument about this. Maybe there's like a shared history or something. That maybe this was what it meant originally and it got twisted. In fact, I would make the argument this is exactly what happened when it talks about like the Gentile soul and the Jewish soul and all this type of
Yeah,
shit.
dude, 100%. Yeah, it was it
Like,
was saying
what I
similarly
think-
to what Hitler is saying about the Aryans. That
But
there's
what I'm
Aryan soul.
what I'm saying is I think what it actually meant, like if you really like get into like Jewish studies, which I did when I was younger because I was into like white magic and all this type of stuff. So I like studied Hebrew and everything. Surprise. Anyways, so I actually know Hebrew and I know Kabbalah and all this a little bit. It's been a while, but I do. And like that what it originally meant actually is all the stuff that it's talking about is within the individual. So it's actually talking about the lower and higher natures within the
the
self.
hierarchy of the soul. Yeah, I see. Yeah. I understand.
Yes. And then it became something externalized. So like Israel is not a physical place. It's not a geography. It's those who see and hear and speak to God directly.
But you know who invented the hierarchy of the soul? A huge contributor to this.
Who's that?
Is Aristotle and his De Anima.
Yes. He was a fiendish motherfucker. I don't like him.
I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like the concept.
He was like a major contributor to materialism. A lot of people don't realize that.
100%. 100%. I say this all the time.
He was one of the ones who separated the soul and God and nature and like we talk about. Like
absolutely.
He was like a precursor to Descartes and all that. And but yeah, so like the Neshamiah, they call it, is like the and like the animal soul.
Yeah, well,
basically, and it's like the
I'm gonna
animal
go to bed
God.
now. Like, it's nice
And
talking
so-
to all of you. I hope all of you have a good night. You too, Twilight and Tim. I hope you have a good night.
Yeah, peace.
Oh yeah, take care, brother. Good talking to you. So like that's really what it meant. It wasn't racist at all. So like Jews who actually follow the true Kabbalah, like that's what it is. And the Messiah, even the Messiah, is something again that's born inside of you, the individual. It's not an external force. And the ultimate Messiah that comes at the end of time is actually about world peace. It's about everybody realizing that they're connected to God. So it's actually beautiful. It's about realizing that we're all connected to God and realizing the divinity within each individual person and putting aside our differences and coming together. It's when the spirit, basically the veil drops and people, stop focusing on things that don't matter and being distracted and tempted and dissuaded, misdirected, deceived, and just see the divinity in all things, in the mundane and in the sacred. And that's when the Messiah comes. It's kind of like when it says Jesus will come in the clouds. It's talking about an internal experience. Clouds refer to the mental realm. It's like the swords is the air, and the tarot and all that. Like this is all very mystical. Okay. So like in the Kabbalah, it's the same. That's what that is. This is an ancient. This is what I say. Like it's pre-Kabbalistic. And then you get into like, well, where's the Kabbalah come from? Well, even the Jews will tell you it's older than Judaism. The Jews will tell you it's older than Judaism. I don't have to tell you. A Freemason doesn't have to tell you. The Jews will tell you it's older. It comes from an older tradition. It's older than religion. And it is. The Kabbalah is older than Judaism. But the Jews also have a tradition that's older than Judaism. That's the biggest secret. So yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. There is a perennial philosophy. I subscribe to that. I do. And you know, even when the Quran says that there were many messengers and all this, you know, this is why I agree with that. You know, this is why I think that Allah is not the demiurge, you know, we've talked about this. You know, and even though we come from such different worlds, like from what we've talked about, like we seem to have a lot in common with that. But anyways, yeah, ramble too much. I just wanted to clarify a few things.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
So yeah, it wasn't supposed to be a racial thing in the beginning. So like, it's not all the Jews looking at us as, you know, animals or whatever. This was something that was within each individual that was supposed to be conquered. And even the flood was like the flood of the impurities that keep you from being able to walk with God, to see God, to speak with God. Like every punishment that occurred was something that was a lesson for you to realize. I have videos from like 7 years ago getting into this because I was really into it at one point. And I'm not completely against it. It's just that I would focusing more on other things. But I come back around because I utilize the light and the dark, you know. I'm not fully fucking just darkness. You know, and Avon's like, well, you have to have one tradition. I disagree. You know, I respect his belief, but I disagree. I think that God is everywhere and it shouldn't be limited. And, you know, I find inspiration in Buddhism. I find it in Sufism. I find it in Shinto. I find it in esoteric Christianity.
Yeah, he really likes Guanan and Evola. You know, that's his main squeeze. You know, so
yeah, I like
that, man.
I like Evola as a magician, but his philosophy not so much. I mean, I appreciate like the traditionalism, but like the rest of it is kind of. He was also kind of fascist, although he kind of like let go of that afterwards. And it really kind of wasn't his fault. It was more like the times, but it's just more like my own personal beliefs. You know, like I just, because he was like, I thought you liked Evola, and he talks about this and he talks about that, and like he was like against nature and shit. And I'm just like, yeah, no, I don't like. He's like, I thought you really liked Evola. I said, yeah, he was a very accomplished magician. And he's like, but he was really against nature, and that was a big part of his work. And I'm like, so? Like he couldn't like grasp the fact that like I appreciated him as a magician, but like totally disagreed with that aspect. You know.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like we're more like less selective. You know, and that's part of being brown. You know, you're more of a loyalist to certain ideologies. You get what I'm saying, right? So it's like you gotta follow it all the way through. You know what I'm saying, right?
Are you?
So it is.
Are you saying I'm brown?
No, because you said you're a perennial. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
you know, like brown people would, you know, more than likely, you know, there'd be less brown perennialists, more white perennialists. You know, obviously, white people founded perennialism. You know, it is what it is. You know, brown people are ethnic, you know, weirdos, right? They're ethnic supremacists or whatever, right? They believe their ideology, their religion, you know, you follow it through and through. You totally ingrain yourself in it. That's part of Buddhism too. You know, you have to totally devote yourself to the patriarch and all this stuff. You know, and like you know, in some of the Zen traditions, You know, it's like, you know, like the Lotus Sutra, right? Or or no, the one that he's always quoting. Oh yeah, the Platform Sutra. Yeah, in the Platform Sutra, there's a lot of devotion to the saint of Buddhism. And right,
Yeah.
it just so happens that, you know, there's a patriarch, and you know, and you gotta fall in line with his teaching.
But you take a lot from different cultures, though, Mohammed.
Well, I study broadly, right? So
right,
you know, I study broadly, but you know, where I subscribe to things, I subscribe to very little. I keep my opinions and views very short, right? So I use short guys, right? Like I use Machiavelli, I use Lao Tzu, I use Parmenides. They didn't write that much other than Machiavelli. He wrote tons, right? But I mean, like in terms of what he did write, it's totally bereft of an ideological approach. He's just like, you know.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on Ibn Arabi?
I like him a lot. Yeah, I like him a lot.
Yeah, me too.
I'm in line with them. I'm in line with them a lot. I feel that Islam is basically pantheism. I think
I would agree. Yeah,
I think
see,
that's the fact.
if that's your view of it, then I agree totally.
Oh yeah, dude.
I
It's
vibe with
100%.
that.
Yeah, like all is full of gods. Like there's God everywhere. Like everything is a god. Like there's no such thing other than God.
Yeah.
Right. Like
It's legitimately like a pagan monotheism. Like it's like a monotheistic pantheism.
Well,
From
I don't know if you've seen, like, Islam has, you know, in North Africa, right, and in Indonesia, there's lots of animistic Islamic offshoots,
Right.
and
Yeah, I didn't know this.
And they're perfectly in line with Sunni Islam. Like they just follow Sunni Islam, and then they do their cultural rituals, which is fine. All right, there's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion.
Yeah, see, I didn't know this before. And I started looking into it, and I was just like, whoa, this is kind of far out.
Yeah, like Islam is way general. Like Islam, like what Islam demands is very simple. It's not complex. It's not like a whole, like, so it's not like the Talmud and shit. Like there's all this complicated, like, you know, there's all these like loopholes and shit. Dude, no. Right? It's like, it's literally like, right, like the shit is in the Quran. The Quran's not that long. If the Sunnah disagrees with the Quran, you don't follow it. That's just it. It's very simple. And it's very fucking simple. Man.
Simple, clear, and practical. Yep.
You know, you don't have to do a lot. Like there's 5 pillars. Like, you know, you just don't have to do that much. And one of them's ruled by Saudi Arabia, so I think it's totally illegitimate. You give money to, you know, Saudi Arabia to perform your, you know, religious rites. That's false. You know what I mean?
Well,
I mean, like,
we know who runs Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, man. So this is the thing, is like, so, you know, I take a very, you know, different approach, I think, than most Muslims, and that's because
you definitely do. You definitely do.
Yeah.
And it's a blessing to meet someone like you, because you would really open my eyes to that, because I think it's really beautiful.
Oh yeah, 90% of Muslims are more in line with me, you know, than the leadership. You know, I mean, you know, so this is the thing. Is like you talk to 90% of Muslims, they understand what I'm saying way more clearly than any of those, you know, Saudi Arabian cats, or, you know, or even the Iranian cats. I think they're all pretty much misled in terms of religion.
And the media never represents that at all.
Well,
that's what's crazy.
Well, this is the thing, is like,
obviously, right?
Yeah, well, Islam is the new H-man.
Right.
I mean, this is the fact. You know, who, like, the Jays say somebody wants to eliminate them today, and they don't claim it's Europeans. They claim it's Muslims. So this is the fact. Like just how I mean, the dude Netanyahu got up on the speech and he said, "Look, there's only one religion in the world that's a global menace, and that's Islam." Straight up. And he just straight up said, like, "Look, man, like he's not going to mention any other religion around the world, but he's going to say, look, Islam is a global threat because there's a global jihad, you see? So so the Jews aren't doing their global jihad? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, you know, exactly. I see that. I always knew it was a paper tiger. I always knew it was bullshit. The first time I saw the dancing Israelis, I was like, something ain't right here. Islamic tear my ass.
Yeah, Menachem Begin. He said, you know, we're the founders of terrorism. Straight up.
Yep.
I said, we're the founders of the ideology. Straight up. Even though he's not, it was Robespierre, but he still took credit for it because he's a scumbag.
Oh yeah, Robespierre was part of the French Revolution and all that.
Oh yeah, justification of the use of terror in the French Revolution. They used it as a political device.
Yep. So you don't think that Mustache Man wanted to make Germany great again? What if he was demonized like Islam is today, man? How do you know?
Absolutely, that's happening. I agree with that, but I'm saying, like, you know, ultimately, like, when I look at, like, you know, the Thule Society, when I look at, like, their specific brand of religiosity, when I look at the entire scheme of things, you know, National Socialism, what that ideology represents, how it supports or doesn't support the technological state, right, and so on and so forth, you know, because Alul lays it out clear. Right, he says Germany, right, the way they impose their rule is actually you know, in you know, its effect or in its execution, it's really no different than Bolshevism or what they were doing in America and Britain. You know, it's just a different style of European politics, you know, that's applied on a massive scale, right, and it's grown from those ideologies like millenarianism. Right, and all that type of stuff, right? Where we're going to have this new technological age, this technological utopia that's going to be ushered in by a strong, powerful government, right? So they wanted to align technology and the state. This is the main reason why I oppose them, right? Because they did not
right.
look at, and right.
Alul said that?
Yeah, Alul said that. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, Alul, I don't know if you know this, but when the you know, the Nazis invaded in France, he like sheltered Jews.
Right.
By the way. So this is Alul. So Alul did not appreciate Nazis invading France. He was opposed to it.
Right. Okay.
So, you know, yeah, I'm for more like, you know, sensible views. Like I'm an academic. You know, I'm not into politics. I'm not into making concentration camps and bootlickers and the government and wearing this uniform and all that gay shit, dude.
Well, no, I'm not for any of that either. I just think that these conversations need to be had because I think that it's a lot less black and white than gold. But no, I mean, you know me, dude. Obviously, I'm not for any of that.
Yeah, it's kind of like too late for me to choose the path of a warrior. I can respect it, but ultimately, I'm a scholar, and right, or you know, a writer, and I'm just gonna have to accept that. Right, that you know that I then have to say, is it people like me or people like them that make the changes in history? And I think it's people like me.
The pen is mightier than the sword.
Edward Bulwer Lytton.
Yeah. Right.
It all comes back.
I mean, I also just kind of wanted people to hear the discussion, you know. And I wanted to share that video because I do think it has some good points, at the very least. Like I said, at the end of the day, I don't think we could really know. But more than anything, I just think it's good to look back at history and be like, damn, this is a mirror image, because it really is. And when you see like what was actually going on with these camps, you know, and realize that people literally had like vacation time and fucking like theaters and bowling and, you know, like it's crazy, man. It's like a fucking resort, you know, and everyone's being exterminated, but yet like there's hospitals, you know, and it's like, well, you know, for wanting to kill everybody sure is being taken care of well. You know, it's fucking weird. But yeah, I mean, it's less about who's right or wrong and more about like this whole thing is a sham. Yeah. That's it's more that than anything. It's just when everybody gets up in arms, that's when I'm just like, yeah, well, Sig How. Yeah. You know, like the Germans have to pay, like, this is another thing. The Germans have to pay like reparations, like still, and they're like guilted for existing. Like to this day, they have to pay like millions of dollars for what happened.
Yeah, I mean, we give billions of dollars to Israel, and nobody made us do it. It's crazy,
Right.
man.
Yeah. Well, again, this is what he was talking about. This is what I'm saying. Whether he was a villain or not, like, you know, sometimes the villains can tell the truth. You know, like Joker is right often.
Yeah, but if they tell the truth about like only one thing, and then 90% of it's just like, all right, you know, it's like, what do we do with this? Or like Darwin, like, what do we do with Darwin, dude? The guy's a crackhead.
We flush him down the toilet.
We
Yeah.
flush it down the toilet, dude. That's exactly right. It's total
Yeah.
trash. And so Lons von Lebensfels is like part of his
Yeah,
shit
he-
is based on trash, bro.
Yeah, he was a POS for sure. Yeah, he definitely was.
Because it's like monkeys. See, this is the thing. Is like, you know, and I appreciate Avian, you know, the scientific approach and all that stuff. But the thing is like, you know, ultimately, you know, when I look at the world, I gotta go Team Human.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah, I
animals are
know,
cool.
I know. He talks about like the end of humanity and shit. He goes off and fucking crazy shit, man. You should hear some of the conversations we've had.
Oh yeah.
He's like,
Yeah,
I
well,
think that humanity should
No, he thinks
be
they're cool.
annihilated.
Yeah, he
and
thinks we're
animals
dope.
should take over and fucking
Oh yeah. He thinks it's eventual that animals take over this planet. But yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And he wants to like reincarnate as an animal. Fucking-
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not so bad if you believe in reincarnation. That's actually pretty dope. You know?
No, I do. I'm not making fun of him because of that. It's
Right.
just like he's like so like I'm laughing because he's like so straight faced about it. He's so determined and so like serious. He's just like, yeah, like fuck humanity. They don't deserve to exist. It's kind of like when Bjerknes is like, we have to get weapons and we have to get stronger weapons and we have to destroy them. And we
Yeah.
have
Could you
to-
imagine like could you imagine if we all like went to heaven or whatever, and then they were like a group of people that were like, nah, let's just go back to Earth. You know, and then they like went back to Earth and they created the Earth as we see it today, and they forgot they came from heaven. It'd be funny as hell.
Well, I mean, according to the Cathars, we're all fallen angels, and this is like our imprisonment. That's what they said.
Yeah, I mean, I've
And
seen some dark stuff. You know, like
Yeah.
going around Detroit, we've seen some crackheads.
Oh
There's some
yeah.
ladies of the night that said,
Yeah.
you know, that, well,
yeah.
but you know, can I just smoke this crack in here? I'll suck your dick for free. You know, and all this
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
It's like, all right, well,
yeah.
this is crazy. You know?
Mm-hmm. I can borrow $1? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Borrow $1 to smoke some crack?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody gonna see.
No, but they said that we were fallen angels who forgot who we were. So we were the ones who rebelled. It was us. And we were cast down to earth, which is like a purgatory of sorts. And that Satan literally is the god of the earth. And Jesus came down to remind us of that, but that we had a divine spark in us, but that this world was like part divine, but part demonic. and we had to return to the source. This is like an extreme Christian Nazism. I actually contemplated at one point when I was going through a dark part period of my life. It's kind of trippy to think about, especially when you look at all the crazy shit that happens in the world.
Yeah, I'm about to get some of this okra. You know, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back because it appears I'll have to hit the restream here. All right, because Neural is not coming back. So, you know, so yeah, give me like 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alrighty, I'm here. Oh, whoops. Dude left. Man. Or maybe he fell out. We don't know. Well, it was a great conversation. Shit, man. Oh, Neuro still awake. Neuro Jack. Yeah, let me know backstage. Let me know if you're there backstage, bro. If you're there backstage, let me know. Don't know if Twilight backstage. Yeah, he probably went to sleep, man. They've been talking for a long time. See, I went to sleep for like 3 hours and woke up again. So I don't know if dudes are out here.